won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Lions, tigers, bears are my king of the jungle. I stand for the pride. Beat on my chest, that's the rhythm inside. I got so much heart, I'm burning with fire. Yeah, we'll keep it talking the lie. Yeah, we'll keep it alive through the talking the lie.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Usher Cup. We're into the third day of competition now, and this is going to be a lot of fun because it's going to be all about the World Club Challenge. We've got international teams in the mix here this year, and this is where we're going to see the Board Riders clubs really working together as a single unit, looking to lock in big individual scores and give themselves the best chance to claim the inaugural global Board Riders Club contest that is now the Usher Cup. It's just been evolving since the first year, and it's just getting bigger and bigger. And we've seen amazing performances through those opening days of competition and expecting a lot more. Ronnie Blakey joined by world champ Mark Occhilupo, and Ock, you had the opportunity to get out there this morning, mate. Not quite as much energy in the water, but still the chance to get barreled, mate. What a way to start the weekend.
Yeah, no, it has dropped a bit and it's turned a bit more south, but there's still plenty of swell left in the water. Some like 3 to 4 foot sets. So at first I paddled out in the dark and I'm like, shit, it's dropped. Shit, it's turned south. And then I'm like, shit, I should be at D-Bar. you know how many times I've done that, Ronnie? Like over the years, probably every swell in the last 20 years. Not really, but you know, I actually surfed with Hazard this morning, Dean Harrington, and he actually saw D-Bar and it wasn't so good. So I was at the right spot, got a barrel, and got a couple good waves. So.
And you've got your Groms down here today as well, joining us in the commentary booth. I love that. They're so much fun, and they are complete mini-me's of you. Have a look at that. He's been getting barreled on the shore break this morning.
He has. But Cooper, can you take care of these two for me, please?
We love it. And that's the vibe down here, though, at Snapper Rocks. Always for the Usher Cup. It's a very grassroots feel. People have got their Groms down here, including the commentary team. And they're just loving the show. It's a family-friendly affair.
It is.
It's also, though, there's going to be a serious component to this today because this is the real big one. This is, you know, where you really feel that pressure of competing for your club, putting up big numbers, and some of those kind of more famous, established Board Riders clubs have work to do in this department because they lost surfers in those individual events.
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting point. And you know, to win this first international club challenge, like, it's massive. You know, It's massive because I went home yesterday and I was watching the webcast, Ronnie, and you and Rab, and I was thinking, this contest could turn out huge, like, in the future. Like, just imagine... Man. You know, having the top surfers in the world representing their countries, this international club, like, it just could get so massive.
I think what we'll see too is, you know, we've got some regions representing, you know, we've got Maui representing Hawaii, but I think we will see clubs develop.
That's
in
what I mean.
those areas.
Just imagine the top team in Brazil, top team in Hawaii, top team in America, you know, top team in Europe. I mean, I think they've done that once before. I remember at Trestles, they tried to do an international one. I don't know if I was still on tour that year, but it was close to... I remember it. They only done it 1 year, though, right? Do you remember, Ronnie?
Yeah, I remember that they pitted countries against one another, but, you know, it actually goes even to a deeper grassroots level. It's not...
This is clubs.
Yeah, this is clubs. So that's, you know, what we're really looking to encourage those...
Yeah, so
those
maybe
other countries
keep it, keep it that way for sure. I was thinking, you know, you could maybe add the top tier. Just go, you know, top 4 surfers from every country, have a go too, and refine it. But I see what you mean. Yeah, it's club. Yeah.
So that, I think as the clubs develop and grow, you know, in other countries, they're going to get those teams established and they'll be here representing. But right now, we're going to kick off the opening heat of the World Club Challenge, and have a look at the lineup. We've got Team Padma, Team Merriweather, and Team Majimba out there to kick things off. And this is going to be a lot of fun because it's a unique format. The surfers, you know, they're going to have that 35-minute window to get all the members of their team out there and hopefully locking in a single big individual score. You can catch as many waves as you want, though.
Yeah, well, it's not a lot of time, and you know, because, like, you know, I said I surfed this morning and there are 8-minute kind of, let's say 5 to 8 to maybe even 10-minute lulls, and you do want a good wave and you don't want to sit that out.
Yeah, well, you're going to have basically an 8-minute window as an individual to get your number. Yeah. If you don't get it within that time, you're putting pressure on your other competitors. If you get it in a shorter amount of time and you get that wave that you're happy with, you throw your arms up, then your fellow Board Riders Club member can jump off the rocks there or get into the lineup and quickly try and get themselves a big number as well.
Well, that's great, because if you had to tag, it would take an extra long time with that the run around. So I believe once you hit the dry sand, you got to get in there. And we've got the first wave. No, we haven't. Tide's coming in, Ronnie, like it's a big tide. This morning I ran around. I was like 4:30 on my first run around, and it was still a bit dark. And Theo, the founder of this event from Usher Group, was digging these trenches right here. And he's an animal.
It's got super fat since he's
Just trying to listen in here to see what the boys
right now.
are up to, right?
What
Ronnie?
strategy that they're coming up with.
Yeah.
They're whispering. Because we can't hear them. Or they're just not talking.
Team Majimba.
They saw the camera and just went, zip it. Yeah, so what was I talking about was, so you got to hit the dry sand. But Ronnie, they just don't want to be sitting there. You know, these lulls are quite long. And like for the international people that are watching from overseas that haven't seen this format yet, is usually we have our Board Rider Club battles and it's an hour long, and there's like 5 surfers, and you know, you've got to keep on ticking it over. Like 4-point rides, 5-point rides can really come into play, because as long as you're getting those mid-range scores and accumulating a total, you can get through these ones. Big scores are just so handy. But that's on beach breaks. I don't really remember it being tested out on a point break this format, Ronnie.
Yeah.
So it's all new to us.
Yeah, it is. And it's, like you said, there's been some tweaks to that kind of traditional Board Riders Club tag team sort of event. And we've got our first rider up for Padma. And the Indonesian team has been so strong with those big individual performances. They've been dropping scores in the excellent range. And this is looking like a pretty good wave. We've got an amazing team for Padma representing here in Australia. Made Joy Satrian and Nyoman Satri Makti and Wayan Dharma Putra, who dropped a 9.27, and the female for them is Raya Campbell. Great.
Yes, there he goes.
And there's the nomination for that first wave. So very quickly, we're going to see the next surfer enter the lineup, and that is Nyoman, I believe.
Well, he wasn't ready. Like, he was sitting on the rock back there, and he's jumped in the keyhole.
Yeah, he's a
but
long way.
He could have been on the rock. I don't think he expected his teammate to claim his very first wave. It's only been like, what, a minute, less than a minute. He wasn't ready because he could have been on the rock, right, jumping off.
Exactly. Yeah, it could have been a lot quicker into the lineup. You've got to pull that trigger really quickly to really save on that time. It could give your team the ultimate advantage, especially when you consider now that second surfer's going to get in the lineup. He's going to get himself into that priority order and really give himself a chance at, I guess, at this point, beating the clock and giving the strongest surfers in the team plenty of time to think about what wave they are looking for. But at 6.17, really positive start.
Well, that's above par on this format. So, yeah, 6.17 is a very good score for this format. It'll get you everywhere.
Yeah, well, having Dean Morrison in here the other day, he's obviously done a lot of surf riding, surfboard club riding for Snapper Rocks. And he was sort of saying, in these earlier rounds, if you can basically get yourself out there and get a couple of a 5-point ride even, and everyone in your team does that, you're going to amass a reasonable total if you can get that time bonus as well, which is an additional 3 points. But this is the replay of Padma's first surfer. This was the 6.17. You know, nothing that sort of sees your jaw dropping to the floor, but as we said, above average, 6.17. It's a very good start for Team Padma, as we see Team Majimba now up on their first ride. And they've got a solid team as well. Kalani Wolf, Nick Anders, Leon Vinev, and Sasha Baker. And look at this, big exchange happening. Merriweather's got a surfer up as well, ripping into that top turn. Great start. Puts the hands up, nominates that ride. So all clubs now, their first surfers had that opening ride. And we're going to see them now. Those second surfers hit the lineup very quickly. So there's Raya Campbell gearing up. She'll be the next surfer for Padma. They've already got their second surfer in the lineup here. Still plenty of time, 28 minutes. So at the moment, each club on track when you think about each surfer having around about 8 minutes out there in this lineup to lock in that one big individual score. You can catch as many waves as you want, but I doubt we'll see too much of that today because it's such a big commitment. If you ride a wave right through the end to Little Marley, you know, it is going to take quite a bit of time to get yourself back to the top of the point here because although the sweep isn't at its strongest at the moment, you know, there is a bit of work to do.
There is a fair bit of sweep, Ronnie.
It's a long paddle.
The swell's turned more south, and I was paddling against that report my whole surf this morning, so there's a bit of water moving around there. It's funny, like, sometimes it's pretty small, like only 2 to 3 foot, and if it's really south, that current is still too strong to paddle against. It's just a direction, but it is bringing more sand around the rock, and the bank is very, very good at the moment. It's high tide. It's still breaking, which is handy, because usually if we don't have, you know, a whole lot of sand like we got right now, it won't break through the high tide, Ronnie. It'll actually stop, but it won't today. It'll actually move quite wider, and there might be the odd one coming right off the rock, but I believe these guys will have to kind of move down a bit right on the king high tide. Because it's a big tide, Ronnie.
It sure is. Today. Numbers starting to drop now for those first riders for Merriweather and Majimba. For Merriweather, I believe it was Oliver Rossenbeek. He got himself a 5.73. Majimba's first surfer, they got themselves a 5-point ride. So the early advantage has gone the way of Team Padma, just edging ahead of their rivals out there. And as you can see, Team Merriweather just breaking things down.
They've got a good team, Ronnie. My goodness. And that looks like an amazing team right there. Morgan Siblick.
If you need, if I need to come in, just Merriweather.
Come on, Emily.
Morgan psyching to get out there. And he'll really be that anchor surfer for the Merriweather club, the super surfer, who they'll be expecting to deliver in a big way. He's just such a strong competitor, put excellent scores on the board yesterday. Still alive in that individual component of the Usher Cup. But this World Club Challenge is going to be so much fun to watch. And, you know, I think the surfers, the competitors, they'll be adapting to the format as we move through the rounds. I guarantee you that every other competitor getting ready to tackle this opening round of the Club Challenge will be watching very closely and just seeing how the competitors manage their time. Yeah,
that's been like that for ages, hey? Like, I mean, especially, you know, every board riders battle in the tag team, you've got to, like, assess the conditions, see how much time it takes. When the majors are massive, like all those times in Newcastle, the board riders battle and it's massive. And, you know, they're surfing the shorey. They're not even going right out the back because it takes too much time. And then you get the odd guy that'll go out there and get, you know, take that time and get that big wave and get that big score. But, you know, we don't know, like, what kind of tactic you actually need to do here on the point break of Snapper.
Well, you know, things might change as the heat winds on as things progress. But at the moment, you know, that 3-point bonus for getting your entire team in would be a big factor because 3 points would see Majimba, say, jump up into first place. But, you know, there is still a lot of surfing to be done before we reach that point. And we'll let you know what each team rider has to do and whether the 3-point bonus will be a factor because, you know, if your last surfer's out there and there's 2 minutes to go and you're out in front, you know, getting a piece of whitewater and getting a 1-point ride and adding those bonus 3 points essentially is adding, you know, it's adding that 4 points. 4 points.
Well, that's true. I mean, like, there's going to be a lot of tight heats today, and that 3-point bonus is going to be crucial. At the moment, it's high tide, so if you get a big wide one, it's hard to get in. I already surfed this morning. It's hard to, I mean, not hard to get in, but hard to get to dry sand. In Rainbow Bay down there, there's a big deep hole, and the whitewash doesn't carry it all the way through to the beach. You've got to paddle. So it's going to be interesting to see the end of this heat and see who finds dry land first.
Yeah, it sure is. As we see, surfing for Majimba here, this is Sasha Baker. Nice flow, great backhand approach, generating some speed as she moves down the line here, looking for the big finish. Here comes the oncoming section. It stands a little flat, but she does well, fitting in 2 turns.
She's going to claim it? She's got it, right?
Yep, she's claiming it. She's coming on in. So instantly, the next rider for Majimba can enter that lineup. So Majimba didn't need a whole lot to get themselves into a qualifying position.
I thought she wasn't going to, and I'm like, that's a long run or a long paddle back, and it was just like a have-to thing. Like, it seems like every surfer is going to pretty much claim every wave, I reckon, today, because they're long waves, 8 minutes, not a lot of time, Ronnie. What do you think?
Oh, I totally agree with you. And what we're seeing here at the moment is some pretty decent set waves coming in from a little deeper, but the surfers not wanting to risk getting caught behind or giving the advantage to their rival. So they're just playing a little bit of positioning cat and mouse out there at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to make sure you look down the line, because if you carry through with your wave to the end, you got to claim it. I mean, if you don't like the look of it, or just go big first turn. If you fall off, it doesn't matter, because you're going to get another chance. But once you commit, you got to claim it. So you got to have a good look down the line and see what your wave's doing.
Most definitely. I think too, you know, a lot of the competitors, they're really looking to buy time for their best surfer. But do you stick that surfer at the end of the order, or do you put them in the middle somewhere to have a bit of time, and then you can kind of adapt to that, and you could send someone out to maybe just swing on a whitewater in the shore break, get the bonus points, and get all your surfers out there.
Very good question. We're gonna see.
If the teams are managing their time really well and each surfer's getting their wave almost instantly, that might afford the best surfer in your club a lot of time out there to basically lock in that one big number. But at the same time, I think I'd be putting my strongest surfer maybe out there in the third in the order.
Yeah.
Just because they can soak up a bit more of that clock and potentially lock that big score in. But
you definitely want to give them some time for sure.
So,
but it's hard to say, first or third. Yeah,
it'll become apparent to us
because
pretty soon.
Yeah, it will become apparent. Yeah, it's a very good question, and we'll see what they get up to out there.
So the second score is in for Team Majimba, and it's a pretty decent one, 5.77. So Padma now, their second surfer's been out there the longest of those athletes, and still hasn't been able to tap into that ride. So looking for that score. 6.17 is what their first rider was able to manage. And as I said, I think it's Neoman out there at the moment looking for that big scoring ride. Merriweather's got their second surfer in the lineup as well. I believe that's Kalani Wolf getting ready to hit the lineup for Majimba. But man, big couple of days of surfing here, Rock, and some great performances and some excellent scores.
Excellent scores, all right. And the waves were so good yesterday, Ronnie. Like, it just turned on, didn't it, when that tide came out, and then the tide started pushing in. It was just really playful snapper, It wasn't a heavy snapper by any means, but it was just looked so inviting.
Oh man, my head was spinning at the end of the day. It is just such a fun looking location. You see so many just rippable little waves roll through to the inside, and you just want to get a piece of it so bad. But a swim kind of seemed to satisfy the soul, Och, and another early day today, and look, the quality's still out there. Maybe the frequency in those set waves is not quite there at the moment, but 19 minutes to go, and it's Team Majimba who's got the lead and the advantage. And look at that, their third surfer's up already. So they're potentially going to have a lot of time to get that fourth surfer out there, locking in some big numbers.
Wow.
A couple of nice slices there. Bang, cracks it off the top, works his way through another hit. And this has been a really, really good use of the clock for Team Majimba. In the yellow on the outside, in the pink, we've got Padma up with their second surfer finally tapping into a ride. Just getting a little caught up, though, as Majimba finishes way down on the inside, throws the hands up. And, getting familiar with some of these competitors as time wears on through the event. And this is Kalani Wolf, I believe, entering the lineup. And he's going to have a whole lot of time to get a big score on the board and potentially lock in a progressing position for Team Majimba from up there on the sunny coast.
Interesting, you know, like they've had their 3 surfers, and now with 17 minutes left, you're going to have a long time to wait, or can you catch as many waves as you want? So,
but yeah, he can catch as many waves as he wants. He doesn't have to necessarily nominate a wave if he doesn't feel like it's the one. And you know, there's no penalties in the World Club Challenge, so even if he rides, say, a 7 at the start and feels like he can do better, he can go out there and really force the issue on the first section and blow the tail free and put some risk into it and maybe go better. So
and he will. I mean,
your best wave
17 minutes, you'd want to be thinking you're going to get a 9. Like, how lucky is he? 17 minutes at Snapper with 2 other people out. That's gold right there.
So,
people would pay big money for that.
Yeah, that's so true. And we've got now Majimba's 3rd surfer. His score starting to roll through. I believe it's a 4.5. So, you know, it's not a huge number, but they've just managed the clock so well that Kalani Wolf's going to have plenty of time and be able to really pick the eyes out of the lineup. But I think throw some risk at it.
Yeah, I think they've kind of gone too early. Like, maybe they're thinking the tide's coming in or something. You know, maybe that's their theory, but definitely they could have been more selective, you know, and left themselves out there longer, Ronnie.
Yeah, well, Team Merriweather, they've just got their 2nd surfer. I believe it's their female competitor, Amelie. And Amelie Burke, she's yet to lock in a score. Morgan Siblick is waiting for his opportunity out there in the lineup. He's with Cooper Chapman.
All right, I'm down here in the Snapper Rocks keyhole. As you can see behind me, the tide is super high. Normally, the surfers are going to be jumping off the rocks as the day go on, but right now, it's out this little keyhole. First ever event of its kind like this. You can see the surfers right behind me, Morgan Siblick, previous world number 5, getting ready to go out and surf for Merriweather. He's going to be waiting until his surfer out the back in orange catches her wave, claims it on the inside, and then he's allowed to get on his way. As you can see, both the Indo boys and the Merriweather guys having a bit of a laugh in the keyhole. I just asked Morgan how he's feeling, and he said he's had way too many coffees this morning and he's a bit nervous, and that's how tag surfing is. The nerves are all-time high, but we love doing it for our club, and you're going to see Morgan Sibley go out there and do some damage very shortly. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thank you on your Coop. I like that. Frothing. Look at the boys out there. Looking forward to watching these 2 surfers been dropping big scores in the event already and expecting a bit more. Wayandama, Pultra, great compact approach. Boys having a bit of a chat at the moment about the conditions.
I asked them this morning, I said, what do you think? Is the warmer here? Is the water warmer here than home? And they went, yep.
Really?
Yeah, warmer here.
Wow.
So at the moment, it's like 26 degrees, Ronnie. It's like a bath.
Yeah, it's really toasty.
It's magical. It's so clear. It's crystal clear, sparkling.
Yeah, Majimba, well, they've won the battle with time out there, but have they done enough in the scoreline? Padma, their 2nd surfer, only has a 2.83 at this stage, looking to improve on that and really up the ante. Here goes Kalani Wolf on his first opportunity. Digs into the first turn, opts out of that ride. He's going to go for more on the outside. He really wants to put a big number up. As you can see, it's been kind of in the average range for Team Majimba so far, but they've got all the time in the world. 14 minutes to lock in that big, excellent score, and we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, it's a lot of time. It's filling up, you know, Ronnie, and this tide is quick. Like, I was surfing this morning at 4:30, and Theo, the founder of the event, was digging this big trench in front of us.
Love it.
Thinking about this tide that's coming in. It's 2 meters. I just looked at him and I said, you're unbelievable.
Rolled the sleeves up. He rolled them way up. He cut them off and got into the nitty-gritty.
No shirt on, just digging hard.
Mate, I love it.
Moved a lot of sand. I don't think we need a sand pumping system anymore. We can just get Theo with the shovel.
Love it. So, you know, while we talk about just the absolute pressure release for Team Majimba of having all 4 of their surfers lock in a number already, you've got to talk about the pressure that's starting to build for Team Merriweather and Team Padma, who have their second surfers out in the lineup, still looking for that opportunity. As we see.
Yeah, not on screen, but yes, up and riding the Merriweather women's surfer. Just got stuck there, Emily. She got stuck, but she didn't go far, so that's good. She's going to get another chance. It's good to see that you can get a few chances, because in the other board rider battles, right, sometimes you don't get a second chance. That one wave counts, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got to make it count. But I like this. It's all about lifting the performance. And
I'm gonna jump out and let Theo, the founder of the event,
bring it on,
from Usher Group, come in, say a few words, and I'll be back later. Thanks.
I love it. Yeah, Theo, great to have your company, mate. Congratulations on the evolution and the growth that you've experienced with the Usher Cup, and the fact that you've gone global this year, mate. It's huge, and it's just fantastic. The energy's awesome down here, and this is really the component or the stage of the contest that I was looking most forward to, the World Club Challenge, and you know, the pressure that each individual feels to really deliver for their board riders club.
Yeah. Well, to say I'm frothing is a complete understatement. I'm looking for a new word above frothing.
Oh yeah.
The how much the event has evolved over the past 3 years is really something that, you know, we talk about a lot, Rabs and I, and it's almost like one of those wake up in the morning and pinch yourself moments. I'm just super like obsessed with this event, and where it's come over these past 3 years. It's just so cool. Like the response from the community is amazing. The response from the charities overwhelming sometimes. They're especially during that COVID period, which is what really kicked off this event. The charities and their gratitude is just next level, and look at what we get back.
Oh man, it's been great. I mean, the weather's been beautiful. You know, you trade overcast skies for high quality surf any day. That's sort of what we had yesterday. A couple of patches of light showers, but they were welcome just to cool us off a little bit, because you know, it's been pretty humid and hot. But you can see Emily now for Merriweather. She's having to make her way in, because they're running out of time, Team Merriweather. They've got to make a move. Started well, 6.07. It's going to be a 1.67 for Emily as she makes her way in. And Morgan Siblick as their third surfer. He's going to go out there and try and drop a really big number. But just the management of time in the opening stages here for Team Majimba's really put them in a great position. Team Padma too. Their second surfer wasn't really able to lock in a monster score, and he's still out there hoping for something. But there's still a couple more surfers for those two teams to get out there. So it is, you know, at one point it felt like Majimba was maybe claiming their scoring rides too early, and now it just seems they're in a great position with Kalani Wolf out there looking to really drop a big one.
Yeah, I think they've really strategized this heat really well. Looking like they got some safe scores there coming in. It's interesting to see now what Morgs is going to do. He's obviously one of the standout surfers here at this event. He was a late entrance, I've got to be honest. Merriweather nominated him in right on the 11th hour, and we're really stoked to have him here. And was that
wow,
Morgs?
Yeah, that's Morgs. Just whips the board into a clean reverse there.
He's such a cool guy too. Like, every time I chat to him, he's always got a massive smile on his face.
Mate. He's got a good set of ivories, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Big old smile.
Stoked to see him living up here on the Goldie too. He's been here for a couple of years now. Obviously, he's always traveling a lot, but it's so awesome to see him cruising around the Goldie and out in the lineup, especially when it's pumping. It's he always obviously puts out a bit of a spectacle out there, and I know that all the locals love watching him surf.
Oh, he rips. He's just such a little nugget. Possesses so much power, and he's super compact. But yeah, really strong. As we see some highlights of his free surfing here at Snapper Rocks. As you said, it's kind of made a place in the lineup for himself with performances like this.
Absolutely. Everyone loves him out there.
He's a character.
Yeah. He just rips. So good.
Theo, I loved hearing from Bugs, mate, just about, you know, how you kind of came to be in this position to put this event together. You've got a really interesting backstory, mate. And
Yeah.
yeah, I was blown away. I mean, I knew you were from humble beginnings, but it's great that you're in this position to give back now.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we love the Gold Coast. We wouldn't, you know, be in the position we are today if it wasn't for this city. It's such an amazing place. I would have to say, a next.
Wow. This is Raya Campbell, and she's representing Padma, and she has a lot of experience out here at Snapper. She was on her way to a monster score there, maybe the wave of the heat so far. And she still might be well rewarded for that one. So, you know, she's the third surfer. I got a feeling she's going to come in on that one. Would have been great to finish that last ride off.
Yeah.
There was probably 1.5 points, maybe even 2 points in that final manoeuvre, but she's making her way in now, so Padma can get their last surfer into the lineup now, and that is a talented competitor who dropped the 9.27 in his first heat here, Wayan Damaputra.
So
have a
good
look
to
at the
see.
replay here.
So good to see Raya out there surfing for the Padma boys, you know. Winnie, the Prince of Padma, is her godfather, and wow.
Okay, so this is Kalani Wolf, I believe, and this is Majimba's big hope of getting through this opening round heat. This guy's had plenty of time, around about 14 minutes to lock in a big high-scoring ride for his team. And you know what? He's going to probably head back out, even though this might be a strong wave. He'd be mad to come in, you'd think, at this point.
Well, it's interesting, you know, because if they do come in, he gets that extra 3 bonus points.
But 6.5 minutes, I mean, you can get in
definitely
pretty quickly.
You can do
I'd
another
probably
2
go
laps
out.
with that.
I'd probably go sit back out there and at least get in the way of the other competitors out there and try and limit their opportunities. If you hit
Ronnie.
the beach and you, yeah, mate.
The hustler.
Oh, of course. You got to get in there. You're going to need a bit of grit to
strategy.
get through these events, mate.
You got to, that's right. Actually, a couple of I won't mention who, but a couple of the surfers I was talking to yesterday, I was like, oh, how come you didn't go back out there behind the rock after you got 2 really good scoring waves? And they're like, oh, because I really want to sit down there and get on the hustle and,
Oh, yeah.
and half bully some of the other surfers.
That's it.
And yeah, it's funny how they get into that strategy mindset of
Yeah.
like, where it's almost like, oh, I'd rather than, you know, get in that intimidation phase and rather than actually get out the back behind the rock.
If you're in the lineup, even if you've banked your big scores and you kind of don't need to really surf anymore, it's still good to sit down the line. It just puts doubt and questions into the mind of those sitting at the takeoff zone. Is he getting waves down there? As we see Made now taking off. So Team Padma back on track, dropping a big score as predicted with their Raya Campbell. And now we're seeing just the brilliance
Morgs.
from the Balinese surfer. So strong. Yeah, Wayan has just looked really sharp in the individual event, and he's brought some serious power to the party here.
There's the team. There's the Prince of Padma right there.
Yeah. So this is an interesting one. Team Padma want Wayan to really claim that wave and give the 4th surfer an opportunity to lock in a score. Morgan Siblick, he throws his hands up. 4.5 minutes to go, time winding down. And Winnie from Padma, he's just an iconic figure over there on the beaches, and great to have him out here.
Absolutely. He's got such a great energy about him. He's been walking around the whole contest side just frothing and G'ing everyone up. He's just such a great person to have around here. And yeah, really helping out with the strategy of the guys. I heard them out there at the front where they were picking up their rashies, and when he was talking about, you know, how they're going to go about surfing this heat.
Yeah, it's going to be a solid score here for Morgan. It's going to really help the team, dropping in a 6.8, and I believe Morgan's starting to make his way in now. So Merriweather's going to have their 3rd surfer in this lineup. Their 4th and final competitor out there. He's going to have a few minutes to get a wave, get to the beach, and get those bonus 3 points here.
It's still tight.
Have a look at Team Padma, just flying now. And it was Raya Campbell who really turned their fortune. She dropped the big score, 6.93. Wayan getting an 8.5, and they've got their bonus 3 points already, so they're well out in front. And the chase for Team Padma, or maybe it's a battle for second spot now, as we see Micah Clayton-Brown for Merriweather. Good-looking wall. Working this one over, Theo, taking it right through to the inside.
Yeah, he's taken it all the way right down to the end.
Yeah, solid stuff there from Mikey. And he's going to really ride this one as far as he possibly can. So pretty interesting stuff here. The numbers starting to drop. And the time is winding down, 2.5 minutes to go. And remember, your final surfer has to get their feet on the sand. They've got to reach relatively dry land. I mean,
Correct. Rabs was telling everyone this morning that it's okay if they climb the rocks even, as long as they get their feet up on dry land, they get those bonus points, which I think is really important.
Okay, so time winding down. And we are seeing the numbers start to roll through. And Team Majimba might have got ahead of ourselves there. Maybe they do have a final surfer. I'm not sure if that's a... No, it looks like they've got their bonus 3 points, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So there Majimba's in third place at the moment, and all the surfers are on the beach. As far as... Sorry, they're in second place, Majimba, with their 3-point bonus. And Merriweather, they found themselves in that third position. So Padma on fire with the help of Raya Campbell and obviously Wayan. But, you know, you've also got to give credit to those other opponents, or the other fellow Board Riders Club members who really worked the clock. But this is a big upset, Theo. Merriweather, one of the really sort of successful and established clubs here in Australia, and it looks like they're going to fall a little short. I mean, Padma smashed it out there, 27.43 total out of a possible 43-point total. But Majimba in second place, 23.94. Merriweather, less than half a point behind at 23.37. So Majimba just getting the job done there, and I guess, you know, they were afforded that freedom with their real power, their strongest surfer, getting a lot of time out there in the lineup. Really
hats off to Majimba, you know. They went out strong early in the heat too. They got their safe scores there. I think it's that's what it's all about. It's really strategizing on the best way to surf this. You know, this is a totally new format. Rabs is telling us that no one's ever done this format before. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how all the teams adapt to the new format and how all the teams are actually going to tackle it differently.
All right, Heat 1 is in the bag. Team Padma are on their way to the next round. We're going to take a quick break. More to come from the Usher Cup on Super Saturday in just a moment. Welcome back to the show. If you've just joined us, massive victory for one of our international teams here today. Already in the opening heat. Unbelievable. Team Padma went mad. I mean, they started well. Their second surfer, you know, by their own standards, probably would say that they dropped the ball a little bit, but Raya Campbell got them right back on track with a really strong ride and bringing it home. Wayan. It just went absolutely mad. Dropped an excellent score, and they powered into the lead. I guess the big news though, is Merriweather finishing outside that qualifying position. And, I mean, who saw that coming with one of the strongest surfers in the event, Morgan Siblick? You just thought they'd easily motor their way through. But, you know, it's a new format. It's tricky to figure out. We're going to see some competitors, I'm sure, making some changes and adapting to the World Club Challenge format as we move through this opening round. Ronnie Blakey joined by Cooper Chapman, who's representing the North Narrabeen Board Riders Club here at the Usher Cup this year. And Coop, that was fun to watch. Team Padma's standing up in a big way.
Yeah, it's great to see the international teams really making most of this morning conditions here at Snapper Rocks as we see surfer from Coolum in the green. Great first turn there, opening up for a second, and this thing is going to go all the way through, and that's how you want to start a teams event. Like you said, Ronnie, this is a new format. A few new tactics going into play. I was talking to Morgan out of the point right before he paddled out, and he said he was pretty nervous going into that one. A few too many coffees this morning, and maybe it showed there. Losing Merriweather very early in this first ever World Team Challenge event. Big upset, like you said.
Yeah, for sure. Gabriel Ribeiro, he got the opening right here for Team Coolum. Cool little style. I like it. It's kind of that real modern approach. You can see he's kind of coiled. Wouldn't be surprised if he takes to the air quite often, but you know, kept the board in the water on that one, and I think it's, you know, time-wise, it's a dream start. He's going to be, you know, one and done in the opening 3 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, I mean, those quick starts mean so much when your team can jump back out. And I was thinking about it when I was out on the rocks. This is like we said, such a unique format. Without having to do the tag, you can turn around 4 waves in 5-10 minutes if you really need to. So sometimes when the pressure gets up at the end of the heat, when you have to run in, tag, that's time being evaporated. Whereas today, as soon as your surfers got their hands up in the air, you've got someone paddling out the keyhole, and it's only going to get quicker. Once this tide starts to draw out, you're going to see surfers standing on that rock, literally jumping into waves 5 seconds after that claim. Yeah,
it's been interesting too, you know, in that 35-minute window, you know, you really can't afford to be too patient. You want to give the, you know, on average, everyone's got around about 8 minutes in this lineup, but you want to give your best surfer the most time. Unbelievable start there from Gabriel. 7.17. That's the dream scenario. But you know what? My experience competing as a Grom in board riders events, Coop, and you can speak to this more. You know, the clock adds so much pressure. You feel the pressure of representing your club and wanting to get a big score, but when you get out in the lineup, you're really battling the clock. Like, it just eats away at you while you're competing. The time's just wiping off. It just seems like it goes into hyper mode, and you just, if you go beyond your allotted 8-minute sort of slot, you really start to lose your mind. And I think we saw that happen to Merriweather in the opening heat.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams events, not only are you surfing for yourself, but trying to represent your club adds the pressure. And then, like you said, that time, the first couple minutes are usually like, all right, I'm confident, here we go. And then a set doesn't come for 5 minutes, and you're like, okay, I've got to take something a little bit worse quality if need be, and then another 5 goes past, and then the mind just starts playing serious games on you, and you start really realizing how high the pressure comes once that time starts to go away. But then sometimes you go out there, you catch one straight away, and it's very easy. So definitely plenty of tactics going to play with the tag surfing. It's a very unique format, and today's the first of its kind, so we're going to see some blunders from teams, and we're going to see some teams really work the format out quickly, and I think that's what this weekend's going to be all about, who can strategize the best, because like we've seen Rabs talk about, it is a far different format to anything we've all surfed before, and today's going to really show.
Oh, here we go, some movement on the outside. Point lookout, getting things started here. And, I mean, that looks like
Lincoln Taylor.
Yeah, the familiar approach. Wow, that was almost the dream start too for Point Lookout.
And that wave just kept reeling off, just going a little bit hard. And we know with tag surfing, you can kind of pull back maybe 5-10% because completion rate is pretty much the most important thing in tag surfing, usually in the history of tag surfing. Obviously, this isn't a tag, but team surfing, consistency is what generally wins the events.
That's so true. You know, have a look at the replay here. I mean, this has probably still got some reasonable points in it. So if he hears this number drop, Lincoln Taylor, and he likes and feels like it's maybe going to put his team like on the front foot, he might opt to just come in. He might throw his hands up, which is something you can do. You don't have to nominate that wave on your feet. You can nominate it at any time, or just make your way in, and your best ride will count. Santa Cruz also in the lineup. Yarumba as well. And let's see how our international teams fare here today. Looks like Randy Bonds is going to be the next surfer for Santa Cruz. I'll be going a little further out. I'd actually probably be jumping off the front of the rocks today, just because you're seeing that ride. It's with this high tide, there's a lot of water moving over those rocks, but you can kind of stand back a little bit, and there is some pretty big breaks in the sets. So I don't think it's a day that you're going to get washed off them. But just get yourself as close to that takeoff point as possible, because from where the surfers are paddling out in the keyhole, it's probably a good 30-second paddle to get yourself to the takeoff zone, maybe even longer.
Which is a lot shorter than pretty much every other paddle out you do. But like you said, there is the opportunity here to jump off the rocks, as we see Lincoln Taylor picking one up under priority, first turn, and then just kind of losing a bit of rhythm on that wave. Bottom turn, fins didn't really engage, and straight out of that one. So he's going to be back out there. He did lock in a 4 for that one first turn, but I think he wants a little bit more. With only 4 waves counted, you need those scores at least up over that 5-point range, I think, today.
Well, think about it. We're getting down to the 27-minute mark, so that would have soaked up his 8 minutes. Not happy with it. Such a shame he didn't run out of that last turn on his first ride, because it would have been a 6. It was a pretty vert approach, and you can see, Lincoln yesterday, I think he's the guy that relishes that steeper, cupped out, low tide face. He's just got that fast twitch transition off the bottom into the pocket that he can do repeatedly. Today he's looking to go vert, but the sections are a little flatter, and that's why he kind of mistimed that last ride.
Yeah, the tide definitely this morning is really, really high. It's going to be wild. You'll watch as the day goes out. We'll get a pan shot like this from the drone later today, and the water will be almost knee-deep where they're surfing right now. That tide's going to really draw out. We're going to be sitting up behind the rock, and I think there's going to be some fun barrels later today. The wind's going to continue to turn a bit more around to the south. As we see, surfer in red, the Santa Cruz surfer from over in California. Nice first snap, getting another little pocket jam, and then finding a bit of run on this one, coming up to the inside section and hitting the lip there. Nice wave there for red. And we see Acclaim, as we see out the back, the Coolum surfer. They are on fire in this heat, opening a big score. And there we go. The claim
big
for
finish.
green. We've got 2 surfers done for Coolum. There's been 9 minutes gone, and they're going to be well and truly out in the lead. Their female surfer just dropping what's going to be a very, very solid score to start off the day for Coolum.
They're on fire. Elliot Smith there, just getting the job done. Just has always been one of the real hotbeds of talent, and always has surfers on the rise, the Sunshine Coast. And man, oh man, Elliot just really threw everything in that final section. I think she's going to score well here. Coolum's going to take a massive lead in this second heat of the opening round, the World Club Challenge here at the Usher Cup. As we check out the wave for Santa Cruz's competitor. They got a solid team representing here, Santa Cruz. I think Randy Bonds has just hit the lineup.
Santa Cruz guys stoked, and here we go. This is a replay of our surfer in green from Coolum. Solid first turn, up tight in the pocket, a nice big set wave, opens up on the second, and I love this last turn. Committed through the lip, through the fins, nice and controlled, throws the arms up, signaling to her other surfer in the keyhole, get out there, get us another wave up in that 7 and 8 point range, because Mount Coolum are cruising right now.
Yeah, she knew it was good. She didn't have to look to the beach and say, is that the wave? She just knew. She stamped it by putting those hands up, claiming that ride. So representing Team Santa Cruz, we've got a really solid lineup. Austin Smith-Ford, Ben Coffey, Randy Bonds, and their female is Eden Edwards. And they are travelling with their director, Christina LaFranco, who we had a chat with yesterday, who's just, been picking brains about the admin side of the board riders clubs here in Australia. How we get the backing, how often we meet, and how many sort of inner club challenges that we have throughout the year. And I love that. They're just starting to build that culture in their local communities. Great to have them all out here, as we see now. For Yarumba, just busting the fins free there. Looking very solid.
Zane Assing to me. As we see out the back, Lincoln Taylor on one of the bigger waves of the morning. Great first turn. Big
Boom.
second turn up in the lip. He's holding on to this one, and he's claimed it. He's going to be making his way in, as is Zane Assink. Yarumba and Point Lookout clawing their way back into this one. You've got to say Mount Cool. I mean, why do I keep calling Mount Coolum? 6.6 for the first wave of their female surfer, and she's come straight in. They're well and truly out in the lead, but yeah, a few good waves there for Yarumba and Point Lookout to get themselves in this heat for their first surfers.
Yeah, well, you know, Lincoln probably would have wanted more as we see Randy Bonds up now. That didn't have a great performance in the individual event yesterday. Fell out of the draw, but he can make up for it here with a solid number. Chipping away at this one. The wave kind of fades out. He looks to the beach. What do you want me to do? He says to his club. And he is motoring back out by the looks of things. But Coolum, they dropped a bomb of a score. 6.6 for their female competitor. They've got their third surfer in the lineup already. Santa Cruz has a score on the way. Interesting, you can kind of listen out to the on-site announcer and just figure out what you scored and make a judgment based on that. Point Lookout, they've got a score on the way for Lincoln Taylor. And, you know, Lincoln, he took an additional kind of 4 minutes off the clock there for his club. So he's put some pressure on them, but we'll see if he can kind of make up for that with a big score here.
Yeah, I think it was worthy. You're going to see something come in up over that 4-point range for Point Lookout, and there it is, a 7.17 for
Bang.
Lincoln Taylor. So paying dividends, waiting that little bit longer. Those surfers that do have maybe a bit more scoring potential, a little bit higher seed you'd call them, like Lincoln Taylor for Point Lookout, need to get the big scores if they're going to soak up a bit of time.
Most definitely. I totally agree with that. And, you know, sometimes if you're a surfer in a board riders club event and you know that someone's strong, when they've had a wave and they're sort of looking to the beach, and the pressure will be on you to get the big number, you say, no, you go back out. I'll just catch a foaming one at the end and get the bonus 3 points.
Yeah, it's, there's lots of tactics. And here we go. This is that replay of the 7. Right up in the lip, strong first turn. And this is the money one, up vertical, and we lost it off our screen.
Yeah, big hit there. And, you know, warranted the 7.17 as we see Randy up once again. It's a nice little hook there to get things started. Gets a little swamped. But the replay of his ride, which he's kind of in two minds about whether to paddle back out and get another one or come in. But he might be having to make up some ground here as we see Yarumba on the hunt for numbers on the outside. We saw the third surfer for Coolum taking a fall, but you know, probably if you are going to take a fall, it's better to do it on that outside section, just near the takeoff zone still.
Yeah, absolutely. I think today we're going to see a lot of that. If you're going to ride a wave all the way down the line and don't get any major maneuvers, it's a long paddle back out for a score that you don't want to keep. And when you're on a time limit like you are today, I think it's going to be all about trying to really attack the first section, knowing that you're going to get something up in that 4 or 5 point range, even if the wave doesn't go to much. But yeah, I think aggressive first turns in this team format is going to be a pretty important thing.
Let's have a look at Reddy Bonds on the replay here. Such an epic surf town, Santa Cruz, and yeah, fitting that they've got a board riders club and that they're out here representing in the Usher Cup.
Yeah, the board riders over in the United States, I think, will be something quite big once it really starts to take off. They don't do anything half-heartedly over there in the United States, and yeah, I think this little taste of it this week is going to give them a bit of an eye-opening moment, really, for them to take back home to their home country and share with them all the epic stuff we are doing here with board riders surfing in Australia. You've got to think it is one of the main reasons why we have had such a deep success in that high level of surfing with people like Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, obviously all of our other world champions, Damien Hardman, Mark Richards, Bugsy. The list goes on, and all of them would have gone through their board riders club. So it's something that we definitely are very lucky to have, but it's something that I think the rest of the world are going to start to adopt very soon, especially after competing in this World Club Challenge here at the Usher Cup at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, the proof is in the number of world titles that Australia claimed early on, and I think that club culture, we kind of got to get back to that grit, that grassroots sort of upbringing, and and kind of get it back to the CT as well to start wrestling some wins away from the international field. But here we go. Surfer in green, looking sharp here at the moment.
Yeah, nice little combination. Unfortunately, not making around that one. As we see out the back, orange. That looks like the surfer from Point Lookout. Great first turn, comes up through the lip on that second one. The wave kinking out a little bit, but he's going to stick with this one, I think. And that's going to be another wave there for Point Lookout to back up that 717 of Lincoln Taylor, and they're going to be back on time now. So Point Lookout are going to really put themselves up here next to Coolum, I believe, after that wave. And there's going to be a bit of work to do for Santa Cruz and Yarumba, just those 4-point rides for those teams. And those 7 and 6s are going to be really important at the end of this heat with all 4 waves counting. It's almost like we're back to the old format that Bugsy used to grow up in, and 4 waves and then 3 waves. It kind of shows that consistency is going to be just as important as getting those one big scores. You need your whole team to be picking up 6-7 points every wave.
Yeah, most definitely. So, yeah, the Point Lookout team is incredibly strong. We just saw Zane Jenner getting the job done there, and I mean, Lincoln Taylor took a lot of time off the clock, but you know, you had to say he made it count. 717 for that opening ride for Team Point Lookout. They've got Talia Henderson as their female, who is a really strong surfer as well. But I can't wait to see Curtis Ewing surf again. I mean, just such a great style. It'll be well suited to these long walls.
Yeah, Curtis Ewing surfing just like his brother, only goofy, and far out. He had a great performance yesterday and unfortunately bowed out of the competition, which was a bit unfortunate to see, as we're going to see the conditions just get all time, I believe, later today. So a bit of a bummer losing Curtis in the individual event, but that's the great thing about the Usher Cup. If you lose your favourite surfer in the individual, they still have a chance to go out, represent their club, and keep moving through heats in this teams format.
Yeah, fun having Dean Morrison here yesterday, just chatting with us about strategies in these board riders events, and he was sort of saying if each of your sort of representatives can get out there and get around to 5 and really work to the clock, and also get the bonus points for all your surfers getting a ride, he said more often than not you're going to have a pretty good chance of progressing. That's exactly what we saw for Team Majimba in the opening heat of this round. Every surfer kind of had a very sort of a mid-range average score, and even though Team Merriweather had some bigger numbers, they also had some surfers that didn't kind of get to that average range, and that's what saw them fall out of the mix here. So, you know, if you look at where Coolum's at the moment, 7.17, 6.6 and a 4.8, and start thinking about each surfer getting around to 5, they're kind of ahead of that. They're competing at an above average level at the moment, and it's got them the lead. Point Lookout, though, is chasing them down. 5.73 for their second surfer. And, you know, as long as they're able to manage their time well here, they'll have an opportunity to seize the lead. Santa Cruz, Yarumba, a little further off the pace at this stage.
Yeah, I think the 5-point average has definitely been the benchmark over the years. I believe today it's going to be higher, though, because you've got the chance, if you ride a wave, it doesn't have to count. Quite often in old formats, the wave definitely counts. So I think because of that, you'll be able to paddle back out and replace it if you don't get the score that you want. As well, we are surfing dreamy snapper rocks in great conditions, so we're going to see lots of scores well and truly up into that excellent range today. So we saw in the first heat, Merriweather put on 23 points, which I guess 23 is that benchmark of 4 5-point rides and a 3-point bonus points. So I think the benchmark has been set. The team that lost has already had that 23 points and lost. I reckon it's going to be up around 20, and that was in a 3-man heat. So we've got 4-man heats for most of the rest of the round. I reckon it's going to be about 25, 26 minimum.
I like it. So that's the goal, really, then, for each of these teams in their mind. Yeah, okay, I like it. And you know what? The scores have been pretty solid throughout those opening days of competition. So that would kind of suggest that you need to elevate that total maybe a little bit. It's a good point that you can ride as many waves as you like. And you know, it's not like the last wave you rode is going to count. If you went out and got a 6 on your first, but you stayed in the lineup because you had so much time and you didn't better it, you still get that 6-point ride, which is really cool. No penalties. The thing that's been happening so far at the moment, though, that anyone has sort of taken a scoring ride down the line has kind of gone, wow, it's a long paddle back out or the run around. It's a little different to that beach break situation where the paddle out is really quick. So, you know, there's a certain amount of commitment if you you take a ride right through to the inside, that probably factors into your decision on whether you go back out.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of strategy from the team captains and team coaches today. First ever day surfing an event with this format, so there's going to be a few different strategies go people's way, a few not go people's ways. We see Surfer in yellow for your Roomba. They've got a bit of work to do, and this is a nice looking wave to fight them back into this one with just over 13.5 minutes remaining. Wrapping this one all the way through to the inside, we can see that tide still quite full over those little marley rocks, but as the day goes on, we're going to see all those rocks exposed and, yeah, some real shallow ones out behind the rock. But one thing that I was thinking might come into play, and I was thinking about bringing this up with my team coach, is based on all my last team events, you generally want to get your good surfers out first and second so they have the most amount of time. But in the format today, if your first 3 surfers only take 4 or 5 minutes each and your last surfer has 20 minutes, then they can just stay out there and keep catching waves for 15, 18 minutes trying to get the highest score they possibly can. So there might be some strategy to put your best surfer out last. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe not.
Oki and I were chatting about it. I mean, that's what happened for Kalani Wolf. He had 14 minutes out there, a little longer actually, and you know, he didn't drop a huge score, but he was also at that takeoff point, limiting opportunities for the rival clubs. And I think that's something for the competitors to think about. You know, if you don't want to chance it, but it'd only take you, you know, a minute. If you probably had to paddle to the beach from the takeoff zone, you'd already had a score. But I would never leave the lineup earlier than you had to, because you might just up the ante and really drop a big number if you're getting those extra chances. As Coolum, they are going to wrap things up here. Their final surfer's coming in, and there feels like there's still a whole lot of time. So this is one of those.
I feel like maybe they've got someone paddling
Oh,
out the
no, they
keyhole.
do.
There
They
we
have
go.
one more, so maybe that score is already coming through. Excuse me.
So he had his 4.8. He paddled back out, waited, and said, "You know what?
I'm not going to better it."
Flick it over and give our last surfer a bit more time." So
We're still waiting on to see if that score does improve on his 4.8. But yeah, so they do have one more surfer. But yeah, it was a time decision, really, wasn't it?
And like we said, these team events get very nervy towards the end. So giving your last surfer a bit of time is super important. We see Santa Cruz International team up and riding here. I believe this is Eden Edwards. Couple
That's right.
backhand snaps, bringing it around through to the inside. She's going to be throwing it back to their last surfer as well, I believe. She's going to throw the claim up. Ooh. There we go. Like we said, this is the first time these international teams have had a chance to surf in teams events. We've had plenty of practice here in Australia. It is a new format, but we do have team coaches, team managers who are always thinking, how can we get the edge over our competitors? It's a dog-eat-dog world. I know surfing for North Narrabeen, one of the most prestigious clubs in the country, there is a lot that goes on behind the scenes to try and bring success to these teams.
For sure. I mean, the contest starts way earlier than the actual Usher Cup. You've got to make the team to start with. You've got to put yourself in the running to be picked. As we see now, Team Coolum, just a really great position that they're in. They've got 3 reasonable scores on the board already, and their final surfer, you know, he'll get probably a few reps out there at the moment, Coop.
Yeah, and we just saw Santa Cruz consistency moved up into second place momentarily. Point Lookout are not looking for much. It looks like just a 2.07 for their third surfer if they want to catch up and move back into second. Right now, the main story is Coolum, that quick start, 7.17, backed it up with a 6.6, a 4.8 for their third surfer, and their last surfer in the water with 9.5 minutes remaining, just trying to polish off this heat. But then, yeah, down in third and fourth, Point Lookout right now, and Yarumba, a little bit of work to do, but with that 7.17 for the first wave and a backup of a 5.73, Point Lookout are looking quite good, but time may be the enemy, which is the case quite often in these teams events.
All right, so you know, Eden doing a fantastic job for Team Santa Cruz, and also part of that international field is Randy Bonds, Ben Coffey, and Austin Smith-Ford. So giving themselves a good fighting chance here, but I think they want that fourth surfer to lock in something pretty substantial, because Point Lookout, they got some real talent in the lineup here. Coolum, they're looking good. They had a couple of pretty big scores before their fourth rider got out there.
Yeah, and Coolum, Surfer and Green looking to polish this one off. Still 8.5 minutes. So this is that strategy. There's no real point in your last Surfer coming in until a minute and a half to go. Like you said, if they need to, you can go, all right, if it gets to a minute, we just paddle in, we get the 3 points. But then you give your Surfer as much time as possible. But then what? If there's a minute and a half to go and you get a bomb and it goes all the way, do you still get in? You have to find that perfect moment. When's the last moment that you can strike on a wave, and when do you have to paddle in to get those 3 points?
I reckon you want to be on your feet at the 2 minute mark, because if that wave kind of does go for down past Little Marley, Oki was saying it earlier with this high tide, it is a bit of a trip. It's, you know, you've got the waves and kind of helping push you in, the surge if you like, but yeah, you just got to leave a bit of time in the account for that trip to the beach.
Yeah, seriously, it can be quite tough to get through that high tide section on the shore, and if that wave doesn't take you all the way to the beach, you miss out on those very important 3 points. When every wave counts, all 4 surfers have a wave that count. A 3-point bonus is quite a lot of points right now when you only got 4 waves that are counting. So at the back, here we go, point lookout, important wave, Curtis Ewing. Wow. And that's why we were talking him up before, because he has one of the most solid backsides you will see out here today. Back to back to back turns, and this is going to put Point Lookout in a great spot, moving on through, and holds on to that last turn through the foam. Can he ride out? Oh, I'm not going to give him the last turn, but I think the damage was well and truly done. He is going to put Point Lookout maybe not quite into the lead, but I think he will definitely put them very close to that lead. Their last surfer is going to be paddling out right now in the keyhole, their female surfer. She's not going to be looking for much if she wants to move Coolum back up. Point Lookout up into the lead above Coolum, and I think there's going to be a bit of work for Santa Cruz and Yarumba to round out this second heat of round 1 of this World Club Challenge. As we see, Curtis Ewing.
Yeah, so strong through the opening combinations. By far the most well-constructed ride we've seen start to finish this morning. It's going to be right up there with what Wayan surfed up in the opening heat for Padma, but just really solid. A little sloppy on the finish, but the big power moves were executed on the outside section, and we are waiting for those numbers to roll on through here. So we'll give you an update in just a moment. But Point Lookout a really good chance at jumping up into that second position here. We're just waiting on that score to come through.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a very healthy one. Dare I say, I'm even going to almost guarantee it will be the best wave of this heat. Curtis Ewing going upside down multiple times at the start of that wave. Unfortunately, not quite riding out super clean, but there it is, 8.67. Judges loving that one. Highest score we've seen for the morning. Well and truly up into that excellent range. So the surfer from Point Lookout, Curtis Ewing, up into second place. Point Lookout now 21.57 to 22.14, but that is one wave short of the surfers out there for the team in Coolum. So both of the Queensland teams looking very strong right now. California, Santa Cruz, and also Yarumba sitting down in third and fourth with some points to catch up. They're about 8 points or 7 points behind Point Lookout on the same amount of waves caught. So you're going to need a bit of a miracle here for Santa Cruz and Yarumba to catch up to the 2 teams in the lead right now.
Well, your prediction of what it's going to take to win through this round is kind of spot on, really, as we see the day progress. You're thinking around, on average, probably 6 points a surfer. Add the 3 points. It's kind of up around 26, 27, obviously. But, yeah, I think you're right. I think 26 points is going to kind of almost lock you in unless we see multiple set waves in some of these heats.
And this is round 1. Like, it's going to keep going up as the day goes on.
Yeah, and the tide drops out. I know we'll lose a bit of that sort of incoming energy when the tide drops, but I think we'll get some steeper sections, and like we saw yesterday, that's when people really got the that slingshot down the line here at Snapper, and were able to really let go of some solid turns. Here we go, Point Lookout, their final surfer.
Finishing it off, just the one snap, unfortunately going down there. How many heats do you reckon it's going to take for us to see a team up over 30?
Well, maybe not many when you look at the talent that's going to be entering the lineup. Team Japan, North End, Kawana, D-Bar, they're out there next. They're going to have some of that that local kind of experience with the D-Bar team. But the next heat after that, Snapper Rocks, Burleigh Heads and Kingscliff.
Wow.
They are stacked.
They don't really
the
know how
brim.
to surf right points, do they, those three?
Oh, look at this ride for Santa Cruz.
This is an important wave here for Santa Cruz. They do
he's
not want
ripped
to
it.
get back on the plane after a
Whoa.
round 1 loss. And Ben
Wow.
Coffey,
Yeah, that was super impressive.
that was one of the better waves of this heat too. Let's work it out. They're going to need some pretty big points though. So,
Ooh,
well, he only needs a 7.2 to catch Coolum.
yeah,
I think they're going to get it to
Man.
catch Coolum. Point Lookout are going to probably jump Coolum with their wave. And the team that we thought were having no trouble at all right
Bang.
now, Coolum are going to find themselves in a tough spot.
oh man, that was good surfing.
So Point Lookout are in, their female surfer, taking the 3 points. And Ben Coffey, maybe with one of the best waves of the heat, it's going to be rivaling that wave of Curtis Ewing. And Coolum, the team that we thought were on the beach sipping margaritas, getting ready for round 2.
Have a look at this, 8.33
Wow.
for Santa Cruz.
And Point Lookout have got their score.
Mate, the international teams aren't here on holidays, Coop. They're not here just, tipping back the mangoes and having a good old time in Oz. They want their Usher Cup title. They want the big one. They want to take it home. They want to rob it from the really established Australian board riders clubs. 2 minutes to go here, and Team Santa Cruz really making a statement there. And, he's got to start thinking about getting to the beach now.
Yeah, I mean, that'll pretty much do it. We can't see Point Lookout. They're in on the beach. Santa Cruz are in on the beach. They've both got their scores and they're ahead. So unless Coolum's last surfer right now, who I'm not sure if they're in on the beach. If they're out in the water, they can better that 3.57 if that's the fourth surfer and get a 4.1 and then move ahead. This is very tight, and here we go. Surfer in pink has to get to the beach to get the 3 points. You got to remember, so if he doesn't get to the sand, to dry sand, before the minute, and Coolum does, he'll go. Very important wave here for Coolum.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. 1.5 minutes to go. Remember, he's still got to get to the beach to get that bonus 3 points, trying to get himself up into a qualifying position here.
What score are they trying to better? Is that the 4.8 or the 3.57?
Intense.
This is tight. This is very tight. With just over 1 minute remaining, this is heat number 2 of round 1 of the World Club Challenge. We can see Green fighting for everything on this one. It's a very, very important wave here. We're going to leave this one with the judges because Point Lookout looked home and hosed. Their last surfer just dropping that 1.07, bringing her in for the 3 points. But now Coolum not looking for much to jump back over. This is going to be so tight. I'm going to leave that one for the judges. And it looks like Santa Cruz, the international team, that 8.33 from Ben Coffey, last-ditch hope, keeping them in the draw, keeping the dream alive to be taking that huge Usher Cup trophy back on the aeroplane over to Santa Cruz in California. And with 30 seconds remaining, we're going to have to wait and see what that last wave score was for Coolum.
Yeah, this has been an exciting finish to this one. Santa Cruz just, coming from nowhere. Really, Ben just surfed that wave so well, linked it together beautifully, and really did deserve the excellent score. As we see Yurumba having a crack at this one. I mean, they're not going to get the bonus 3 points, and some frustration on show there. But it looks like this one's in the bag for the international team, our second victorious international team here this morning.
Yeah, the local Australian teams coming in second, third and fourth in this one. But we will, it looks like, be seeing Point Lookout moving through the draw. Some very solid backside surfing from Lincoln Taylor and also Curtis Ewing in that one. That's going to take us to the end of heat number 2. Round number 1 coming up in the next heat. We are going to see plenty more action as we see a little replay here for the surfer in green. This is an important wave. We're still waiting for the judges to lock this one in. Kind of split on him. He didn't choose to go up over that section. I don't think the judge is going to like the hesitancy at the early part of that wave. A little float, little snap, another little snap. I don't see it happening, but we'll leave that one with the judges. I'm not a judge.
We'll update you on the outcome and see who got second place in that second heat of the morning. Right after the break, you're watching the Usher Cup. Welcome back to the show. We're loving our time here at Snapper Rocks for the Usher Cup World Club Challenge. We've seen the individual component of the event unfold the first 2 days of competition, and now we're seeing for the first time the World Club Challenge, and our international competitors are stepping up in a big way. We're seeing big numbers drop. Team Padma winning through in the first heat of the day, and it was Team Santa Cruz victorious in the second heat of the day. Point Lookout managed to hold on to second position on the strength of Lincoln Taylor's incredible backhand approach out here. And we are gearing up for another fantastic clash. We've got North Hand out there in the orange, Japan represented in the pink, Kawana in the yellow, and D-Bar in the green. And, well, great company in here in the commentary booth as well. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew joins us. How are you, Bugs? Thanks for having me.
Ronnie, good morning. I've just been sort of flitting around hoping this thing worked.
Hey, mate, you've got, obviously you've been out there mingling this morning, helping people get their head around this new format, which you've, just another one of your brainchilds. Geez, you've got a big collection of them. You've come up with a lot of big changes in the sport, and this is going to be fun to watch this day unfold.
Yeah, it is, Ronnie, and I did, you know, I mean, gosh, it's a bit of a suck and see. I mean, I tried to design it. What the thinking behind it is you know, it's based on two things. One, the venue, and we want, I guess, more surfing. You know, not so much running around and, you know, time spent tagging and all that. We're at a classic venue. Let's keep in the water. The other thing is that entertainment value of, you know, we want to see action, and it's really just an extension of my thinking when we were trying to design it. You know, the whole Dream Tour concept. What was that all about? It's kind of like that kind of same thinking, and you know, I'm obviously hoping it works. I mean, it seems like the time's been pretty good. We are dealing with this high tide. It will be different on the low tide. I would think a lot quicker turnaround, but you know, seems to be going okay.
Mate, it's going fantastic, and I know you've been out there kind of chatting with our guests. All the teams that you invited to come and take part, and you've started to wrangle a couple of those team members and team captains into the booth with us.
Yeah, it's great. You know, we're joined by the father, the coach, the manager of Maui, Calio. I mean, good to see you here, mate. Yeah.
How you doing, guys? Yeah, stoked to be here. The waves are so fun, and it's like one of the best sandbars I've ever seen. So all the boys are just frothing, and everyone's surfing so good. And I like the concept we came up with is insane to like get. I have all three of my boys on the same team, so it's like so good for them to like be on a team thing, not always like against each other, trying to kill each other. So it's like
love it.
Really good.
Man,
for the day.
Yeah, it's going to be so fun, and I've been tracking the boys' careers really closely since coming over and working on the women's CT event on Maui and seeing them out there. And congratulations, not just on the surfers that they're becoming, but the young men that they are. They're just super respectful, really friendly kids, and mate, they're a credit to you.
That's the main thing. When I go around the world and people come up and tell me that kind of thing, like, yeah, your kid surfs good is one thing, but when people come and tell me, oh, your kids are so respectful and they're good kids, that's like really warms my heart and makes me feel like a better father than just, oh, they surf good, whatever. But it's the main thing. We're raising young men, and they can be respectful wherever they go in the surfing community.
Man, I actually, it's so funny to hear you talk about Piahi and Jaws. You know, it's classic to me that, you know, you guys are on a plane first thing Monday morning to try and chase some more swell there.
Yeah, it's crazy.
If I were you, I'd just stay here for a couple of days. It's so warm. The water's like very inviting. And yeah, it's cool though. It's been a wave-rich start to the new year for everyone, it feels like.
Yeah, it's been nice to just like, it's been so hectic there. People have been getting hurt and so many big swells, and it's almost like they're such young kids, like waking up and having to surf 10-foot pipe and 30-foot jaws. It's like they're kind of terrified a little bit sometimes, so it's nice to just come get some perfect rippable waves and get your mind off it, and a change of scenery is always good, you know.
Most definitely.
Here guys are just ripping so hard here in yellow. Like everyone surfs good here. It's like such a, I don't know.
Yeah, it's cool.
Like Australia has such a serious, they're so serious about surfing compared to other places. It's just so good to see.
Yeah, I heard Stevie come in yesterday after a heat with Quinn Bruce, and he was like, oh, I've never heard of this guy. He's so good.
Yeah, he was
and,
ripping,
yeah,
yeah.
he was ripping. But we've had a really positive start to this third heat of the morning. Again, Kawana getting off to a fantastic start with Zev Stokes dropping a big number, 7.17. North End, 5.83 to kick things off, 4.83 for the Japanese club bugs. Yet to see D-Bar kind of get their first number on the board just yet.
Yeah, that was a good little exchange there. It was basically a three-wave set, so not enough for everyone to get a go, which I hope for. But, you know, I was talking to the boys earlier this morning, and they've never surfed they've not only never surfed together, they've never surfed in anything like this, like a team format.
So it's so good.
And look, the international teams are really adapting quickly to this. We've just seen the Padma boys win a heat. We've seen Santa Cruz win a heat.
Yeah.
So, you know, so it's the same for everyone. Like, no one's surfed this. Look, you know, everyone has got their own tweak of a format, and no one's surfed this particular style of format before where, you know, there is no tag team in this.
And it's so cool to, like, be here with the other teams, like Team Padma you spoke of. Like, they're some of our best friends, and, like, just knowing those guys there is, like, such a big thing, like, as a surfer coming from somewhere else and going to Indo, and you know these boys. It's like you're getting, like, 100 extra waves just for knowing these guys. And that's the Santa Cruz boys and, like, the Team Japan and just everyone. It's like, it's so cool to meet the community of surfing.
Well, that's good for me to hear, because that's part of the whole thinking of bringing the internationals together. Because, look, they're all just young surfers, networking with each other, becoming friends. You know, when they go around the world, I mean, you know, maybe staying at different, you know, friends' houses and stuff like that. It's expensive to travel the world unless you've got wealthy parents. It's tough.
Yeah, I always say it's all about the chase too. Like, a lot of times you go on, like, a surf mission, and, like, you don't always get good waves, and sometimes you'll remember just the meeting the people and the things you do and how you got there. Like, just is kind of who shapes you more, like, as a human, you know.
Yeah.
So I love traveling and bringing my kids to places like this and show them the places I went as a kid. It's so cool.
Yeah, and you know, one of the cool things is sort of the reunions that you have. You and I were chatting yesterday, and you can remember being a Grom and seeing Bugs swoon into town with his leather jackets on back in the day, looking pretty
that
sharp.
Was so cool. I'll never forget that night. I don't even know if you remember, but I do. But we were just analyzing from far.
Yeah,
Casanovas.
well, I mean, I had 41 winners in Hawaii, so there was times where very serious times, and other times there was a bit of play time.
But yeah, you're a legend, and just stoked to be here with you guys. It's like a dream of mine to come and get to talk to you in person and stuff. So
it's cool to get back here, right? Because you travelled here with Andy and crew back in the day.
Yeah, we came with all the Maui boys and all the Kauai boys the first year that Andy got on tour. So it was more up at Burley back then, and then I think the first contest moved down to, is it Cabarita down there? So that was my first time here, and it was so cool. We had so much fun.
Yeah, that was a bit of a transition for me. That was the last year of me running the Billabong Pro. You know, we had we went from Kira to Burley, and then that year kind of got skunked and on the point breaks here. Went to Cabarita. Bo Emmett and had the big win.
Yeah, beat Nathan Webster in the final.
Wow.
Remember it well. As we see out there in the green now. Wow, this is Team D-Bar. And I believe that is Brent Dorrington.
Knowledge.
Just working this one over. Oh, watch this. Just begging for an end section. This guy's got such big moves. Oh, just gets a little caught there. But he likes it.
Yeah, he
nominates
likes
that wave.
Yeah, well, Breno was one of those surprise early local eliminations in round one of the individual of the Usher Cup, but he's out here surfing for D-Bar. You know, to me, he's one of the best surfers in this town. Absolutely.
He is
100%.
for sure. Yeah. And
so
kind
many
of has
good
that,
surfers. Like,
has that reputation.
Because everyone surfs so good.
And the teams are small, you know. So every club's got 3 incredible male surfers and female surfers.
Wow.
Zing, look at the replay of this thing. He does surf so good.
Oos.
He's got a flow to him, hasn't he?
I just can't tell if that's like a 4-footer or a 2-footer, really. Like.
Oh yeah, with this guy, you have no idea. I mean, he could still turn an excellent number on a knee-high wave because it's overhead for him, but he's such a talent, and you've kind of moved on to other things now, but still has the backing of
So as soon as you
brand.
put your hands up, your next surfer can paddle?
You just release them. You release the next surfer to paddle. I do have one more layer to this running that I haven't unfurled it yet. I'm just watching how this round one works. there is another layer in there, but anyway, see, I'm a bit of a sports tragic. I look at different sports and,
Yeah.
you know, and I love a lot of Americans. I love NFL and I love NBA, you know.
Me
And
too.
there's a bit of an NBA factor that I might bring into play a bit later on, but I just want to see this, let the judges and everyone get used to this first. So there is one more little tweak.
Oh, I love it.
Like the 3-point shot or something?
Yeah, well, you know,
Yeah. I see where you're going.
Wow, look at
This
this.
guy's got a good one, too.
Oh,
Dang.
jam. That's North End. And,
I'm still kind of claiming that a Goofy Foot's going to take this thing out for the first time in a while. Has it been a while since a Goofy Foot won the Usher Cup? Has there ever been one?
No, not yet. But the Goofies, Ronnie and I were only talking yesterday. I mean, look, Snapper, unless it's absolutely just pitting barrels behind the rock, and there's still Goofy footers like Nick Vasicek that dominate then, but the Goofy footers, when it's that down the line, top to bottom, they look unbelievable out
Was it
here.
Ethan Ewing's brother was surfing really
Oh,
good yesterday?
Curtis
He was
Ewing.
ripping.
Curtis Ewing and Lincoln Taylor from Point Lookout
Yeah.
are phenomenal backing and surfers.
Yeah, I thought he was ace bucking or something. He was just going vertical.
Yeah,
That
well,
was nuts.
all their male surfers are goofy footers, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. You
So,
know, and they've left a few on the beach, like Timmy McDonald. You know, he's an incredible surfer, and of course Ethan Ewing.
Yeah.
He's ineligible to be in this. He's got a bit of other business on his agenda over there at Pipeline.
Yeah, that starts in a few days. Yeah, it's going to be nuts.
Oh, it's going to be nuts. I mean, that's why we moved a week early to get our little window. There's so much happening in the world, you know.
Yeah.
You can't sort of avoid everything.
Okay, here we go. Team Japan getting in on the mix. They've got to make up some ground now. 4.83 to open things up. That's just sort of a little behind that seems the necessary number to keep your team in check to progress through to the next round. Working this one over pretty nicely. And we'll see those end sections start to steepen as the tide drops out. But he's done well with this wave.
Yeah, but then again, you get that one chip shot, that one like Ben Coffey in the last heat, getting that 8.33, got Santa Cruz to the front. So you get one awesome, excellent score here. You can really make up a lot of ground.
Wow, D-Ball's just running away with this thing.
Yeah, they've got a solid team.
Well, I can't say enough about the Japan surfers just because they're so humble everywhere they go. I think they're the nicest surfers on the planet.
Yeah. I think so.
Pretty much all of them. I don't know one outspoken, aggressive. They're just not that. They're just so humble and nice and just, I don't know.
Yeah, they're amazing.
They're the best.
Yeah, they're the best. I agree. They're such a great surfing nation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they're getting a lot better too. I think they're coming up. They're going to be like a major force to be reckoned with soon.
Yeah, they will. I mean, the work started. I remember like my friend who brought him here, the manager of the team, Omi. I said, look, you got to get the pro junior thing happening. You got to get the junior. There'll be that next generation. I mean, we've seen so many the Ono brothers, and before that, Shuji Kasuya, Takao Kuga, some great Japanese surfers. But you need a crop coming through.
Yeah. The mob, Shun-san, Shun Murakami and the boys. I think he's my favorite net right now coming out of there. He's so good.
Yeah, so good.
But they have this little mob they call themselves, and they're coming.
Yeah, and then we've got, Amura Suzuki. She missed it by 1 or 2 spots to be in the CT. She very nearly got there.
Yeah, the girls too,
Yeah.
The girls are ripping.
And, and culturally, that was a big thing for Japan, I think, the development of women's surfing.
Yeah, it's coming on. I mean, they've been claiming some big titles, World Junior titles. You mentioned Amura's come close to qualifying, but has an Olympic medal, which was massive. As Japan hosted the Olympics, and she got that bronze. That was huge for the country,
cool.
and just fantastic to watch. But she's here representing with her brother Mamoto in the draw, Koki Nakamura, and Yuta Iwabuchi.
This wave just put Japan in advancing position, I think.
Yeah, this is a neat little ride. This kid's really impressed me. You put him on a really good wave, and he's got some big moves.
Yeah.
It's his ability, once this wave started to fizzle, where other surfers have kind of sunk and lost that momentum, and just here, he's adding extras here. You know, they're only little increments, but in a board riders event, you take everything you can get because it's often so close in the scoreline.
Yeah.
You can just see the water starting to move off the bank just a tad now. It reaches this point, and then suddenly it just goes whooshka.
Yeah, big shout out to all of our sponsors getting behind the event. Again this year, it was basically not a pitch this year. The sponsors were pitching yourself and Theo Bugs to get involved and get behind that charitable component and support surfing at the grassroots level.
Yeah, I mean, it is a classic story. The very first Usher Cup, and when Theo, we said we need sponsors, we made this little deal where we had these little packages, 5, 3, and 2,000. Like, not a lot for companies, right?
Yeah.
He went to lunch, he's put this email out, they went to lunch, he was out of reception, finished lunch, drove back in reception, the phone just went beep, 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 160 grand's worth of sponsorship while he had lunch. This year, he didn't even send out the email.
You guys are calling him.
They just went, we're in.
Yeah, it's so cool that Australia has that backing like that. And the love for surfing, it's a great country.
And this is from industries that have never been involved in surfing. This is beyond the surfing industry. This is fresh new sponsorship, So that's the other thing that we're trying to create, like make a good look for surfing way beyond the surf industry.
Love
Bigger than surfing itself, yeah, just the whole community coming together like this is just great.
And the charity element's a big factor in all that.
Yeah, we've kind of been talking that up to some of the other board riders clubs, especially those international visitors, just about how willing the surf industry is to kind of get behind a board riders club, because it's sometimes hard these days to get that message through at the grassroots level. And if you're introducing people to surfing and kind of helping progress junior talent, then they want to be involved. As we see a nice ride there again for Kawana, who need to do some work here. They got to really sort of chase down their rivals at the top end of the order. D-Bar's sort of setting the pace at the moment, and it's just so on top of their time management as well, which, as we know, Bugs, in these board riders events, it's the key factor. You're surfing against the clock more so than your rivals out there at times.
Well, and that I sort of want to create. It looks simple, but it is a bit of a thinking game. It's a bit of a chess game. You've got to be aware of where you are compared to the clock. But I've taken out all the penalties. It's just that I just want surfing all the way without that added pressure of you see a lot of events, and they're inflexible. Even if it's a 10-foot day, they've still got the same penalties, and so you end up with surfers riding kitty's corner in the whitewater to get a 2-point ride. And I don't want any of that.
No, but we might see it.
Yeah,
some
who knows?
mismanagement of the clock. We might just see it.
Yeah, we got a battle for second now between Kawana and Japan. Where is Kawana? Is that New Zealand?
Sunshine Coast.
Sunshine Coast.
Yeah,
okay.
there's a lot of clubs up there. I was going to...
Oh, this is Freya Prum, a veteran competitor, and she's representing Duranbar. And look at this one, just standing up down
Team
the line.
Japan's got a good one. Is this the girl got the finals in the Olympics?
Yeah.
Oh, she surfs good.
Yeah, she's really good. She's got a great style. And,
Awesome.
this would be a keeper, I think.
Yeah, nice little exchange between the competitors here at the moment, taking
Still
these ones
going.
way down the line.
Now, does she know to... Oh, well, she's paddling back out again.
No.
Well, they've got a couple of their riders have surfed, and they've still got 15 minutes. So just a kind of a little under sort of 8 minutes for each competitor at the moment remaining.
Yeah, that's right.
She's going to give it a nudge.
Is she their fourth surfer or
Orange.
third?
She's their third.
Yeah.
North End's got a good one right here.
Yeah.
It's going to link up.
This is a good-looking little set.
Sing.
Wow.
Well, this is...
Zaffis, who's been campaigning hardcore on the
he knows.
Challenger Series.
He just puts the North End in the frame too. This guy is deadly.
Yeah, an electrician by trade, but man, he can surf.
Yeah, I like how everyone here can do like the meanest carve. Like it's more like, it's not everyone trying a bunch of airs. Everyone's just burying the rail, and everyone's so good at it because this point break, it's crazy. Like.
He's had a couple of good runs on the Challenger Series, Chris. He's
sure
been
has.
right up there in the top 50.
Yeah.
As we see Freya up at the moment.
And he's won, he's won QS events.
She got some work done on this one. So Team D-Bar continues to really look strong out here at the moment. And, with some time remaining, they're going to have the chance to really drop a big number in the final stages here. Amuro, she's heading back out. She opted to give it another crack out there at the moment, but it was a pretty decent ride.
It was. She wasn't happy with it.
I guess if she had, there's 15 minutes, so if she would have came in, the last surfer would have had almost half the heat. So maybe it's a smart move. Because if you get 2 waves, they'll just take your top one. And
Yeah,
so it's all good, yeah.
That's what I mean. This is her choice.
Yeah, she's smart.
Yeah. Look at Zaffis. Yeah, Zaffis is deadly. This would be a keeper.
He's got a good little extension at the end of his turns, how he whips it like that. I like.
And as Ronnie was saying yesterday, he just spent the year on the Challenger Series. You know, and like you're surrounded by such good surfing. You know.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, he's tactically he's sharp. Performance-wise, he's had to lift to a new level to give himself a chance at getting into the big leagues. But yeah, you're right. That extension is great, and that's the great surfers have that, don't they? In transition through flatter sections, they give it a little bit more just to not have the judges thinking, well, they're not really real turns. He's putting stuff into it.
So I just want to touch on another thing too. Like in Australia, clubs, Ronnie. Give me an estimate, what your estimate is, how many sporting clubs there are in Australia.
Oh, board riders clubs?
No,
just sporting clubs?
Sporting clubs.
That's actually nearly impossible. It's like trying to count a jar of hundreds and thousands.
It might be 4,000 or 5,000, right?
Oh, it's got to be more.
It's more. There you go. So that's how many sporting clubs. And all the sporting clubs are competing for sponsorship from all kinds of industry. Now, Usher, they've got a branch called Usher Love, and they sponsor, football clubs, and we've got rugby, soccer, Australian rules. We've got all kinds of football clubs, and there's cricket, all the other sports. And they were looking for a flagship event, and they chose surfing, which is not unusual considering it's Theo. But I mean, but they wanted a real flagship event. They still sponsor all those other sports.
Yeah, that's amazing. And what else is amazing too is that Amura made the decision to paddle back out, wiping quite a bit of time off the clock. There's still plenty of time for their final surf to lock in a big score, but I think once she heard the score come out, she made a decision, 7.73.
And it was another thing that, I said, at any time out there, you can raise your hand and come in.
I guess too, like sometimes you ride a wave here and you kind of know in your head it's not the best wave that Snapper can serve up.
Yeah.
But you got to kind of get a feel for what the trend is for the judging. And she was probably maybe thinking ahead, this could be maybe a 6, which might not be strong enough to give us a chance to stay in the top 2. But when it came out 7.73, she was like, I'm done. Hands are up. I hope you guys remember that last ride. I'm coming in.
It's a trip. You'll see a guy go on like a little one, and it's like, oh, maybe it's not the best one. It just turns to a whole different story in here and just runs through.
And the other thing with Muro, she's got a high level of expectation of herself. So she would have thought, well, for me, that's a 6.
Well, we've got Kawana that they're making a claim on that last ride as well. And
you definitely see by looking at this wave how Parko and Fanning got so good at that front side carve.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
This is also the home of Stephanie Gilmore.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, she's so good. But anyway, like I always reference how Parko, they just finish that turn in the bottom so perfect, like in the bottom corner, and then like almost bounce off the white into more speed into the next turn. And then you can just see at this wave, they just perfected it to like a whole new level.
Yeah.
But I always tell the kids about that, like how he does that, and like I always reference him when it comes to a front side turn.
We were talking about that. Ronnie Parko is nearly like got that current influence on the next generation.
So smooth.
Oh, big time. Yeah, for sure. On the outside at the moment, North End is up, and this looks like Chris Bennett's.
Oh, this is a good
cooker.
Oof, nice big hit there. Big spray coming off that rail. Solid finish. And they were turns of kind of substance. You know, they weren't those sort of chipping away, working over little sections, hoping that you get something steep. The wave just provided the ultimate opportunity.
That first turn had a huge spray.
Didn't it?
He timed it well on that one.
He sure did. Expecting a really good score out of that one. And you know what? North End is upping the ante. Cooper Chapman saying earlier on that, identifying those judging trends and starting to see a pattern in what the progressing teams are laying down as a heat score total is something that smart teams will consider. They know that to give themselves their best chance, they might have to, get beyond 25 points total. His feeling was it was going to be up around 26, and on average, your team would need probably a 6-point ride each to give themselves the best chance of getting into that top 2. We're starting to see them getting to those numbers now. I mean, you look at D-Bar, they've still got a surfer out there, and
yeah,
you know, they drop a 5-point ride, it's going to be right on that point. Add the extra 3 points.
That's 30.
And, you know, potentially we're going to see someone break 30 points here.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think it's going to be in the next couple heats. Or maybe even this one. What is this guy? He needs like a 8.3 and he'll be in, that could hit 30.
Yeah, that was kind of my prediction that we were going to see it in these next couple of heats because they're heavily stacked. D-Bar, you know, while they run their club rounds around the corner, a lot of their members spend time here in the lineup at Snapper when it's firing. So you know, they're kind of the little breakaway club.
Well, it's a breakaway club. They're all Snapper members.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I mean, the clubs it's just too big. You know, I mean, like, and you know, everyone wants to be able to represent your club.
Yeah, then you know, usually that's born out of like frustration.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We're having a battle like proper CT talent here to try and get an event win, for goodness sakes. Let's get around to D-Bar and have our own little battle.
Yeah, there's always, you know, there might have been a fallout during a barbie or something, you know?
Yeah.
It happens.
But for people that don't know, D-Bar's around the corner. It's kind of the consistent spot around that. Always have waves, So
yeah. And it's been leaned into a number of times during major surf events as well, and giving us some pretty epic performance moments.
They get a lot of good practice over there just surfing every day out of the year.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, there'd probably be 330 days a year you can surf D-Bar.
Yeah. I was going to say before, you know, we've got a little bit of time here and no one catching waves at the moment. You were touching on just how, you know, the surfers become a product of the characteristics of the wave that they're frequently surfing, and those calves get better and better. It sort of seems to me a surfer that grows up on a beach break, you know, they have those big individual turns locked in. But it seems to be easier for point break surfers to turn average conditions at beach breaks into sort of flowing, beautifully well-constructed rides than it is for a beach break surfer to find the flow on a point break. It seems to take a little bit longer for that evolution to happen. So it is just a massive advantage. And you watch guys like Mick and Joel surf a beach break, and in their minds, they almost turn it into a point break. You know, they find that flow, they skip closeout sections, they just read it so well. It's fun to watch.
And then there's the other element, and that is that, you know, reef break surfers, and, you know, like when Mick and Joel first will look at this wave. Oh my God.
D-Bar's got a cooker
here. And this is Cookie. And he absolutely went off yesterday to keep D-Bar in. Another name for D-Bar in the mix on the individual side.
Japan, too.
He's solid, isn't he?
Oh, wow. The kid from Japan rips, too. This set is firing. But yeah, I feel like that the point break surfers, they get so much time on their feet compared to a beach break surfer. So a beach break surfer is going to paddle a lot and have like a 2-second ride, but they're like a point break like this, you're actually on your feet so much. They're going to like, that's what I tell the boys, you got to like train your legs so much as a surfer, but not at Snapper as much. I guess they're getting so much leg exercise. It's crazy. Leg burners all day.
And then, you know, when you get a proper swell filling in the bay here, you go from there to Coolangatta, and, you know, that's the leg burner.
I've heard stories of the guy getting like the 7-minute ride on the news or something.
Oh, yeah, Damon Harvey.
Yeah,
big
Yellow's
swell.
just swooping.
He rode from out here down past Kira.
That is crazy. Yeah. That's the longest ride I've ever heard of it anywhere, I think.
There was stages of the ride that he said that his legs were just so dead, he just put his hands on his hips.
That's right.
And kind of coasted for a bit, but yeah, amazing.
It was a famous ride.
Yellow's going to get right back in this heat, I think.
Have a look at Nathan Cook, the power on display, and the cheers were going up with every attack on the lip.
And the one behind, and the Japanese surfer behind, I tell you what, this is a good ride as well. This is a great exchange. Love this angle on the drone. Look at this ride, guys. Oh, look at this one too.
Oh, man, it's just relentless out there at the moment. North End keeping some serious momentum out there at the moment. Ashley Spencer ripping in. Nice little finish there. And she's going to bring this one in. So just under 5 minutes to go. And look at the scores there for Duramba. Already eclipsing 30 points. Really solid stuff.
And Japan just got a
7.73.
That is solid as well.
Yeah. These other guys are still going to have a chance to get them, though. I think.
Oh, North End. I think it was...
Oh, Japan never got it.
Yeah, Japan kind of got pushed back there in the end, north end.
Well,
getting
guess what,
the job
though?
done.
Yeah.
The Japanese surfer has gone back out again. They're still in the lineup with just 4 minutes to go. So now
he has to get a better one.
He needs to actually probably get an 8.
And no one's out.
And you got to think about that little 3-point bonus as well, factoring in.
Well, it won't factor in if North End get theirs, and he'll need another ride.
That's right.
Yeah, so
he'll need a big score.
He'll need a big score. He'll need an excellent score. He's going to need a set. He may as well stay out there till the end, and he's going to need a bit of a miracle now.
Yeah, both of them, but they got time and only 2 people out. How lucky can you get?
The other thing, Ronnie, just on when you're talking about the beach breaks, the point breaks, the adaptation, the one thing that, and you talk about Mick and Joel, see, when they came on the tour in the early 2000s, Andy Irons, and here we see another surfer, I'll get back to that, his Kiwana, their last-ditch effort. Don't know if that's going to help. But Andy and Kelly were so good on points. I mean, they were so good at Pipeline, Chopool, and it took Mick and Joel a few years, to bring their surfing up. So that's the difference coming from sand bottom point breaks to those radical extreme reef breaks. It takes a while.
Exactly.
And it wasn't until their late 20s that they started making finals.
Yeah. They, I think they were looking at each other under the microscope. I think Andy and Bruce were looking at the flow and just I think the variety in the surfing of Mick and Joel, and those guys were looking to Bruce and Andy on how to backhand tube right and stuff yourself into a big slab.
Yep.
Here is kind of like Maui. You get a lot of perfect rights, and a lot of the kids can't. That's why I bring my kids to Indo, so you can learn how to pig dog backside. And I feel like that at the start, Joel and Mick were a little bit behind in that category.
Big time.
So I felt that like hanging out with Bruce and Andy, they started getting so much better, and over years they progressed at that, and I feel like to me it helped them win those titles because obviously Mick had to win at Pipe that time, and they got better at that, and it was over. As soon as they got good pig dogging, it was like, titles were coming.
I remember being at the surf mags and seeing the photos come in. They were very much over their boards in backhand tube rides and hanging out with Bruce and Andy. And
got a couple tips,
they started putting their body into the wall, and they both had obviously huge results at a couple of the more intimidating barreling waves on the schedule.
I used to live with Bruce at the house, and I watched him surf pipe so much, and still till today, like there's a lot of good guys, but I think he might have been the best backsider out there ever.
Wow.
Like how he just stands so tall in the tube and so stylish. Like a lot of guys are so in their stance pumping, and he's just so casual about it. John's pretty good too, but I still think Bruce has a little up on him with style.
That's so awesome.
Bruce had the best style.
Ever,
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Has the best. Here we go, surfer for Japan. Just chipping away at this one. Yeah, pretty desperate at this point in time.
It won't better his score.
No, Durambo went absolutely mad then, Bugs. Mad.
No, they have laid down the gauntlet.
Yeah, that's a monster heat score total, 30.63. The pace has been set. North End holding on to second spot. Stay with us. You're watching the Usher Cup World Club Challenge, and there is more to come. Welcome back to the show. Loving just absolutely chewing the ear and diving into the mind of one of our world champs, and also a lot of our international, entrants into the Usher Cup for 2023. Coming to you live from Snapper Rocks. The World Club Challenge is well and truly happening out here. It's firing. I mean, there's been a little bit of a decline in the energy out here compared to yesterday, but they're still finding those big, excellent rides, and the D-Bar team has just set the pace. The first team to crack 30 points and move on to the next round. And North End hanging on for second position in that last heat. Joining me now, well, a very familiar face, a very familiar voice in this part of the world, the Gold Coast, and a great surfer. Rocky Rawlings, good to see you, mate.
Thanks, Ronnie. Yeah, unreal, mate. Wow, what a morning, huh? I was stoked when I rocked up. We saw that swell pulsing yesterday afternoon. The watercolours are insane, and there's our illustrious leader. That was Jay Phillips, the club president for Snapper Surf Riders. And yeah, the swell's not as big yet. We've got that really big tide, so it's gobbling a lot of the swell up. But when those sets come through, how good were they?
Oh,
we
man.
Saw,
strong.
Of course, we saw Nick Vasicek on that opening ride for D-Bar Board Riders posting that 8.10, and he just wailed on the backhand. So that's what we're going to see a lot of throughout the course of the day, especially now the tide is on the run out. That low tide we've seen the last couple of days just starts grinding on that bank. There's a lot of good sand out there. And as I said, it's filled in a bit with this tide, but it is going to, from now on, start to get steep and hollow. And with these winds, just get some nice barrels. Here we go, up and riding. This looks like it's going to be the first surfer in the Kingscliff Club, and that is Dane Henry.
Wow, yeah, ripped into that first turn. Unfortunately, the wave, it just kind of faded away. It was just a bit of garbage down the line, but you know, at least he's got his feet in the wax now. He's let go of a decent turn. 3.17 for that one manoeuvre. So he's on. He's ready to go, and everyone is after a couple of big days of competition and, you know, multiple excellent rides dropped yesterday. So
you're loving this format. I've been talking to Rab out there, of course, contest director. He's been making it up as he goes. He goes, I've still got so many more layers to this. I go, no, there's enough layers. Let's leave it as it is. I love it, the simplicity of it. But we've both surfed in, you know, the tag team events, and there is restrictions and rules and regulations, and, you know, your times, and, you know, you've got to claim that wave. Whereas this, I love the idea of this, where they can go out, they can catch as many waves as they want. The judges are just scoring like any other heat, and you get your best wave. And when you think you've had enough, you put your hands up, you come in, and you change it over to the next surfer. Surfer in pink here. This is local surfer from the Snapper Surf Riders, Jagger. Getting a roofline floater there, but not finding that N section to his liking. So, yeah, maybe we're starting to see a bit of that low tide breaking that N section down a bit.
Mate, yesterday, Occy, he always liked to give the viewers an idea of where we're at with the conditions, scoring the day, 0 to 10. He gave it a 5 yesterday, so kind of where does today rate for you, being a local?
Well, it's very inconsistent. We knew that was going to happen. It's a 12, 13 second period swell. But when the sets are coming through, I'd say it's a good, you know, a 7 on the rating. When you get those really good sets coming through, it's clean. It's a canvas that you can just literally unleash on. Let's go to a promo. There it is, showing some of the star surfers of Snapper Surf Riders.
Yeah, there's plenty of them. Just an incredibly successful club. These are highlights from the Usher Cup. And man, oh man, it's a long list. And Snapper are getting some of those wildcard entrants into the event as well. But their core team is just so strong. Jagger Bartholomew dropped a big number in his heat yesterday. His surfing just seems to be getting bigger and bigger every time I see him.
Well, this is live right now with Jagger throwing his hands up. He just had a cracker of a wave. He did paddle a little bit wider. We saw that wave shut down on him on the previous one, but this one he picked up a little bit wider, was able to link up to that little Marley inside section. You can see him almost hitting the rocks there now. But he's throwing his hands up. That means he's throwing it out to, oh, check this out straight away.
That was quick. Okay,
wow.
That's what I've been kind of looking for.
Yep.
Is a surfer to be so at the ready to get themselves in the lineup that one guy hasn't even hit the beach yet, and his fellow Board Riders Club member is into his first wave. Here we go, Burley Heads now getting in on the action. Couple of nice hits here.
Nick Callister, that is, and yeah, wow, he's happy with that as well. Nick's decided to throw his hand up. They waited a little while. They saw that, you know, Jagger got a couple, and Nick, you know, I'm sure he's happy with the score on that. So he'll be coming in. They've already released their second surfer, which is Matty Job. We saw Matty ripping yesterday. Can't wait to see him get into it. But that's right. You just pointed on what Rab wanted in this was some of those teams event takes a bit of time to come in, tag your guy on the beach and get out. But with Snapper, you can stand on the rock, and as we just saw, Sheldon Simkus jumping straight off into a wave, which he often does when you're surfing here, free surfing. You see him on the rocks and you go, oh, God, he's going to get a wave off you.
Oh, for sure, man. There's just such a, you can't be selfish in these club challenges.
No.
And Jagger Bartholomew, he's capable of dropping 9-point rides. We've seen that before, but he just instantly threw his hands up when he finished that second ride and got a 7-point ride. He knew that was going to put the team in a great position, and he wanted to really manage the time on the clock here as we now see Sheldon getting things started for the Snapper Rocks Club, looking to really solidify their place at the top of the order here. A couple of hits he wants out, though. He wants more face to work with down the line, and you can see the paddle battle now unfolding.
Well, that's another factor that comes into this. They're still in the priority system, so what Sheldon's trying to do there is get back out into the lineup, and he's got to keep an eye over his shoulder because surfer in yellow there, Dane Henry, he's going to be looking very keen to try and overtake him, and it's only that surfer who gets out into the lineup and is established by the head judge that they then are in the lineup first. They will take priority, so that's why you get these epic paddle battles going on. It looks like Sheldon has that inside position, so no doubt he will take that priority back.
Rocky, mate, obviously it's going to take a team effort and big performances from everyone in the team to get the victory here at the Usher Cup World Club Challenge. But from what we saw, we've seen all the competitors through the opening rounds of the individual component of the contest. Who's the most informed man for you and the surfer that's going to drop the big numbers as we roll through this contest? Who's looked the sharpest in your opinion? Yeah,
no, you're right. Well, we saw the perfect 10 from the old Chook himself. That was, of course, Troy Brooks, Tricky Chook. He took a 10, he got that beautiful barrel, and shows on those low tides we can get some pretty awesome waves. And with the combination of getting a barrel and then he threw in a series of just beautiful, he's got that awesome style and really put in some very solid, critical snaps off the top, has that beautiful roundhouse cutback, and that's what the judges want to see. They want to see a variety of all those manoeuvres in critical parts of the wave with style and with speed and with confidence, and I was impressed with what he did. But look, there's definitely been a number of them. Wyam he's one of the Indonesian guys. He posted a 9.27 on a previous heat in the early, I think it was day one, and I really enjoyed watching him surf because on that first day, it was a little bit lumpy. There was a couple of lumps and bumps, and you had to get over those soft spots, and he was flying across those soft spots, and he hit those lumps like he had so much speed, busting the tail out. It's just that featherweight surfing, but putting power into a featherweight surfer. I love that combo, and it's and he really impressed me, so I'm looking forward to seeing more of that sort of action. It's a different sort of surf. As we said, it's cleaner. It's going to be hollower throughout the day, and it will really favour those stylish surfers that really have that power base approach, but they can also pull into the barrel. They can also throw it to the air if they have to. So I don't know. It opens it up. It's we've got the best surfers from around the Pacific and Indonesia here. Yeah,
Wayan too. Earlier in the World Club Challenge, dropped an excellent score again this morning. So he is in rare form. Matty Job's been one of my favourite surfers in the contest so far. I love his style. Just throwing down some great turns, but there's been a number of strong performers. Jagger Bartholomew is just in a different realm confidence-wise at the moment, just so focused on the big win. As we see Matty up now, really strong opening turn, just whipping his board through these moves, these combos as he flows through to the inside, throws the hands up, he likes the feel of it. Should put Burley in a pretty good spot now. 6.27 for their first surfer. I think we can expect a little bit more out of their second rider there in Matty Job.
Yeah, Matty, he's definitely another one of those star performers we saw. He had a great heat yesterday up against Mitch Parker. They both surfed very, very similar. Unfortunately, Mitch just couldn't monopolise them, and I think he came unstuck on a couple of waves, just couldn't quite get the scoring potential that he can achieve out here. But Mitch will be surfing up next in the Snapper Surf Riders team. But right there, Matty Job's running up on the beach, and the surfers out the back there, standing on the rocks. This is what we're talking about. With the high tide, the water's lapping right on your feet, and up and riding. This is Sheldon Simkus. Again, he's defending champion from last year. He's been on a roll. Just a spectacular surfer. There he goes. He's happy with that. He's already banked a couple of good rides. We'll see if this will be one of his top rides. I think so. But, Sheldon, he's also, he tastes victory. He knows what it's like out here. He knows the wave. And that can be all the difference between that half point or so if you're up against a really strong opponent. Having that local knowledge can really help.
Yeah, definitely. So what we've got out here at the moment is looks like the third surfer for Snapper Rocks entering the takeoff zone. And looking, it's been great time management so far from the Snapper Rocks and Burleigh Heads teams. Kingscliff catching up, trying to play catch up a little bit. Just one score registered at this stage. But, we've only seen, I think, one club, Yarumba, sort of struggle to get back to the beach and get that bonus 3 points. And really, it wasn't a factor for them because they needed basically a perfect ride to have any chance of progressing through their heat. So they were more concerned with getting that big number before they were getting back to the beach for the 3 points.
That was Ava, young Ava from Kingscliff. She's going to be the next surfer in the water ride out there at the moment for Kingscliff is Micah Margison, of course, son of Brendan Margison. We all know Margot as just one of those absolute style masters and power-based surfers, a very impressive surfer whenever you see him out at D-Vale here at Snapper. But the Kingscliff crew, a talent pool down there. And, then they've got Mitch James being the anchor guy out there. But actually, talking about the Kingscliff guys, I went and saw the Sunny Boys the other night. So that's a bunch of surfers who, as we know, the sound of the 70s and 80s. And, we grew up with the Sunny Boys and they did their last concert. But I know a few of these guys, the older guys who grew up with them at Kingscliff, and they'd wag school and they go to mum and dad's house and jam underneath the house, and
awesome.
The parents are going, "Oh, you kids should be at school. This music stuff that'll get you nowhere."
Oh yeah,
there they are, one of the best bands Australia's ever produced. But Kingscliff, what a beautiful little corner of the world, just over the border, south of here.
Yeah, the Tweed Coast. There's so much to see. Snapper Rocks is certainly at the top of the list for most surfers, but I think you can get an idea of just how many good waves there are in this region by the talent level of the competitors that we have in the field here at the Usher Cup. 21.5 minutes to go. And Burleigh Heads in a really strong position. Maddie dropped a big number, 7.8.
Wow.
Snapper Rocks got themselves a 7. So, it's going to take something special from Kingscliff now to get themselves into contention here.
Yes, indeed. Don't you love this drone footage? Shooting straight into behind the rock there, and you can see the warping going on, the rebound of the backwash off the rock, and then it hits this wave, and this is what it does. It wedges up.
Oh, look at that thing.
No takers on that one.
Wow.
It looked good on screen, but now we're looking at it out into, live from our vantage point, and it didn't have a wall on it. And this is where, you have to be selective. You've got to find that wave that has that extended wall, and we'll see more and more of it as the tide drops, where that extended wall can give you a ride that then goes on beyond past Little Marley. And, you certainly want to do all your big moves in the early part of Snapper. That's what impresses the judges. Straight off the bat, big snaps, pull in barrel, whatever you need to out there. But if you can get that extended part of the ride, it just gives you an extra point, 2 points maybe. And that's where wave selection is so critical. Get that long ride, and man, I was talking to Tapper before, and we're doing the beach commentary as well, and in some cases when it's crowded, you get here and you go, oh my God, it's so crowded, but all you need is one wave, and you get out there and you can get away from Snapper all the way through Greenmount and into Coolangatta, and they're leg tremblers. You get to the end and you go, that'll do me. I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
And then you got to do that walk back, and it's the Borchardt rash make of that one. But long walks, long surfs. But you can have long sessions out here, and it's just a pleasure to be able to have an epic session. You come in just absolutely panting.
For sure, and just sitting here, watching this lineup, wave selection, as you said, is key. Typical sort of day out here. None of these rides are going unridden. Nothing wasted here. as we see now for Kingscliff, driving up to the lip. This is Micah Marguson. Nice hook there. Big, powerful unit as he drives towards this end section. Nice little layback jam. And what do you want me to do, he says?
He's looking into the boys in the 10. Well, I put my hands up. How much time have we got?
They've still got just on 19 minutes, so there is a little bit of time there.
It was a good ride. Yeah, but I guess he feels they could have another few minutes. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Let's say the replay here, Rocky. Take us through it. I'm going to step out of the booth and let you and Oki pick up the conversation. But it's a good ride here for Kingscliff, but maybe they want more from Micah.
Yeah, it was a nice ride. You wouldn't call it an exceptional ride, but yeah, look, with this sort of time frame, that's what I love about it. There is time to get the surfer back out in the lineup. With 4 surfers in that time frame, 35 minutes on the clock, and in a complete heat. But that gives around 10 minutes per surfer, and in that time, these the format of this, they can serve as many waves as they want, and it's unlike other teams events where you only have 2 waves or 1 wave. A lot of pressure. But just welcoming back to the couch here at the central commentary box, and Mark Oki Okalupo.
Thank you.
Right,
I've changed our name. It's the Oki, it's the Rocky and Raging Bull Show. It was the Rocky and Bullwinkle Show. I've changed the name to the Oki and Raging Bull Show. But here we go. We've got this little girl ripping this beautiful blue wave here at Snapper Rocks. Whoa, and she does a huge turn at the end and doesn't make it. Straight behind her, Rocky.
Yes, in the yellow singlet, represented. Wow, look at that roof line float and a big. No, that was epic. A quick session of 2 very critical, solid moves from
Micah Marguson looked like.
Yeah, it was Micah.
Yeah.
He did just get a good wave, but he's looking in and he's going, will I go back out? Will I go back? Well, it was obviously a good choice. Get back out. He got the wide section and he just jagged a bomb there.
I know, but you know what? He's paddling back out. He doesn't like it. Yeah, he fell on his last turn, so it's not good enough for him. Probably was going to be quite a good score. That last floater was sick.
Wow.
He just didn't make it. I wonder if his dad Margo's watching if he is. Hello, Margs. Very one of my best mates, Margs. That actually took me out in the Single Fin Festival a couple of weeks ago. It was fun surfing with him.
Yeah. Well, there's the Snapper Surf Riders and, of course, club president, Jay Phillips.
Me and Margo, to interrupt you, Rocky, but me and Margo, you know what? We only surf together when it's perfect.
Yeah,
Our last surf we had was out at Tweed Bar.
And
it was beautiful. Yeah, and the one before that was a D-Bar session you might have seen that was max in D-Bar one morning.
Yeah.
And it was just me and Margs out there.
Yeah. No, that's.
And it was sick. It was pumping that day too.
We're.
Oh, and there's his son. Just little kind of. The wind mightn't have helped there. The wind's quite strong offshore.
It is.
Yeah, but I had a surf early. Missed you out there. You weren't out there.
No, I had a bit of running around to do this morning. I was doing a bit of beach commentary as well. So
early surf was good. The tide was pretty low, and there was some barrels. Here.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I paddled out here in the dark, and I was thinking, oh no, it's dropped. And I was like, oh no, it's turned south. And I'm like, I should be at D-Bar. But how many times have I done that?
No.
It's countless. But but I actually, as I said, D-Bar was not that good this morning, so I done the right thing. I got a good barrel, and then I got a nice wide one, so had a good surf and got a bunch of waves.
Oh, awesome. And that slightly lower tide, so you've sampled what we're going to be seeing now. The tide is running back out again. Here we go, paddling for the pink team.
Mitch.
This is Mitchy Barco. Mitch's roundhouse cover, so it puts it right back up into the whitewash. Sets himself up then, down the line, another big hack back into the pocket. Still, can he get around this section? He's got the little Marley section, just a nice little snap. Now, will he take that?
Claim it, Mitch, claim it. Yes, he does.
He did.
Joel's there, tell him to claim it. They've got the good coach right there at the moment. Looks like Joel Parkinson and Jay Phillips. You know what? I noticed right there, Rocky, that Mitch surfed different. If he was surfing for himself right then, he would have done some crazy move and maybe fallen. But
here's the replay.
But he'd just done 2 big, nice carving cutbacks.
That was beautiful.
And he knows he's surfing for a team, and actually, it does make you surf different, Rocky. I remember surfing for teams.
Yeah.
Because you do not want to fall. If it's for yourself, you'll go for something huge and probably Not care too much because, you know, it's only you, but if it's for your team, you want to do the best.
How nervous do you get?
You get really nervous.
I swear, it's like, I got these guys who are going to work me if I don't, you know, do well in this
Yeah,
heat.
no, they won't buy you a beer or won't talk to you for like a week.
Right. Exactly. Unreal, mate. No, it's epic. It's another level of surfing, that's for sure. But, you know, we got the two components. I mean, this one is a full teams division, but of course the overall event, you know, there is an individual component.
There is.
There's $8,000 or so, you know, quite a good
chunk of prize
purse.
money, yeah. That'll help.
Shared around.
That'll help these kids, or whoever, one of the internationals, maybe have a good QS campaign. But, you know, actually Mitch got knocked out of that, unfortunately, so he's not in it anymore.
No.
For Snapper, I believe Jagger is and Sheldon is. So we've got a couple still going, and I think Kobe Enright's out. So, so Snapper, you know, really have to get one of those two of those guys up in the final for Snapper to try and take this one out.
We'll talk about Kobe. She's out there now. So Kobe's the anchor surfer for Snapper Surf Riders.
Yeah,
so,
she is.
Yeah, she'll be.
Yeah, this is the team's event. I was talking about the individual one.
Yeah. Oh no, this gives them. No, that's what I mean. Gives them a chance, even though they've bombed out of the event, they can still surf for the team.
Yeah, well, I mean, for sure. I mean, this actual tag team, we're calling it kind of. I like the way Jay, actually not Jay, the Tapper's been saying on the beach commentary. They release the surfer. It's more of a release. You know, they claim it. They release the other surfer from the keyhole or the rock. Whoever's, if they're game enough to jump off. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of people jump off. Obviously the Snapper locals are always jumping off there, but
we saw that.
It's a bit
before.
high tide. And it's even though it's not big.
Yep.
You'll get a wave that will wash you over those rocks. It's dangerous, and they're it's like razor blades. Just walking on those rocks cuts your feet if you're not careful. So be careful on those rocks. But anyway, so Snapper, what are they? They're in second right now, Rocky. Tell me more.
Okay, we're just looking at this wave from a surfer in yellow. That is from the Kingscliff Ava. No, that's not Ava.
No, that's Mike.
Oh, that's Mike is still going.
Yeah,
okay.
no, he's claimed that wave. He must be running out of time, and he's claimed it mid-wave.
He's done
a huge layback. That wave probably wasn't as big as the one that he fell on the end.
No.
You know, so he's kind of made a mistake there.
Has he? Yeah. What's he doing?
He's claimed that wave, but he's paddling. Yeah, he's coming in now.
Okay.
He's wasting time. I mean,
here's a replay.
Yeah, this is sketchy for Kingscliff right here. He actually looks a bit flustered and nervous.
Yeah, he wanted to get out of there.
Definitely should have claimed that previous wave. So
well, that's okay because the judges will still take the highest wave regardless.
Oh, do they really?
Yep.
So, I did not know that.
So that will still come into it.
He's just releasing the other guy off the rock.
Yep.
Okay.
That will be over and there, go out.
Excuse me. Thank you, Rocky, for sharpening me up on the format right there. I thought it was the wave you're riding you have to claim, which...
No, that's hands up is just releasing. So you can get 10 waves if you want out there, and judges will pick that best wave. So again, and you know, Rab's come up with this great format. He keeps tweaking it, keeps changing it, but that one I think is a really good idea. So that
it is a good idea, but I don't know. You know, like far out. I like more pressure. If you're not claiming it, you're not getting the score. Like I like it like that. Anyway, I'm not the connoisseur actor.
Oh, nice backhand hit there from the surfer in a yellow, orange. That backhand hit, it was like almost, you could hear the crack from here. It was just so crisp and precise. That was spectacular. We'll see that on a replay in a minute.
Can you fill me in with some more stuff, please? 3 teams. How many get through?
2.
2, yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, there should be a 4th team in there, but no, there was, I don't know who it was
one
supposed
didn't
to
show
be.
up, yeah.
I saw...
but I've just noticed all the ones have been 3 teams. Every round. Haven't they all been 3 teams in it only? Oh, there's been 4.
Yeah,
okay.
Yep, there's been 4, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the previous one
I had to get a babysitter. Like, seriously, I commentated the first heat. It was the most hectic heat I've ever commentated.
I know, it's gnarly,
Ronnie was laughing at me. I'm like wiping my baby's nose, like giving him food, water. They're like just about to destroy this whole webcast room. And then Theo came in and just went, you're out. I thought I could pull it off. But it was the most hectic heat I've ever commentated.
That is so funny. I'll watch it on replay. Well, it's a fun family event, you know. Everyone's involved. Your little tiny tackers are totally involved. I saw you push them on the shore there this morning.
Yeah, little Jaspers on the boog. catching shoreys. He's back out there now. Look, I can see him in the corner. He's like actually standing up on the shore break on his boog now.
Oh,
He's
my God. How old is he now?
5.
Wow. Okay.
And the little one's not far behind him. He's 3. He's not a baby. He's 3.
No.
But still have to wipe their nose.
Oh, terrorising. I love it. Well, we're down to, what is it? This is crucial. You know, we're just past the halfway mark. Well, not halfway. 9 minutes remaining, 35-minute heat.
Yep.
So 9 minutes remaining. There's still a couple of teams that have got 2 surfers still to go.
Oh, wow. But not Snapper, right? Kobe's out there.
Kobe's out there, so that's the last service. So Kobe's got that.
Kobe and right, up and right in beautiful section. Watch those big swooping arms that she uses so well. I mean, she could be an Iron Woman, this girl, with her physique. She could paddle, and she does paddle by me at snap up at a very fast pace. Nice little snap there. I wonder if she's going to. She'll probably stay out there.
Well, she doesn't have to come in. She's got 9 minutes. As long as she gets back in on before the buzzer, and she'll get the 3 points. But I'm sure everyone's up there.
She's looking at the team coaches going, get back out there.
Talking about kids on the shore break.
But she's local. She probably wants to go in. Like everyone else around the world or any other team would go, I'm so staying out here, but she don't care. She's like, I'm out of here.
There she goes. She just turned around. She's heading back out. I remember her as a kid, just like, you're pushing your kids on the shore, Justin, pushing the girls on the shoreline and seeing Kobe, And now here she is, she's a star performer for the Snapper Surf Riders.
Yeah, I remember those days too, Justin pushing them in.
Yep.
Yeah, big family, the Enrights.
Yeah. Yeah, good local family.
How many kids have they got? I couldn't almost name them all. There's, actually, I'm not off the top of my head. I was going to go there, but there's a few.
There is. Well, there's a scoreline now. We've still got. I love this battle. Burleigh and Snapper, two not rival clubs, but there's so much appreciation between the clubs, and the two clubs have always, we've travelled together when we do those club events down in Sydney, and there's a lot of respect. The Burleigh boys, they're very pro-club. They'll surf Burleigh, and Snapper here, we'll surf here. I do love Burleigh. I do go surfing.
Do.
Actually, not so much Barrel. The Cove has got this big peak. It's almost West Peak of Sunset when it's
big.
Yeah, and then you fade and come back in, and then you hit the inside wall, and it just barrels. It's a really powerful, good wave from the backhand, actually. Gives you a bit of room to move. A little bit of, it's very much power-based, but on the backhand, apart from the barrels, you can really jam up on the pocket. So, little secret there.
Yeah, there's a secret, but I'm still not going. I'll be doing the same thing out here.
Sure. And good bunch of guys, they're...
the Burleigh boys are epic.
Yeah.
Big shout out to them if they're listening. They full-on welcome us with open arms.
Yep.
We're for the single fin event. Billabong have backed it for years. Yep. It's such a good event, that weekend there. And Burleigh, a big shout out to, the Harrises.
Yep.
And,
In the early days of Kleins, when I grew up there as a grommet, watching Guy Elmerod and Doris, Doris.
Interviewed me first, and I said, I feel safe because if I get lost at sea, I know who's going to find me.
That's right.
And that's Doris. I mean, he was up in the Mentawais. He's been
story.
captaining ships up there for years.
Yep.
And the South African guy fell off the boat at night. He was lost at sea for 2 days.
Unbelievable.
And Doris found him. Doris found him, knew about where he was going to be, and found him. And it's a great story.
Well, okay, we're just going to throw to Cooper Chapman, I think. He's up with Jay Phillips, the club president for Snapper Surf Riders. I think.
But if we are, I'm here with Jay Phillips, president of Snapper Rock Surf Riders Club. First ever World Club Challenge here at your home break. Snapper's doing pretty well out there right now. Mate, how much are you liking this new format?
I'm loving This new format, what Rabbit's brought up is just amazing, and we're at beautiful Snapper Rocks, our local spot, and it's just firing waves. It's going to get better all day. And yeah, Snapper's in a good spot, and I'm just learning the rules as we go on. But it's an amazing format because you can be on the beach, or you can be off the rock, or you can be, you can catch as many waves as you want. It's just an amazing format. It's great that we're having something here for our international surfers that we can, show that what we do. It's unreal.
Yeah, you want to talk us through Kobe's wave right now?
Kobe's on this wave right now, just putting the board on rail. It's snapping back it up into the lip. It's great surfing done by Kobe. I'm not a judge, but I'm thinking that's a high 8.
High 8, we're hearing from Club Presidente here at Snapper Rocks. That's going to be the last wave done here for heat number 1, or round number 1 for the Snapper team. They're stoked. Pass it back to you guys in the booth.
Chicken skin.
Oh, yeah. Wow, look at this wave just unleashing here. But, wow, Kobe, yeah, that... Three points for the club, and we'll be able to give you a situation update. But yeah, wow, that was how good was her turns?
Yeah,
I mean,
she surfed that wave great, and lucky she did because Kingscliff got a cracker right behind her.
Yep.
And I know they're a fair way behind in the points total, but I'm glad she, on Snapper's behalf, that she actually betted a wave because she had a wave earlier and she was thinking about claiming it. Well, not so much claiming it, but making that her last one, which would have been a score, but she betted it by heaps there. And looks like, I think Jay was being a little biased there. It might be a 6 or a 7. 7 maybe, 6 I think. But the surfer in Kingscliff after that went to town on that wave. And there goes Orange. Looks like he's running out of time and he wants to get in. He's straightened out. He's coming straight to the beach. He doesn't want to lose. Is it you lose 3 points or you gain 3 points?
if you hit the sand before the hooter, you gain 3 points.
Okay, you don't lose 3 points if you don't?
If you don't make it to the beach in time, and if he's still in the water and the hooter goes, yeah, he misses that 3 points.
Yeah, you miss it. You don't lose 3 points.
No, just you don't get that opportunity.
Just tax him 3 points. Sorry.
Jeez, you're ruthless.
I'm a bit ruthless.
Oh, my God.
But you know what? It looks like Hanada, and he wants to come in because there's a little mini battle going between Burley and Snapper right now.
Yep.
He wants to get those 3 points and stay in the lead. I don't know what it does to the seeding for the next round or anything, but it's just a personal battle between Burley and Snapper going on right now, Rocky.
Yeah, well, there it is, 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, and yeah, it is the Burley surf rider. That was Hawata Izawa.
Hinata.
Hinata. So he's just hit the water, hit the sand, so he's got those bonus points. And wow, yeah, what an epic format, as Jay said. He loves it, you know. Give it a go anyway, and everyone is loving it. It just it opens it up.
I can see this contest getting so big.
Oh, yeah.
I went home yesterday and I was watching the webcast thinking, and imagining like the top surfers from the top tier. Obviously we'd have to work out sanctions with the WSL, but just imagine having the top surfers from Brazil, from America, from Europe, Japan, Hawaii. We have an indigenous team in here too.
Yep.
I think this thing could just go through the roof.
Yeah.
I really do. I'll get chicken skin. Well, I can't talk. Had a coffee. I get chicken skin thinking about it, really. I mean, Theo was the man that came up with the idea, and it's actually, starting to happen right now.
Yeah, indeed. No, stoked about it, and talking to the clubs from overseas. I talked to one of the directors, I think, for Santa Cruz, Christina, and in Australia, but these new clubs, they're frothing to get over and see what we're doing here with our clubs.
I mean, definitely you could still keep it at club, the club level, and keep it that raw, that raw club thing, but you could have the elite too, you know what I mean? So
correct.
Yeah.
So we're going to be going into the next round, the next heat of this. We'll do a changeover of commentators, but let's go into the break and back with the action shortly with the Usher Cup.
I'm right here, I ain't going nowhere. Blood, sweat, and tears, whiskey, shining beers. Lot of travel miles in this rearview mirror. Watching my back, but never running from my fears. Made a few wrong turns over these years. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Keep it 100 till the day that I die. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Got me a band of brothers by my side. Got me a band of brothers by my side. I'm right here, I ain't going nowhere. Blood, sweat, and tears, whiskey, shining beers. Lot of travel miles in this rearview mirror. Watching my back, but never running from my fears. Made a few wrong turns over these years. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Keep it 100 till the day that I die. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Got me a band of brothers by my side. Got me a band of brothers by my side.
Welcome back to the Heat 5, Round 1 of the World Club Challenge as part of the Usher Cup. I'm joined in the booth here by the great world champion Australian surfer, Mark Okulupo.
Hello.
And a super special guest, all the way from the Rubber Dubby Club in Shonan Beach.
You to me in the 80s, but you guys have known each other for longer than that. You've like taken care of us in Japan so many times for so many years. Welcome to Australia. How do you like being here and having a team in the event?
Oh, it's fantastic. Absolutely, it's fun, exciting here. And then, of course, thank you for bringing me to it's fantastic team challenge.
And look, you know, club surfing's really taking off around the world, and we didn't know what was happening in Japan. We just knew it was a super tight surf community, but it's more the surf club atmosphere over there. Tell us about the history of your club with Goro and...
Oh, yes. Yeah, obviously, in Japan, the surf club is different, way different constitution than Australian board riders club. Yeah, we mostly, we have surf club, mostly the club with surf shop and surf club, I mean board riders club, like educating more competition team, you know, surfing and those kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, like each kind of beach pretty much has got a
each kind of beach. Yeah,
there's a lot. I wouldn't even. Has anyone counted how many board riders clubs there are in Australia? Because man, there's a lot.
There's a really lot, and you know what? There's a lot in the US. We heard from yesterday. You know, Chris Marino was in here, and there's like I don't know 16 or something on the West Coast. On the East Coast, there's something like 60.
I didn't know. I heard incredible. Him say that.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
they're catching on real quick.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, what's happening in the US, and you know, we hope with the World Club Challenge it inspires other nations to do the board riding thing.
It's gonna happen for sure. Hey, I want to hear some stories, boys. Like seriously, you guys have had some good. Like just one radical story. Tell me about the drive with Tim Fritz from Hawaii, all the way from.
That's for the Hunter S. Thompson Fear and Loathing sort of story, you know. But first of all, I want to get on to Omi. That's radical. But the first of all, Omi, we first actually met in 1979 when I came to Shonan Beach when the ASP or the IPS.
IPS, yes.
And we had the Japan Cup at your home beach.
Yes, it is. I remember that. I was a skinny grommet, and then you guys coming to our beach first time ever. Before or no, after the Freeride movie?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Sean Thompson and I came in 1977 or with the movie Freeride, and that was massive. And then the tour came to Japan, and that was cool.
Right.
We did. We competed there for many years, and you were always at those events. At Nijima, the island off Tokyo.
Yes,
We're at Hibara Beach. We might have. I don't know if we ever had one at Shonan, but that's your.
That IPS contest, the oldest one, I think in the Japan International Contest before, right? Yeah. Live you against Mr. Dane Kealoha on the final.
In the final, yeah.
Yep.
It was only pretty small surf, but it was it was incredible. We had a big crowd on the beach. We were in Japan, and Dane and I had a classic final.
Wow, there's some history there, man. Cabarita's got a 6.17, by the way, and leading this heat. Maui is in second with a 5.9. North Shelley third, 5.5, and Kira down there at 4.33. So with 10 minutes or so gone, guys, like it's weird to see Kira. He's just coming in though. He thinks he's taken too much time, and he kind of has, because that's 10 minutes. Rab, you're the contest director. You know about this and the strategy that is actually kind of getting introduced, because we haven't had a.
You're right, Mark. I mean, first of all, there's never been priority in a tag team, and secondly, this is not tag team. This is
it's more release.
This is World Club Challenge. It's release. It's catch and release.
Catch and release. So no.
There's no tagging. There's no running. I mean, it's all about surfing. It's all about the location. We're at Snapper. Let's surf.
Let's surf, right? I mean, Oh, look at that
Wow.
huge turn. It looks like Shane Holmes. It's
Yes,
got to be, right?
that's
I can
North
tell that style from anywhere. I mean, I saw him as soon as he came, which was a couple of days early, and I was free surfing, and I just went, that's Shane Holmes. I love it. He's just a hard yakker, hard-working guy that absolutely rips.
It's all
Like, you know, I've always loved him. I only see him in the board rider battles, but love that guy.
Is the Jay Phillips of North Shelley, isn't he? He's just a club man through and through, and the classic Aussie tradesman.
So many guys on the club, and they're surfing so good.
I know. Like, can you believe it? I mean,
Oh,
like,
can
you're like, that guy doesn't even compete. He actually works. He's got a trade. And you're like, are you kidding me? Why isn't he actually on the world tour? It's pretty wild.
Yeah, no, he's that good. He's that good. That and there's a lot of surfers in Australia. You put the club colours on, they grow a foot taller, Omi.
Really? Yeah, I believe it.
Oh, you guys, I mean, Australia,
Oh.
Hawaii, Japan, I mean, it's all so connected. I mean,
Yeah.
that's it, you know, that's where we know each other from, and I just love it, you know, and it's great to see you, Omi. Here we go, we've got a wave up and ride in Maui. They nice little goofy footer right here, and trying to surf tight. He's trying to surf off the back foot.
I like
His
that.
board looks a little long, but he's claimed that he wants to come in. These guys need to make up some time here, Rab.
Yeah, see, this has been a bit of a slow heat, and that's the thing about, you know, when you they got to work the clock. I mean, Japan only just barely got squeaked out of that one. I mean, you're right there to the end.
I know. How was that heat?
That was a great
We're
heat.
trying to best, but we still
happy.
gotta still happy. Still gotta need educate more strategy, and you know, like
Well,
you know,
we'll be
we're
back
used to.
We'll be back to talk more with Omi Surf Storage after this break.
All right.
Got me a band of brothers by my side. I'm right here, I ain't going nowhere. Blood, sweat, and tears, whiskey, shining beers. Lot of travel miles in this rearview mirror. Watching my back, but never running from my fears. Made a few wrong turns over these years. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Keep it 100 till the day that I die. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Got me a band of brothers by my side. Got me a band of brothers by my side.
Welcome back to the Usher Cup, the World Club Challenge Day, the inaugural day really. It's a little slice of history going on here that's never happened before with these international clubs coming to Australia. We've got the illustrious Toshiomi in the booth with us right now with Hockey, and gosh, we could talk story. I introduced Hockey to Omi many decades ago, and he's always looked after you.
He has in Japan every time, without a doubt. We were talking story before, and we will get back to this heat real quick. But Tim Fritz, right? His name was Taz, like a guy from Hawaii. A lot of people wouldn't have known him. It was a while back, but he charged pipe. He was like a local in Hawaii. But Howley, white guy, big, strong guy, probably the heaviest Howley local that has ever been. You know, it's got to be. He was crazy. You know, like he passed away a fair while ago. But tell me about the drive, guys, that you guys took from Sydney through Byron to the Gold Coast. I just want to hear a little bit of that story because it should be a movie.
Well, it should. Well, as I said, it could be a Hunter S. Thompson Fear and Loathing kind of movie, but Taz was actually probably Omi and me were probably his best friends, really. You know, right? Omi. I mean, he was a classic guy.
It was
really.
a good time, yeah.
All-time wild man of surfing, but yeah, he actually had a heart of gold. You know, he was a great guy, and we were up here, you know, for the Stubbies Classic. And I was actually in the world title race with Tommy Carroll. Tommy Carroll and I just had the final at Burleigh. And then we got in the car, we drove to your hometown, Cronulla, for the next event. But on the way, it was, you know, via Byron Bay and then a little stop over there. And then we drove down the main Pacific Highway, and it was torrential rain, like a storm like you've never seen before. Taz had an old Holden car that he bought, but the windscreen wipers didn't work. And at one stage, I looked around, and there was Omi on the bonnet of the car with a towel being the windscreen wiper.
I have to do this all the way.
Ordered by Taz, no problem.
You've never seen anything like it in your life. But anyway, look, yeah, obviously this is something we don't recommend anyone ever do in history. But you survived that one, Omi.
You did survive. Tell me more.
That was a hard time, yeah.
Tell me what happened when you were driving. Uncle Taz.
Yeah, I was driving next to the Taz, and then so we have to change the drive sometimes because it's a long drive in the old car.
Yeah.
So when I driving to the Sydney, of course it gets more tired and slippery. The driving very slow on the highway, and then Taz look at me. Then you fucking owe me. Freaking.
Yeah, just going. You're driving like a grandpa, right?
Yeah, driving like a grandpa. Then he punched me. Excuse me. My word.
Taz was all time. I mean, he was a good friend of mine too, and we'll finish up that story there. It should be a movie. The escapades, and we won't talk about when you lost Rab in Roppongi that night.
No, I think that's enough stories. But
yeah, let's get back to the heat, Rab. What's going on?
Amy got a bit animated there, but we're back to the heat now, and North Shelley are well and truly in the lead. Shane Holmes has set them up with that big score. Maui holding on to second. They've had 3 surfers. The internationals have done pretty well. We had, Japan just missed out.
Yeah.
This morning, Santa Cruz did really good. The Padmark crew.
Yep.
And that's classic. They've never surfed in this sort of event before, a team event. I mean, in California they have, but this is new to everyone. And of course, the Australian clubs have never surfed this format either.
No, exactly. Yeah, it's all new to everyone. The release. I was on the beach. The kids were swimming, but I heard Tapper on the beach saying they released the surfer, and I think that's the best word for it. You know, it's not an actual tag. You don't have to touch each other's hands. You just get released off the rock or off the keyhole, wherever you'd prefer to paddle out. So you're always surfing. So the old catch and release, that's going to be the terminology for this format, I reckon.
I love it. You catch your wave, it's catch and release. And the thing is, it really is about that quality time in the surf, because, you can take your time to paddle in all the way to Rainbow Bay, all do the big run around, and there's waves coming through and unridden, and that's just wouldn't be right.
It wouldn't be right. I mean, even to get to that beach, I surfed early, and the whitewash isn't going all the way through to Rainbow.
Lagoon.
There's a big gully, a big hole in there, so you've got to paddle, so it would be wasting too much time. And who's going good in this heat? Maui's going good in this event, like you said. I think they've got someone still left in the individuals, and look out, because there's going to be a team that's going to win this whole thing, right, Rab? Or is it different, the World Club Challenge, to the whole thing?
Right, good question, because it is all combined, as we see now. Looks like North Shelley just dominating the heat. But
is it a combined thing?
Yeah, so the winner of the World Club Challenge, the final, gets 1,500 points, and then filters down from there.
Okay.
The winner of the Usher Cup men's gets 1,200 points.
Okay.
The winner of the Usher Cup women's 1,200. So
and combine all those for a winner.
3,900 maximum points you can win.
Okay.
And so it's a combined win.
Perfect.
That's the World Club Challenge. It's a hybrid event. There's nothing like it. It doesn't fit into any. It's a square peg in a round hole, if you like. It doesn't fit into any other sort of ratings or anything like that. It's just its own thing.
When I got home, Rab, another question is, I just had this envision of this contest going massive. in the back of your mind, like, you think down the line, maybe not even next year. I know it's club level, but could you have an elite, like, you know, if we had sanctions with WSL, so you get the best out of Brazil, the best out of Europe and California? Is that possible?
Look,
anything's possible.
We don't know where we're going.
No, you don't, right? But I just had this, and I got chicken skin because I had this envision of this event just going through the roof, like
That's
the
cool.
biggest event ever.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
and it's got its possibilities to do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, you know, club surfing is really exploding around the world. And look at how good what's happening with Australian club surfing. Now, you know, all the club surfers are getting involved in the community, doing community work, working with charities. It's a great image for surfing.
It is.
And you know, there's the new generations coming through. They're willing. They get it. You know. So, and that's really the simple formula of what we're trying to do here. And you know, we think it's got legs.
Oh, it sure has. There's no doubt about it. And congratulations, as we've got all green up and right and a little sketchy right there. It's Kira. They need some big points.
Yeah, this is I'm pretty sure this is Gabe Lay. And the thing is,
He doesn't know what to do, Rab. He does not know what to do. He's looking at his teammate. You'll see that every time.
Yeah, this is team management now because it's the clock management. These guys are a little bit behind on the time.
Big wave.
Look at this. So, held.
Whoa.
Oh.
That's the girl surfer
Yeah.
from Maui, and she nearly got barreled right there. Probably should have stalled.
Yeah.
Stuck a hand in there, or maybe just one big turn right there because it wasn't quite a barrel, but it put her in two minds.
It's one of those waves that promise so much, but when you do that, you don't get any points for that because you didn't quite get barreled,
Yep.
and then the wave kind of ran off because she held herself back. It was like two minds exactly. Like,
Yeah.
should I just power down the line and get those big manoeuvres in? I mean, because that was a bomb.
That was a bomb. We haven't seen a wave that good for a while. And she'd done a good turn, but she decides to go back out there and better. Get a better score than that.
That's the beauty about being so close to the lineup.
Yeah, so close, and she didn't ride it all the way. I was talking earlier with Ronnie and saying that, you know, you really got to, if you ride that wave right through, you want to claim it, don't you? Because it takes a long time to get back to the lineup.
Yeah, if you ride right through, see, and that's going to be the tricky part about the whole format. Like, you know, you do your catch and release down there and not knowing it and going, oh, it wasn't really what I wanted. And when you're paddling back out, you can actually hear the score.
Yeah.
And so then you know, because you can paddle halfway out and then raise your arm.
Oh, you can? Okay.
We saw that already this morning with Amuro. She paddled out from there, then she heard she got a 777.
Yes, right.
And she went, okay, I'm in.
Yep. Then I was on a point, and then I checking out my my score on the phone.
Yep.
And then I tell Amuro, you can go paddle up. I mean, I said go back, and then we find out the points, and then I look at Amuro, then it's enough. Then finish, the heat, right?
And that was a good move.
All right.
Because Amuro also, she's such a high-level surfer.
Yep.
She probably thought in her mind, oh, that for me, that's a 6. But for the judges, they went, oh, no, that's an excellent ride. That was like a 7-7.
And, Omi, have you got people still left in the individual event for Japan?
Yeah,
You
they do.
How many, so Amuro, still in?
Amuro, yes, yeah.
And men?
Men's Shun Murakami.
Shun still
yes,
in?
It's still good.
Okay, well, good.
And a few other young one is going to the junior level, yeah.
Okay, well, Kambate for that.
Thank you.
Oh,
yes.
here's a wave. And here's Kira again. Oh, look at that. Would have been a nice one. Just got caught behind. That's the thing about it with backhand surfing ahead of you, mate. You just got to get in front of it, then get in that pocket, that backhand. And I mean, really, you've been the guy that a lot of people have been watching going, okay, that's how you surf this wave backhand.
Yeah, no, I'm really interested in that. There's a certain way, you know, we've had some really good goofy footers out here. And, you know, I mean, the first one that comes into my mind is obviously Nick Vasicek. You know, especially in the barrel behind the rock and beautiful swooping turns too. But when it comes to, pros, I know Nick's a, pro and should probably go in more events, but he works and he's got a family, kids. But, I'm thinking of obviously the top dogs, Gabrielle and Italo, but, Connor O'Leary really brought a good backhand attack here. And then we got to go to Matty Wilkinson, winning those big CTs, Owen Wright. Michael Lowe, way back in the day, took this thing out. There's been a lot of good backhand surfers here, and And, you know, well, one of the co-commentators, Rocky Rawlins, ain't too bad himself.
He sure isn't. Rocky's really one of the guys out here and has been for decades. And, of course, we are celebrating also the 20-year anniversary of you and Dean Morrison having that final out here.
Yes, and we're going to celebrate with having a heritage heat out here tomorrow.
Oh, that is so
And
cool.
we were talking about that that final when Dingo was in the commentary first day of the event, and it brought back kind of fond memories for Dingo, but he smoked me in that final. I remember that.
That was his finest hour because he beat Kelly Slater in the semi-finals.
Yeah, and took me down in the final, yeah. Yeah, it was Dingo's day.
Yes, it was. You had, and of course you yourself have had many, many days all around the world.
Yeah.
Remember when we first travelled together in '83, and I think I know you'd won the bow repairs, and then I think you might have won Lacanau. I mean, you just came on that year.
I won bow repairs, and me and you were staying at my house.
Yeah, and we did the drive.
And we did the drive to Bells.
There's another
No,
drive.
Omi wasn't with us. Omi, unfortunately, wasn't with us, but I was in your white RX-7. I remember back in the day. We played David Bowie the whole way on repeat.
Wow.
Remember?
I do. It was that Bowie album that it was Let's Dance, and yeah, that was a wild little China girl, all those. We love Bowie.
Love David Bowie.
Fantastic, yeah.
And of course the windscreen wipers work, so there was no problem.
You didn't have me out of the window.
That was a feel like the big city of the ocean, like I am the boatman on the deck.
Yes, you were. It was a sight that has never been seen before or since.
The lane is everything.
Never to be repeated, but
but
incredible. But that's the rich history of surfing, isn't it? I mean, it's all stories, and they become,
it is all stories.
They become fable, and they're stranger than truth in many of them.
Yeah, well, people probably think we're pretty strange, and we are.
And between us three, gosh, there's some colour there.
Oh, I loved it. I mean, I really loved the backdoor shootout too, and hearing all the stories about Hawaii, all the North Shore stories. Because you introduced me to everyone back then, Rab.
Uncle Brian.
Uncle Brian, Eddie, like everyone, like, you know, far out. It was like the stance. Remember Kavika Stance? They were talking about the stance back then.
Kings, the royalty. Yep. And, of course, the modern day was actually Duke Hanamoku, really. Yeah. That's how ancient it is. And now we've got a team from Hawaii, a club from Maui, Hawaii, here. You couldn't do an event, a world-first event without Hawaii being represented, and we're so stoked they're here.
It's only going to grow.
So interesting.
Yeah, interesting, yeah.
Yeah, before I came here, I show a busting door down the doors movie for my kids.
Yeah, cool, mate.
Oh, and they have to understand it.
Yeah,
you know.
And now just another thing we got the Jerry Lopez, the shot from Sato, right? Sato, right?
Yeah.
The photographer, and you can see the Polynesian god in the wave, in the whitewash it's reflecting. Remember that photo? It's unbelievable, right?
Yeah, Sato,
and in two shots of Sato, one of Jerry Lopez and the other one of the Waimea shore break, and it's showing in both of his photos, and trippy, hey, like you can see the Polynesian god in there.
God, yeah. I mean, something on the picture.
And it comes through the picture. If anyone gets to see his photos and see these photos, you've got to check it out. It's amazing.
That's Denjiro Sato's photo, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's my good friend too.
Yeah, really good photographer.
Right.
And we got to say hello to Keen-san too. Keen-san would be out there somewhere. Another photographer from Japan.
He's in North Shore, guarantee.
Yeah, guarantee.
Well, Omi, it's been so good having you here, mate, and thanks for joining us in the booth.
Fantastic! Thank you for inviting me and bring me here again.
And you brought all your animation to the commentary, and plus some. And
good to see you, Omi.
All right, Oki. All right, Bugs.
Yeah, Omi, good to see you, man.
Unreal.
So
and there we go.
Yeah, this heat, like they got done with I think they're pretty close to being done here on the actual wave count. So another exciting heat. As this tide goes out, I think they will be able to manage those 35 minutes a bit better.
Yeah, for sure. He's wearing a hat, I just noticed. He's got sun protection going right there, the guy from North Shelley. But they're in the lead, and Maui's second. And how much time we got left? Not a lot, a couple minutes. We've got a rider, Cabarita, needing a score. Looks like it's the girl.
Yep, they need a score.
Pretty nice snap there, but what's she going to do? She
No,
wants to
she's
come in and
coming
get those,
Will it
get
be
those
enough?
3 points.
Will it be enough? She's already got a 4 there, so I don't
What
see
does she need?
Well, she's going to need.
What
I
do you
would
think?
think she's going to need like about an 8.
Yeah, maybe not then. But she'll get 3 points.
Yes.
So that makes it a 7. Is
That's
that right?
true. Yep, she's going to get the points, and yeah, it's going to be interesting. Is that one turn there enough to get? She probably need a 5 then, right?
5 with the 3 points is going to get him in the lead, I guess. I'm no
that's what I mean.
mathematician,
No,
but
I think so.
she's hit dry sand, so she's got 3 points there. Looking up, hearing the beach commentary, the whole team, Cabarita, are going to be on the edge of their seat. Can they take off Maui? It's going to be close, but I don't know.
Well, Maui just went up to the 27 mark.
Ooh.
So they're just right behind North Shelley. And
Might make it tougher for Cabarita then?
Yeah, I think so, mate.
A little bit tougher, okay.
Cabarita.
Sorry, I got everyone excited there. Sorry from everyone from Cabarita.
They're on the beach.
As we have a chopper going over our head here. Beautiful day here on the Gold
What do you reckon?
Coast.
Are you right for
It's
for a while, or?
you know, it's probably mid-morning.
Jump
just
into my
after
spot.
that.
I'll finish it up.
The water is crystal clear. A wave right now, and duck dive and look up, and the whitewash going over you, and you can see like the sun shining through. Like the water quality at the moment is just as good as it gets. Okay.
Okay, well, here we go. We've had another great heat coming to a conclusion. We'll cut to a break right now and check out some Palm Beach action.
Great to have your company. The Usher Cup 2023. We're into our 3rd day of competition and getting stuck right into this opening round of the World Club Challenge, where we've seen some of our international teams dominate in their first heat, progress through to the next round. Great to have your company, and great to have the company in the booth of Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew and Cooper Chapman as we gear up for another big clash here. But that last heat, it was the North Shelley team with Shane Holmes and Russell Maloney really setting the pace, getting the victory. Second place, another one of our international clubs progressing through in second position. The Maui team, which is, you know, almost a family affair, with the Robertson boys performing well, hanging on to that second spot ahead of Cabarita and Kira Boardrider. So we're seeing some of the established clubs upset here in the opening round, and who knows, we might see more of it, but this is going to be a great heat, Bugs. Huntington, absolutely beaming. I think one of the most psyched clubs to be involved in the Usher Cup this year.
Yeah, they're really psyched. I mean, they've come here. I mean, they were the first West Coast club to be established, and of course, Huntington Beach, Surf City, just this fabled history all the way back beyond David and the Wave and Corky Carroll and the classics, you know, shooting the pier. I remember when I was a kid watching this Saturday afternoon surf show, and it was this guy Bob Peterson, and he was shooting the pier at Huntington Beach, and I went, wow, that's amazing.
Well, this is Team Currumbin getting things off to a cracking start here, just multiple backhand jams. So getting things started in the opening stages here, getting his team right there on the front foot. Hands go up. Easy call.
Yep. Oh, his name was Pete Peterson.
So, yeah. Who else we got here? The Torquay Club, which is performing really well in the individual men's and women's divisions.
Oh, yeah. They're pretty much leading the field as far as surfers moving through, and they're going really good.
As we see this replay from the surfer in green, Currumbin, a big first turn, as right now we're just picking up some live vision for the surfer in yellow. Disregard that replay in the top corner. Nice wave here for what looks like the female surfer for the team in yellow. And yeah, strong finish. Nice wave there to kick off this account. Really quick start for a few of the surfers. We see up behind the rock in our live vision right now, waves barreling, and the surfer in pink, the Huntington Beach surfer, up and riding and straight through the lip on that first turn.
Great opening manoeuvre, and still a lot of room to move down the line. This wave's sticking to the bank beautifully, and he's going to have the opportunity to lock in a cracking score for HB.
Oh, that was heading towards the nines.
Oh man, what a bummer that he wasn't able to finish that one off.
What will he do now? He's going to...
I mean, he got some work done on the outside.
Oh, it was still a...
Yeah, he's showing his hands up, Bugs.
Yeah, he's showing his hands up. Yeah, gosh, he was on his way to just this, like, you know, one wave like that in the team, if you get a 9 in there, just sort of buffer. It gives you a little buffer.
I believe it was Will Morrison for Currumbin Alley getting things started nicely. 6.5 for him. And they're wasting no time in getting their second surfer out there and throwing his hands up there.
That's 5 minutes gone and 2 surfers done for Currumbin.
Now, Coops, that's a good point here, because, I mean, it's managed, you know, it's so easy to go into normal sort of tag team thing where it's like that started quick in and out, where it is a little bit different here. 35 minutes over 4 surfers with this outgoing tide. We saw on the high tide they were taking about 34 minutes.
Oh.
But on the low tide, it's a chance if it's pumping. Oh, yeah, this is insane.
That first turn was, you know, world class.
I think we're going to see this I think it's going to be in the excellent range just for those first 2 turns maybe still, but if not, very high. And surfer in green for Currumbin, straight into it after their first surfer was about a minute in, and he was about 2 minutes in. So right there, like you said, Bugs, though, it's going to be an interesting thing. They're going to have a 6.5 and maybe a 7.5. But there you go, a 6.5 and a 6.83. Was that Oscar? Maybe.
He is surfing for
Two
the
solid
Currumbin
scores, 6.5, 6.83. Yeah, that would have been Oscar Berry, absolutely. And I mean, now they've got 30 minutes just to get 2 surfers, 15 minutes a surfer, and we'll see what they do with a bit more time. And there we see, having to give way, the Torquay surfer with priority over the Palm Beach surfer. Nice first turn, up into the lip for a second, and getting a beautiful runner here to finish off that wave to open the account for the Torquay. Arms go up in the air, and we're going to see the second surfer hit the lineup. It looks like none other than Mr. 10 himself, jump off the rocks, Troy Brooks.
Love it, Mr. 10. That's way better than Tricky Chook as a nickname.
Now, the judges are really deliberating this Huntington Beach score.
Yeah.
You know, it's a tough one, don't you think? Like, because as you said, it was an excellent ride, but then at the end, what sort of penalties involved in bringing that score back?
What about just the competitive savvy of Sarah Hickson here for Torquay? Just, you know, and bringing the priority into play. You know, Yellow was certainly on his way to a good start there. Just got iced. He's frozen out of the situation.
Oh, and you look up the point now, we see the surfer in pink having a look. Didn't like the look of that one. It shouldered off a little bit, but this tide is running out really quickly. We've just hit the mid part of the tide. You're going to see everyone jumping off the rocks now. You'll see a bunch of Skittles standing on that rock waiting for the claim. And here we go, the surfer in yellow, Palm Beach, Diego Cordera, I believe. Strong first turn, really trying to build some speed. Bit caught up on that second one and goes down. So you got to think that one huge turn he did on that wave before that Torquay ended up taking off him was the one that he really wanted. That last one didn't quite eventuate for him.
Diego's an absolute beast. He's got so much power.
he's the most improved surfer I have seen in this tournament. You know, seriously, like 2 years ago, he didn't surf like this. He is so improved.
Yeah, he's surfing well, but he needs to stick those final manoeuvres to get that Palm Beach team off to a great start. So,
wow.
Yeah, it feels like Huntington Beach, that was their first rider maybe who didn't execute on the final manoeuvre, but still got some work done on the outside. So he got a 6-point ride. They're back in third spot. Their second surfer's hitting the lineup now. But Currumbin, consistency is key in these events. Each competitor, getting into that mid 6-point range already for Currumbin Alley. And that set them up beautifully with a lot of time left on the clock. Still 26 minutes. So, those last two competitors can be extremely patient out there for the Currumbin Alley team. Zane Glore and Jade Wheatley. Jade's got a good front-side approach, big power turns. So I'd back her to put a good number up as well.
Absolutely. And I've got a bit of a question for you, Bugs. When the women go out, are they being scored on a women's scale, or are they being scored all across the board on one scale, both men's and women's?
Well, I mean, that's really a question for the head judge. I don't dictate to the head judge how he should judge an event. I mean, Glenn Elliott is one of the most experienced head judges in Australia. I personally think there's a slight difference in the scale with the women and the men. I do believe that.
We'll have to maybe get in over there and have a quick chat to Glenn Elliott as the head judge and give us a bit of an update. He was judging at the Olympics, which is pretty special to know we have that calibre of judges here. Obviously one of the most highly touted wave in the world, Snapper Rocks. Best judges in the world, and we've got some of the best surfing going on today. So, yeah, with the new format, we spoke to Jay Phillips just before when I was doing a bit of roving, and he said we're kind of winging it right now. This is the first round ever of this format, so we're just trying to work it out as we go. There's no judgment from anyone. And, yeah, by the end of this event, we're going to know exactly how it goes. We can make adjustments next year, but I think it's running pretty smoothly, Bugs. You've done a good job.
I didn't know if it was going to work, but I'll tell you one thing. That brings to the fore part of my thinking, because I didn't want to make a system that the Australian clubs know so well that it's just a no-brainer. They just go out there like a machine and just do it. And then these internationals are all at sea having no idea. And I thought that's a disadvantage. So I've made something that no one knows anything about, including me.
I love it. No, come on, you've got your head around it, Bugs. So we got some action on the outside. And, having a look at that one. Looked like it was our surfer from Huntington Beach. Maybe, just not really connecting that one properly. There's still time, though. Plenty of time. They can play the patience game out there.
Yeah, these 35-minute heats, you never know what's going to happen. You could have 20 minutes with one surfer to go, or you could have 2 minutes with one surfer to go. And, yeah, it's very interesting. I will give you a bit of a tip for next year, Bugsy. Yellow, pink, and orange. Probably not the three best colours. When you're looking in to try and see your priority, all three of them on that little board look pretty similar. So just a little bit of advice from someone who's been out in the water. Yellow, pink, orange are pretty similar looking colours when you're looking back at the glare and trying to see the colours, but does look very nice when you've got three Skittles standing out on the point. So
yeah, that looks nice.
So yellow and green are a little bit hard, but hey, we're always making improvements. But geez, it's good to watch the international surfers throw down against these national teams. Every heat in this first round has an international, bar two heats, heat 4 and 8 with Snapper Rocks and North Narrabeen as the two leading clubs, you'd call it, in Australia. And Jade Wheatley on cue. You talked about her strong forehand, Ronnie, and what do you think of that one?
Really solid. I just think she has the power, and we'll probably get a bit of an indication of what you were asking Bugs about before, if there's sort of a women's scale or the scoring is, all to the one criteria. But have a look at the power unloaded here. Bang, a lot of spray moving off the rail there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you really look at it, when you said that before, I mean, because you actually would be saying that is it to the men's scale?
That's right.
Yeah, so I would think there's a slight variation.
Well, look at that, though. She's delivered in a big way here. So, again, above average for Team Currumbin, maintaining that, that standard, if you will. And, it's the kind of standard that's going to get you through to the next round, really.
Yeah, and I mean these waves here, you start to see those waves come, you know, behind the rock, and but you still got to pick the ones that look unbelievable but don't fizzle out. You know,
Yeah, sometimes the ones that barrel behind the rock go to nothing.
Yeah.
So you might see some stand tall barrels with nothing after the barrel. So it's about finding that balance. You can either go for the really good barrel that might not have much to it, or you just get that dreamy one that links up. But generally speaking, the really good barrels do fizzle out quite a bit. They have all their energy in one go right behind the rock, unload, blow out, and then fizzle generally.
and what happens here, the worst case scenario there is that you actually get it like towards the end of that really barreling section, and then you really don't have much to go with.
So this is an interesting situation. I don't think we've seen the last competitor in a team out there with over 20 minutes remaining. Team Currumbin's been very busy, but as we said, they maintained a pretty solid standard throughout. Coop, early on, you made the point that you felt like each team member was going to have sixes in the scoreline to sort of get their team into a qualifying position. Currumbin's maintained that, and now their final surfer is going to get reps here. They're going to get the opportunity to throw some caution to the wind, if you will, and lay down some high-risk turns. I think they'll maintain their position in the lineup right up until probably the 2-minute mark before they think about getting in for the bonus 3 points.
Yeah, and I think it's going to, I was talking about this before and talking about it with our team. As it's a new format, I personally see an opportunity to put your best surfer last, which goes very contrary to what we've always done in tag surfing, trying to get your best surfers to get you ahead, build that distance between the teams. But in a situation like Currumbin right now, you've got 20 minutes for a surfer to basically go for a free surf and keep pushing their score as high as they possibly can, and then they just have to get in on sand before that hooter goes. So I think as the rounds go through, you're going to see a few different strategies go down. I personally think with 20 minutes, if you put your, I guess, highest qualified surfer to put a big score down, it gives them the most opportunity, or they might get left with nothing at the end. So it's very hard.
Well, he goes, yeah, Troy Brooks bagged to 10 yesterday, and he's gonna wrap it up. You know what was funny about Brooko yesterday? He was out there when it was the reverse sweep. He got a 10-point ride. He got a couple of high-scoring rides, in fact, but he walked up the beach and then sat down in the commentary booth, and he had no breath.
Yeah.
I was like, mate, you weren't fighting the rip. You walked up the beach.
Yeah.
He did have 2 8s and a 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, but big deal. He was getting barreled. It wasn't like he was working for the points and testing his fitness, but he felt it. And, I just like ripping into him, basically. Muffin Top Surf Club, here he is.
Oh, there is nothing like putting that Connor singlet on there to blow your head up. There's nothing like it. You know, you easily get, it's so different to, I always think of 30-minute heats like a 2-hour free surf.
Puts the squeeze on your lungs,
It
Bugs.
does.
It's just like a boa constrictor wrapped around you, all that pressure trying to perform for your club.
And when you've been retired for 10 to 15 years, there's a bit more lung to wrap around.
Yep. It's got a healthy casing. But, Brooko's looking really sharp. That was a solid score, 5.8. And it's got Torquay up in the second spot after every team has had their 2 surfers drop a number. Huntington Beach, though, they got a rider out there who's trying to get rid of that 0.9, just a throwaway score, and replace it with something chunky.
So, like, you know, we're now approaching the halfway mark of this seed. And in actual fact, so we've got a real contrast here. Currumbin with all the time in the world to wrap it up and maybe get several waves. And Huntington really has only had 1 wave.
And Coop, when you look at the numbers, I mean, Currumbin not only has 3 surfers that have dropped their numbers, when you look at the other scores and start to make some comparisons, that they've edged ahead on the points tally as well in a pretty big way. That is a solid collection of scores for all 3 competitors so far.
Yeah, I mean, definitely putting points on the board. And that's just surfing sometimes. When you get in that rhythm, it's hard to break out of it. Sometimes when your team just keeps catching the waves, we do see that. But in saying that, we did see Coolum surf a heat a little bit earlier today. They dropped a 7.17 early. They had a 6.5 on their second wave. And then their last 2 surfers were pretty consistent, but the other guys really put on some big scores, and they got pipped right at the post. So with just 4 waves being counted, thinking to some of the other formats we surf, the Australian Board Riders Battle is 6 waves counted. This is just 4 waves, so you really need to start pushing those scores up. And then you put on top that we're surfing one of the best point breaks in the world. on a dreamy 2 to 4 foot day, it doesn't get much better. So those scores, especially as we go through the rounds, I think is going to go up. And I think round 1 and 2 are probably going to have the best conditions of the event. So I wouldn't be surprised if this first 2 rounds today are going to be the highest scores we're going to see in the whole event, until maybe the final where we're going to see everyone really lift.
Yeah, you can change your fortunes by having a surfer go out and drop an excellent score, but that's the pressure now for, you know, Palm Beach, Huntington. You know, it's a pretty close battle for second at the moment, but someone's going to have to go excellent to get in touch with Currumbin, because they're setting the pace.
Yeah, they've done well time-wise, they've done well score-wise, and they look to be just a saloon car ride into the second round at this point.
They sure do. And it's a solid lineup of competitors. Will Morrison, Oscar Berry, Zane Glore, Jade Wheatley did her job. And yeah, another solid performance there for the surfer from Palmy. Looking sharp on that back end. They've got Murray Scott, Kaito Kurokawa, Diego Cordera, and Tiana, who we saw early on in the clash. It's so fun just, you know, seeing class surfers stand up for their board riders clubs here this year. I think lifting their level to get the opportunity just travelling around the East Coast to see a lot of these competitors just without the jersey on, and they're ramping it up big time.
They certainly are. Here we go. Here goes Huntington Beach. Oh, no.
See, this is where the internationals might struggle with all of the reps that we've done in surfing as a club here in Australia. You generally learn that tag surfing is all about consistency and finishing waves. And here we go, Green, Currumbin, of course it is. Look at them go. He's going to be able to go back out and have 15 minutes and surf, and now he's already going to have a solid score. This has just been the picture-perfect heat for Currumbin to start off their campaign here at the World Club Challenge.
Yeah, well, you know, and you know, one of the things you see in the ABB in the qualifying, in that, you know, you see teams, and we've done it. I'm sure you've done it too. You peak in your first match.
Look at this. We've got Green coming in. He can go back out and catch more waves. What about interferences, Bugsy? I know you said there's no penalties, but obviously if somebody drops in on someone, we're going to have to penalise them. What are the rules on that one? So I'm just going to keep throwing you rules that you don't even know about yet.
Oh, no, I know about all those rules. I mean, that's obvious.
So what do we what happened? Do you lose a score?
No, we're in a priority situation. And,
but so if Green went back out and dropped in on somebody, what's the penalty for Green?
Yeah, on Green, well, again, it comes down to whether it's a priority interference or not, you know, it's going to be exactly the same rules. But I mean, obviously with one wave, it's going to take you out.
Yeah, one wave is a massive penalty right now. So it's one full wave gone. If you drop in, your wave doesn't count.
Yeah, that's how it stands.
Yeah. So Currumbin, technically, as much as he can go back out, he's got a 6.3. If he comes in, he has no chance of dropping in on someone, and they're pretty home and hosed right now with 25 points. They'll get the 3 points. There's 28. That's a solid heat score when all other teams in this heat are kind of struggling with time. Scores are looking okay for both Palm Beach and Torquay, but we do have that big score for Huntington, so everyone's still in this heat, but it's going to be a real battle for second.
He's got to go back out.
He has to.
He has to. It's Snapper Rocks. There's 3 other people in the lineup, and the other thing is, you know, he got a decent score. He got a solid 6-point ride, and it's helped put Currumbin in front. But why would you vacate the lineup and give all the opportunity to the other clubs? If you're not in that lineup and you're not in that order for priority out there, and other people are chasing excellent scores, you're effectively giving them a free ticket to chase you down.
That's right.
What about now that he's done the runaround? His feet has touched the dry sand. Does that mean he's done?
No, not the four surfer. Not the four surfer, Cooper.
But he still has to come back in and call it a day for the 3 points to come through. Right now, if he goes out and sits there until the very end and doesn't get in, he doesn't get the 3 points.
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
No. It's
so he has to clarify. He's done.
He's got to be power.
It's just it's just logical.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I mean,
we're using common sense here.
Well, he's
no penalties.
You know, he was clearly in motion to go back. You know, he wasn't calling it and wrapping it up.
Surfer in yellow, Palm Beach. Important wave here, third surfer. Very, very solid stuff. And wow, up and down, vertical every turn. Bit of variety here, wrapping it around, and he's going to polish this one off, bring it into the beach. Was that another wave for their second surfer?
Yeah,
or
that was
the
huge.
Third surfer. catching their wave?
That was Kaito Kurokawa. And, yep, that's their third surfer.
Bang on time, 12 minutes for their last surfer, and this is going to be a great score.
They're travelling well.
Oh, that was clean. Yeah, Kaito's got just fantastic technique, doesn't he? Real low centre of gravity. Love the way he compresses and then extends through those top turns.
Yeah, you got to feel like Huntington Beach looked like they were going to get a 9-point ride to start. And just now they're falling well behind.
Here we go, Torquay. They've got some solid performers in their team, and another one getting up now. He's got some work to do. They got ground to make up with some lower scores registered, but that was a really strong finishing combination on the end of that one.
Yeah, well, so this is this battle's just opening up now with 11 minutes to go, and Torquay, you know, they need to get through this heat.
Yeah, this is a very important heat right now. Torquay, big score, I think, might come in for this one. I can't remember this kid's name. I had him in my heat yesterday. Under 16 World Junior Champ, Willis. And this is going to be a solid score. He knows how to really tie together a wave. He's got that big, strong first turn. The work's done at the start, and he's like, you know what? I just need to polish the end. Nice snap here. There's one really clean one just coming up. Gets a big vertical one there, and then polishes off strong. So 3 big finishing turns, a huge first turn. This one's going to go up into the excellent range, and they're going to jump, and there it is, 7.5, very close.
Yes,
really
Look
solid.
how tight second and third are here with the 4 surfers hitting the water.
Yeah, this is...
wow.
This has been a massive turnaround for the Torquay club, and Willis Strum has been delivering in a big way on his road through the contest so far. And, yeah, that was like one of those nightmare rides for other competitors to have to watch from out the back, because when you see fans of spray go up down the line, it's one thing. When you're seeing all 3 blades just hanging out the back of the wave to dry,
and there's Torquay,
yeah,
get a little rattled.
Maybe the most deadly surfer in the draw, I think, from another competitor point of view. Xavier Huxtable, if he gets one and tees off, well and truly probably top 3 surfers in the event, I'd say. Yeah. And this is a smaller wave, just trying to get something on the board. He's their last surfer. Clean snap. It is a smaller wave, but doing some serious damage on it.
This is a good day at Bird Rock for Xavier Huxtable. He's just on the attack out there. Just really sort of has grown into a solid little unit. Just has that same kind of compact power as a Morgan Siblick, if you will. And it has all the tricks, doesn't he?
Well, he's always been very contest savvy. I mean, you know, I've seen him through the Oki Grom comps, through the Skull Candy, all the junior, the Grom events, the junior events. He's really been on that pathway. And he's such a powerful surfer now.
I think Xavier's one of those guys that hasn't quite lived up to his kind of talent level just yet. I feel like he's been feeling it out on that qualifying series, hasn't had that real big breakthrough result, but I truly don't think it's very far away, and the Usher Cup could be the great way to start it off this year for him, with the regional qualifying series coming up. As you know, Bugsy and Theo from Usher knows, this event was kind of put on to give a bit of a backboard for the Aussie surfers to springboard themselves into that qualifying regional tour, and I mean, with waves like this, you couldn't ask for a better lineup to kick off the year for all the surfers.
Yeah, well, it's 2 things. One is put some dollars in their pocket to pay for their expenses, but also it's a classic pre-season event.
It is. You know what else it is? Is a great pressure test to how you're going to handle it. And, you know, obviously the QS events individually, they have a lot on the line, but no one wants to be, you know, the person who drops the ball for their board riders club. And that comes with pressure. We were talking earlier about how the clock can really kind of work against you and add pressure and kind of almost put a slick on the bottom of your feet before you get up in those high pressure moments. So it's a pressure cooker test as much as it is an opportunity to collect some dollars.
Yeah, so true.
Yeah, the head noise definitely gets turned up very high in these teams events, as we see the surfer in pink, Huntington Beach, on the back foot here. Important wave if they want to fight their way through the draw. Solid opening combination here for their female surfer. Back up into the lip once again and wrapping this one around. They are going to be running on borrowed time right now because there's only 7 minutes remaining. The female surfer looking into the beach. claims that
Yeah, I
one.
like
They're going
it.
to see their last surfer head back out with just 7 minutes remaining. Still a bit of time.
That's right. Sarah Freya, she's a real talent. Love this ride from start to finish, Bugs.
So do I. And I mean, look, you can't compare this ride to Xavier Huxtable. So, you know, they've got to judge it, you know, as to how the other girls have competed today.
Yeah, I think she might, you know, turn in the best number for Team Huntington Beach here. Waiting on that to come through. Palm Beach. They got Murray Scott up here at the moment.
And then what you got to compare Murray's wave to is Torquay. So basically right now it's a head-to-head, Muzzer Scott versus Xavier Huxtable, because they were about 0.2 away from each other after 3 surfers.
Right.
Torquay and Palm Beach are right neck and neck. So we're comparing this one to Xavier Huxtable's wave, really. And big first turn, gets a little caught behind from the airdrop, and I don't know if it's quite going to compete against Xavier's. Muzz is going to have to go back out and put a few more points on the board.
That's a daunting challenge for Murray Scott, because, you know, he's a great club man, but Xavier Huxtable is really on another level talent-wise and just with his competitive experience. So it's a big test, but, you know, that's what we love about these board riders events. It gives kind of the weekend warriors, not that Muzzer Scott is that, but it gives the everyday surfer the opportunity to compete against a pro and test themselves.
But these stay-home guys absolutely love that. That's what they love. They live for this.
Yeah. Yeah, Muzzer's like taking the sides of his haircut down to like a number 1, maybe even a 0, just in anticipation of this battle. He's it's a faux hawk. It's not quite as aggressive as the traditional mohawk. It's a fat version, but he's tried to kind of muster a little bit of mongrel in anticipation of the Usher Cup. That's for sure.
That's for sure. A 6.47 there for Sarah.
Yeah, had a feeling she was going to drop their best number.
Yeah, so there you go. There's a 6.4. There's a 6.5. You know.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm on you. I'm with you. I think it's important that we give the females their own scale just to keep it interesting. I mean, we don't want to just see. Not taken away from the girls. There's definitely some girls in the draw who can really match it with the guys and get waves up in that high 7 to 8. Oh my God, as we see maybe one of the best waves we've seen all day, just barrel its head off behind the rock. But yeah, I think it's fair, because then we're going to see all surfers have that opportunity to really push the scale up to the top end. And with waves like this today, we're going to see surfers really utilise that whole scale.
Oh yeah, I could see a couple of those set waves reeling through before. I saw the 2012 World Champ down here watching the Snapper Rocks Club perform, and Joel Parkinson's eyes were kind of twitching with some of those deeper waves not being capitalised on, and some barrelling opportunities.
We'll see Parker tomorrow.
Yeah. You just never know too. He could be locked inside some of those waves and just sort of pulling out before he gets busted in the competitors area.
And wow, we're seeing one of the tightest finishes we've seen in this first round right now. Palm Beach hot on the heels of Torquay. That last one for Murray Scott, 4.83, just under the requirement. He's looking for something up close to that 5.2, 5.3 mark if he wants to move ahead of Torquay. But you also have to remember, all of these surfers need to get their feet on dry sand for 3 bonus points with just 3.5 minutes remaining. When do you start to tell your surfer, get in? If Murray Scott comes in right now, they go for Torquay if Torquay do not get their feet on the beach.
Unreal. That's so classic.
We said it was about, you know, probably the 2-minute mark if you're going to ride a wave for a long time, which, you know, can take up to sort of 20 seconds. You want to give yourself plenty of time depending on how far down the line you go here. But I reckon a minute and a half you could still swing it.
Well,
get a long ride and get in.
But the thing is that it's not dry here yet.
Yeah.
The quickest part is in here, or the keyhole. Now the keyhole's open to come in too, Coop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what we were talking about before. Does your last surfer just sit up behind the rock, 2 minutes to go?
Yeah.
All right, now if I catch one and surf it, I'm not going to get in. You have to paddle in with 2 minutes, but you can still maximise the time.
I think 2 minutes you're still making it to the beach.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ride the wave, a few turns, then come in.
Well, it's
Not
you
down
know,
there.
it seems like an eternity sometimes when you're watching a competitor on this ride, but when you really break it down, it's probably only somewhere between 10 and 20 seconds. The longest rides today. They're not kind of getting past that little Marley section due to the build-up of that sand. So I reckon 2 minutes, even a minute and a half, I reckon you'd be right. You'd make it in.
Just a quick tidbit with the Parko situation. You know, he won the Snapper Open Club Championship out here. Then he went on and won the you know, talk about him starting to get those juices going. He won the single fin classic, and then suddenly it was like the forecast, right? And he goes, oh, you know, and I said to him, I didn't say it to him, but I came to the thing. I said, nah, I cannot have you as a bloody wild card. Wailing through this draw, knocking people out left, right, and centre for your own pleasure.
Yeah.
I said, you actually would have to go in as Snapper Club member team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In the team.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a parent opening their kids' Christmas presents.
And here we go.
It's just
This is
not fair.
interesting. We just saw Xavier Huxtable not better his score. He's pulled the trigger. I need to come in. So right now we're going to see Murray Scott with a minute 30. He's going to need about a 5.2.
Oh,
And the Currumbin surfer still needs to get in to get his bonus points. And there it is.
Well,
beautifully surfed wave. And he's going to get in right on time. Wow.
Yeah,
what
that's
a-
going to test my theory, because that was a little under 2 minutes that he took off on this wave, and he's still going.
I don't know.
They're
if
going to
he's
start
gonna-
screaming at him.
I don't know.
Give
if
up
he's
on it,
in.
mates.
Come to the sand.
Come left.
I think there's a wave right here.
All right, Murray Scott is looking for a 5.2. He's going to get a shot, I reckon.
Oh.
Here we go, the Huntington surfer.
Don't forget, Murray Scott yesterday missed out on getting through.
Oh,
on an
Jeff
up
Daffenbach.
after.
Oh.
Jeff gets one big hit in, but time is of the essence here. And we're still keeping an eye on the surfer from Currumbin, who's way down the line. He's got to get to the beach, get to that dry sand. I think he's there. So, you know, he did it in a minute. He got the wave, and he came into the beach.
He did. And the other thing for Murray Scott is that maybe if he got a 9, and he doesn't get to the beach.
True. Yeah, he could drop something 3 points over what he's looking for.
Exactly.
Jeff
And it won't
needs
matter, but
Jeff
with
needs to
just
do
30
work here, but
seconds,
it feels
he's
like
gonna need-
I don't know if he got enough done. Jeff's making his way in for the bonus 3 points.
They're a bit out of it. They're needing a 9-point ride. I don't think it's quite there. Looks like we're going to see Currumbin and Torquay. Currumbin with a stellar performance there. They're going to move up well and truly into the lead, and Torquay going to squeeze in behind them in second place.
Well, there's a little bit of an indicator too for the upcoming competitors. The last surfer there for Currumbin took off on that wave with just over a minute and 40 seconds to go, and it took him a minute to ride that wave past Little Marley and get to the beach, and he did it with 40 seconds to go.
Unreal.
So it was 1 minute.
Your call was so spot on.
Oh, thank you, mate.
A minute. Hands off the rail at a minute is your benchmark now.
Yep.
Okay.
I'd love to see someone push it, though. We're going to take a quick break here. We've got more coming from this opening round, the World Club Challenge, in just a moment.
I'm right here, I ain't going nowhere. Blood, sweat, and tears, whiskey, shining beers. Lot of travel miles in this rearview mirror. Watching my back, but never running from my fears. Made a few wrong turns over these years. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Keep it 100 till the day that I die. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Got me a band of brothers by my side. Got me a band of brothers by my side.
Welcome back to the show. Really clean conditions here for the World Club Challenge. We've seen some big heats, some close heats, and it's been going right down to the wire. Some star performers standing up in that last heat. We had Karamanali and Torquay progressing through to the next round. And we've got another big heat coming your way now. Out there in the pink is the New Zealand team. A majority of those competitors from Raglan, North Shore. They'll be in the orange. M&M Mermaid Miami will be in the yellow, and Labar is in the green. In the booth, we've got some legends on hand. The world champ, Mark Ocalupo, and we've also got El Presidente of Snapper Rocks Board Riders, Jay Phillips. Jay, thanks for having us, mate.
Oh, thanks for having me in the booth. Yeah, I'm grateful that this event's actually happened in perfect waves. I can't believe we just jagged the perfect waves ever.
Right. Well, not ever.
Oh, well, kind of for an event here anyway.
Yeah,
for
I
us
mean,
anyway.
Yeah, I mean, but we rated it yesterday. Like, how good is it out of 10 on how good snapper can get.
Oh, yeah, no. It's
Come on,
it,
give me
well,
a
I'd
number.
have to say a 5.
Yeah, come on, that's what I
But,
said yesterday.
for-
But you know, for a contest, 10.
Yeah, 10
Mate,
for sure.
like,
And for the board
anywhere
riders here,
else.
they'll be claiming it as a 12.
Mate, if you have a if you have a 4-day event window for a surf comp and you're working with all the elements and banking on some kind of pressure system to deliver some swirl, and you get waves every single day of that window, mate, you're screaming 10s all
Well, you
day.
are, Ronnie, you are, because it could be northerly and onshore. So let's say 10 because
and just covered in blue bottles, which thankfully it's not.
I know for a fact that this happened before when I was like surf director at the WSL event here for a number of years. And,
Oh, mate.
and I remember that year we had to just push it out. And
Good to see your nails and hair has grown back, mate.
Oh,
stressful time.
That was quite stressful because I had to push the girls out, and it was just a plague of blue bottles on the shoreline.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we're 5 minutes into it, and Laura come flying in, going, "Oh my God,
I'm done."
Oh my God.
Just like Laura too, to be
Yeah,
the
it's
one
quite
who
heavy.
gets taken down.
Yeah.
So Mermaid Miami getting things started there. They've got their surfer out there, and it is their female surfer looking to get the quick start. Ellie Brooks didn't quite finish that one off. She's a great surfer though, man. She put up some great scores in that individual component of the Usher Cup already, as we see now.
Oh, it's a nice looking set. That's a replay, sorry. I should be commentating on what I can see on the screen. But someone pulled into that barrel right there way deep, Jay, and it was a North Shore board rider, I believe. He was deep. He was pretty much behind the rock, not coming out of that.
Yeah, North Shore, aren't they? Air Force. They've been ABB champions once before. I think it was the one year that we weren't in it, Bok.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's
Makes sense.
good. Yes, that reminds me of the world title I won, and like, guess who wasn't in it that year? Just one guess.
The goat.
Got it, nailed it. But never let the
there's
truth interfere with a good story.
There's no asterisks on that world title, mate. No way. You were due for sure. No.
But New Zealand, our cousins from across the ditch here at beautiful Snapper Rocks, and we're grateful that they're here competing in the event, which is awesome.
Nice and warm water for them, right?
Water,
the water's like 26 right now. So, oh, geez, I think I spoke with a New Zealand accent right there without meaning to.
So ditching the 3-4s into board shorts. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's great, and they've got a fantastic team. Taylor Hutchinson is out there, Caleb Cutmore, Cora Cooper, and Bree Bennett is their female competitor. So let's see what they can do and see if they can keep the dream alive for these international teams. How cool has it been to see them winning some of these opening round heats and moving on through? I think 3 teams already through from that international field, and Jay, some established clubs, they've been given the boot.
Oh yeah, the Maui boys.
Yeah.
The Bali boys.
Yeah, Team Padma. Wow, they were really strong. Little Wayan, he's really kind of put himself in the spotlight with his performances so far. He's dropped a couple of big excellent scores, and I just feel like the waves at this size have put him in a good position to really, I think, anchor his team well off.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure.
And with one of our junior surfers, Raya Campbell, in there.
Oh man, Raya's
that's a big.
She turned their fortune actually in that opening heat of the day. If it wasn't for her, I think there would have been a lot of pressure on Wayan. She dropped the big mid-range 6. So really impressed, and I'm almost more impressed with the ability of the surfers to deal with the pressure at a board riders event, because it's so intense. I've experienced it myself at a sort of a more regional level. It's gnarly. If you're like the person out there draining the clock and not putting up the score and having a shocker, God, you feel bad.
Yeah. If Bali team takes it out, you know what I want to see? I want to see Raya Campbell acceptance speech in Indonesian.
Oh, I'm sure you could.
She'd certainly do pretty good with that. A couple of book gooses and a couple of
Sinkankan.
Yeah, that's really
Terima kasih.
struggle. Yeah, terima kasih. Yeah, exactly.
So numbers
no,
starting
grateful for that here.
Oh, it's awesome. Numbers starting to roll through for Labar there, 6.5. Really positive start.
I think that was Harry O'Brien.
Yeah, Harry O'Brien. I think all the clubs that basically have a point break as their home spot, are in a really strong position
Yeah.
to do well in this event.
You can tell too. I
Oh,
reckon.
here we go. Team New Zealand
wow,
getting on the
Team New
board.
Zealand.
There's a great
Wow.
combination on the outside.
Wrapping turns to the beach.
Oh,
Sort
wow.
of finish. Oh,
Nice. So looking a little bit like, I don't know, one of the Quinn brothers.
yeah.
Right there, Jay and Maz. I wonder why they're not here.
Oh, I know that we'd have to invite the Gisborne board riders over. I think
Oh, I
next
see.
year.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I guess they had their own little national qualification one.
Did they?
Get him in?
No,
Yeah.
it was
Oh,
like
sweet.
invite only.
Invite only.
Yeah,
Okay.
Bugs
Well, Raglan,
basically.
everyone wants to serve Raglan, right?
Yeah, he put the call out to people, and well, if you got that
Oh,
call,
wow.
they're all here,
Oh,
as we
North
see now.
Shore.
Oh, look at this.
Taj Stokes. Just putting the Stoke word into that wave.
What
I'm
a beautiful looking
stoked to
wave
watch
right
it.
here. He's just raced
Oh.
that nicely. Nice speed turn right there into another one. Split screen.
Wow.
Yeah,
And then
Ellie,
him right
I'm
behind.
no judge, but that was a good whammy wave, that one.
yeah, Ellie Brooks, she's
Brooks.
claiming her ride as well.
Wow,
Yeah.
good matchup. So we're in for a great afternoon of surfing.
Aren't we what?
Oh, wow. It's gonna be amazing to watch.
Yeah, we're going to plough through this opening round of the club challenge, and then we got I think a bit more action from the men's event to enjoy this afternoon as well.
It's just beautiful trade winds right now. Perfect
Oh.
direction. South-southeast. Perfect offshore. Low tide. Swell 2 to 4 feet. Maybe I'm being a bit generous with the 4, but just beautiful conditions.
It's amazing when it gets those negative low tides. When it just really, even when it's windy, it just still seems like it gets low enough to just take the wind away. And it just makes it so glassy looking still. I don't know, it might be just with the sunnies on or something, but I think,
I can see my son
amazing.
on that bodyboard there, just sliding his life away. You can't get him out of the water, not all day.
Hang on.
He's a natural footer, Rock.
He's a natural
Yeah,
footer.
I picked up on
You
that
didn't
too.
force it on him?
It's my third natural footer. I've got one last chance, Java. He's got no choice. I'm locking him in with boots
Mate, yeah.
and straps.
Yeah, bindings
and
on his
surfboard. And he's going to be goofy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're going to be travelling the world just chasing rides.
It's true.
Yeah, isn't this a great format, this World Club Challenge? You know, you can be finishing wave, claiming your wave, jumping off the back of the rock if you know your spot. But, I was nearly eating my words a little bit earlier on with Cooper Chapman giving me a bit of a interview when our team was out. And we had Kobe Enright had to paddle back out. She had a 5.93, I think, on her first wave. I don't know if she claimed it or not. I don't know, I'm still learning as I go.
It doesn't matter.
She didn't, and it doesn't matter because even if you
okay.
do, you can still go back
paddle
out there.
Oh, beautiful.
Is that right, Ronnie?
I think so. There's no penalties in this event.
Because she
Bugs
didn't,
has
she
really
didn't
relieved
paddle back out.
everyone.
It was gnarly because if she didn't paddle back out and get that last wave,
Kingscliff could have
then
passed
Kingscliff would have passed us.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it was like, I was nearly eating my words, mate.
Wow.
No, you
I
survived,
was actually
mate. You live to see
commentating.
another day.
I was
Oh, yes.
commentating it, and I said it's so lucky that she paddled back out and got that
Yeah.
wave because Kingscliff on the wave, the good one she got, they got a
Yeah.
bomb behind her, and
Yeah.
they might have passed you. So very lucky, El
Very
Prez.
lucky. Oh, sweating bullets, I tell you.
So have a look at the scores starting to roll through now for our competitors. A 9-point ride for North
Wow.
Shore, a 7.5 for the Kiwi team, M&M a 7.17, a 6.5 for Labar. This is shaping up to be a very high-scoring heat as we dive into some replays. Take us through it, Doc.
Cracker, really. They were all speed turns pretty much, except for that one. He kind of drew that one out, but this was just a gold wave. You know, you saw it shrink down now, and he races it. He knows there's a section down the line. Patiently, speed turn. I love speed turns for some reason, and does another one. And just run heaps of spray and just clean finish. Like no catches of the rail, nothing, just clean surfing. I love good surfing, and we saw it right there with a 9-point ride.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Taj Stokes, right?
Taj Stokes.
Yeah, man, great read, and I'll come with you. You know, ultimately, you want to really show the judges that you're committing to each turn, but sometimes when the tide drops out here, you've got to maintain that down the line flow, and when you can release some water and make that transition move an impactful sort of power turn to the judges, that they'll just chomp on it.
It's such an important turn that I learned over my career, you know, like the speed turn, throwing spray with that speed turn. to get into that next power turn. Like, it's a really important one, because if you can throw buckets on that, and then you get your big turn in between, it's going to be a massive score.
I want you to talk about it a little bit. Every world champ, according to Bruce Irons, I heard an interview with him, has that world title turn. And, you think about Mick Fanning, it was that trademark arc where, he got more inverted through his front side arc than other people would get, and just had that crazy upper body coil that he'd rip through. Andy had this, gnarly front side sort of power slash that he'd throw in between his big high impact vertical hits. Yeah, just a move that other people didn't have. And
I think he derived that from Sonny Garcia.
Yeah, I think he may have. John Florence, he's actually, you'd think it was the barrel riding and the huge alley-oops and the rotations, but it's not. It's a big layback hit for John that he leans into more often than not to fetch his big scores. What was your big turn?
Yeah, well, I mean, funny as it might sound, is my bottom turn. I mean, at Bells, it proved me, countless, wins, many heat wins and the skins and stuff. I mean, if you can get the perfect bottom turn, in most waves, it's just paramount. It just gets you everywhere. That speed, that holding the rail, just laying that bottom turn way over and then getting up under the lip and doing a huge arc or a big snap. Yeah, so the bottom turn's very underrated. The judges probably aren't scoring it, so to speak, but I mean, it just, if you set it up right and do it right, it's going to give you the big snap. So, indirectly, it is an important turn, right, Jay?
Yeah.
Jay,
flow between turns.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes, good surfing is not just about that big individual turn. It's the stuff in between.
Yeah.
And I think what you did on your bottom turn, some of which went for over 100 feet, was
young Sean Gunning.
Oh, he's a great surfer, man. So speedy.
Bit of Ock and bit of CJ Hobgood, maybe.
Yeah. He did a couple of turns
Damien
yesterday
Hobgood.
that kind of looked like Matty Wilco too. He's got some real
his
release in his surfing. But yeah, that bottom turn, for me, Ock, what it did was it built anticipation. Like, you were hanging down there for so long on that rail. You go, where's he going with this? And the cool thing was that, you didn't lose speed, and it gave you the opportunity to size up each section and throw a different line or approach to your top turns.
Yeah.
Because you were able to sum up the section for so long because you were just well and truly looking over that shoulder. And I love that you went to that move as, not even that sort of trademark individual major turn, but your bottom turn as your key maneuver.
Yeah. You probably didn't think I was going to say that, but...
I actually did.
You did, you know me too well.
but I'm glad that you pointed it out, because there's been some awesome off-the-bottom surfing too here, and right now we've got Labar up again. This is Nexie Ryan. She is a winner. She's won multiple major events in Australia, and that's why. Just that has that incredible variety off the top, surfs with a lot of power. And that's going to be a pretty decent wave. Puts the hands up.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, she says.
Beautiful. Yeah, guaranteed she's got to bank that one. Yeah, Nixie's been competing on the QS for a while, and I reckon the way she's looking this year could be her year for making that Challenger Series, Ronnie.
That's right. Yeah, Jay.
Yeah.
Mate, you didn't get a world title,
no,
but you did win some big international events.
Yeah.
But you did have a turn, mate. For me, when I was a Grom and it was all about the momentum generation, there was only a handful of Aussie guys that had the fin release and that big frontside fin throw. You were right up there. Man, I loved your surfing and still a big fan.
I think when Taylor Steele was coming out with those movies with the momentum generations and all that, and I think Justin Game was getting thrown into the mix then at that point, and just started to show some Australian surfers at away with Trent Munro, Lee Winkler, and like Savocky was on there himself, and Neil Purchase and Brendan Marginson. And I think it was just a few guys getting together to surf. But it was really what radical back then was this one or two surfs and there's your section, where they'd probably put a whole year in to make this section.
Yeah.
So it was pretty crazy, but it was all, I was just thankful that Gainey was around at that point, and then Shagger came along, and then he came out with some beautiful films on his own as well, and then he came out with the one that was the really good one was the 3 Degrees.
Yeah.
And Mick and Joel and Dean. And
Oh,
there was a fourth one. was Damon Harvey was in the mix then at that point.
Yeah.
He didn't fulfil his dreams as well. But, yeah, going back on those days, they were the best days of my life. I mean, I think I was halfway around the world competing at one point and knew that the Strategy Assault was on. And I went, I'm pulling myself out of this to go back for the Strategy Assault. I think it was the one year that actually we were going for 13 years in a row. We had this surf-off for Danny DeCino at perfect little cylinders. And, yeah, I smoked him.
There you go.
So that brought us 13 years in a row.
Well,
So
mate,
it was worthwhile.
It was worthwhile.
Absolutely. Glad you came back for it.
Yeah,
Here we
yeah.
go.
I love my team.
Our Kiwi team is really lighting up the rights here. 7.5 to kick things off. They want to maintain pace with the front runners, Labar and M&M, and I think they'll do it with that ride. They'll be right in the mix. Throws the hands up, makes his way to the beach. 18 minutes to go. So for, you know, at least 3 of the clubs at the moment, they've had great time management. The North Shore Club, though, is holding a real edge, a 9-point ride on the board already.
Well, you can see the difference in when the tide drops out. The scores just get bigger and bigger. It's like this is going to be the best match.
Oh, this little grower here for Labar too. I mean, he was only small when he took off, but it's just really low tide right now, so it's really cupped out, and it's hard to fit those manoeuvres in that speed turn. It's just about the only one you can do. So, yeah, those surfers have got to be aware of that. It's barrel or speed turn or air, you know, because definitely there's some steep ramps.
He can afford to get back out there too. I mean, he surfed that wave, I think, probably as well as he could have. Each of those sections was kind of creeping up on him pretty quickly, so he was getting those quick punches to the lip, but he wants a bit more room to move. You said yesterday, Ock, when the tide gets to this point, you need a slightly bigger set so you can open up a bit.
Yeah, it's true, right, Joe. They'll move off the bank just a touch.
Yeah, just a touch, so you can get that proper bottom turn in. So you see what happened on his last wave is that when he was doing the turn, hitting the bottom, it just goes below sea level, and you lose your speed.
Yeah,
you can't get yourself down the line.
Yeah, sorry, Joe, but there's 2 certain waves that you pick on a day like today, and especially when it's bigger, is or you know, when it's this size, if it moves off the bank just a bit, you can get, you know, an open one, or if you get a double up, you pull into the barrel. And,
I want to throw it back to our last, I think, club round that we had.
Ooh.
I think that was probably some of the best surfing I've seen you done.
Really?
I mean, wow.
Oh, that's getting a bit excited.
Come on,
but
I was excited because I was no one there filming it.
No.
I was like, I had to film it.
You did, yeah. But I think I even posted it on social.
Yeah.
But that day was pumping, and we had, hey Ronnie, and we had rep and charges, so no one lost their first round, and all the because the waves are crowded, the waves are pumping, and it's holidays, and everyone's like, how come everyone's coming back out twice? And we got a bit greedy that day, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Oh, I was super consistent in back in the day with the replicharge round. I always made it to the replicharge. We got pink up at the moment, and this is the Kiwi team. They're going pretty good at the moment. You know, 5.67 for their second surfer. But, you know, there's a couple of solid scores that have been dropped by the M&M Club and Labara ahead of them. So they're going to have to find something magic here in this last 15 and a half minutes. North Shore's in a great position. However, they're chewing up a bit of time with their second surfer at the moment. They got the big 9, and we're waiting on some numbers to come through. Yeah, I often...
Dimini Stoyles is out there next for North Shore. She's still got 15 minutes to go.
Well, she's eager to get herself a big score here. She surfs this place so well. She surfed it in all conditions, Dimity. I always talk about her section in that clip that her and her mates put together during the pandemic surfing. Was the name of it, and it was Steph Gilmore, Tyler Wright, Nikki Van Dyke, Macy Callahan, Dimity. And Dimity just reminded us all how good a surfer she is. She's brilliant.
Good in the barrel.
It was called Surfing.
And
it was a film done by Dan Scott.
Dan Scott, yeah. We actually haven't mentioned Dan. Dan's a local filmer that is a really nice guy and makes great clips.
How does he just shoot snapper where everyone else is shooting it and make it look so signature and unique to him?
He's talented, eh?
Yeah,
He's
really
one of those guys, I mean, you know, with Jack McCoy being, you know, the man, I reckon he would have taken Dan and, you know, because he loves that creativity side of filming and he would have liked to get him on the team on a project.
No doubt.
But anyway,
I was
shout out to Dan.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, go check out that clip if you haven't seen it already. But I did want to say before, you know, we've been talking about these tight transitions and how tricky this cupped out face was. And I think you know, when I think about the surfers that found success here in the CT event and stuff, you know, it was always hard to wrestle wins away from those locals. But Taj Burrow, when Snapper really cupped out, he was a guy who could surf the steepest cupped out faces and still explode through the lip. He had that similar sort of front side fin ditch to you, Jay, where he could maintain that control and almost slide across the lip like it was coping and not lose touch with the wave. And he had a couple of big wins here in the CT event, but also won it as a QS one year.
Good call.
But yeah, that approach can serve you really well at Snapper when you're surfing low tide heats.
Good call, good call. And Mick Fanning, you know, master at it too, but yeah, really good call.
Yeah, I think I was at. I think I was in the semi-finals for that one here, and I had. I think it's Taj Burrows, Mick Fanning. I'm not sure who else was in that.
Harry had a good run through that contest too, Zane Harrison.
Zane Harrison, and I'm like, I haven't even caught a wave, and I think Taj Burrow already had 2 nines, and I went, I'm ready to go in.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah, he was always scary when he got off to a quick start too, Taj. He was a real momentum surfer. If you could put pressure on him early, maybe you'd get him to falter a little bit, but if you got a big score at the start, you were toast.
Yeah, you're toast.
You were on toast, getting eaten alive.
Yeah, it's an early thing, because people can build on that.
Oh, this is an important wave for Dimity Store. She's got to make this count. Drops into it. Attacks the lip. Moves a bit of water here. North Shore team has got to make up some time on the clock here. Dimity, nice slice. Making this one count. Looking to make the connection through to the inside. The wave shuts down. She quickly gets that hit in. Throws her hands up. And the third surfer for North Shore now will really try and get a quick turnaround here. They'll be looking to make a big jump here. That was a well-surfed wave for Dimity.
Yep, and North Shore just jumps off the rock right about now. You got 12 minutes, so 6 minutes each.
Don't muck around. Get out there.
Don't muck around. He's just jumped off that rock. And they're going to hope for some consistency in the end of this heat.
Even when times are against you, that's not a rock jump that you want to miss time, Jay.
Oh, yeah, I do. Well, you know, you got 2 spots. You can even go on the high tide. You can go from the top. Even on a set when it's coming, you can jump. Probably on low tide in a set, you can probably jump from the top. You usually got to run down to that bottom step.
When the
which I never do.
When the southerly's really charging.
I don't like going down to the bottom one, and I've hurt myself a few times jumping off on the top one because there's a rock finger that under there that you can land on. I've landed on my knee, on my foot. Probably done it half a dozen times. I don't recommend jumping off the top over there when it's low, but I still do it.
But you do. Don't recommend it.
But I do it.
Don't follow my lead.
Oh, this morning I climbed up there. It was too high tide. I hate trying to get up there at high tide, and a little 2-foot wave come in the keyhole and washed me down, and I dinged my board. I had to sacrifice my board because I didn't want to get cut. Oh, look at that big snap there from NZ.
Oh, that was done nicely over the top of the lift.
Just trying to hang on for the finish.
Tried to hang on for the last turn, but I think he was kind of leading into a good score there, and he does put his hands up.
Hey, Dimity Store dropped an 8.4, so she made that extra time in the lineup really count for something. Here's the replay of that wave, straight up into the pocket.
Doesn't it just look like a beautiful wave pool, doesn't it? It's just beautiful looking. Dimity just putting that board on rail. That goes a little bit funny in that section there, but nice finish.
If you could make a wave pool, this could be this could be a trillionaire.
I was going, there's no wave pool that looks like this. But that was a great sort of rebounding ride for North Shore because they were fighting the clock, and I'm sure their third surfer is going to want to move quickly and set them up for a big finish as well, because this is a tight heat as we see some of the replays. Some good surfing laid down. Team New Zealand's in a good position here. They've had a 7.5, a 5.67, a 6.4, so above average performances in general. And what we're going to see is a real solid battle here for this second position, it looks like.
Yeah, for sure. They're all moving quick now, Ronnie. They're all getting into gear. They need to get in, get those 3 points. Dry sand, there's lots of it now as the tide's gone out. Huge tide this morning, around 2 metres. I think it's going to be bigger tomorrow. I was up for an early, and I think I was running at about 4:30 this morning, Jay, and it was still a bit dark. Done my first run around, and guess who was digging this huge trench with his shovel was Theo.
Theo.
The founder from Usher Group. And I was like, you're unbelievable.
Yeah, he's
so
digging
passionate.
in, mate.
So
He's
passionate.
He's like, he doesn't want to. It's such a great structure down here on the beach here at Snapper Rocks, and
And look
at the low
it was a
tide.
waste because the waves didn't even go over.
He's not.
But tomorrow they might, so yeah, he mightn't have to do it tomorrow.
He's not playing foreman. He's not yelling orders and
No.
you know, basically delegating
No, he
people
does it
to different
himself.
jobs. He just, you know, like I said, he doesn't roll up his sleeves. He rips them off like Jay Phillips. He gets those Warwick Farms out and he gives it a good old nudge.
I couldn't
Get the
find
guns
my,
out, right?
I couldn't
Oh,
find
yeah.
my large shirt this morning.
Yeah.
I found a medium. Went, oh, this is a bit small on me.
Here we
I better
go.
cut the arms off it.
Labar.
Yeah, smart move, mate. Yeah, get the Cobra and Python out for a couple of strikes. Love it. Okay, we've got a good exchange happening here. On the inside for Labar, who are well out in front.
Yeah, and more importantly, North Shore right behind him on a cracker too. So,
well, it was time to move for North
Oh,
Shore.
Jake
yeah.
Reginado just putting that.
Reginado just got a huge score right there.
Yeah, he
and
is
up
so
the
good.
back,
Oh,
we've got someone up and right.
Darren Turner.
Oh, big DT. Dropped big numbers yesterday in the individual event. This guy was a long-time campaigner on the qualifying series. A real talent, always respected by his peers. Never quite made the grade, but, you know, the legend lives on. Now, this has been great to see him back in the jersey and flaring here for Mermaid Miami.
The judges have got their work cut out for
They
him in that
have.
exchange.
They have. They're going to have to put down some numbers, and they're going to be big, and it's important. Really is important as we're approaching. We've still got a bit of tide to go out, but it's just looking so nice out there.
And watch out for Team North Shore here making a big charge. This was a solid, just the dream wave, really, for out here today. It had steep sections on the outside.
And it wasn't too cupped out. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
nice
Club
little
challenge.
direction.
Oh,
Ooh, well.
those little surprise finishes, you know, they turn rides from 6s into 8s. And if you've already collected even some major moves on the outside, it could take you into the 9s. It just kind of came from nowhere.
Mick Fanning was the perfect way of like putting that 3/4 turn under the lip, sending spray and building momentum down the line. It was just a beautiful way of him approaching that lip section. Then, as we were saying earlier, where he'd drift the fins a little bit, but still engaged his rail down the line again to build speed. There's a little couple of flashes of young kids looking like MF out there at the moment with that nice approach out of the lip.
Bunch of little blonde-haired rippers around here at the moment.
Yeah.
That's, you know, Darren Turner, what a job he's done there, dropping a big number. But, you know, it's just, you'd be waiting to hear what he scores on that ride, I'm sure, and probably likely going to make his way in. But it was, you know, it's great to see him back. I think when you're putting together your
there
team
we go.
for
North
these.
Shore went to the lead.
Yeah,
with
look
that
at
wave.
that. North Shore.
Oh, and then M&M went up. So we've had a complete switch up right here, Ronnie.
Look at the numbers in this heat. Every club's doing really well. I mean,
Who's had the one?
New Zealand team's fallen a little behind. Team North Shore, I think their last surfer out in the lineup has maybe dropped a 1. So I can see them getting rid of that. So they had a 9, then Dimity had an 8.4. I think Reginado just dropped a 7.37. So I think the 1 is fake news.
Fake news.
But
so for that last wave of they got the kid from New Zealand only got a 6.4 for that. I thought that he put it.
no, actually no. Yeah, 6.4.
6.4 or he's 7.5.
No, 6.4.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I mean it's tight, but Team New
very
Zealand's
tight.
going to have to really drop a huge score.
number.
Labar's sort of in reach. They need a 3.57 at the moment to get themselves into the lead. Obviously, they're trying to collect a few more points than that, but let's see this ride again.
NZ.
What do they need?
A replay from earlier. Is this the
That's a
one?
replay from earlier, so it's not live.
That was a critical
That
turn.
it's a
this actually.
6.4.
This is the one where he just kind of didn't ride out of it properly, did he?
Yeah, it would have been more than a 6.4 if
So
he
it
made
was-
that.
Yeah.
So obviously you can kind of improve on your situation. North Shore's still got another surfer to lock in a number, so they're in a great position. And I'm guessing that Darren Turner for
Darren Turner.
M&M.
And what do New Zealand need to get up into second place, Ronnie?
Yeah, well, you know, the thing that they're up against is the fact that North Shore's still got to drop a big score. So
okay, so you don't know yet. Yeah.
Not just yet, but we know that the 3
They need
points is
something
going to be crucial because if you have a look at the order here, it's going to tighten up a little bit.
Here we go. We got some action right here.
Oh,
the boys
that's a beautiful looking wave.
Yeah, no wall, Ronnie, no wall. That's why you picked the wrong waves out here.
Mate, I'll take any wave I can get out here. I'm not worried about what it's going to do down the line. If it only goes, if it's a one-turn wave, you know,
I want to give it up a little bit. You know, like you get those ones behind the rock. They're slabby. They're dangerous looking. But it's a short ride. You get those ones just a little bit off the rock, and you get that nice length in the ride that grows down to the inside. A Mark Ocaluplo special.
I do like those waves.
Whoa. Oh, Alistair Reginato, he was on fire yesterday, and he's found a couple of bigger rides out here today. Like, we watched him turn a knee-high wave into a 7 yesterday.
We did.
He just has so much spark. Great explosive surfing in the pocket. And he's making his way in. By the looks of things, just under 3 minutes to go. So I think we'll see, you know, a bit of a shift up in the score line there for the North Shore team. They're going to get those bonus 3 points quite easily. Look at the bounce in his step here.
Yeah, look at he looks fit as a fiddle, eh? It's just like a little boxing skip right there, ready to get in the ring.
He is a very dangerous surfer for them. He's been their standout for a number of years now. I can't believe he could be really showing what they could bring from Sunshine Coast to the big league. I think his video sections are unreal. He knows how to put it into the air. His rail surfing's really good. His tube riding and backside is good too.
Yeah, I agree. There we go, a wave.
Darren Turner.
M&M, we talked about him.
Oh, man, he's a great surfer. Here we go, just under 2 minutes to go. Darren Turner making his way in. Throws the hands up.
But definitely Alistair, you know, has got the package for sure.
Yeah.
I've known him, I mean, you know, I've seen him since he's been a little kid in the Yoki Grom comps. He's always been good, but just over the last few years, he's really gotten heaps better. Hey, and his level's high, and watch out for him on the QS.
It looks so fit too. Looks like a sock full of slats.
Dangerous. And look out for him in the QS this year.
Well, we had Shane Bevan here at Snapper Rocks for a number of years as president. I was 9 years vice president underneath him for a number of years, and then he moved north to North Shore, and he brought all this really good advice and experience to them, and then they grew, and together they came as a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, he
and
didn't take any snapper surfers with him.
No snapper surfers. But we've got great depth. That's why we've lost a couple to other clubs over this event.
Have a look at the total here for North Shore.
Wow.
36.37.
Wow.
That's
Maximum points you can get in this event is 43.
43.
With the bonus 3 points at the end.
That, yeah.
Well, I'm hoping they just had their heat.
Huge, man. That is a very healthy tally. 7.37 was their worst score for their 4 surfers. 8.6, 8.4, 9-point ride, and the bonus 3. As we see now, making his way in for Labar and just trying to lock in those 3 points. He hasn't got them just yet. And on the outside, bang.
Oh, she's finished it. That was a 2-turn.
Oh, she's got a really motor here to get to the beach in time. Actually, I don't think she's going to get there for the bonus points.
How long
but it may not matter because
she's got
Team
3
New Zealand,
seconds. Just stand up.
Team New Zealand had a lot of work to do.
She nearly did it. 0.1 of a second, maybe not.
Yeah,
that was a good heat, man. North Shore have thrown down the gauntlet.
That's
showing all the other teams that's what they can score. And if it was a final, dare say that would be a winning total right there, Ronnie.
The bar has been set very high. It's going to be a hard one for other clubs to jump over now. But you just never know in these events. But the North Shore, you know, maintaining their composure with the clock almost working against them in the opening stages there, but they are through along with M&M. We're going to take a quick break here. More action coming your way from the Usher Cup in just a moment.
I'm right here, I ain't going nowhere. Blood, sweat, and tears, whiskey, shining beers. Lot of travel miles in this rearview mirror. Watching my back, but never running from my fears. Made a few wrong turns over these years. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Keep it 100 till the day that I die. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Got me a band of brothers by my side. Got me a band of brothers by my side.
Welcome back to the Usher Cup World Club Challenge. We're about to see one of the most successful board riders clubs in the country hit the lineup, and we're seeing some highlights of some of their real performers. Cooper Chapman, who's been on the commentary team with us at the Usher Cup this year. I mean, this team just has really consistent surfers, Occy, that deliver big time under pressure. Dylan Moffat, Nathan Hedge, of course, who's been representing the club so beautifully at the board riders events over the years. True Starling's here, and she's been looking sharp as well, spending a lot of time on the Gold Coast these days. So they're going to be hard to beat.
They will be, as is North Shore. That was a big effort from them last time. There's Hog right there ripping that wave.
Oh, look at that.
Completely
timeless.
Yeah, timeless, yeah. Hog Dog lives a good life now. Takes care of his body like a temple. And, yeah, looking good. Still in this individual event too.
Looking fit as.
Ronnie, here we go, a replay from the first ride of this heat here. It's yellow.
Yeah, for Team BlackRock. And looking to get them off to a quick start. This one actually came through at a 3.5. Matt Roble, Ryan Hunter, Simon Dean, and Jessica Bonner, will be surfing for the team. For North Narrabeen, it's a solid lineup once again. Mentioned Nathan Hedge, we saw Cooper Chapman. Jamie Thompson will be filling that void that Dylan Moffat left behind, and True Starling will be their female. And then you've got the Noosa Board Riders Club, Ben Lawrenson, Cooper Davies, Connor Lyons and Gia Lawrenson. And Wind and Sea, Ken McDougall, Timmy Ollier, Tim Bainge and Savannah Riley. So, really solid teams across, I think, every single club in the contest this year. And as a result, we've seen some monster heat score totals in the World Club Challenge, but none bigger than what North Shore posted in that last heat, 36.37.
Wow,
I mean,
that's...
You
can say, settle down, right?
Oh, 100%. That's too much. In the opening round, way too much. You don't want to...
You don't want to peak too early, but
Yeah.
that's a massive score, and congratulations to them. Just want to give a shout out to a few of the locals. I got a text from Bruce Lee yesterday. He's actually not here. He's away working, unfortunately. But he texted me saying, give not him a plug, but the sponsors, the Romano Room, BAP, up there, help out Snapper Rocks and a lot. And I believe this event, Rainbow Surf Club right behind us, does a beautiful lunch, beautiful cold beverages, and I've been busy today, Ronnie. I really deserve a soda water. Look, that's Hog Dog out the back. I can tell. And the girl in front of him,
oh yeah,
Hog Dog just got a screamer right there, right off the first minute. And he's going to make this little section here and bang.
Oh, my goodness.
And whoa.
Oh, mate, look, here comes.
And
Yeah,
look
loves
here.
it. Okay,
That's the
yeah, there it
claim.
is. Okay, so Savannah Riley, she got the ball rolling beautifully for Wind and Sea, but Nathan Hedge has a reputation for being the best starter for his board riders club and board riders in general. That was, I'm expecting a 9.
Well, the thing is, it's so right. He's always been the first surfer. Every time he surfed for years, and he always gets a bomb and just rips it. That's his go. That's his what do you call it?
Oh, that's his MO.
That's his MO, and that's their MO.
Yeah.
And what a weapon to have.
Yeah. It's, you need someone with confidence and spirit to start a conga line.
You do.
On a dance floor. Someone's got to take control, and Nathan Hedge just leads the conga line with complete confidence for the North Narrabeen club.
I haven't heard that one before, Ronnie. That's a good
me.
one. I love dancing. And I was,
Look at this
I was
replay.
listening to a tennis player the other day, and they love to dance too before they play. And I love to dance before I surf. I don't do it in public, but you know, at home, you know, listen
Nice.
to Spotify,
No,
my
Why?
favourite tunes. I'm dancing away up there in my unit, you know, before I go for a surf.
Way better than bouncing around like a jock on a Swiss ball or shuffling around with an elastic band around your legs.
I'm not doing that. No, I'm dancing. I'm grooving.
Yeah, well, the twist is one of the best ways to get yourself prepped for a couple of big backhand snaps here at Snapper Rocks. Nathan Hedge kicks things off with a 9.6.
What?
And the rest of the team is running down to give him a well-earned slap on the back. Mate, he didn't even get his scalp wet, Nathan Hedge. He was so quick to pounce on that wave, and, you know, I just don't think anyone else even got a chance to look at it. On the outside, Cooper Chapman gets his opportunity. There's a strong turn. They're up for the challenge of chasing down a bigger heat score total than North Shore, as Cooper finds so much release in the tail. This is a great competition surfer, a very progressive performer.
What's Cooper going to do right here? Because seriously, there's been 3 minutes and they've already had 2 huge scores. He can come in, but he is coming in. But the thing is, the other guys jumping off the rock right now, they're going to be done in 5 minutes.
Oh, I can hear the hog still just snorting away after just an unbelievable run to kick things off for North Narrabeen, 9.6. Cooper Chapman too, like you said, you know, there'd only been 6 minutes gone when he paddled into his ride, and I think he was looking at the beach going, I mean, it's a really good wave. It's going to set us up well, but I kind of want to get back out there.
Well, I know. The thing is, I want to see more surfing too, but these guys are just going to...
Just celebrating timing, and those charity events just mean so much, and just to get to surfing, just comes out in the surfing, you know, and it's such a great place to be, and thanks for the opportunity, North Narrabeen, to surf for you guys, and thanks to Theo and Rabs and the Usher Cup putting this together. A lot of people winning today, so good.
Yeah, the hog. What a machine. So solid on the outside, stalling for the pit. It's Team Blackrock, and they're tucking in once again, just a little too deep on this occasion. But we're seeing some unbelievable rides come through, and the performance level is arriving with it. But Team Narrabeen, just a quick 1-2 combo. 7.33 there. That was so solid. What a start. And there is still so much time on the clock. And they are absolutely they're just going through their rides. Just recounting the highlights with one another. Almost one of those situations where you know, you've got your fellow competitor kind of hanging there on the beach, thinking that they're going to have some time to digest what's unfolding here, and before you know it, you're having to get yourself into the lineup because you're out there and there's still, you know, a whole lot of time. Well over 25 minutes remaining here, so Narra's just started with a big bang. Wind and Sea getting a couple of rides as well, but they're way behind on the points tally at the moment. And we've got a special guest joining us in the booth, all the way from NZ. Great to have the Point Board Riders with us. How are you going, mate? Sorry, what was your name?
Larry Fisher.
Larry Fisher. Absolute pleasure, mate.
Cheers. Nice
Great to have you.
Yeah, awesome to be
Nice
here.
to meet you, Larry.
Yeah.
Mate,
probably met you before, hey?
Yeah. I've seen you a few times. I met you back in New Zealand.
In New Zealand?
Your trip back in like '91 with the Billabong crew.
Yeah. Hold it tighter.
Yeah. So yeah, I met you a couple of times.
Larry, mate, awesome for your team to get out here and just straighten their backs by getting a couple of rights, mate.
Yeah, you know, we're from the land of lefts in Raglan.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty cool.
Man,
having a beautiful ride like this.
You must be so proud of the team. I mean, a really tough draw in that last heat, but the surfing is just looking so solid, and obviously a really strong push coming out of New Zealand at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the day, I thought if we got an average 6.5, we'd get through. And then when I saw the standard, I was telling the guys they really need to get in 7s and 8s to be assured. And Bree got a 7 at the end, and Taylor got a 7.5, and then we had a 6.5, and then 5, 6, 7. And if we got in that 3 minutes, we still would have, that 3 points, I think we would have still lost by 0.3 or 4. So
close.
Yeah. But we're
good
pretty happy, yeah.
You look like you're having a good time, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, the team's stoked. We've been looked after, you know, so well. It's been amazing.
Unreal. And what about those individual performers in the men's and women's? Anyone still alive in the mix there?
Yeah, we've got Caleb Cutmore.
Yeah, Caleb's ripping.
And yeah, he's got a really tight backhand, even though he's really good on his forehand. His backhand's just as good. So he's got a pretty tough heat next, but
Mate,
he can get 8s and 9s out there.
That's a beautiful thing about these board riders events, Ock. We do see sort of underground rippers who are starting to make their move, come up against more fancied rivals, and sometimes they do wrestle those wins away.
They can, and so you still got life in this in the event. That's good to see, Larry. And yeah, I saw Caleb surf. I was impressed. Yeah, nice backhand for sure.
Yeah, we were feeling pretty low up until then. Like we'd all dropping like flies, and then Caleb got through, so gave us some hope. Look at this. Oh my gosh.
Look at this
Who's
thing.
That? North Narrow. No, it's orange.
Yeah, Noosa.
Noosa.
Yeah, this is an important ride for Noosa because they hadn't gotten started yet. Oh my gosh, that was awkward. Ow. Well, hopefully he's all right, but man, he got so shacked on the outside.
He put his hands up, so, you know, like in big wave surfing, you know, a tap on the head or a thumbs up is sufficient, but double hands up, that means he's totally fine. It looked awkward. There's no doubt about that.
Thought I saw a leg fly off.
Yeah, it was like weird scorpion kind of thing, but it was a good barrel. There's no doubt about that. One of the better barrels we've seen today. We saw a few good ones yesterday, but
wonder how it'll factor in. They scored well yesterday, the Pits.
They did.
So even though he didn't get the big finish there, it might just put them in a decent position, as we now see on the outside, taking off. Look at that on the replay, just slotting right in there. That was a great combo, wasn't it?
And if he made this last turn, it could have been a 10. You never know.
Oh my gosh, he got smoked.
Yeah. But Larry, like, how's NZ and what made you pick the team you got? I mean, how's Maz and Jay Quinn doing?
Yeah, so obviously we're a board riders team, so we couldn't handpick the best in New Zealand.
Oh, you couldn't.
Nah, so if we did, we'd probably have a different team. So, and this was a team that won. We had like a national event back home.
Yeah.
So we had 20 odd board riders from all around New Zealand.
Okay.
So, and when we won it, there were a lot of guys in the Raglan board riders like Billy Stammen that would have loved to have come over, and a couple of others.
Yep.
But we ended up deciding, come board riders, let's go with the team that won it for us.
No, for sure.
Keep it grassroots.
Yeah. So
love that.
Yeah, when they knew there was a trip up, everyone was like, "Yeah, I'll win the team." But
no, you're not.
So
we won it, and we're taking our team.
So I think that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Really cool. And mate, I wanted to ask you, because we've been rabbiting on about how strong our board riders culture is here in Australia, and obviously we've got international teams like from the States, from Hawaii, Japan, and we're kind of sort of encouraging them to build their board riding culture, but that's existed in New Zealand for a number of years. How old is the Point Board Riders Club, and how many clubs are there around the country?
Yeah, the Board Riders is probably the oldest. It was around in the 60s.
Yeah,
it's been going for a long time. Originally it was the city boys from Hamilton that came out to Raglan, because Raglan was just a little country town with, you know, about 40 houses back in the 60s. But now it's really growing, and we've got every sort of beach areas is board riders, so there's up to 30 board riders around the country, North and South Island.
Piha?
Yeah,
Whangamata.
actually, Piha, they Keyhole board riders, which I used to be a part of before I moved to Raglan. And they've been doing really well at the Nationals. They just got Doone Kennings, who's past national champ Lyndon Kennings' son, just won the Nationals. And they got second Elliot, who's part of Elliot Pirata Reed, who's part of Keyhole as well. So, and then there's Whangamata, Mount Maunganui. There's New Plymouth, Taranaki region's got 3 board riders, a lot in the South Island.
Yeah, that is so cool. And a big shout out to all those other board riders clubs, and looking forward to getting you involved. I think it might be time to get like a bit of a Bledisloe kind of vibe happening in the board riders.
That would be epic.
Community between Oz and New Zealand. That'd be so fun.
Great idea.
Let's kick it off.
Yeah, we'll go right and left. We'll have one over here and one over there.
That's smart.
Even it up.
Most definitely. But man, it's been so great to see all the international teams here. And you know, like I said, I know today has been a tough draw, but at the same time, really promising performances as well. So have a look at the numbers rolling through for some of these teams out there.
Fest, right?
Yeah, 8-6-7 for the competitor from Noosa for the Pit with the couple of turns. So, no, it did still count, but he was on his way to the 9s if he finished that last turn.
Yeah, Hog Dog opened it up with that really good, series of snaps, but then it kind of turned into a barrel fest. Tide's gone out, and waves are looking good.
Yeah.
New Zealand and Atlanta left. Another question for you, Larry. I mean, I love Raglan, but I love Whangamatā. The last 2 trips there, I've actually scored that wave. And, it wasn't like a stroke mission or anything. Was I lucky to get that wave without, knowing there was, east swell, right?
That was a one-time deal, wasn't it, Larry? That's never good, Whangamatā.
Yeah, there's always, it's a bit like here, there's always a good sand there.
Yeah.
So when you swell, it's on. And, the Whangamatā boys probably wouldn't want me saying that, but it's pretty consistent when it's on. Obviously, we don't get as much swell on the east coast as the west coast, so you were turning up and getting that on.
What a treat.
Oh, that wave spat so hard.
Didn't it?
And it actually spat so hard that it made that guy miss that wave.
Yeah. Just
I don't know who it was. A face full of spit.
Here we go.
Oh, look at this thing. Standing up on the outside, late drop. And this is the North Narrabeen Club. And this is Jamie Thompson, great surfer, goes to the big roundhouse, hangs onto it. That was committed. And now digging into a couple of big pocket gouges. And he is showing plenty of spark, throws it up there desperately, trying to get one more manoeuvre in.
Yeah, we don't get too many waves in New Zealand like this, like sand bottom, hollow waves. We get a lot of...
26-degree water, are you kidding me?
Yeah. We get a lot of rights, but they're quite fat, sort of more bells type waves, you know?
I like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I know you do.
So that was a good ride for Jamie. I think he's throwing his hands up, and that means True Starling's going to head out there and have 18 minutes, basically, to get her ride. She is thrilled because she bowed out of the women's event early on. So this is the opportunity to enjoy a good session at Snapper. She might get 3 waves here, but here's the replay of Jamie's ride.
She's got the golden ticket right there. You kidding me? 18 minutes at Snapper like this with no one out? Well, 2 other guys.
Love that.
Love the roundhouse. Yeah, love the roundhouse. It was a good barrel. It was a good turn. If he made this very last turn, I'm calling 10 again. I've called that a few times, but the waves are just producing right now. Big crowd too. I rode my bike down here, and there's thousands of people behind here, including, the clubs, and the public have really turned out today on a beautiful, pristine day here at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, the big names are down here too. People that came through, they're board riders clubs, world champions. Joel Parkinson saw him cheering on the Snapper Rocks team this morning. Larry, you seen any Hall of Famers in your travels?
Yeah, you're here 5 minutes and straight away you see Oki, Parko, Dingo,
so good.
Brad Gerlach.
Yeah,
awesome. It's pretty crazy. You don't see that when you're in New Zealand, obviously.
So good. I haven't seen Ger yet, but looking forward to catching up with him, getting him in the booth for a chat. 16.5 minutes remaining here. Jamie Thompson's made his way in. Solid effort from him. Look at the numbers for the team. 9.6 for Nathan Hedge, 7.33 for Cooper Chapman, 9.43 for Jamie Thompson. And that just has given True Starling an opportunity to chase down that big total put up by North Shore.
North Shore, that's what I was going to say. It's on.
And Wind and Sea still hanging in there in second spot at the moment. But Team Noosa's, got an opportunity to really capitalise on a strong opening ride here. But much like North Shore in the previous heat, the pressure's going to be on a little bit because that second surfer has chewed up quite a bit of time on the clock here, Rob.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about time management, isn't it? And still got a fair bit of time halfway through, but
I was going to ask Larry, it's not rocket science. You want each of your competitors to go out there and, hopefully pretty quick time and bank big numbers, mate. But there is strategy in where you place your strongest surfer and, whether you get off to a really fantastic start like Nathan Hedge was able to do and relieve pressure on the team, or whether you bank on your strongest surfer saving the team if you're a bit behind.
Yeah. When I was having to put the order and I was thinking about all those scenarios, and I thought I might have made a mistake through that because at the end, we needed a big score at the end, and maybe potentially having our top surfer, probably Caleb at the end, knowing he's probably got an 8 in him, a lot easier than the others, maybe even a 9. So, I think there's a bit of strategy for sure.
And did you identify, because we worked it out, but did you identify just how long you could stay in the lineup and the latest you could kind of take off on a wave and return to shore? Had you ridden it all the way down to, say, Little Marley?
Yeah, no, we discussed that as a team, and if they were unsure, I was on the beach giving them a couple of signals whether to come in or go back out. So Caleb was going to come back in after a 6-4, and I was like, get back out there, mate, we need an 8.
Go on, mate.
So turned around, went back out, and didn't quite get an 8, but yeah, at least
gave it a go. Nudge. Most definitely. Yeah, I was thinking it was going to be kind of around 2 minutes, but then we did see a competitor take off on the outside, 1 minute to 40 seconds to go, and when he got to the beach, he had 40 seconds. So it was about a minute.
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
Yeah. So it's kind of not as long as you think it's going to be.
Yeah, especially on the low tide,
On the low tide, but high tide, if you get a long one in going
and you don't really get the whitewater pushing you all the way to the beach.
No,
so
there's a big gutter in there. So
it might have changed, Doc. It might have been about 2 minutes, and now it seems like you can kind of make that skip
changed
through to the dry sand, relatively dry sand is what we're going to call it, to shore up those 3 points.
Yeah, relative. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not making him run all the way up to where the kids are making sandcastles.
To get you, well,
you've got to get to basically just where your feet aren't completely underwater. I'd say ankle deep water would probably get you 3 points.
Is that what they're calling? I was a bit unsure because
I think
Bree
pretty
came
loose.
in, and if she stood up, she would have been up to her probably a waist. So I was trying to get her to stand up, and she didn't. She was thinking she needed to be up to her ankles. And
I was watching that closely.
It's a grey area.
I was watching that closely, and I don't think she was far enough in.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to say like it had to be like kind of below your knees.
And she was saying if
Boom!
oh, here we go. Look at this backhand
Oh,
attack.
strong. Team Noosa, their second surfer, really is going to add to the total here, and he's making his move just in time. He wants to leave a bit of time on the clock for the remaining surfers, but that was tidy work, and they kicked off with an 8.67. That was an important ride, and he had to move at that time. Cooper Davies, I think it is. Wow,
that was
solid.
Sick.
Yeah, he was chucking the spray for sure.
Yeah, that was sick surfing right there. And here we go. True, is it True?
Yeah, True Starling. So she wants to bank a big number and give Narrabeen a great opportunity to potentially overtake North Shore.
That's not it, so she's going to go back out.
Still got 12 minutes, though. Okay, so Noosa's going to send their third surfer into this lineup now, who will fall nicely into the order of priority with True on the inside. So this is going to be interesting. How big is this score going to be for Noosa? I thought it was an excellently surf wave.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent score too. Let's see the replay. It's going to be hard to tell with this drone angle. I like to see the front angle on the replay, but let's just see. He just keeps it really tight. Thank you. Someone's listening to me right there, and it's Chris, the director. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, nice wave. Maybe not excellent after seeing that, but definitely in the 7s, I think, and there's True right behind her. You're talking about strategy before, Ronnie, and I really think you need to be kind of some kind of rocket scientist to get the strategy right here. Perfectly, and to win this World Cup challenge, maybe we'll bring in some because it's tricky, just your time allotment.
Oh, man.
What kind of scores do you need? Which surfer are you going to put in first or last? It's just a whole lot of stuff to think about.
It was Ben Lawrenson for Noosa.
Was it? Wow.
9.57.
Okay, well, I'm completely wrong.
So Connor Lyons actually kicked things off for Team Noosa. He is the regular footer. Ben Lawrenson on the backhand there, and it was a clean sequence of powerful backhand hits.
And I take that back. When I saw it from the front angle, I was like, yeah, that's sick. One of the better waves I've seen today. But the drone angle always makes it look a bit strange.
Yeah, it just and you're spot on. It's not the judge's perspective. No. I absolutely love watching that drone angle because it just shows the beauty of the wave, the definition of the sandbar. And it just gives you a fresh perspective. But, you had to sort of see those first 3 turns, front on. And when we watched them live, they were strong. The first turn in particular just gave it everything.
Yeah. The only reason I like the drone angle, like when it's up real high, is if you can see maybe a shark or these days, a crocodile.
No one wants to see that now.
I mean, like with that crocodile that got spotted at South Straddie a few days ago, it might be swimming this way. You never know. So drones come in handy, and, it'd be... It'd be pretty radical if we see that crocodile swim up to snapper and have a look at the lineup.
I love it.
Did that escape from one of the wildlife parks, or was
No,
it actually?
it didn't actually. Well, that's a good point. It could have escaped from Currumbin Wildlife Sanctuary or Flay's Park up there, but they're thinking it came from, the furthest crocodiles come down apparently is like Gladstone, which is about an 8-hour drive,
it's
a
those-
10-hour drive from here. So that crocodile has swum a long way.
It's the warm waters.
Yeah, it is.
It's kind of bringing them down, and they reckon that those tropical fish species are sort of making their way down south at a rate of around, I think it's 40 kilometres a year.
Wow.
So
it's incredible, and
quick.
even those killer jellyfish are actually making their way down to the irukandjis, and that we don't want them, and we don't want crocodiles really.
The only
either.
irukandjis we want in the lineup here are Steph Gilmore, Sally Fitzgibbons, and some of those other Olympic team members. But here we go. More wave action on the outside, and just so great, Larry, that the location has come to life for you guys. You're welcome.
Oh, yeah, we just can't believe it. Having a sand bottom wave breaks right through the tides. Low tide's obviously better, but high tide's still sick. We've been looked after, staying up at Green Mountain Hotel.
Awesome,
Flown
mate.
over for free by the Usher Cup crew.
How great.
Looked after, had Rabbit picking us up from the airport.
How good's that?
Yeah, and all the crew, and it's pretty crazy.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Have you had the opportunity, mate, to get yourself a few nice long running rides?
Yeah, been sneaking out there in the mornings,
good
and
man.
shot over to D-Bar a couple of times.
Epic. Love to hear that. And here we go on the outside for Team Noosa. Oh, hammers the end section there. Really seriously solid
that was
stuff.
goal right there, wasn't it?
Yeah, sure was. Very good for Gia Lawrenson.
Yeah, the females have been dropping big scores.
Yeah, that was impressive. And Team Noosa knows the importance of it, because Team Wind and Sea is kind of right behind them in the order here at the moment. North Narrabeen's just streaked ahead. We saw True Starling on the outside. She got herself a 4.5. She's still out there, has the opportunity to up the ante and really chase hard for that major
top
score, heat score total
that North Shore have got. And I guess, like, I'm looking at that, I think they had a 37, was it 38? Or 36, maybe, yeah. So she needs a 6, 7, or an 8 to eclipse that.
Really interested to see where Gia's score goes. Gia Lawrenson gets herself a 6.4, and that's going to go a long way to shoring up that second position. You can see, I love it when the teams just really start to find that fire, and someone rips a wave apart, and just the celebration mode that they go into. She's going to feel 10 feet tall when she hits the beach here, because she's delivered in a big way for her club.
Yeah, they're psyched. Been such a great day. I've been busy today because you noticed I had the kids this morning. Most hectic heat I've ever
be the busiest
commentated.
person on the coast with
And
those
then,
crops.
no, and then I came in, I had one heat off, Rab gave me, and then I had to I went down there to check on the little ones. The 3-year-old wanted to do a poo, so I had to take him home, get the potty. I dug a hole in the sand. He's like, I'm not doing one in there. So I had to take him all the way home, get the potty out, done the poo, wiped his bum, got back with 1 minute to go. And I need a soda water after today.
The adventures of Mark Okalupo, ladies and gentlemen. He's having a big day.
Oh, that soda water's going to taste
the
good to start
surfers are
that.
feeling pressure out there, Rock, but you're on a different level, what you're going through this morning. But we're down to around the 5.5 minute mark. North Narrabeen is on a tear as we see True eyeing one off on the outside. Let's see if she can drop the 4.5 and replace it with something big. Starts well. Exploding through this section. Got to get going now. Nice combination, but didn't quite find that open face again.
And she's looking at the team
Going
going, what
5
do I do?
minutes, surely. Surely
Go
I've done
back
enough
out.
here. I think she's got enough. And she's just going to, maintain a bit of energy for the next round, you'd think.
good.
They're looking so good.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Conserve energy. I forgot about that. Or is she running back around?
She's cruising. The team, I think, are just going to say, you know what? That was unreal. Well done.
Yeah.
So I think she might better the 4.5 just on the strength of that opening manoeuvre.
Yeah, it should be around, in between 4, 5, maybe even 6. I don't know, being generous, but they've won the heat by miles. Well done. So it's just the race is on for second. It's Noosa at the moment with Wind and Sea behind them.
Yeah,
Probably needing a lot.
Noosa's got a huge advantage though, don't they? Because Wind and Sea are hanging on to a 3.83.
Yeah.
And Noosa's worst score is a 6.4. So there's a massive differential there. And we'll see if Noosa can capitalise on it. And already this is looking like a good addition to the heat score total for the Noosa team.
Yeah, and the judges aren't scared, like this event, to throw some pretty good scores at some smaller waves if you really do nice manoeuvres on them, which is interesting. So with only 3 minutes left, Noosa looks like they're done.
Cooper Davies there, just making his way in, checking the clock, seeing that...
oh no, one more server, hang on. Get your leg wrap on. Oh no, that's the next heat. Sorry.
Yeah, I think so.
Just tell me to settle down.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, Cooper serving really well there and expecting that a decent score will come through. Just a couple of solid hits. He's capable of more, but I don't think he's going to need it.
He is. No, Cooper's a great surfer. He's been chasing that Challenger Series for a little while now, a few years, and probably have a good crack at it this year.
On the outside, BlackRock making a late charge potentially, but you can see with the numbers that they're hanging on to at the moment, it's going to be a really hard total to chase down. They might even be out of reach.
Yeah, at the back we've got Green up and riding, Wind and Sea just catching a couple rails there, so just having fun.
Well, that number still hasn't come through for Cooper Davies, so even though Wind and Sea were after a 7.25, we kind of know that it's going to be a much bigger requirement than that.
Yep.
So it might be all over for Wind and Sea and BlackRock here. But again, we've just seen, really strong performances. Wind and Sea, they had some competitors dropping some decent numbers in there. Tim Bainge, also Cam McDougall. But time is of the essence, and now they're down to that final server. It just seems to me that it's out of reach, especially for the BlackRock team. They're after a combination of scores to get themselves up into second place, and Wind and Sea now has been comboed as well. Wind and Sea...
So he's running back out there. He's like, I'm getting one more. You kidding me? Even
yeah.
though they're
of course, smart,
because they can't get through, but just have fun with it.
It's not so much a tactical manoeuvre for your, there is a difference points-wise, though, in finishing fourth and finishing third. So,
exactly. Yep. I didn't think of that. Yeah.
And it might be the last time he surfs snapper with 4 guys out.
Yeah.
Well,
Wind and Sea.
Get one bomb.
Cooper Davies, his score came through. It wasn't a big one, 4.93. So Wind and Sea, their combination, it got out of reach once Noosa dropped their bonus 3 points in. Prior to that, though, they had a chance of tracking them down, but it's blown out to 15.19. If it was 13 points, they could get a 10-point ride, get their bonus points.
Oh, look, he's
and
going to
maybe
get
turn
one.
the heat.
He's paddled back out and he's onto one.
How good's that?
Good call, Larry. He has. Oh, and he digs a big rail.
He's still
That's
got
just
time.
the lactic acid build-up right there.
What's he going to do? Is he going to try and get the 3 points and come in, or no, he's back out there?
Go for it. I think that's Ryan Hunter. So,
Hunting.
why not? Yeah, he's on the hunt. 50 seconds to go here. And, just a couple of clubs. Enjoying the opportunity to maybe track down a couple of waves.
Oh, here he goes again.
Yeah, driving up into the first section. He's really just enjoying his time as we see him now just finishing this one off on the inside. 35 seconds remaining.
He's going to get the 3 points too.
In this 8th
Not that it's
heat
going to count.
of the opening round. Yeah, well, they're out of reach of third place even, unfortunately, for the BlackRock team. This one is in the bag for North Narrabeen, and it was a monster heat score total. True did improve her position, 6.43 with the bonus points. Almost got up there above 36 points, but just in second place with the second highest heat score total of the day. Team Noosa also getting past 30 points. So really strong stuff here as we gear up to power through the rounds. Looks like Team Narrabeen just breaking things down here. Happy with a victory. Cooper Chapman, Jamie Thompson, and Nathan Hedge on hand. And yeah, it was a very solid performance from one of the strongest clubs in the country. You'd expect nothing less. Larry, thank you for joining us, mate. And a big shout out to Point Board Riders. Enjoy your time here on the coast.
Cheers, my pleasure. Thanks a lot, guys.
And all the best to Caleb in the individual event. Well done. We'll take a quick break, back with more action right after this.
Welcome back to now the second round begins. Rabbit Bartholomew joined by Mark Ocalupo, and round 2 of the World Club Challenge is underway.
It's in now, Rab.
Sure is. And now they start coming together. The winners of round 1, first and second place advancing, and this time we do have the Padmar boys, Santa Cruz, so 2 international teams. Majimba, bit of an underdog team, has powered into round 2, and Point Lookout, one of the big gun Queensland teams, and they've got some powerhouse surfers.
They sure do.
And you know them well, those goofy foot, Lincoln Taylor.
Yeah, Lincoln Taylor, wow, I love his approach.
Curtis
Newing.
Yeah, they're so deadly.
Yeah. It's going to be a great one.
But it was great. The international clubs fared well this morning. I mean, it was a system that no one had ever surfed before. They adjusted to it just as well as the Aussie teams, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. How's the conditions, Rab? You liking it, being the contest director, and you happy?
Yeah, it's a lovely day here. I mean, started out that south-southwest in the morning, straight offshore. Now it's swung around the southeaster. Yeah, as you know, the southeaster, you know, there's still not a drop of water out of place on the face of Snapper. You know, you can see the white caps on the outside swinging by. I mean, that's what most of the East Coast looks like right now.
Yeah, onshore. Yeah, so I mean, it's definitely got a fair bit of south in this trade wind today, hasn't it?
It sure does.
We'd call it south-southeast, right?
Yeah, south-southeast.
Yeah, perfect wind for Snapper. Rainbow Bay, just beautiful up at Burleigh. Be a little onshore today. Currumbinally, a little onshore. Not a little onshore. A lot onshore.
Well, right now this will be coming into Burleigh a fair bit, and Currumbinally, in the corner there, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this takeoff, and you know we can see there's still a lot of sand moving in the lineup. You can see it in the face. That bank, yeah, the bank's still building.
Still building. I mean, how high can you build? Seriously, like.
I know.
You know, we've still got that kind of extra sand from the last swell that came from behind the rock out at Rainbow Bay now. So we have got that left coming into it at the end, which is kind of handy because otherwise these surfers will be surfing all the way to Coolangatta, and that takes some Ironman effort right there. So lucky that bank's kind of shortening the ride, don't you think, Rab?
So true, because you can often go, how do you actually get off a wave, and it's just so perfect for another 300 metres ahead of you.
I know.
And it really is. It's just from here to Marley Rocks right now.
That's it. It's nice, tight, just perfect for our little contest.
Yeah, our little contest, here. You know, and
not so little anymore, though.
No, we've gone a bit bigger this year. We've got a lot bigger this year.
I got a text from Brucey. Brucey Lee
he's
yesterday.
away.
Away working, yeah.
Yeah, I did too. He wished us all the best, and it'd be good to have, always great to have Bruce here, you know, supporting, well, you know, as the host club, Snapper Rocks, and he's been the long-time chairman.
And then I also saw Colin Dean walking down to the comp this morning. Partner of Wayne Dean, who we lost a few years ago, and the Dean family. Like, I mean, how good was Wayne Dean, Rab?
Oh, well, he made my first surfboard. I mean, I looked up to him, and then he became like a brother. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, super close to the guy. I mean, yeah, I'm actually still in shock over all that.
Yeah, it was so sad. And Colleen, she's looking really good. She took it hard for a bit, and then as you do, and then now she's looking so healthy, and you know
Yeah.
she seems happy, and yeah, and then little Jimmy, Jimmy and Noah, you know his sons that are doing really well.
Well, Noah just surfed into Hui back to a
He did, surfing
shootout,
the-
which is so incredible.
Yeah,
What an
he
amazing
did.
opportunity.
Mm.
And
Also,
Jimmy's the all-timer on the softboards, finless.
Yes.
You know, he's just got his own thing going. It's so beautiful.
Such a good surfer, such a good waterman, both
Isn't
of
he?
the kids.
Yeah.
Just like Daddy.
Just like Dad.
So we got Santa Cruz with a 5.17, just out to a quick lead there. Quick lead. The guys are out there deep behind the rock, and someone's up. It's green. Huge snap in a tight situation right there into another really quick snap.
Guess who?
It's got to be Lincoln, doesn't it?
It looks like Lincoln Taylor to me. And at this one, he's got a little connector, so he got some great work on the outside, and now he's just finishing off. I think he's going to keep this one. She could be the catch and release. Ooh, let's see.
The catch and release, yeah. We almost sound like a fishing show, don't we? But that's the format. He catches a wave, he puts his hands up, and he releases the next surfer, which is probably just jumping off the rock or maybe coming out the keyhole, whatever they want to do. Yeah, keyhole is the order of this heat for them. I guess, you know, like with these guys, Rab, that aren't locals, you've got to harden your feet up. Like,
oh my
to
gosh.
walk on that rock, you need to do it a lot because you don't. If you've not walked on those rocks, you will cut your feet.
Oh, no.
They're so sharp. They're so razor sharp. If I haven't walked on those rocks for at least a couple of weeks and I get on there, I usually come in with a cut foot.
Yeah.
And you can't surf on cut feet, but like your son Jagger, he runs over those rocks.
Yeah, well, you do when you're that age. But I mean, what happens though, as you get older, and if you don't do it for a long time, you know, there's a big surge coming. All you're doing is watching the rocks going, where do I step next? And you look up and go, hang on, I've got to turn around and go back.
Yep.
And you cut the ribbons.
Yeah, so a lot of these competitors, when they're not from here, are using that keyhole because they don't really know how, and then they could get cut feet. So it's probably a good thing that they're actually just using that keyhole where you can see on your screen right there the guys are sitting waiting for their turn. But I've been surfing a lot lately, so I'm not exactly running over those rocks like your son, but you know, you see the Tahitians do it, you know,
Exactly.
and the Indos. They are so used to walking on reefs, they can run over them
And
because their feet are so hard.
I mean, imagine like the Fijians, they just would be like just rubber to them.
Yeah, I mean, people used to ask me for tips about Chopu, and I would say one of them is don't wear shoes for a month before you go there.
Exactly.
And don't wear thongs.
That's
Just
right.
harden those feet up, and then you're going to be able to walk over the reef, or if you go on a G-land or something, it's a good tip.
You wouldn't believe that. I'm so on to what you're saying. It's like you've actually, you know, it's one of the tips about surfing those places. Don't wear shoes for a period of time, or else you'll have soft feet.
Yeah, you don't want to go to Indo or Chopes or somewhere with soft feet. I mean, especially Indo, really. You're not doing a whole lot of reef walking at Chopu, but hopefully not anyway.
I was
mean,
going to say.
you actually do when you get washed over.
Yeah.
You get washed over there.
That's a dangerous place to be walking on the reef, though.
It is, yeah.
You get your feet just swept out from under you. Now, the Padmar boys just took a beauty mark.
Wow, let's see the replay.
The Bali connection here is just on fire. And this ends up being quite a long ride. The swings onto the inside section. And he's happy with this one when it all finishes up, and he just finishes it up beautifully. He comes down into the Marley section now. And one more finishing move.
Wow.
And another one.
Whoa.
Yeah, so he got those last two in, and he's stoked.
Yeah, let's see that score. See if it eclipses Santa Cruz's 5.17. It might do. It might do. There was a bit of arm action there, but you know, threw a bit of spray on those turns, and
oh, hang
wow,
on, look at point and look out.
Yeah, Lincoln Taylor puts him down an 8.17. He got it from really deep.
See, that's how radically deadly those guys are. He did the work on the outside.
He did. He got a big turn behind the rock. And,
Two.
Yeah, and the judges will love that because it's a turn in a really critical section, and that's where the criteria lays for these judges. And yeah, good score.
There's a few teams to me that have really stood out this morning. Point and Lookout's one of them. North Shore's another one, and of course North Narrabeen. And they've really stood out. Like they've put in stellar performances.
They really have. And Snapper just
And
quietly.
Torquay.
Yeah, and Torquay too.
Oh, no, Torquay actually just slid through, but overall, they've got a lot of surfers still in contention in all divisions.
Yeah, so they're right in this
they're
hunt.
right in there, yeah.
Yeah, right in this hunt for this inaugural International World Club Challenge. And what do you think, Rab? I mean, like, I know I asked you earlier, but there might be a few people on the broadcast that weren't listening earlier, and this contest has got legs, like, seriously.
Yeah. No, it has. I mean, there's already been a lot of interest from other international clubs, and, it's an amazing, it's not a problem to have, but it's an amazing development already, and it has got legs, and the thing is that, club surf has been around 60 years in Australia, no one's done this. International club surfing is really starting to take off, and that's what I did sort of recognise that that's happening. So let's bring the clubs together, and that's what Theo, the whole original intention of this was just to bring clubs together through with the border shuts, the lockdowns and all that. There was no Stratty Salt, no Cura Teams Challenge. The initial thing of this event was just to reunite the board riding clubs.
One good thing that came out of COVID.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's true.
That was just the original. So it just grew from there. And then we said, well, let's invite a couple of powerhouse clubs. Let's invite North Narrabeen, and we invited North Narrabeen, Merewether, North Shelley, and Torquay. Merewether didn't come, but the other three did. And then we went, well, let's just keep going.
Let's keep going.
And it was a bit of a throw up the stump. So I'm going to get in touch with Brandon Gilmet from Huntington Beach. And he thought it was super cool. And the crew from Santa Cruz, and they went, wow, we love it. And, we're missing San Clemente, but they were so into it. Benji.
Yep.
And the guys there, they would have sent this incredible team.
They would have.
But this is the thing about having such depth in your club. I mean, they had the
CT guys.
The WSL World Junior going on, and then a QS 3000 in California.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of those guys were coming off the Challenger Series.
Yep.
And they had to go back on the regionals.
Yep.
So, and then the Godauskas brothers had all this stuff with Vans in Hawaii.
Yeah,
and, it's like, Snapper has the same problem.
Yeah.
And so does North Narrabeen. I mean, they're all doing different things.
Busy. So that was a 5.4 for that first wave. I think it was Blackie that got that wave there, and he's in, so he's released. And here is their next rider behind Orange right here. So pretty consistent.
Yeah, well, there's an exchange between the two international clubs, Santa Cruz and Indonesia.
Nice ride. These waves are running real quick with this low tide, especially the smaller ones, Rab. They're really cupped out and hard to kind of fit moves in there. It's the only real turn you can do is one of those speed turns we were talking about earlier is the order of the day at the moment, unless you get a bigger one that moves off the bank, right, Rab?
You need that bigger one to be able to do a big carve in it right now. You're right. It's tight. It's a tight. And again, I do think that suits the backhand approach. Look at Lincoln Taylor. He was just be able to get those tight turns in. Massive rooster tail, straight to the bottom. Bang. You can reel them off.
On your forehand.
It's hard to do on your forehand.
It's more of a speed turn.
Yes. You've really got to, you've got to do that on your forehand. Just do that quick squeeze as well and get a big rooster tail going,
They were talking about guys that are good at doing that over the years, like Mick Fanning,
Oh,
Taj Burrow.
amazing.
On the forehand.
On the forehand, yeah. Taj was so good out here.
He won a couple, eh?
He won a few of those Quicksilver Pros. He was always up there. And, it just suited him so well. And of course, Mick's amazing out here.
Here we go. Point lookout. Must be Curtis Ewing right here.
Yeah.
Whoa, way. Look at him wind up. Snap, just grabs the nose but pulls it out.
Here he goes off the bottom again. Whoa. Guys, just between Lincoln Taylor and Curtis Ewing, they are going to be so far ahead. And, yep, he's happy with that. Yeah, these guys are just drilling it. So Padma's caught up to them a little bit, but they'll get the go-ahead now because Curtis Ewing was carrying a 4.67 before that wave.
Yeah, it's going to eclipse it. It could be another 8, Rab. And there we go.
Majimba. Majima's going to have to really get going in this heat. They're up against it. They've been around a long time. They're sort of still, to me, not a young club, but a developing club.
Yeah. Whereabouts is Majimba?
Well, it's up. It's south of Coolum.
Okay.
It's in between like Maroochydore and Coolum. It's that stretch just south of Coolum.
Okay.
That's where Goffo comes from.
Okay.
The Wards, Paul Ward.
Goffo, yeah, Wardy.
Wardy. That's where they come from. They're the Majimba twins. They were.
Jai Gofton.
Jai Gofton. Him and Wardy were.
No
When
way.
they burst on the scene, they really put Majimba on the map.
Jai Gofton.
Yep, great surfer.
Yeah, great surfer. Here we go. Orange up and right in Santa Cruz. Have they picked the right wave here? It looks like there's not
No.
a lot of wall, so he's out.
He heard you.
Been surfing a bit, Rab?
Yeah, my shoulder's really a lot better now, and
Fantastic.
I can, it was catching when I was paddling, and
Yep.
now
It's
I've got the motion going again.
You've been in the gym, hey?
I spent a year in the gym and just working on it because I wanted to surf. So I've been
back
just
out
paddling
there,
out.
Rainbow Bay?
Been paddling at Rainbow and just getting the paddling, getting the surf fitness back, and it's a bit of a. It just takes a bit of time, but yeah, I'm looking out there going, oh my God, I just want to surf. I see you out every morning early, and I go, wow, I just love to do a big snap like that.
Yeah, you can, Rab. You know it's in there,
Yeah.
and you'll that just takes a little time.
Yeah.
Coming back from injury.
Yeah, no, I've done the work.
You've done the work.
Yeah. Now,
Good
but
man.
there is no substitute for surf fitness, so
No.
that's the next step.
Is just get in the water. You got no excuses now.
None.
So pretty close heat at the moment. You know, that 817, and there's another 8 in there for point lookout. So that dare say they're going to run away with this at an early stage. So I'm just throwing it out there that it might be a race for second in between Padma, Santa Cruz, and Majimba.
I think so. And
And they might know that too.
And we call it, they've come out guns blazing. They've come out with their two big guns, and look at that, excellent scores. 16.44, wow, that's a good two-wave haul.
Just looking at the keyhole right there.
See, they've got Zane Jenner. He's a new young guy that's coming through the ranks.
Yeah, he's good. I remember him. He's been in the Oki Grom comp a few times.
Yeah, him and his brother.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
Jenners, yep.
Yeah,
It's good. It's great for me to see because when the Oki Grom comp's on at D-Bar, I see all these little kids and I watch them grow through the divisions and then into the QS and
you do.
it's just fantastic. Wow, look at this big wave right here for Rhea. I know that style anywhere. This girl's out here every day. She's surfing for Bali. I hope she speaks Indo. And the wave right behind her is grinding too.
Oh my God, look at this set. This is what you talked about. The bigger wave's going to allow you to really attack it on your forehand. So two great rides there. And they're happy with them.
And we got Cooper coming back in the booth. Coops, how are you, mate?
Mate, I'm good.
You proud with that effort? You guys ripped.
Yeah.
That was a big score. Like, North Shore got a big score. You nearly got to their total. Not quite, but you guys ripped. Well done.
Wow, did we not even catch one of the other scores?
No, North Shore were incredible.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've got them in the next heat. So, like I was saying to Ronnie a little bit earlier, I think as the waves continue to improve, we're going to see scores well up into that 30-point range. And what do you think, Bugs? Mate, it's pretty rare that you see scores way up close to the top end of the scale, but with waves like this today, it's very, very common, it seems to be.
Well, it is common because, I mean, look, the 35 minutes works out. It's a pretty comfortable time now with that lower tide. But, there are still heats. I mean, in that North Shore heat, I mean, there was a 9-point ride and it was, it wasn't until about the 14-minute mark that Dimity got her second wave, and then it was a rush of 8s.
Well, it can just happen so quickly. I mean, our heat was a pretty good example in that last one with Hedgie getting his wave. I jumped off, and within about 2 minutes, I actually wanted to go back out, but because
it was such a good
I
ride.
I thought 7 was maybe a bit high, but watching it back, it was pretty right. But it was a smaller wave, so I was like, oh, it's been 8 minutes, and we've got 2 of us done. Do I go back out? But obviously, paid dividends in the end.
Yeah, well, because Hedgie started with that 9-point.
Padma 9.73 for that. 9.73 for the last wave of Raya Campbell surfing for the Balinese Padma team. That might be our biggest score of the event. Oh no, Chuko's 10.
But
second biggest wave of the event.
Apart from the barrel, that was the second highest score of the event, and it was an unbelievable ride. Raya Campbell, Her godfather is Winnie, the classic, all-time iconic character who's here now. He's with the team.
Wow, so that's the second biggest score we've seen of the event. The biggest wave score we have seen in this World Cup Challenge today, 9.73. Take a bow, Raya Campbell. They've sent their last surfer out, and he's got 15 minutes. So Padma looking pretty strong here after they saw Point Lookout throw a few big warning shots, a couple 8-point rides. Padma is looking very fine with the 6.77, 5.4, but that huge 9.73.
See what that 9.73 does, it pulls up one of those other scores. So you turn that into an 8, and then that second score is an 8+ as well. So there's two waves that are equal Point Lookout's two waves.
Yeah, I mean, if you do the averages, if they were on 21 points, I'd be averaging 7 a wave, and they're on 21.9, so they're averaging 7.3 every wave right now.
Which
so
is nice.
Solid scores.
Solid scores. So the work's there for Majimba and Santa Cruz.
Like in a typical board rider's ride, I mean, it's either 5s or 6s in general.
Oh, yeah.
Score that will get you through, and a 9 is almost 2 scores in one.
Exactly. Yeah, you always say if you can go out there and get a 6, you know, you're travelling pretty well in a normal tag team situation.
But as we've seen, North Shore obviously had more than us Narrabeen, but well, I think we ended up on close to 36, which is averaging 8.1 on the way.
Yeah, that's a high average. So that's just that's the benchmark for sure. You and North Shore clearly the benchmark, and that's what I was saying. The other team that could be the benchmark is Point Lookout. They've opened up with a brilliant.
Well, that's Snapper for you. And there's Ray's replay right here.
First 2 turns, pretty nice. And then she just winds up at the end right here. She kind of slows down, which you have to do at Snapper sometimes. And gets a nice little turn there. And one last nice hit for Raya, and she claims it.
Yeah, it was one of the best waves of the day too.
Yeah, I think the judges might have scored that with the wave height, and the wave was a hero.
All that.
All that.
And the scale, yeah, they're doing a comparison to the other women's rides.
Oh, exactly, yep.
That's for sure.
I get you.
And the other thing, Cooper, I wanted to just clarify a point we talked about before, because I met with head judge, and we both agreed, and he was thinking it too, that an interference is half a ride. It's a fair call in a one wave situation. Otherwise, you're out.
Yeah,
you know.
I think half your wave if there's an
right.
interference. Hopefully we don't see anything.
No, we don't want to see one.
But anything can happen. I mean.
Yeah, no, he'd already thought that through, and I thought about it too, but I hadn't spoken to him about it, so I didn't have all the answer, you know.
Yeah, as we see a score coming through for Point Lookout there, third wave of 4.83. That's put them well and truly comfortably in second, but Padma, that huge wave by Raya Campbell, has really, I guess, shaken up the Point Lookout crew a little bit. They seem so comfortable with that pocket 8s. They're sitting down in second right now, but teams in third and fourth, Majimba and Santa Cruz, plenty of work to do.
They do, and Raya Campbell, like, they're going to have to give her a ticket to Bali and like her own little Osman for a couple months at Uluwatu.
Yeah, her dad's already on the computer booking things now.
Because she'll get any wave she wants.
Yeah, that's so true.
Little drainer right there on screen.
And of course, just Cooper, the other thing with North Shore, their strength, they've got Dimity Stoyle, you know, and you know, I mean, she can pull an 8 out like so easily.
Maybe one of the best barrel tube riders.
Yeah.
For the women out, especially out here behind the rock. She's no stranger behind there. Down at Kira, we've seen a few replays on our screens in the little breaks we go to. There's one wave that I think of where it's one of the better waves I've seen out here in a long time, and it's Dimity Stoyle just standing tall, weaving the whole way through it from a swell last year.
I was jealous when I saw that wave. Every time, like you can spend so much time out there and you get little pieces of barrels, but you never get that long one, Rev, that we used to get back in the day. And I see them on social media, and I don't even know where that wave came from, because I did not see one of those in 3 hours. And
Dingo got one last night.
At Kira?
Right here.
You're kidding me?
He went out after the contest and got like a 6-second barrel across here.
Did he?
Yeah.
Obviously not Kira. Kira wasn't breaking yesterday, but
No, Kira back, the proper Kira ones.
Yeah, the proper Kira ones, yeah.
I'll tell you what,
Those first Billabong pros we had, you know?
The Billabong pros. Oh, it was Donovan Frankenreiter, actually, that went over that double up and got that hands behind his back tube that was like a so green blue tube. And yourself back in the day too.
No, yeah. Well, I lived at Kira. So.
Yes, you did. You and Ding had the unit there right across from the Pizza Hut.
And I lived there when I was 12 too.
Did you eat much pizza?
Oh yeah, we had a little fox wire.
All you can eat. They'd go there for lunch at the all you can eat, and then they wouldn't check out until dinner, so you get the double in one go.
And no, Dingo just say, Tom, you go and pay that bill.
Right, $2,000. Yeah, it's worth a sponsorship, isn't it?
Yeah.
But what about these waves right now? It reminds me of almost like early 2000s Dream Tour Quicksilver Pro when the sand is just so shallow, and it's just that perfect 2 to 4 foot, as user-friendly as you could ever imagine.
Yeah.
Every surfer feels completely comfortable out there, so you can do whatever you want. You can push as hard as you want. There's no Huntington hop going on out here today. It's all just speed, down the line, power and flow.
And that's what I used to always think, that I always used to think that this was the Gold Coast, and whether it be here, Kirribilli, a great place to start the tour, just because it brings out the best in everyone surfing. Everyone.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's such an even playing field. Backhand, forehand.
Warm water.
And you think back to some of those heats with Felipe Toledo when he won it, when Gabby got Joel, some finals with Joel and Mick over the years. It's one of the most high-performance waves in the world, and I think it is because it's just sand bottom. It's fast, but it's very rippable and playful. Everyone can kind of show their best surfing out there, as we see one behind the rock right now, just about to blow out of the corner of your screen.
And it's lucky, though, that Snapper is backing this, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to have it at Snapper Rocks, right? So
it's nice.
You've given them, I mean, it was a total connection with you and Theo and the Usher group. I mean, we had our first event at Rainbow, right?
Yeah.
And we couldn't clear that water. It was impossible.
It's a hard one to clear.
Hard one to clear at the best of times.
There's already people on waves.
Yeah, no, I mean, even the CT gets, it's hard to clear that water down there. But at Snapper we can.
Yeah.
And here we go. Bali, up and right in. Wow, this is nice. This team's dangerous.
It is dangerous. It's really adapted well to this this format, and it's going to be great if they can get through to the semi-finals, and they'll be on finals day. So that's another strong ride.
Well, that wave might just get him there. I mean, he's still going. It's a long ride.
I'm going to call that the event ridden so far. He took off way up behind the rock, that thing side wedge for multiple new sections down past Little Marley, and he's got to get his feet on the sand in the next 7 minutes if he wants 3 extra points, and I think that one's going to be well and truly up in the excellent range. So Bali, last 2 surfers throwing down the gauntlet. They heard the 8s from Point Lookout early in the heat, and they said, you know what, 8s, we'll show you a couple 9s.
Wow.
Well, they have. And, I know Reef Doig's helping him in the background there, and so giving him, all kinds of tips on wave selection. Reef has kind of resided here, and he's a good friend of the family, and actually made the semi-finals here, I believe, last year. Reef didn't get in it this year, unfortunately. I know he wanted to, but, giving these guys really good tips, they're flying away with this heat. So making finals day, it's probably unexpected for the Bali team, but, they're in it to win it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Indonesian team is probably one of the strongest international teams we have here. Obviously, all the clubs from around the world are still working out who their surfers are in their team. They don't have these years of experience that we have here in Australia, and we see one coming through right now. This is Curtis Ewing from the Point Lookout team. Take it away, Ock.
Well, the thing was, he had a wave, I remember just recently, and it must have been a big score, but he didn't like it. He went back out there. Is that true or not?
I believe he had a 4.83 maybe on his one before. As we see the surfer in yellow out the back, the female surfers are just going mad in this heat. This is the Majimba team. Big lip line to finish, and that'll be all she wrote. Hands go up. We're going to be seeing the last surfer paddle out for Majimba and Point Lookout. With just on 6 minutes remaining, this one is going to go all the way down to the wire, but it looks like the Padma team from over in Bali have run away with this one, out in the lead with 30.9 points. They're going to pick up 3 bonus points as well. great showing here by the Padmar team. They had a strong performance in round 1, so we're going to see them on finals day tomorrow for the World Club Challenge here at Snapper Rocks 2023.
The Majimba team, she surfs really well. It's Sasha Baker, right?
Yeah.
She rips.
Yes.
Like, that was a really nice last turn. Cooper, you're frothing, mate. You're keen to get back out there, hey? Like, tide will be coming in. I was worried. I think I talked to you earlier thinking that with the tide going out, as the wave is barreling out the back, I thought the tide going out and low, Rab, and you'll agree being a born local here, that I thought the swell was going to get sucked out with the tide, but it didn't.
No.
And now that with the tide coming back in, it's going to pump.
Yeah, it's going to pump. I don't know if we passed the low tide mark.
Well, maybe not just yet.
No,
but
I don't think so.
I mean, the swell, it's
Yeah, I know. It's there.
disappearing.
It's
Because
there.
when I surfed early, I had the feel of the swell had peaked.
Yeah, I know.
But it, just like the Gold Coast does, it repulses.
In the afternoon.
It's been repulsing for 3 years now.
It has every
It
afternoon.
really has.
Yeah, it has.
Is it El Nino maybe?
It's
Everyone
definitely
else
El
is getting
Nino.
these mega swells everywhere else, and we're just getting pump and snapper every second week right now, it seems.
Well, it's broken
But
it's broken for 30 days now. I mean, not epic, but broken.
there was some days there around New Year's that were really good, as we see Curtis Ewing here for Point Lookout. He heard the Padmar team up in the lead, and he said, you know what, let's get up close to them, and just back-to-back backside snaps right there, taking his time through this inside, and another one, and then squares up to finish. That's going to be another wave up in the excellent range, if you ask me, and Sasha Baker in the yellow for Majimba.
That must have been Zane Jenner, that earlier wave.
Oh, there you go. They
The goofies.
tricking me. Like, Zane and Curtis, they look similar.
Yeah. Zane's growing, man.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Ethan, if you're listening, he's probably going, they don't look anything alike. Ethan might be just kicking back, getting ready for a big year. I wonder if he's left for Hawaii yet. I think I saw him at D-Bar the other day, and he'd be probably over in Hawaii already. I know a few of the guys are. I saw a post from Jack Robinson getting there not so long ago, which for Jack Robinson I thought was crazy, you know, because he usually likes to spend the whole winter there. He went late. Probably his new coach, or he's not new coach.
No, he's coming back from appendicitis.
Really? I didn't even know that. Oh, appendicitis. That's what it was.
Yeah,
I
his
actually
appendix
did
out.
see that.
And then Callum Robson got a shoulder reconstruction, so he's had some time out of the water. He's over there earlier. I saw him with Jackson Baker, both firing up for pipe. It looks like there's a huge swell coming. Hey, we just got
The
green
Eddie.
alert for the Eddie.
Green alert for the Eddie on Sunday, which is Monday, right?
And there's
For
Monday,
us?
see, we miss it. Lucky.
We get it otherwise. The commentary booth might be
Over.
empty.
Well, you don't compete against the Eddie.
Oh, and that too.
I
Yeah.
mean, really, yeah. I mean,
No, I was talking about us. I'll be like,
no.
sorry, the
we'd have
busy.
another screen.
Oh,
up.
we have another split screen of the Eddie.
I think there'll be a lot of
isn't this swell going to be like 30 feet?
Yeah, and then the Jaws is on hold. The Maui guys are going, we've got to get back for Jaws.
Yeah, well, they're fighting. They're like, are they going to have Jaws or the Eddie? They can't have it on the same day.
No, the Eddie's on for Sunday.
Yeah.
Jaws could be on Monday.
Wow. Oh, mate, the couch is not. I'm not leaving that couch.
And then there's another swell the week after.
I'm going to Woolies on Sunday night.
Yeah.
Just stocking up the fridge, and I'm not moving.
Couple Kit Kats, sit on that couch all day.
I'm
and
so
just
excited.
Yeah,
But when I saw that, when I said, the Eddie's on for Sunday the 22nd, we finished Sunday the 22nd, but that's the 21st in Hawaii.
Exactly.
Doesn't get any better.
It doesn't get any better. Like, I just love it.
That's
so
cool, eh?
excited.
Watch the
So
ultimate.
we've got a nice little window here.
Oh my goodness! Just watching these waves barrel behind the rock is making me so excited to get out there. And lucky me, 3 sessions out there today. I've only had one of them. The next 2, hopefully, continue to pump as we see Nick Vasicek, Orange Rash Fest coming up in this next heat for Duranbar board riders. Bit of a grudge match. D-bar, Snapper.
Oh, yeah.
Burley heads.
Sure is.
That's a lot of feeling in that match.
Well, what happened there, Rab? Like, all the locals drew each other, the local clubs.
Out of the hat.
Out of the hat.
Everything out of the hat, mate.
Okay.
Yeah. Out of the hat, ma.
Out of the hat, ma. Well, actually, talking about Padmar, I just want to say, I'm glad you said that, because I just want to mention their surfers, because I do know Blackie, but the other ones I just got introduced to. This time it's Madays, Satrawan, Yoman Satri Mutti, and Wayan Dharma Putra, and Raya Campbell from Snapper. So they're lucky, as I say, that that's a strong team.
Very strong team, and you know it's going to be so good to see them on final Sunday. It's just brilliant. But just to clarify the situation with the teams, we didn't know how to seed anything. This is the first of its kind in the world. I had Brad Gerlach pulling the names out of a hat to make the team the heat draw up. We did separate 8 teams, you know, the 6 international teams plus Narrabeen and Snapper, and the rest were.
Yep. Sounds fair.
Yeah, you know, so a bit like World Cup soccer, you know, the next seat's like the pool of death.
It's true. And who's going to be Argentina this year?
Exactly.
And I tell you what, we saw that wave come through for Curtis Ewing. Point lookout, another 8-point ride. So we've got 3 8-point rides
by 3
for the
goofies.
Point lookout team, all goofies, and they still couldn't catch the Padmar team. Those 9-point rides, really important. And yeah, as much as you feel like 3 8s should win your heat, every surfer's wave counts. And we find them down in second, but we are definitely going to see them through to the next round. So first round, or second round, quarterfinals actually. Doesn't really matter if you get second. It's all about taking out that final.
Yeah, absolutely. And there goes that heat. It's done. We're going to have a changeover in the commentary. Glenn Rocky Rawlins is coming.
Okay, so we're coming up to match number 2. We're going to take a short break.
I'm right here, I ain't going nowhere. Blood, sweat, and tears, whiskey, shining beers. Lot of travel miles in this rearview mirror. Watching my back, but never running from my fears. Made a few wrong turns over these years. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Keep it 100 till the day that I die. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Got me a band of brothers by my side. Got me a band of brothers by my side.
Okay, so Cooper Jab, and this is Glenn Rocky Rawlings, and Cooper, we're taking over from, of course, Oki. I think he's just done about 20,000 heats straight. You can't stop the guy from talking, but also great to have Rab's insight of being contest director and running this event and the format to it. I'm loving it. What do you think?
Mate, this has been such a fun event already, and we still have plenty of action to come, like you said. Oki's been in here for plenty of heats, but I'll tell you exactly why, because we are sitting in the prime location on a couch, watching replays, watching the surfers out there. Waves are absolutely firing. I'm very, very lucky and grateful that I get to compete out there today. And yeah, it's awesome to be able to sit and call some heats with you and watch the boys absolutely blow up. And as we saw in that last heat, Raya Campbell, the girls are going mad out there as well today. So plenty of good stuff going on, and yeah, excited for the rest of the day.
Yeah, indeed, some big scores going down the girls. I was talking to head judge Glenn Elliott, and he was talking about the scale, the scoring scale for the girls and the guys. It is a little bit broken, so that they are scoring the girls up a bit. But I mean, Raya, wow, you know, she deserved every point of that ride. It was just a bomb set and just absolutely tore the bag out of it. Yeah, of course. Right now we are into coming out of that barrel.
And this is what we knew Nick could do. He had a bit of a slow start yesterday. He must be super frustrated. He's one of those guys who loves getting underway early. He did exactly that. Can't wait to see the replay of that. Nick Vasicek, of course, he's from D-Bar Border Riders. He opened up with, I think, an 8-1 in the earlier round of this teams event. So he just comes out blazing, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Let's see the replay of this. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, I really hope one of those camera guys got him because he was tucked in from well and truly behind the rock. I just was watching the wave live, and we'll see him come out from behind the foam ball. It's going to be a hard one. Hopefully the judges saw it real time because he could have been in that barrel for a few seconds knowing Nick Vasicek, and if he was, this is going to be very close to a 10-point ride because his barrels are unbelievable. As we see Jagger Bartholomew picking up one off the end, and wow, this thing has got some run to it. A few nice snaps to get going on this one. Building some speed down the line, surfing for Snapper Rocks, a local club. Jagger Bartholomew just putting the final touches on this one, and he's going to throw the arms up and work his way into the beach. He claims that one. Vass is throwing some claims to the people on the beach, so if he's saying that he thinks it's a good one, that guy's got more barrel than anyone behind the rock than pretty much anyone I know, so far out. I hope the judges saw it real life because I feel like we've missed it with the camera angle as we see Green coming from behind the rock. This is a nice looking wave, vertical up into the lip first turn. This is the surfer from North End once again, straight up into the lip. This wave going a little small, but getting a little run through this wide bit, trying to maintain a bit of speed through this frothy section. As we see, I'm looking out of the corner of my eye once again at just barreling off its head behind the rock. I cannot wait to get back out there.
That was Brock Cooper in the green. He's deciding to get back out there. I am surprised Nick pulled the pin on that. It was an awesome barrel. We're still to see the scores come up, but he really didn't have the extended ride. Think he would with early stage of this heat, another chance to get out. You can still get out and get a couple more waves and try and better that score, but I think he was stoked with the depth of that barrel and the intensity of it. And as I said, we haven't seen the scores yet, but seen the replay here of Brock Cooper from the North End. Oh, that was Jagger. So no, you're right.
He's going to be. He's
Brock, yeah.
Coming from behind, just on the other side of that wedge. Really strong first turn, airdropping out of the lip. Just a little caught behind on that one. Didn't get the full turn. There he loses tail just a little and then chases this one down through the foamy section. But this opening exchange for Nick Vasicek and Jagger Bartholomew, probably two of the most hungry surfers in the lineup out here at Snapper. And there it is, 8.67, Nick Vasicek opening up, deep barrel behind the rock. And we'll wait and see what Jagger Bartholomew picks up for his one. He did take off a little bit wider, but the first turn was strong. And there it is, 7.17, Jagger Bartholomew. So the two teams, grudge match from right around the corner. D-Bar and Snapper Rocks with an early, strong start. As we see North End, 5.33 for that one of Brock Cooper. He's going to head back out and try and edge up just a little closer to the teams in first and second. As we see Burley Heads will be sitting out the back with their first surfer waiting patiently, trying to get his first taste of a Snapper Rocks barrel behind the rock.
And that's Nick Callister, the first surfer there for Burley. And here we go. He's going to be looking at this lineup. There we go, taking off on the backhand. So this is on cue right away right from in behind the rock there or beside the rock, able to find a couple of snaps there, but it didn't peel off down into that little Marley section, which we saw Jagger's wave do. So wave selection is pretty critical. We are bouncing off the bottom of the tide. What is it, 1 o'clock in Queensland time, local time, and that, I think the low tide's around 2:30, 3 o'clock, so we've still got a couple of hours of running of low tide. Here we go once again. So let's keep an eye on the lineup. Nice little set peeling through. Oh, this is the replay of Nick Vasicek's barrel. There it is. That was a big score, and it was all weighted on that barrel.
Yeah, I'd love to see another replay. I was watching the real life. I might ask my comms team if we can get one more replay of Nick Vasicek's, because I missed it on the screen while you guys would have seen it. I was looking out behind because Nick Callister was on the wave behind. In real life, we are watching everything right now. We've got the screen that you guys can see, but we also can see the lineup and the surfer from Burley Heads.
Yep, so Nick Callister's pulled it. He's pulled the
5.73
on that one. And so Matty Jobs is the next surfer there for Burley. We can see the vision just there of Matty negotiating the best way to get out across the rocks there. Everyone pointing different directions. It's pretty shallow, so it's pretty hard to jump off the rock there when you've got such a shallow, low tide. You're literally jumping off on the sand.
Yeah, and here's that one of Nick Callister. First turn, quite nice. Second one, swooping it back, and we're going to pick up some live action here for the surfer in yellow. We do not need much of an introduction for this guy. Last year's event champion in the men's division, Sheldon Simkus, going upside down multiple times, and that is why they are the defending champions, Snapper Rocks. This is the first time we've had the World Club Challenge, the teams event in this Usher Cup, and Snapper Rocks looking right at home at their home break. 7-1-7 for the first wave of Jagger Bartholomew. Sheldon Simkus backing it up really quick, 6 minutes gone, and here we're going to pick up a little drone replay, building speed early, cuts to the bottom, and then bang, snap, spray all over his competitors. One more vertical one coming around this section, and 3 critical pocket turns. That is why Sheldon Simkus took home this event last year, and also took home second place in the Challenger Series event here at Snapper Rocks back in May last year, only to be beaten by our very own Callum Robson from here in Australia as well.
Yeah, that's a 1-2 punch there from Snapper. We saw that in the early rounds. It's almost like they've got this manoeuvre down. Jagger literally finishes away, throws his hands up, and within seconds, Sheldon's out behind the rock, jagging a wave. And they're able to get those, here we go, dropping into this wave. Oh, look at that pit. That is looking spectacular.
Matty job, and we're going to see another 10 because that was unbelievable. Huge turn after that. And I'm going to go out on a limb. I watched Brooko's one yesterday, and he's teeing off down the line.
Well, he's not finished yet. Oh, roofline floater right down through that inside little Marley section. So that's one of those perfect waves, Cooper. I mean, that's what we were saying. It's great to get the barrel at the beginning, but coming out of that, such a deep, throaty barrel, and coming out and then continuing down the line, still putting drive and flow and critical turns in very hollow sections. And you were alluding to, of course, the perfect 10 from yesterday from Chook's wave.
That wasn't Matty Job. That was Brent Dorrington from D-Bar. So look at this. Standing tall, second section, through it, 10 points.
Oh, I got to
guaranteed. It has to be 10 points. Anyway, that's going to be 2 great waves for the Durambar team. And wow, Brent Dorrington bowed out early in competition in the men's draw, which he would not have been happy with on Thursday, but making the most of these dreamy conditions.
Wow.
I'm not even going to wait for the judges. That's a 10.
You're going straight for it.
Look at this.
Oh, wow.
What do you reckon? Bugsy's looking at, look,
that
backdoor barrel,
insane.
2 sections. Comes out clean. I thought he may have got clipped, and then into a huge turn.
The thing just opened up. It looked like it was a shutdown, and yeah, it virtually reformed up in the next section. Now we're going to go to some live action once again. Snapper really turning it on the bottom of this tide. Sand grinding waves, peeling along the point. Look at the speed he's getting. Swoops off the top. This is a surfer in green. Man, look at this wave.
And look at that score for Brent Dorrington. You probably didn't need me to tell you one more time, but that's come in at a perfect 10-point ride. The D-Bar boys throwing it against Snapper right now. 8.67 for Nick Vasicek, barrel behind the rock. 10-point ride for Brent Dorrington, barrel behind the rock. I think we know what the judges are looking for because they are well and truly out in front right now. And we have Snapper Rocks hot on their heels, a pocket 7s, which is very solid with Burley Heads, just a 5.73, and North End a 5.33. A bit of work to do because right now, Durambar, they had a huge score in the first round, and I tell you what, here's a replay. This guy knows what he's not doing, getting barreled behind the rock. 1 section, 2 sections, foam ball.
Oh, my God, that's insane.
I think he gets a 10 without any turns and then does one of the better carves we've seen all day. So, Brent Dorrington, take a bow.
Wow, spectacular stuff. And we just saw, I think there's Chris Bennett that wave previously. So, so there'll be some good scores coming once again for North End. But look at that. I mean, Brent Dorrington, wow. Breno absolutely on fire. He's a power pocket. He's one of those surfers that when Snapper is wedging behind the rock, he reads it so well. He drops in, does airdrops every day of the week, pulls into the deepest, throatiest barrel. So that's just a walk in park for him. But I loved how it looked like it crumbled, but it reopened up as it hit that bank and peeled on down the line, giving Breno that opportunity of really coming out and scoring that massive score. As you said, it was already 10 with just a barrel, but wow, he still went to town with it all the way down the line.
Yeah, that was a dream wave. I mean, Breno, airdrop from the start. Sometimes you can take off even deeper than that and come from behind it, but airdrop pulled up, just got under the lip right in time, and then he got that little side wedge and kind of went through the second section with plenty of speed, allowing him to punch through the little bit of a chandelier, and then as we saw, comes through, and once again, out the back, here we go.
Oh, my
Is that
God.
D-Bar one more time, standing in a pit? Nah, here we go. This is the surfer in pink. This is Burley Heads. They have some fighting back to do. Nice barrel to start this wave, Matty Job.
He's going to have to really connect the dots to finish this one off. The barrel wasn't quite as good as Breno's, but nonetheless, they're going to be getting their second surfer, or maybe their first surfer, Matty Job, still finished off. Oh no, Nick Callister was number one. So here we go, out the back, D-Bar, Nathan Cook. Oh my goodness, these guys are dialed in. 2 huge turns for Cookie. He sees this one splitting down the line, chasing it. Third big turn, this is going to be a closeout, bang, and huge carve down. That is going to be close to 30 points out of 30 points for D-Bar, and they still have 23.5 minutes to go for their female surfer. Freya Prum, who's about to jump off the rocks and have a dream 20 minutes out snapper with not much pressure at all because her team has gone gangbusters. 8-6-7.
Insane.
Nick Vasicek, 10-point ride. Brent Dorrington, and here's Matty Jobs' replay. Nice little tube over the foam ball, then really had to chase this thing down. Unfortunately didn't get something through that midsection, and then connected the dots at the end to finish this one off. But the story of this heat is Duranbar from just around the corner here at Snapper Rocks. Snapper Rocks looking good in second, but Burley Heads are definitely hot on their heels right now.
Yes, well, I mean, look at that. Yeah, so in the first few minutes of this heat, and on the backhand attack here, this is, of course, in the orange singlet.
This is another 9, I think. Maybe, yeah, I think this
Wow.
is another high 8, 9. D-Bar.
Nathan.
Very
cool.
hard to beat right now. That is 3 huge turns on an open face set wave. We'll wait for the score as we see out the back in my live view. I'm watching Burley Heads go to town right now. Great first turn for the female surfer for Burley Heads. Nice second turn. Snaps it in the pocket for a third. Carving on a fourth, and that was jump off the rocks straight after Matty Job, straight into a wave, and we just saw the last wave drop in for Nathan Cook for Duranbar, a 7.83, and that is what you call a perfect start to your heat. There's been 13 minutes gone. D-Bar have had a 10, an 8.6, and a 7.8, so well and truly out in the lead of this one. And Burley Heads are hot on the heels of Snapper Rocks. Last wave for Burley was a 7.53 for Matty Job, and then their female surfer backed it straight up with another 7.53. So Snapper Rocks, ball in their court, a little bit of pressure on their third surfer right now, chasing down something around that 6.1 mark to even catch up to Burley. So that's how quickly things can change here. 21 minutes, plenty of time. This heat has had plenty of waves. The tap is turned on, and let's keep it going for the rest of the day.
Wow, that's amazing. This heat's really turned it on. We've seen a couple of lazy heats, but this is like just a pulse of sets. It just keeps coming through, and each one of these surfers getting a chance just to have 3 surfers in the D-Bar board riders to get those bomb sets in the early part of the heat and just get over and done with it within the first 12 minutes or so. That's phenomenal. So Freya, yeah, she was looking at having a lovely time out there by herself. Of course, that gives you time then to get priority, sit out there, and then once you've got priority to pick any set that comes through in that time frame. So, you know, what's that? Still 20 minutes remaining, 20 minutes, 20 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. That's heaps of time, so at least 1, 2, maybe in 3 more sets.
Yeah, Freya can sit out there right now for 18 minutes and have a free surf, basically, as we see more waves just barreling their head off behind the rock there. Like, look at this. This is a little water angle we have. Bit of a broken up video, but wow, here we go behind the rock. Yellow up and riding. This is the surfer from Snapper Rocks. Mitch Parko, quick in and out. Maybe hit the feet of one of the surfers, or just caught a bit of a rail. To be honest, it wasn't that good of a wave, so I feel like the little mistake actually worked in his favour there. That one ran off quite quick. He would have had a bit of trouble to get much scoring potential, so as much as he's in 4th priority, I think that wave wasn't a big scorer. So Mitty Parko's got a bit of pressure. Went from pretty relaxed pocket 7s for his team to on the back foot right now, chasing down something in that 6-point range, even to get back into second behind Burley Heads. And the tail of this one is Duranbar running away with it. The 10-point ride, absolute highlight of the day right now. Brent Dorrington, take a bow.
Yeah, so the other scenario there is Mitch Parko in the yellow singlet, the third surfer for Snapper, chasing a fairly good score. He's now obviously going to be back in the priority list, so a little bit of time. Other surfers will get waves and he'll move up the priority, but he's going to have to chew up a bit of time to get that, or he'll find possibly, if he's down a little bit further, he'll find a little wide one. Here we go. Nice little...
Oh my God,
it beautiful waves out there.
And here we go, Mitch Parkinson, he knows how to get a score from any part of the point here. He's racing down the line, no turns yet, but here we go, picks up some speed. Huge layback, but catches the nose.
Bit of head noise for old Mitch Parkinson right now. What looked like a very cruisy heat for Snapper Rocks after their first two surfers, Sheldon Simkus and who was their first? Jagger Bartholomew.
Yep.
How dare I forget Jagger. Pocket 7s, but right now, Burleigh Heads clawed back with pocket 7.5s of their own. And North End sitting down in fourth right now. There's been plenty of waves, but unfortunately, not many of them ridden by the surfers from the North End team.
No, in any other heat, that would be a fairly common sort of time frame. But because of Snapper, Burleigh and D-Bar picking up all those waves in the very early stages, they were monopolising on that run of sets that were happening. So, so North End, yeah, there's still going to be time. I mean, we've got 18, was it 18 minutes remaining? 16?
18.
18, yep. So 18 minutes. So still plenty of time. Of course, they've got Chris Bennett, Ashley Spencer, and Chris Saffer. So all very competent surfers of winding this wave up and really dialing in on the sets. Of course, right now, you know, we've got quite a bit of, you can see the white caps out the back there. The southeasterly winds, trade winds, have been blowing. That's great news for us here. It's offshore when you wrap around in the corner here, and that's quite prevalent when you're seeing the face of these waves just peeling clean. But those white caps and that stronger wind. Inshores, we might see a bit of a jump in the swell. Here we go. Nice snap off the top there from the surfer in orange.
Freya.
Yes.
D-Bar trying to just polish off this heat for D-Bar. Couple nice snaps on that one. She's got 17 minutes. She's going to go back out, take her time, really pick the eyes out of it, and then she can come in with 2 minutes to go if she needs to. That's going to take them probably close up to 30 points. And in a pretty nice position, but still plenty of surfing to be done in this heat. I cannot see them being caught, though. With Burleigh and Snapper still hot on their heels. They need to average 7.5 points to get to 30 points. Right now, Freya's only going to need a 3.5 to get them to 30 points. So I do like talking about the numbers, but right now, I think D-Bar is pretty safe to look at a position in that semi-final for the World Club Challenge tomorrow. Burleigh Heads and Snapper Rocks are fighting it out for second right now. North End a little bit behind the 8 ball with 16.5, just over 16.5 minutes remaining in this one. The tide is very close to the bottom right now. As we see the turn of the tide, we're going to get a bit of an incoming push. We've got 2 more heats of the quarterfinals of this World Club Challenge, and then we're going to go straight back into round 3 of the men's event of the World Usher Club Challenge, I guess you'd call it.
Yep.
Men's division, round 3. There's plenty of action still to come in that. We've got 32 surfers left, 8 heats, and the afternoon is just going to be pumping, so do not go anywhere. Enjoy your Saturday afternoon watching surfing here at Snapper.
Yeah, indeed. Now, I'm going to ask you, you know, in a team's event, obviously there's 4 surfers in this. The last surfer, what we call the anchor surfer, there's a lot of weight sometimes come on that last surfer. You know, it depends on how quickly your team members have surfed, and if you're then running short on time, you've got to really rely on that anchor surfer, especially in these sort of situations. They've got to read the wave, read the conditions, not sit around, and if the time is running tight, they've then got to get in onto the sand to claim those 3 bonus points. So, I mean, what in your team, what are you position are you running, and what's your thoughts of being the anchor surfer?
Oh, a bit of a secret if I'm being completely No, to be honest, we've obviously had quite a lot of success over the years, North Narrabeen in tag surfing. The format is quite different, so we have to think a little bit more strategically, but for our first heat in this event, that last heat, we just went with our age-old Nathan Hedge to start. He starts every event for us when he's surfing, and
rightly so.
I mean, rightly so. He dropped a 9.6. I got out there second. I had a 7, which was pretty solid, and then followed up with Jamie Thompson, dropped a 9.4 as well. And then it just gave True Starling a bit of time to really lean into her heat and got a 6.5 for herself. So, as you said, the last surfer can end up with quite a bit of pressure on them, but we feel like it's the first 3 surfers' job to get us far enough ahead so that pressure gets alleviated a little bit, and it allows True to have a bit more time at the end. But yeah, we'll see as the event goes on. I'm really interested to see how tactics do change in this event.
Yep.
I know I've been speaking to Bugsy that we don't really know what's going to happen with as the teams go through. We don't know what the best strategy is yet, and we will know by tomorrow afternoon when we crown the champion of the World Club Challenge here at Snapper Rocks Sunday afternoon. Make sure you're down here if you're in the local area. You don't want to miss it.
It's going to be insane. Well, interesting, that strategy. I think that's what D-Bar is looking at the moment, is they've put out their top, you know, opening up with Nick Vasicek, like you with the Hog in your team. You know, those powerhouse goofy footers just come out with so much energy and excitement and really lifts the team spirit. But Nick's done that brilliantly in this heat, and with Breno and obviously Nathan, you know, these guys have come out firing quickly, got the big scores. And I think that's a strategy that when you've got good waves, that's that's maybe a reverse strategy when you have, I think, sort of inconsistent surf, and that anchor person is a totally different beast, obviously, on the conditions.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions have been pretty pumping, so it kind of makes it tough. But right now we see out in the water, Mitch Parkinson has a little bit of work to do. What was a very, very hot heat to start off has gone a little bit slow right now. So momentum that you feel like you've got can just slip away very quickly, as we saw that score come in for Freya Prum. She dropped to 7.43. So you've got to say Duranbar have put on the heat of the event. As we see, Green sitting in the barrel, coming out of that one. The North End surfers waited a while for that. Looks like Chris Ibis-Bennett's, and he's done a roundhouse cutback. Not the cleanest barrel, but definitely spent some time in there. It comes to the end section, quick snap. He's going to be throwing the arms up after this one, and we're going to see the third surfer jump out there. There still is plenty of time. We've been saying about 8 minutes is what you want per surfer.
Correct.
Right now, these surfers are going to have about 6.5 the last 2 waves, which is still a bit of time to get 2 waves out here, because the jump off the rock is so quick and easy.
It really is. Yeah, we're seeing and that's what I love about this strategy that Rab has put into play for this team's event, is that there's no downtime of waiting for someone to run in, tag someone on the beach. It's literally banger. Your team member is literally, as you're finishing that wave, as soon as you throw the hands up, your team member is out on the lineup. So no wasting time. It's great for spectators, great for the strategies, and great for the competitors, and great for the teams to get right behind their competitors. Coming up after Chris Bennett's just coming in on that last wave, and we'll see Ashley Spencer, their third surfer for North End. So they're dragging the heels a little bit time-wise, and Chris Bennett's there. It is a fairly healthy score. Is that a 7-point ride?
7-point ride. Look at this. This is going to just continue to tighten up. They do have Chris Zaffers, one of Australia's best surfers. He did spend some time on the Challenger Series the last couple of years, which was great to see. But right now, he's going to have some work to do once he jumps out as their last surfer. We do have our female surfer in the water for North End. Still plenty of time, 12 minutes remaining. But right now, what I'm excited for is this Snapper and Burley Heads showdown, because both teams would love a spot in Finals Day. You'd hate to see Snapper Rocks bow out before Finals Day, but Burley Heads have really turned up the heat right now. Pocket 7.5s, 3s, the last 2 waves, with their last surfer in the water. And right now, Snapper Rocks have to catch a wave for Mitch Parkinson and then get their last surfer out in the water. So a bit more time for the last surfer in Burley to try and get a big score. And Snapper Rocks still have 2 waves to catch, with Kobe Enright bringing it up the rear for them.
Yeah, and you got Hanada Azawa from for Burley. Great surfer, Hanada. Very lightweight, but a critical surfer. Loves getting those power-based turns right up in under the lip. So Hanada's certainly going to be great. Last surfer there for Burley. And you're saying this is where things can change quite rapidly. And now we're not sure what the priority is, but I'm sure Mitch has been out there for a bit. There's been a few surfers go down, so he's got to be getting up there with the priority.
Yeah, I think Mitch will be starting to get a little bit nervous. He's had a couple fall-offs. He's had a couple mediocre waves. Just a 1.4 sitting in that scoreline for him. And this is tag surfing. This is what it's all about. When the pressure gets turned up, you hear that head noise. The volume gets turned up to very loud. And here we go, Mitch Parko right on cue. In the barrel, really deep in the barrel. Unfortunately, that one grabs his board, sucks it out from underneath him, and once again, we're going to see Mitch go down to 4th priority. With 10 minutes remaining, he's just sitting on that 1.4. He's going to need more than that. They can't bring him in yet. They cannot.
No.
He needs more than a 1.
So you will no doubt see Mitch go off to the left a little bit more, away from his opponents, and try and get one of those wide ones. But he won't have, there we go, the replay. Just a little bit of a whitewash ball in the barrel, and he pulled himself a little bit too deep on that one, not looking enough down the line. It did power off very quickly down the line, so even if he'd made that section, he would have had to really pump the board to get through into a workable wall.
Yeah, I think the wave was just a little bit small to be able to kind of slingshot across the bank, just like we saw Brent Dorrington earlier in this heat dropping a 10-point ride. He was on a bigger set wave.
Correct.
It had that kink in it, quite similar to Mitch's, but an extra foot on the wave allowed a bit more space. I mean, both of them are pretty small dudes, but Breno, bigger wave, got to make his way through that barrel and was rewarded very deservedly 10 points.
Yeah, indeed. second 10 points we've seen for the weekend. We're in these sort of conditions, and you know, when you get those bomb sets and these sort of waves, these servers are the best in the world, and you know, you just give them a canvas of that, of a perfect grinding barrel with a big open wall to work with. You're definitely going to be seeing some big scores being thrown down, but we're seeing 2 10s now, which is, it's not easy to achieve, but man, when you get those, you've got to be stoked.
Yeah, it is definitely not easy to achieve perfection, but when the waves are like this, it really allows opportunity to throw down massive scores. We're going to see plenty more good surfing coming up once the individual men's get back out there. A few more shots for all the athletes, so I think we're going to see plenty more scores up in the excellent range. We've got 2 more heats coming up in this World Club Challenge. Quarterfinals, number 3 and 4. Then we'll go straight into the men's draw. I think we will get through quite a couple heats. I might ask Rabbit sitting next to me. Hey, Rabs, how many heats are we going to get through of the men's? We're all on cold. We've got 8 heats of men's to try and get through. We might be down here having some late afternoon frothies up at that Rainbow Surf Club, watching the sunset and watching guys rip waves to finish off the day, because then we're going to be coming hot into finals day tomorrow. Still plenty of action. Men's and women's champions will be crowned. We're also going to see the first ever World Club Challenge crowned here at the Usher Cup Snapper Rocks 2023, the first of its kind, and probably the best waves I've surfed in an event in about 10 years. And here we go. Freya Prum from D-Bar, just having a bit of fun out there right now. She's already dropped a 7.5. D-Bar is through, and she's going to surf this one. She'll probably go back out with 7 minutes and get another one. Why not?
Why wouldn't you? It's a great opportunity. Just hang out there, have a bit of a free surf. The beauty about this, and I love this with Rab, you know, the surfers have got the opportunity to just go and surf as many waves as they want, and as long as they don't, you know, drag out the time too long. But yeah, Freya's just having a ball there right now. Yeah. Her teammates have just given her plenty of breathing space. Obviously, Nick Vasicek, Breno, and Nathan Cook firing up really early in the piece. And
time's ticking away. Look at this big one out the back.
There's some sets. Here we go.
Wow, Anada Azawa from Burleigh looking for the barrel. Doesn't quite get in it. I think he's got to get out of this one. He's going to need more. Didn't quite get in the barrel, so he's going to be back out the back. Still 7 minutes remaining, but the big news right now is Snapper Rocks, Mitch Parkinson. He's out there trying to get his wave and better, a 1.4. He's out the back by himself behind the rock. There's just 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. They still need to get Kobe Enright out there after him to catch a wave. We'll wait and see how they play this one. I'm sure Jay Phillips, team captain, president of Snapper Rock Surf Lighters Club, will be on the rock yelling at him, telling him what to do. But it all comes down to the waves that come through and the time limit there is. And right now with 6.5 minutes, it is truly ticking away for the Snapper Rocks team. The local club, one of the favourites, last year's events champion, in a bit of a precarious position right now.
Certainly is.
Here we go, Mitch Parker.
Oh, here we go.
Gosh.
Oh, throaty one. And comes out, throws his hands up. Well, that's what he was wanting. He's still got a little wall to work with, but I think that barrel enough, as we saw previously with Breno's barrel, the 10-point barrel. That is, the angle on that was insane coming from the drone out there. We're looking forward to seeing the replay on that. He's going to come in very quickly. Of course, give Kobe a chance now. We're watching club president running down on the beach here in front of us, but there goes Kobe. She's out in the yellow singlet, very quickly getting out into it. Mitch, he waited for a while. We know he's capable of getting the scores, but let's see that on the replay. And that drone vision is just, it was looking straight into that warpy behind the rock snapper barrel, and that's what we know that can happen on these low tides, and Mitch has had a million of them. Here it is on the replay. You can see the backwash in it. It warps, it throws around, spits, and he comes out clean. He's pretty happy with that. And he, as you say, the barrel is everything. He didn't need to do it. This is from behind the rock. He's well and truly locked in it. Comes out with a spit.
Here. That was incredible by Mitch. With all the pressure in the world, late drop, catches a rail a little bit, pulls it back out, and I think we're going to see close to another 10 maybe, because that barrel was unbelievable. I think that was better than Breno's deep. Had the double pump in it, was standing tall, spat out, and Snapper are going to replace that 1.83 with something well and truly up into the excellent range, I believe. And Kobe Enright's going to be out there, and she's not going to be needing too much, if anything, to catch up to Burleigh. So Hinata Azawa has got a lot on his plate right now, because he's going to have to really throw something down and keep Kobe Enright off some waves. But we'll wait and see this score for Mitch Parko. He's got a grin on his face. A bit of pressure was building. He was looking at a big smile on his face. He's thrown the shaka to us in the comms area. We might get him to come sit straight down next to us, actually.
Yeah, we're going to get him to come
Yeah,
sit
he's
straight on the
frothing.
couch with us.
We still haven't seen the scores come in, but as he sits, let's see what the scores come in at.
Here we go,
Well,
replay
the
one more
replay.
time. Airdrop just pulls his rail out of the water.
my
Do not know how he
God.
did that, Houdini act. And he bloody comes flying out. And right now he's about to sit down next to me. Yeah, brother. That was sick. Bit nervy at the end.
Mitchie.
Zaffers.
Oh, little nugget.
Mate, how are the nerves just then?
Oh, it was hard to find him, mate. I took off on one that was a bit weird, and I just did the Benny bog rail at the start of the wave and blew it, but Zaff just got a fun little one. But
We haven't seen your score yet. What are they going to give you?
I don't know. I free fell into a pretty nuggety one behind the rock, so I didn't think I was going to make it. It has to be a good one.
If you think you're not going to make it, I'm going to call that we're probably going to see another 10. You would have seen Breno's one before.
Oh, yeah,
because of his, maybe the scale might... He came out and did that many good turns that maybe just under 10, but I think you're going to be pretty close. That thing was sick.
It was a fun one. I was super late into it, and I was like, oh, well.
9.27.
There we go.
All right, well, you pulled it out, pulled the hero move.
Oh, mate, I thought I'd blown it by paddling back out, using up all the time.
Oh, my God.
At least I made it worth it.
Yeah. You went from what?
But it's going to be close, mate. We're not out of the woodwork. But
No.
it's going to be pretty tough to see who gets through this. Like, the boys are all getting pretty good scores.
Massive scores. There's been a lot of pulse in this heat in the early part. You saw all those sets coming through, and then you're sitting for some time. Were you thinking it was going to be another set or what?
I was just going, please let me get a two behind the rock. Like, I never get to surf this one. It's pumping.
Oh, that was
That's
well done
Zaff.
by
Yes,
Zaff.
Chris Raffer's last wave, so
Quite
another
as
good
long
ride.
or deep as your barrel, but once again, we're seeing a few of the surfers come out, get some turns, and then connect, which you know what it's like out here. Quite often, if you get a good barrel, there's not much after it like your one.
Yeah, well, the waves we look for behind the rock, you don't really want that long wall because they don't really get real nuggety.
Yeah, you
the
don't-
real short, stumpy ones, they're the evil big ones that spit behind the rock.
It had a bit of warp, a little bit of back wash in
it's a
yours
weird
as
one.
well.
Like I took off like, super under this little ledge bit.
We
and
might see
I
if we
actually
get a
thought I was
replay
gone.
for
We'll get a replay for you, but that was pretty insane, your wave. We got a great drone vision looking straight into the pit on your one.
Yeah, sick.
The drone clip was nice of yours, but yeah, that airdrop was unbelievable as we see. Here we go, your teammate took us through it.
Come on, Kobe, we need this. She's got a little insight. She needs to get back out there and get another one.
2
But,
minutes.
2
She might
minutes,
need
it's going
to-
to be tough.
Yeah,
What
she
does
needs the
need?
3
She
points
needs
too.
the 2.
I think she might have just got a 2, hopefully.
She needs a 1.6.
And then she needs to get in quick to get
needs
3
And then
points.
she needs to get in with
Well,
a minute 50. We've got Hanada out there though behind the rock. This is going to be tight. She's going to need like maybe a 3 or a 4 and then get in. But right now, this is going to come right down to the wire. We'll
I
keep
know,
you
I've got to
in
get out
the
of the
booth.
booth.
Oh, you want to get out? Oh, you go. Watch.
Yeah,
All right.
Mitty. Unreal, mate. Woo. Cheers, brother.
Clutch surfing by Mitch Parko. He is no stranger to a barrel
Here we
behind the
go,
rock. Here we go, Kobe Enright. Important wave for Snapper Rocks. They are not out of trouble even with that 9 of Mitch. Great first turn, showing why she is one of
There we go.
Australia's best women surfer. And once again, another solid turn. That's going to take Snapper up into the lead with a minute and a half. Hanada Azawa is going to be looking for something, I reckon, up in that 7-8 point range. And he's going to need the 3 points from behind the rock. So Snapper Rocks looking a little bit nervy for a moment there. And Mitch Parkinson showing us what that last name is all about. Airdrop into the barrel. And Kobe Enright here, replay.
And we're watching Jacoby while the replay's happening, literally down to the dying seconds, and just she's hit now the sand. It was a quick run in. She's now claimed also the 3 bonus points, so that's going to definitely help Snapper's plight to get back up into the game.
So she gets, I think the 293 was her wave prior.
Yep.
So we're going to see another score
Definitely.
come in. So right now, Hanada's got a 4.7. So he has to replace that. So even with that 2.9, he still needs a 5.7, but we're going to see that go way more than a 2.9. So he's going to need something up in that 9-point range.
And with
he
the 3
needs to
point
get
bonus.
in the box.
Yeah, he won't have that time.
We're going to see Duramba
20
and
seconds.
Snapper Rocks, the 2 grudge match clubs from right around the corner of each other, moving on through to finals day here.
Here he
they
goes.
know what they're doing out behind the Rocket Snapper. As we see Hazada, nice long barrel, but
Oh, he catches her
unfortunately
out.
catching the nose. I think it was a little too late anyway. He wouldn't be getting those 3 points. And we see Kobe Enright, dry feet. That's going to do it.
There
for
it
the
is,
Snapper
counting it
Rocks
in.
club.
2 seconds, and wow. Oh my God, well that was an arbiter. Everyone in the tent here up on the edge of their seats. That was spectacular. Thanks, Cooper Chapman, what a great call. That was epic having Mitchie in, and literally Mitchie coming straight in from the ocean and then jumping straight into the booth here and watching that absolute awesome, very deep throaty pit. And we'll be with all the action with, of course, Dingo, Oki, and Ronnie.
Man, oh man, the action is coming thick and fast now. We're seeing some really close battles. Snapper Rocks just saving themselves in the dying stages there. Mitch Parkinson, he hogged the clock. He absolutely hogged it. He almost threw it all the way, but he managed to save himself. He got a 9.27 behind the rock, but Kobe Enright is the true hero in the Snapper team after banking a 5.43, getting back to the sand just before the hooter sounded to get the bonus 3 points and shore up that second position and stay alive in the mix here at the Usher Cup. As the host club, you don't want to go out early. Ronnie Blakey with a couple of local legends in Mark Occhilupo and Dino Morrison. Dingo, there was some sweaty palms and some nails that had been chewed down to the bone in the Snapper camp before.
Mate, there was, and like you said, you know, Kobe kind of pulled it out there, and so did Mitch. You know, he did take up some time on the clock, but he was able to pull out a 9.27, which, you know, if you're taking up the clock and you pull out a good score like that, it's almost worth it.
Yeah, you get props. You get a slap on the back. But, it's funny. Sometimes chasing those smaller numbers can be difficult. This guy bagged a 10-point ride yesterday. Tricky Troy Brooks locks in, and this guy can find them. He's got a real nose for the good rides out here as he goes bashing through the lip now. And he is on his way to a fantastic start for Team Torquay. Tucks into the foam. And
that was hilarious. That was funny. He pulled into a whitewash and then got lipped.
Yeah.
At the end, but that was a well-ridden wave before that. That had everything. But Ronnie,
good fun.
Yeah, he had that 10, and let's see the replay of that. That was incredible. I was freaking out for Snapper. I really was. I went home. I lied on the couch for just a little while, and I'm looking at Mitch just chewing up clock. Here goes Troy. Not too deep on the first one, actually, and got pretty deep on the second one. But there's one point on this wave thing that I love. I love that snap, and I love this bottom turn here.
Of course.
Really tight. And he's lost nothing since he's left the tour, and that was umpteen years ago. Seriously, but this is the funny part right here.
He got really worked.
He's lost the size 32 board shorts.
Well, if he's wearing contacts, he lost them.
That was so funny because Troy just so crafty and, you know, trying to maximise the points out of that wave. I think Snapper said, come on, mate, I've given you your moment. Get out. Just threw him down. But it's an amazing start. Like, to get that counting right in the first 3 minutes of a board rider's battle, any format, is just such a huge plus to your team, Dingo.
Yeah, well, it sets a whole team up. It takes a lot of pressure off them. You know, he's in now. There's 32 minutes remaining, and then they got their second surfer out. He's obviously going to be in that excellent score. And so, you know, it's like Hogg's an unreal starter. Like someone like Troy that's been under that pressure before knows what it's like to get started within that first couple of minutes and how much pressure it's going to take off the team. So
I've noticed too, a lot of the surfers that have that kind of established pro, I think it's like one of those things. It's like, who's going to jump in first? Who's going to try and set the pace here? And I think those experienced vets are sort of saying, here, let me do it.
Yeah, hand it over.
Give it
Let
here.
me be the first surfer.
You know, I'll make the right decision based on wave selection. I'll make the right call on whether I'm going to go back out or not.
I wonder if they get the choice. I mean, from the team captain, or I don't know who is team captain, but you know, you want to go first or last, because that'd be the, you know, I don't think there'd be any other spot for these guys, right? First or last in that order of surfing. But Troy, he's really kicked it off high with a 7.97. Got fond memories of Brooko. Actually, on my last heat on the tour was against Brooko at Pipe, and it was such a small little day at Backdoor. It was like anti-climax. Obviously, he beat me, 2 foot backdoor, and he chaired me up the beach with Louis, I think, and that was it for me. So, fond memories.
Yeah,
but like I say
he's
before,
a popular surfer, wasn't he?
Yeah, but Troy, like, he's lost nothing. He's lost nothing. He's surfing as good as he is when he was on tour.
Yeah, he looks sharp, that's for sure. So 7.93, the pace has been set. We've got the Maui team out there in the lineup, and Dingo, great to have all the international teams here, but for you, it's the opportunity to catch up with a family that you're pretty familiar with, the Robertson boys, great surfers, and I mean, the stuff that they're doing in waves of serious consequence over there on the North Shore Oahu and also on Maui is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, and you know, they've been groomed for that ever since they were young. They live about 15 minutes from Piahi, and you know, they've just always gone down and watched every swell, and now they're out there charging it. Baby Steve caught his first wave out there when he was 11. So,
Unreal.
I mean, you know, where do you go from there?
That's
Obviously, he's
mind-blowing.
Yeah.
At 11.
At 11 years old, he got the 20-foot wave. They towed him into a 20-foot wave.
I've got an 11-year-old.
That's not fair.
Like, he can't even make his own toast yet.
What if he said, I don't want to go? And, like, how can you, like, it reminds me of, like, who does it? Dylan Longbottom tows Summer in to slabs. Like,
Yeah.
what are you doing to your children?
Yeah, but they want it. They want it, and they're actually, they've seen so much of it, and they've watched it so closely that they're kind of, in some ways, kind of ready for it.
They want to do it,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, and the safety team out there, everyone's watching him and making sure they're in the right place. It's not like they're, you know, putting him in super deep. They'll get him out there, make sure that they're in a place that they're comfortable with, and that if something goes wrong, that someone's going to be right on top of them.
Yeah, and you know what I saw last night too? Well, on social media, I saw a shot of Kalar Grace hugging Billy Kemper
that's a
with a
great
sign.
thing to bring up
and
too.
it was so epic, and I just got goosebumps going, yes, he's all right. And it's given Billy a big hug, and there was a big sign there for him. So, yeah, if those boys are listening, so stoked for you guys, and yeah, so stoked for Kalar and the family. And you know, Derek Hale was a really good friend of mine, and that's his little nephew. I've known him since he's been young. And he surfed a great event. He made every single wave.
Yeah,
and
looking really sharp.
Yeah, and I think that was just maybe on the way paddling a clean-up set or something. I'm not too sure what happened exactly, and so I can't comment on that. But it's just stoked he's all right, you know.
He's all good. It seems that he's going to make a full recovery, but yeah, talented surfer, and if you missed it, was during the shootout.
Yeah.
And you're right, Oki, he copped a wave on the head paddling back out.
Yeah.
And, you know, unfortunately, came into contact with that reef. It was sketchy times.
Hey, it happened to Derek in the same spot. Where, it was, I think we were free surfing, or was it a comp? I can't remember if it was a comp or free surfing, but Derek, in that same spot, like just off the reef, sandbar, there's hidden rocks under there, isn't there? Just off the reef. And Derek hit the bottom, and he busted his eardrum or something because he was swimming downways. I remember the jet ski pulled him up by his leash.
Oh, that was Eric Robertson. And he's trying to improve on a 1 at the moment.
Not as heavy as Kalar, but they pulled him up, and he was all right. You know, he wasn't as severe as Kalar, but it happened. You know, it happens. I remember Nathan Fletcher saying, you know, those big wave riders, you know, they don't know if they're coming home, and every time they chase a big swell. And that day at Pipe, you know, it wasn't, it was a pretty heavy, day at Pipe. It looked good. I mean, it was big. But it was dangerous that day. A few people, those 2 days, a few people got hurt. Right, Ding?
Yeah, I think...
Billy got hurt.
Billy, Makua, Kalar.
I think they were all right, though, because I was looking at the Eddie draw, and their name's in the draw.
Yep.
So that's good news, too.
Yep.
Eric Robertson there for the Maui team. So it was a quick start for Troy Brooks. The other competitors are out there at the moment. You know, they've had a wave each. It's been a couple for Eric now, but... You know, Currumbin, North Shelley, their riders are still out there looking for a score of substance at the moment. But the Torquay team is into their second surfer in the lineup now, waiting for an opportunity to lock in that second score, as we see for North Shelley. I think this is it Shane Holmes ripping into a couple of hits there. And now we're going to see Currumbin get their chance to lock in a solid score. Sticking with this one, looking pretty decent down the line. A couple of big swoops off the top. Kind of more of a carving approach on the backhand for Will Morrison.
It's a pretty good surf wave. It really was.
Yeah, that was a really well surf wave, that one, Ock.
He was patient. You know, you could tell he'd surfed a point break before. I mean, he's from Currumbin, so that's pretty much all he surfs.
So that looked like Oscar Berry. Heading into the lineup now. Great young surfer, starting to really collect some solid results. Did well, I think, made the quarters at the World Junior Championships over in California just a couple of weeks back. And man, just I mean, grew up riding Dalberg's Ock.
Yeah.
He's made the move to Luke Short's boards now, and you know, I saw a post that he did, just so thankful for the support that he's had from both shapers. But you rode Dalberg's for ages.
I did, yes. When I won my world title, I was riding Dalberg's, and I did for about 20 years. Gordon Merchant got me onto them. A really good friend of him, Rodney Dalberg, and they live close together. Actually, Gordon's got a house down there close to Rod, and if they're listening. Is Yamba got a team? I remember they won, not last year, the year before.
Yeah, well, they've got their big annual event, the Pippi Beach Classic, happening this weekend.
Oh,
and
so they're not here. Yeah.
They're not here, but also, you know, it was tough to put together the field for this event for Bugs, because there's obviously so many fantastic clubs, but what we really wanted to do was get some international teams over here.
Yeah.
And also we wanted to honour the clubs that have been involved in the Usher Cup in its first couple of years. So I can just see, as this event grows, that there is going to be the need for some kind of qualifying rounds in the lead up to the event, because it's something that everyone's going to want to be a part of. It's an international field, and as we've seen already, the standard's high, but so many amazing clubs that in Oz that aren't here, unfortunately.
I'd love to see an Indigenous team in there, Ding. Even though I know they haven't got their own club, that they can just make a team, and you know, just I think that'd be special. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that'd be a great idea. And
next year,
I was down there with the Slabs a couple of days ago, and they mentioned that, and I thought, yeah, like it would be a great addition to put a
Jurakai team would be, you know, they could put together a board riders team.
I'm just thinking of a team
in
of
their
like
kitchen.
You could have Russ Maloney, Otis Carey, Summer. I forget Summer's last name, but I know she hangs around with the boys at the local girl, and Lungy. Good team.
Oh, you could. It was a nice little tube there off.
Good team, don't you think?
Oh,
and that was a nice little tube. Yeah, it's got to happen next year, I reckon.
Oh, Xavier Huxtable looking to back up Troy Brooks's work, maybe even go a little better here. Great young talent, the Victorian. Big, bright future ahead of him. And really, I think with surfing like this, he's going to have a fantastic run in those qualifying series events. And yeah, that's the kind of surfing that could see you onto the Challenger Series.
It really could, and he's heading that way. He really is. You know, look out for him in these this next QS run in Australia, because that's what he wants. Look at that nice deep barrel. Actually, not as deep as we thought. So the judges won't go high there, but he just generates all this speed and.
That turn.
That turn, yeah.
That was just the way you held that rail.
Oh, and the next one I like.
Yeah.
That's just that classic combo, isn't it? Big slicing down carve, but maintaining enough speed to get your board vert on the next move. It always scores well.
Yeah, it's like that John turn that he does, where he really holds it right on point and then just drags it all the way through.
Look at what we've been just blessed with this event window. I mean, 4 days, we couldn't have lined it up better. A couple of locals have told me this is the best they've seen the bank in maybe a year.
Well, that's an excited local right there. I don't know about that. You know, because it's good. It's lucky that it's only going through to Rainbow. It's not going the whole way, but this actual section is quite good. It's gotten better, you know, since we got this a couple of weeks ago. There's been more sand added, and here we go, yellow up and riding.
Yeah, this
Maui.
is Team Maui.
Who is it, Ronnie?
Well, we had Eric out there first. I think this might be Stevie working this one over.
Gets a nice last turn there, but he jumps out, I think, I don't think he wants to include that wave in one of their 4 scores.
No, it was only a 317 on their opener. Eric, he had a couple of throwaways, and I think when he got the 3, he went, you know what, I've got to make way for someone else now. So he...
oh, that was a replay. Sorry. Yep.
He's letting little Stevie have a crack at it and get some reps out here at the moment. So this will be his first effort.
Yeah, and he's on his way back out after this. So he wants bigger scores, thinking he needs bigger with Torquay and Currumbin in this, and North Shelley.
Yeah.
You need some big scores for sure.
Well, Xavier Huxtable's done a little bit better than Troy Brooks, so that's a healthy start. You know, they've got their 2 first surfers out of the lineup with big numbers and left plenty of time on the clock for the remaining competitors. And that is Willis Drimmer, who's been dropping big scores, and Sarah Hickson. So, yeah.
Can you say it again?
What you talking about, Willis? Yeah, I've been sort of blown away by what Willis has been serving up to us, Dingo. What a great young talent.
Yeah, I actually haven't watched Willis yet, but I'm excited to see him get a wave now.
And Australia had to we've always had a deep pool, but it just seemed like we kind of had to step up and start taking some of these international events. I mean, you look at the World Junior Championships on the men's side in particular. In the last 10 years, we'd only had one previous winner in Ethan Ewing, so Jarvis Earl breaking through. It's a real promising sign for the men's tour. On the men's side, it's been 10 years since Mick Fanning won as the last Australian world champ now. On the women's side, however, they've been on fire. Steph Gilmore's had a couple of world titles. Tyler Wright had 2 wins. And in the World Juniors, you know, we've had Isabella Nichols, we've had Macy Callahan, Nikki Van Dyke. We've had like a number of junior champs. But on the men's side,
great point. Yeah,
the
10
men's
years,
side,
wow.
the momentum was lost. The domination was sort of taken away a bit. And
10 years, that's a long time. I mean, Australians dominated back in the day, didn't they? I mean, Brazil's been dominating for the last 3 years and maybe a little longer. But, you know, who do you think? I mean, you know, the only thing that annoys me is, you know, obviously you've got to make that top 5, and that's a have to, you know, and that's a long year to do that. But then, you know, when you all you think of is, can they win trestles? Because if you can't, you're not winning a world title, are you?
no, and I honestly believe as talented as John is, he could dominate a regular season and have a really tough time getting a win away from especially Gabriel Medina and Felipe, the way that they surf trestles
and
in the last 2 title years. Well, Italo in particular, but Italo got his world title with a gutsy performance at Pipe.
Well, he did. No.
And he was strong this year, but
he was.
It just feels like Medina and Felipe have sort of established themselves as the surfers to beat at trestles. But
But I totally agree with you. I mean, that's a little frustrating. You know, you win Pipe, you win Chopu. I'm kind of mapping out John's year next year if he stays healthy and gets on the tour. You know, and even Kelly can do the same. You know, you win Chopu, you win J Bay, you win Pipe. You've got the lead in the ratings. And you might even only have to surf those 2 heats, maybe 3, if you're in the final. But can you win against those guys? You know, it's a big question.
Yeah, we're going to answer it in September. And
Well,
it's going to be fun to see. I really hope that Ethan and Jack can get themselves back up there for another shot, because I think they got a little overwhelmed by the moment on the final day of the season last year. And it was a shame because they were both so switched on. I think if Trestles has a bit of size to it, Ethan's chances are pretty good.
What do you think
flow
about
is
that,
brilliant.
Ding? Well, what's your 2 cents in the finishing at Trestles there?
Yeah, well, I think last year the conditions changed so much from the day before that it was that, you know, that weak trestles. It's actually pretty hard to get speed out of, and it takes, like, you've seen it with Steph, like she was so in tune by the time she got to the final, and you've seen Carissa, she was like, her time was just a touch off, but you know, Steph
She had a few heats under her belt.
Under her belt, and she knew
It's
the
always
conditions
dangerous.
compared to the day before where it was like, it was pumping trestles.
But what do you mean? It went for 2 days or 1?
No, just the free surfs and the
Oh, the free
warm-ups and
surfs,
whatnot.
sorry. Okay.
And you are kind of sitting around sort of probably marinating on your last ride the day before with that
So
feeling
they had
in
it on the
mind.
wrong day, you're trying to say?
Well, it was the first day of the window they ran.
Oh, they did.
So it was,
the day before wasn't a window.
No.
No, it wasn't a
Yeah,
date.
so they would have been getting warmed up with, you know,
Yeah,
pumping
I
trestles,
getcha.
And then
I
the
getcha.
seconds dropped out, and
I
it
getcha.
started turning into a wind swell.
Yeah.
And obviously that's going to favour Felipe for sure.
Yeah.
You know, he gets so much speed out of his turns. So.
Yeah, he's so fun to watch. One thing is for sure.
He didn't
it's
even do
gonna
an air
be-
in the final.
Oh, man, he didn't have to. He's so powerful, and that's kind of like something that people forget with him. They just think he's so progressive that he's just going to bust the fins and take to the air. But when he unloads a big power hook, it's pretty awesome. He moves a lot of water.
On the quad too, right?
Yeah. on the quad. But yeah, it's going to be fun to watch, no doubt. And with more Aussies graduating from the Challenger Series at the end of the season at Haleiwa, we're going to have a whole big pack of, I think, gritty competitors joining the ranks. And looking forward to seeing Liam O'Brien get his opportunity because he got injured before the tour kicked off last year. So it's going to be fun. But right now in the lineup, we do have the Torquay Club well out in front. 7.93 for Troy Brooks, 7.97 for Xavier Huxtable. And also out there at the moment, well, I'm not sure if it's Sarah Hickson or Willis Drumer, but I don't think it's going to matter. They're both great surfers. They've got a really strong team this year, the Victorians, and we'll see if they can bring it home in this one. Maui's sort of hanging in there. It's kind of Currumbin, though, that's in a position to make a strike at second position at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. 2 threes ain't going to cut it. Mid threes. They've only got a total of 7. So, yeah, they need to do some catching up right now. Get themselves on a good wave, a long wave, maybe a barrel.
Dingo, when we were chatting the opening day of competition, we were talking about this World Club Challenge and just strategies and whatnot. And you said typically in these board rider teams events, you know, if you're kind of just on that 5-point mark, a little higher, you're going to put yourself in contention. We've seen the numbers that have been pretty solid and quite generous maybe throughout the event so far, so that total's been a little higher, around about the 6-point range and probably up around 26 points. Some clubs have well and truly exceeded that. But yeah, it feels like sort of the 6 to 7-point range. If each of your surfers can get there, then you've got a pretty solid chance of getting yourself through to the next round.
Yeah, and it's a different format. What we're used to. Like, this format's actually never been done before, the way that they're changing over. Usually you have to come in, run in, tag, and then you're back out there. So you're kind of against time. Whereas this one, time's kind of on your side because you're jumping off the rock. You can be out when someone's on the beach, and then the transition can be
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Yeah, or not even on the beach. As soon as they throw their hands up and claim that wave.
Oh, yeah, okay. So that's
10 seconds.
Yeah, so you could be straight out the back and into another one. So, and the waves are pumping.
Yeah.
And like you said, I think before there was a team out of 43 points, they got 39.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, here we go. So this is Oscar Berry representing Currumbin. And he's just got a real clean flow rolling through to the inside at the moment.
Split screen right there. The woman surfer for Maui got 2 big turns.
Yeah,
nice. They needed that.
They did need
she
that.
Put her hands up. Did she ride out? It was touch and go. She was more interested in putting her hands up than riding out. I would have been trying to ride out first. But you make a good point there. Yeah, you make a good point saying that judges have been generous. I think they have too. But I think everyone's adjusting to snapper, right? Because it's a pretty good wave.
Also, we speak about it often. Sometimes when the scale's compressed around the 6s, you know, if you're giving the really classy surfers in the draw just 6-point rides, then you get working with a really compressed scale. May as well get to that upper end and work and reward the best waves. Wow.
Is he coming out? He should be.
Man, he was right in the zone.
Oh no, something happened in there. I know it was only it wasn't a big barrel by any means, so he had to, what he had to do was have no lip touching him. No lip, even, you know, just ahead of the foam ball. And if you get one little bit touching any part of your body, you're going to slow down too much and not make that barrel.
Well, Max Leonard only managed a 2.4, so we got Shane Holmes out there at the moment, and he's really trying to make up for those shortcomings, I think. So stuffed himself way back in there and could not find the exit.
He couldn't. And that, you know, I mean, the size wasn't there. I'm not too sure if the judges would have thrown it at 10 because it wasn't a very big wave, but it was so deep. I mean, and it was so technical that, and it ran off again. Even if it was coming out, it did run off again. But like some kind of magician, like a Kelly Slater or someone, could have made that barrel.
Well, Nora Liotta has put the Maui team right back in this. She's just dropped a 7.67. And that is going to really give them a chance to potentially lock up one of those top two
Semi-final.
spots.
Yeah, for the semis. Like, yeah, it was 2 big turns. The Maui boys will be stoked right there.
Yeah, so now we've got Justin Robertson out there, and he'll try and really lock it in with a big number himself. And he's got a bit of time, 9.5 minutes to go here. So Torquay, they've got their third surfer out there, yet to see a score go up on the board.
So I wonder if Torquay and Jan Juck had a surf off for that spot. Ronnie?
Well, like I said before, it was sort of invitation only.
Okay.
It wasn't really kind of based on any ratings because the Usher Cup is a standalone event.
Yep.
But here we go. We've got for Currumbin, Jade Wheatley, I believe.
Line out the back. Oh,
A really powerful surfer.
Oh, someone flew out of the barrel right there. Sliding 362. Just for fun.
Well, that was pretty sweet. Jade, she let go of some big turns through that inside. She's been really kind of pushing that rail deep into the face of these waves. Currumbin's kind of in a really good spot here to make a strike at second place. And Jade might have just done it for them there. She moved a lot of water.
Yeah, interesting to see that score.
I actually seen Micah Marguson claim a wave halfway through. So could he jump?
Oh.
So if his other surfer, could he jump out as he's claimed it?
Good point.
Yeah, I don't think we'd punish him for it.
I think Rabs really made these rules pretty lax. You can kind of do what you want.
He didn't want to have unnecessary penalties. So I'm going to guess that he didn't even worry about that. It was sort of like, you know what? If you throw your hands up and you've claimed your wave, you know, I think the next person can go in. It sort of seems...
It's just that the other surfer's got to come in.
Yeah, I think it
If
seems
they don't
silly
come
though.
in, then
If you
you've
get
got a problem.
barreled, you throw your hands. That might have just been a claim, but Mitch Parkinson could have almost potentially
Done
been
the
doing the
same.
same thing.
Yeah,
He came
yeah,
out with two
sure.
hands up.
Here we
As
go.
we see Shane Holmes.
Wow, I love this guy.
Yeah, he's
He's a great surfer, isn't he? And he's got
Solid.
so many similarities to Sean Holmes.
Yeah, yeah, you know, and oh, geez, how good would Shane Holmes surf, J Bay? Might love to see that.
Yeah.
But, you know, just a hard-working, hard yakker, just rips, could be on tour kind of guy. I mean, you know, far out.
There's that local underground hero.
Yeah.
That I actually love watching him in the board riders battles.
Yeah, he always
I always
steps
do
up,
too.
doesn't he?
Yeah.
Always. Yeah. Board rider battles, he's gold.
Okay, so I think we've got Zane Glore for Currumbin Alley now. And look, the scores have come through for Jade, and they are solid once again. She's been pretty reliable. It's actually only a 3.9. It can't be right. Thought she did a couple of big turns
Yeah, well,
there.
I
Did
don't
that
know.
wave fade away on the
Yeah,
inside?
it did, yeah. I mean, she actually done it a little more on the inside, I think. Let's see the replay. Oh, no, it's not her. But it's orange up there. Right, but by the sound of the boys in the place that run the show, I reckon they're going to give it to us. Sooner or later.
Here we go, Torquay, Willis Drummer on the outside. Just
Someone's
really get
up.
on the hunt for a wave. Time's becoming a bit of an issue here. Here we go. North Shelley. They've got so many great surfers. Macy Callahan, Molly Picklum, of course, both those surfers on the CT, so ineligible to compete here in the Usher Cup. Well, that was a decent wave. And yeah, we'll wait for the numbers to come through for Zoe Ifield. And yeah, we'll see what
Here we
we've got
go.
in our
This is
hands.
the score you're thinking about, Ronnie. What did she do? What was the score she got? That was a pretty nice turn. Tell me the score.
Oh, she went a
What
little
was
while.
it?
It was a 3.9.
3.9. Okay. Let's get critical here. Wow, I like that too.
Yeah, just had a couple of little kind of moments where she was sort of scratching to kind of find some momentum on that wave, but
Judges have been generous. I think that was a bit low. I'd go 4.9. Yeah, 4.9.
yeah, I didn't mind it. Yeah, they're in a decent position though, 3.9. They did jump up into the lead for a moment, but we've still got another surfer.
Actually, I'll give it a 5.9.
There you go. A bit more like it.
Nice option. I'll back you on that.
The
mate.
power.
So yeah, it's Zane Glory's out there for Currumbin at the moment, and he's trying to get rid of a 3.33. So he has a great shot here in the last 5 minutes of upping the tally for the team and getting those bonus points.
Up and riding. Looks like a Grommy from Torquay right here.
Yeah,
this is
Willis.
Willis, what you talking about? I can't do it like you. Sorry, Ronnie. That's my last try on that one.
Yeah, he's rolling through the inside on this one. Really just kind of desperately chipping away at it. Just wants to put a solid score up. They don't need a whole lot. And the other thing that he can do is just lock in those bonus 3 points. And, you know, the pressure will grow with that. The requirement will grow for Maui. And
yeah, put the pressure on the other teams, right? Get that 3 points, and here's a deep barrel. It looks like he should
Russ
come out
Maloney.
right there. Of course it is.
Oh.
Of course it is. He's wearing his hat, sun protection, double stage floater, sick deep barrel. And someone's in the barrel behind him too. Hang on. Double barrel.
It's all happening, but Russ has just found a little dream vision out here at Snapper. So North Shelley was back in that 4th position. There's just on 3.5 minutes to go, and this is, you know, one of the fancy teams in the Usher Cup. So let's see how high they can go here. But it's a relatively low-scoring heat, this one.
Was that last surfer for North Shelley?
He wants to know how
Russell,
much time's left.
How much time?
He's their last surfer.
He is their last surfer. So he's going to go try again, but so he's not on the beach. This is really interesting because Torquay's in. That was a massive score. Can he get better than that? Can he stay on the beach and maybe get by him? Actually, no.
Yeah.
He's surrendered.
Yeah, that was good.
He's surrendered. He's like, nah.
That was going to be an excellent score for sure.
Yeah, well, they might, you know, wow, Ronnie.
He needs
because
a 6.93. Have a look on the outside here, though.
He's going to get it. And he's got his 3 points. Torquay, are they in trouble?
Yeah, maybe. But
they are.
I mean, they've still got a rider out there, correct?
Oh, no, I thought that was their last surfer.
Torquay's got a rider out there. That was North Shelley's last surfer.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
He
I'm confused.
Yeah, oh, man, he
Send
needs a
me
6.93, but he might need more once the Torquay competitor locks in the last score for them. And I believe that is Sarah Hickson. She's out the back just looking for that opportunity, and it's a waiting game at the moment for the North Shelley club. Where is this score going to fall for Russell Maloney? Waiting on it to come through now.
It was a barrel. It was deep. It wasn't big. They've got to have a good think about this.
It was a clean funnel, though.
And that was actually probably the deeper one I've seen, really. I know it didn't have a lot of girth and size, but...
Oh, they were gone to the first.
Yeah, wow.
Wow, what is it?
7.5.
Yeah,
so in a low-scoring heat, no one is out of reach at the moment, especially when you consider Torquay, Maui. They still have a number to lock in. Currumbin have been bumped back into second position.
Up.
Sarah Hickson.
Oh, no. She's
having a go at it. Oh, man. She still can do it. If she can get out there.
She can go back out? How long she got?
Well, I'll tell you.
So that's 2 points.
I'll tell you what she
gets
needs.
a 3 for coming in. Oh, she's claimed that.
She can do it here.
Oh, really?
She can overtake the North Shelley club here. Currumbin have gone back in front. North Shelley in second spot. But there is a couple of low numbers there.
Well, has she claimed? Did she claim that?
She doesn't have to. She just has to get to dry sand, and she's there. She's got her 3 points.
Okay.
So, yeah, she...
I don't know. I'm kind of making up the rules.
She got a 2.17. She got the bonus 3 points. Okay, so they had enough to jump up into that first position. Currumbin, they had enough to get themselves in second spot. North Shelley.
What do they need?
Well, I think they're done.
46 seconds.
So, if you stand up and ride a wave all the way to you have to come in on the beach.
You got to get
finish
to the
your
sand.
heat, yeah.
You got to get to the sand. Basically, you got to get your feet out of the water.
But you can still take off with, 5 seconds to go and get your score.
You'll get your score, but you won't get the bonus 3 points.
Okay.
So it is attainable. That first position. Yeah, I think he knows now. Even obviously you got to add the 3 points to the order there. I mean, he gave it a good nudge. Look, the rest of the team had pretty low scores. Russell had the best of it, so he gave him a good fighting chance. As we see now, And this is an important ride. He really has to tear into this one.
Wow, it's a pretty good wave.
I don't know. Well, he's not going to get the bonus 3 points. So this, basically has to be a 10-point ride, I believe, to get him up into second spot.
Okay.
Because he was after, then the 9.19 out of that one to get himself into second. So those bonus points being added there for North Shelley. Torquay did the work early with some solid scores. Currumbin just getting ahead. North Shelley so close in the final stages there. And Maui, they just couldn't find another big score. We're going to take a quick break. We've got more action coming your way right after this. World Club Challenge.
Got me a band of brothers by my side. I'm right here, I ain't going nowhere. Blood, sweat, and tears, whiskey, shining beers. Lot of travel miles in this rearview mirror. Watching my back, but never running from my fears. Made a few wrong turns over these years. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Keep it 100 till the day that I die. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Got me a band of brothers by my side. Got me a band of brothers by my side.
Well, the quarterfinals of the World Club Challenge have had it all. 10-point rides, barrels behind the rock, and some really, really close heats, some big upsets as well. And we've got one more quarterfinal heat to come. North Narrabeen out there in the pink up against North Shore in the orange. Noosa will be in the yellow, and M&M Mermaid Miami will be out there in the green. Ronnie Blakey with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, the co-founder of the Usher Cup, who wanted to get some international teams and sort of encourage the building culture of board riders clubs overseas, alongside one of his good mates in Dean Morrison, and we're going to see some action straight off the bat here for the North Shore Club. It's just been great watching these youngsters attack the walls here at Snapper Rocks, and this is going to be another fantastic start, getting this wave within the first couple of minutes of this important quarterfinal clash.
Yeah, well, this is exactly what he did in the last match. He got off to a super quick start and got the good score. This is a clash, Dino. North Narrabeen and North Shore were the two standouts in the first round, and now they're up against Noosa and M&M.
Yeah, nice. Who was that? Taj Stokes then?
Yeah, that was Taj, I believe.
Yeah.
Really, really just a strong, reliable first surfer for your club. That's just how committed all those turns were. Really drew that board out.
Yeah, that was a great way to start for the club. And, as we were talking, Ronnie, before, you want that person to kick off so it takes all the pressure off the team. We've seen Torquay do that in the last heat.
Yeah, exactly.
Chucky put on an excellent score in the first minute or two. And Taj Stokes has done that same thing. So there's definitely a huge advantage when you kick your team off in that direction.
Yeah, 6.33, and Bugs, you're not just giving the strongest surfer in your team more time, you're giving every individual. If you can get that first wave and that score locked in the first 3 minutes, you're gifting every competitor a couple of bonus moments out there in this lineup to really look for that high quality set wave.
And that's what we're seeing. This is how the strategies are playing out, and it's a matter of, giving a bit of breathing space, getting on top of the clock, managing that well, but then then you still need the wave quality but those early scores are so important so you don't dig yourself in a hole.
Yeah, and look at that. There's 30 when he finished, there was 33 minutes remaining. So that gave each surfer 11 minutes to sit out there and get a good wave. And with the conditions now, if you go out there with 10 minutes, you'll find a good one because it's few and far between, but there's some diamonds out there. So it just takes that pressure off just that little bit more and allows the next surfer that they can be a little bit more patient and not have to go away that they don't think is going to be that great.
Bugsy, in the last round, North Shore, their team scores, Taj Stokes 9 points, Dimity Stoyle 8.4, Jack Reginato 7.37, Alistair Reginato 8.6.
That's right.
Just mind-blowing stuff. No, like, you know, near excellence for everyone. Just mind-blowing, and yeah, they're going to be hard to beat. Dimity Stoyle's up.
They're a gun side, and this is, I just think this is the secret weapon right here. Having Dimity Stoyle, who can just go out there and get an 8 or an 8.5, is just so huge for the club.
Well, you know you've got a performer in your female surfer. You know you've got a performer at the after party if you win the event, because she's, you know, like I say about Dimity, she's a part-time professional surfer, part-time commentator, full-time DJ these days.
Well, she's working this event too, the Cooley Summer Vibe. It's Dimity, it's Shimmy Disco. So she's got a daytime job. She's in the individual women's semi-finals. There's some money for her to win there, and then she's working.
Well, she's backing herself to do more here. That was a great ride, 6.5. She wants the big finish though, but just the Dimity's read, Dino, you can tell she's had a lot of time in this lineup because she just surfs the place with so much speed.
Yeah, and you just seen that first turn. It was just right on point, and she didn't try to overcook it. And she's, like you said, Ronnie, she's come out with speed and straight in the next turn. And that's how you surf snapper. You make sure that you're hitting it on the apex, but coming out with speed and straight into another turn.
So you've always got that one eye down the line, and that's what she had there. She's always looking at those down the line sections and backing herself. She knew that she could do, and like backing herself, she's gone, that's not enough. 6.5, that is not enough by Dimity Stoyle's standards.
It's really funny, and I think, you know, it gets, even surfers at the elite level get a little bit baffled by it. You know, you want to really make your turns of substance, those major manoeuvres count. So quite often, you know, the advice is from kind of experienced pros is like, you need to slow things down a little bit between turns. But, you know, the way to do that is to actually surf faster. That's how you're able to buy that time on these long walls. And, you know, Dimity was doing it then. Her first priority when she got to her feet was to get as much speed as possible so she can get out of that really intense pocket of these low tide rides and draw those turns out. But the best do it. I mean, Joel Parkinson kind of almost was criticised for saying, you know, you don't look like you're trying hard enough. But when you see Joel, like with your own eyeballs in a lineup and see how fast he's moving down the line, you know, he's one of the fastest surfers you've probably ever come across. But he buys himself time out on the open face. He gives himself time to sum up critical sections of the wave by actually surfing with his foot to the floor. Is that something that you think is the key to really figuring out snapper rocks, just moving with it as much speed as possible down the line while sticking close to that bowl?
Yeah, I think with Joel, like he's just such a natural that because I've grown up with him, you know, since we were single digits, that he just had that really good bottom turn already, like just laying it right over and kind of the compact where that was kind of like the foundation of where he came from. And I think with every great surfer that's ever been, it always starts with the bottom turn. And Joel, like, still today it mesmerises me how good he is. Like I've actually interviewed him for Wave of the Lifetime about how he approaches, and he actually doesn't even give an answer. Just like, oh, you know, it's just the genius comes through.
Yeah.
You know, it's not. There's no thought in it.
Yeah.
And it's the same with Ock. I really love asking them about, oh, you know, what do you do on a wave? And Ox gives a similar answer. Oh, I just kind of move my shins a little bit and keep everything real still. And you know, that's what surfing's about. It's almost like with them guys, they get in this meditative state where it's beyond thought, and they just kind of let it flow and it comes through.
Yeah, it's just innate. It's awesome to see, but yeah, certainly the bottom turns are Just always on point, as we see for North Narrabeen. Nathan Hedge looking to drop a big number. He went into the 9s in the previous heat. And he's on his way to a pretty decent score here. There's that tricky cupped out section of the wave. He's not really able to get some more points out of that one. He looks over his shoulder to his club. And this is a guy with so much experience, but I think he's leaning into coach Matty Cattle, who's down on the beach helping the club onto a big result here.
So, Ronnie, they still get score for these waves even if they don't nominate it? And will
Yep.
they hear the score when they're out there?
Yeah.
So they can hear the score, and then if it's good enough,
They can throw their hands up.
Nominate it then.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
And you won't lose your top scoring ride if you take another wave either, Bugs.
No.
Is it? You just want people to basically surf penalty free.
Penalty free, man.
And up the ante. So if Hogg, got a 6 there and was weighing up his options and got out and caught another wave and it was a 4,
Yep.
that first ride would still count. He could return to the beach.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we'd be doing Snapper an injustice if we just made all these penalty rules and, made it just so that, you're boxed in and feeling the pressure all the time. And what about a bit of free surfing, right?
Yeah, bring it on.
I
So
like
5.83 for Nathan Hedge, certainly capable of a bit more. Seems to be just a little bit of a break in the frequency of the sets happening at the moment. So it's going to force these first surfers to make some big calls. Of course, North Shore got off to a fantastic start, as we see. Locking in for Noosa on the outside and going to the rail now. Oh, good looking wall, and on the outside we've got more set wave action coming our way. This is a nice little exchange here.
Out the back, green there.
This is actually the best. This quarterfinal is the best one. It is unbelievable because these two teams, Noosa and M&M, also had exceptional first round heats. And Noosa are gnarly. They got a super good. They got some great surfers in that team.
Man, every team seems gnarly to me. I'm looking through the draw and I was like, oh, that's right.
Yeah.
No, these guys have got Archer Curtis and Sean Gunning, who've been throwing down some great surfing. Mermaid Miami, Darren Turner, the veteran, who's been dropping the big scores, and Ellie Brooks, who's one of the strongest female surfers in the entire draw. So, you'd like their chances, but they kind of need to get a wriggle on now.
Shimmy, go.
Oh, Dimity locked in, still travelling. She's going to come out.
Shimmy.
That was a deep barrel. She didn't get the turn to finish it off, but that was a great vision, wasn't it? A great bird's eye perspective inside the pit. She was lost on the foam ball there, and she was backing herself to better the 6.5 from earlier on. Bugs, what are your thoughts?
Not an easy barrel. I mean, degree of difficulty in the barrel. I thought she was gone. That was brilliant. She really surfs this wave so well.
Yeah, I really love the way Shimmy surfs. And she would have been on the foam ball the whole way. That was a hard little foam ball to navigate as well. So, she come out and done a nice turn. She didn't make it, but I reckon that'll be in the excellent range, I think.
Hey, gentlemen, M&M are right in there. Look at the score for Sean Gunning, 9.27.
Yeah, okay.
And Team Noosa, Connor Lyons locking in a 7.17. Nathan Hedge still out there. He wants to get something better than that 5.83 we saw him on earlier. A couple of big turns already. Speeding down the line now. Draws off the bottom. What a combination that was. Love the way he just leant into that bottom turn, and he's going to finish this one off. And the Hog, he's showing some real tusk out there at the moment.
Oh, wow. This is going to heat right up this match.
Geez, that wave that Sean Gunning got, that 9.27, that was, he done that all in them first two turns pretty much too.
Yeah, that was huge. 8.67 for Dimity Stoyle.
Yep.
And putting North Shore right back in the driver's seat here, but Sean Gunning set his team up well. We'll see what their second surfer can do here in just a moment.
Yeah.
Everyone's looking good though. Connor Lyon, 7.17. Noosa's right in it. Nathan Hedge. How high is that number going to go?
Yeah, it's going to go high because they gave him a 5.83 on that earlier one, so it's got to be in the excellent range.
Yeah, this is an exciting heat, hey, Bugs?
Yeah, no, this one's really good.
Need some replays for you.
Yeah, this is Noosa.
Yeah.
This is like straight off the rock, straight into a wave.
Here we go.
Connor Lyons, yeah, did really well for Noosa here. Gets a little tricky on the inside there at the moment. Back to live action. And this is Noosa's Gia Lauritsen looking to keep the momentum alive now. Also up there at the moment for North Shore. We have, I believe it's Luke Brumby. So
No, it's Jack Reginato.
Jack Reginato, excuse me. Yeah, I think Luke Brumby got replaced.
He was injured.
Injured.
It's the only way he could be replaced. It was an injury. I mean, if you can't surf, they're wasted.
That's right, yeah, Jack Reginato.
And it wasn't, the other way to have done it was to let one of them surf twice, but then, then you go, well, is it really fair on everyone else if you let Alistair go and get two?
No. No, it's not.
No.
Not the way he's surfing.
Exactly.
Okay, well, good job there for Gia.
Here's just 9.27
Oh.
with that first turn. This second one just right in the pot. That was the one.
Great. Big turns on the outside. And you get a steep wall like that out here, Dino, on a day like today. You better make good use of them.
Yeah, that's it, Ryan. And he set that up perfect. He done exactly that. And that's why he got rewarded for it. Look at Chimmy. Look at that. Oh, she was deep on the foam ball there, Bugs.
Wow.
That was unbelievable.
Oh, what a great angle to see Dimmy.
Yeah.
She was gone.
That was unreal.
Oof. Nice.
Yeah, this is good. This is a well-surfed small wave.
Yeah, Cooper Davies, I believe.
Oh, Cooper Davies is an animal. Like the guy, I've seen him have heats where he gets 6 good waves. He just is so good at dialing in.
Yeah, so Connor Lyons got the ball rolling for Noosa with a 7.17, and that was looking like a really decent score too.
Yeah, well, that was only the last part of that wave. That was the down there. He got it up here. He did some work. It had a little bit of a foam ball off the bank to start with.
He goes green.
Yeah, that one ran away on him.
It did. It's actually a nice wave. We could have got around that, but...
So the tide should have just turned now, Dino.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. So it should be improving for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, that first hour, you don't see any movement whatsoever.
Dimity's barrel, look how deep she was.
Yes.
Oh, just wrestled the foam ball and refused to give up on the exit.
Yeah.
Love that.
Still waiting for the hog score.
Yeah, true.
And judges definitely have their work cut out for them, eh, Bugs?
Oh, yeah. How much action unfolds in a heat at a Board Riders Club event, especially with this format, the World Club Challenge, because we're taking that kind of Ironman component out of the mix with the runarounds. Personally, I don't turn up to the beach to watch people run around. I want to see them surfing.
Thank you.
But at the same time, we have seen some people who have to make that dart back to the takeoff zone as well.
Oh, we'll still see it.
It's had it all.
We'll still see
Here
the
we
run.
go. M&M looking to really lock in a solid score now. They're just on to another fantastic start with a 9.27.
Oh, he'd be mad to claim that one. Oh, he's claimed it. I think that was a mistake.
Well, was that their third surfer? Or their second surfer?
No, second surfer.
Yeah,
Okay.
second.
So the 927 will lift his score.
Here we go. Here's a hog on his one.
Yeah, it is the hog.
Jeez, he's just so on point, isn't he?
Yeah, numbers in 8.77 for this one.
Yeah, there you
Wow.
go. Wow, geez, he's so good at nailing those big scores, isn't he? He's incredible.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's all you can say. Now let's see what he did at. Oh, hang on, Cog's not finished. I'd like to see a full replay of M&M's wave. I'm calling it a mistake.
Yeah. What I seen of it too, Rabbit, I don't think there'd be much of a score for that one.
I guess we're past the halfway mark, though. That's the factor, right? He didn't want to leave his teammates in the clutch, knowing that the 927's banked. I suppose he's thinking if I could even get a 5.8 or something, it might help.
It comes down to trust, doesn't it? Do you trust your ability to turn in a solid score, and do you trust that if you take some more time off the clock, that your fellow board riders, team members, can kind of turn that into a positive with some big scores and some quick action. So, yeah, we'll see. The number's still rolling through. It was a 4-1-7, and maybe just based on the fact that they've got the highest single score so far,
it brings
they might
it up.
make it work. But
it brings it up. You bring it back to an 8, and that's a 6-5.
I think for Archer Curtis, though, Bugs, he had a couple of throwaway numbers before that, and you start to think, wow, I'm potentially putting really a lot of pressure on my mates here.
That's exactly right.
I'll bring the viewers.
And you're kind of in that mindset of tag teams too. Like, with the way this format is, 15 minutes for 3 surfers, you actually got a bit of time.
Yeah.
In the old format, with 3 surfers, you got nothing.
Well, I'd worked out that in the old format, you lose 12 minutes running.
Yeah.
You know, what about paddling in through the gutter, getting into the box and running down the beach against the current? It's easy 12 minutes. But I sort of averaged it, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
So I've taken that element out.
And especially when I remember Newcastle a couple of years ago, when it was 6 foot out the back, and it probably took each surfer 5 minutes to get out the back.
5 minutes.
They probably had 2 minutes to look for waves.
Oh, there's been 10, 12 foot days down there where it's just like Newcastle's gnarly.
Yeah.
I kind of have just been kind of keeping a close eye on what the turnaround is for a set wave to the beach, and it's so quick. I think even though you can afford each team member 8 minutes, I mean, I feel like you can chew into that clock a little bit if you don't have say a 5 or a 6 on the board. You can probably go back out there and just at least give it one more shot.
Yep.
And you're not going to kill your team's chances too much.
I mean, the Mitch Parkinson turnaround is the classic example.
Oh, that was huge.
I mean, they were gone for all money. They were gone. Money. There was under 10 minutes remaining, and they had 2 surfers in the box and were trailing badly.
It's funny how the surfer that, you know, as we said before, sponges up all that time on the clock, and at the end of it, everyone looks at the scores and goes, he got a 9.27, he's the hero. But then for poor Kobe Enright, she had to deal with all that pressure of having no time and still needing a pretty reasonable score and getting back to the beach to get the bonus. So, you know, like, for those of us who witnessed the entire heat, you kind of go, well, Kobe's sort of the hero.
Exactly.
Well, it's almost a strategy is to win this tag team, you're probably going to need 3 serves to get an excellent score range.
Yeah, I think so.
Because, like you said, it's not about the time and about getting out the back and getting them like it usually is, where you get 5, 5s and 6s. That's usually going to, if all 5 of your surfers in a tag team get that score, then you're pretty much going to win any heat.
Well, I think, you know, as we go into the semis and the final, one of them's got to get it 9s. One of them.
At least?
Yeah, I think so.
I'd say that 3 of them have to get in the excellent scores. Like what we've seen with the teams coming through. Like, look at Hogg, he started with an 8.
Yeah, and he took a bit of time, and North Narrabeen haven't got their second surfer score yet, so they've got to really keep a close eye on this clock. But, you know, I think much like the Snapper Rocks Club, there's so much experience and depth in that team. I think they'll be able to pull the steel out of the embers and cut their way through this clash. But Cooper Chapman's out there at the moment.
I think the next M&M wave's the critical one. You know, as a turning point in the heat, whether they can just sort of, you know, consolidate with a good start, and then the second wave a bit poor. If they can get it like a 7-5 now, I think they'd give this whole thing a shake.
Bugs, Dingo, awesome to be here with you fellas. You know what, Dino, we're coming up on 20 years since a pretty special day in your life, mate. Breaking through at home, beating Occy in the final to take the ratings lead on the championship tour. What will it be, March? We'll come up on that anniversary, but we're going to get a little replay of that final in the Legends heat when Occy and Dingo hit the lineup. As we see Ellie Brooks here finishing this one off, but mate, what a day that was. That was huge.
Yeah, it was, Ron, and it was you know, it was a highlight of my surfing career to win an event at home, and the only event that I ever won. So it was, and especially to share the final with Ock. And here we go.
Oh, that was nice.
Jeez.
Put the extras into that one, didn't he?
Yeah, is that Ben Lawrenston?
Yeah,
he's unreal.
He made the final last year. That kid just came out of the blue, and this is what can happen at the Usher Cup. He just came out of nowhere. He'd never heard of him out of Noosa. One 18-year-old kid made the final.
Look, he's got he's turned the outboard on here, and he's just motoring straight back to the takeoff zone because he's got just over 11 minutes to go here, and he's already going to drop a good score and put Noosa in a good spot. But
this will work out. If he hears his score, be interesting to see what happens, because I think it's going to be a good one.
I think it'll be a good one. I think stay out there, mate. Get one more. Why not? You might now. You can really throw everything at it.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He's a four surfer.
Yeah.
No, what am I saying?
So have a think about this. Noosa's done. He just got an 8.47. I mean, he can go back out there and try and improve on that. But North Narrabeen, they've got a single better ride, an 8.77. They've actually only got that single ride. Cooper Chapman's got to make a move here. 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go. And don't for a second think that North Shore are done either. You know, they're right in this.
North Shore are the strongest team outside Noosa right now in this heat.
And I think, I think North Narrabeen have time. I mean, probably within the next minute, you'd want Cooper Chapman to get away.
I mean, you talk about cutting yourself out. I mean, Snapper were in this position with they had 2 surfers remaining. What it takes away is the luxury of with 3. It's nearly like there's a luxury of waiting behind the rock for that barrel to be taken away.
Oh, this is actually pretty. You'd be feeling the. I was watching you, Bugs, watch the Snapper team kind of struggling to get themselves out of that 3rd position in the dying stages of that heat. It's nerve-wracking. You'd be feeling that nervous energy from the Narrabeen camp right now.
I mean, look, even though, I'm here in a neutral position as contest director, but you're still, you're watching your club and
there's no shame in it, mate, because we're all from different board riders clubs.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie.
You're not letting that go. That's natural. Your son's in the team, but you're not judging the heats, mate. It's all right. It's all right.
I'm not
Relax.
commentating him either.
No. And you must have been in a similar position when you were involved heavily in the sport back in 2003, and Dino won the contest because you had such a great relationship with him. And
I was behind the van giving him a wink, going, "Good on you, mate."
The tears must have been flowing that day.
Yeah, bro. It was such a happy day.
Yeah.
Remember it being a pretty happy evening too.
Yes.
Kobe Abbott was here.
Oh,
yeah,
mate.
Kobe was here.
It was all time. Yeah, Kobe.
Yeah.
Well, look at this. Team Noosa is on fire. I mean, that's,
You don't need a lull now.
Yeah. It's like the teacher telling you got straight A's before you've got your report card. You're in party mode. You're styling.
8 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah.
That's a bit different. Now
they've gone past that difficult glass ceiling. They've broken into the 30-point range, Bugs, and they actually will maybe get the opportunity to improve on that.
But the thing is that where it's still open is that North Shore's only had 2 waves as well. So it's a scramble for second, it looks like to me.
Cooper's got to make a move here.
Yep.
It's going to be too much pressure on True Starling and also Jamie Thompson if he doesn't get something on the board pretty soon.
He's going to accept a 4 or a 5, hasn't he, right?
In his mind, he's kind of thinking, I need to keep pace with North Shore to have a chance here. You've got to keep in mind that M&M, even though they've got that big 9.27, they've got a pretty low 4.17 in the mix too. And we spoke about potentially that being the wrong call for Archer Curtis, accepting a 4.17 and coming in.
What's that second score for M&M?
8.17.
8.17.
Can you believe that they've left him out? Are you serious? Is that the one that they've left him out there on?
No, he's look, M&M are onto their 4th competitor now.
Oh, well, this is different. Oh,
the 8
Cooper
one.
let that go.
Oh, have a look out wide though.
Here's Ben Lawrenson.
Oh, again, so Noosa's already in a commanding position, and he's trying to drop an 8.47 here, and he has a beautiful wall. He's already done 3 monster turns.
Oh, he's done that, Ronnie.
That was huge, and he's going to do more down the line here. Have a look at this thing stretch on forever. He's going to have 7 minutes
to get to the beach.
Oh, and just to marinate on the judges' score here. Hammers the end section.
That's almost a 10.
Hey, that was so solid. He's in celebration mode, and so he should be. Benny Lawrenson delivering in a big way.
There's 6 minutes, 40 seconds left.
How much would Cooper Chapman have loved that ride?
Oh, my God.
Oh, I mean, he reminds me of Wilco.
That was so good. He went out there to back himself to better an 8.47, and he's done it.
And he's clinched the win, I'd say, for Noosa now.
Oh, mate. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if the Noosa camp runs down there past Little Marley and chairs him up the beach. I know that we've still got semi-finals and the final to surf.
Cooper's got to go this wave.
But that would be worthy of a chair.
There he goes.
On the outside, Cooper Chapman now trying to get North Narrabeen a second score and give True Starling and Jamie Thompson an opportunity. Good looking wall stretching out for Cooper. Needs to make this one count. Nice whipping turn with some release there. Right behind him, we've got Alistair Reginato, I believe, up and letting go of some big turns as well. Cooper finishes strong, under pressure. And who will be the next surfer in the lineup? I think it's going to be Jamie Thompson for North Narrabeen. As we see the North Shore.
Alistair's doing his thing, and he's
well,
playing.
I don't think it's Alistair, actually.
Did he get a good one too, Rab?
Or was that Jack Reginato?
I think that's Jack. And
yeah, he got a good one.
He's going to race out there quickly.
I don't know if it was as good as Cooper's, but it was a good one in the mix of things, right?
Oh, definitely. I mean, they're hanging on an 8.67, a 6.33. They're going to be right in it with that ride.
Yeah, no, right in it. I mean,
it's a battle for second spot.
Well, actually, you know what? They're not going to be far off the lead with that wave. Let me see, North Shore.
True's kind of got to jump off the rock, to be honest.
Noosa's sitting on 30.18 prior to Benny Lawrenson's last ride. He's adding points. There's not many points to add.
No, you can add a point.
I think he adds a little bit more than a point, and I think he gets his 3-point bonus.
It's these critical minutes now because there's 4 minutes. There's still 5 minutes remain.
They'd have to go into a 10 range for Benny because there's a really good wave in this. He got a 9.27.
Jack Reginato delivered on this one, Bugs. Couple of big hits on the outside. Bit of foam on the face here. Always sort of makes it a little difficult to attack it, and as a result, he gets a little hung up. But I think he delivered some pretty big hits on the outside. I don't know how high the judges will go with it, but I'd say that the way Alistair Reginato's been surfing, he's going to have at least an opportunity with a really excellent score to potentially get North Shore back into the top 2.
Yeah, okay.
That's my vibe.
Good vibe, mate. You've been spot on all day.
So we're waiting on that score to come through for Cooper.
It's a super exciting heat, though, isn't
it? They all have been. And also keep in mind that Jamie Thompson's out there. True Starling's going to have to get a wave and get back to the beach as well. But here is the replay of Benny Lawrenson's last wave. And we were just wondering how high the judges are going to go with this because it had a big finish on it too.
It did.
Really just working this one over. I mean, filling in all the gaps, and he got that weightlessness off that floating re-entry to finish. Here's the replay of Cooper's ride. Still no scores in. The judges having a good think about it. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking, and we have competitors still chasing numbers out there at the moment. He did well, didn't he, Cooper?
Yep, did well on this wave. He's so solid.
Yeah, really well constructed, and that was a wave under a lot of pressure. So only a couple of hits here for Jack, but they were pretty decent.
Oh, they were.
No, this was a different one.
No, this is the wave that I watched.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the one.
So we went back out for this one.
Now this is the one right behind Cooper.
So he didn't get hung up on this one.
No,
this is the one he rode through to the inside.
He finishes this one.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that was the finish. Here we go. Who's this?
Look at this, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. This is the big bro. Alistair Reginato, he's been doing that all day, just all weekend, I should say, through the event window, just mincing those smaller sections.
It was a safety ride. It was a safety ride.
He wants a time call.
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
So Jackie Reginato got a 7.83. North Shore hanging on to that second position at the moment. The M&M team have got their fourth surfer out there, Darren Turner, who needs to get a number with 2 minutes to go and get himself back to the beach. He is on the outside, getting into position.
But with 2 minutes remaining, Narrabeen needs 2 waves, don't they?
They do. 7.8 for Cooper Chapman. Jamie Thompson's out there at the moment. 2 minutes to, it's likely True Starling will just have to swing on a bit of whitewater and get herself back to the beach just to get those bonus 3 points.
Yeah.
And that might be difficult to have a look how far ahead Noosa is, though.
Yep.
So that score's still yet to drop for Benny Lawrenson. That last ride hasn't come through just yet.
All kinds of scores are yet to drop. But see, but doesn't,
Narrabeen's in trouble here.
Because they need a score, don't they?
And look at True. She's just like looking devastated already.
Yeah, she only got a minute and a half. And the third service hasn't caught a wave.
So she's going to get a 1 point ride and a 3 point finish if possible.
You know those run-ins where you run in, you jump on your feet, you hit the white water and come back in and you're already on the dry sand? She might have to go for one of those.
Here's Narrabeen sitting wide. There's a little bump coming here.
All right.
But have they got priority? Because I thought Green did.
Yeah, and you're right, Bugs. It's Darren Turner. He can make a move here for Eminem. He's got a minute to do it. He's got the power. Digs into a nice carve. He needs a score here. Drives up into the pocket one more time. Has more to give. And the wave still hammering down the line. And he doesn't get the big finish. He's going to throw his hands up. He's got 40 seconds to get to the sand. And he will run across the surface of the water here.
Well, you'd have to say Narrabeen's gone then.
I'd say he got that. What do you reckon, Ronnie?
Oh, he's how solid was that? I mean, that was
solid.
fantastic.
Here comes Reggie. Alistair Reginato.
Oh, that's a good call. What he done then?
Oh yeah.
Alistair Reginato is going for the 3 points.
He's running.
Where does he have to
Look
run
at the
to?
tactics.
Right
He's
to
safe.
there.
Where's there?
Surely.
Dry sand.
He's
Oh,
good.
so he's good now.
Yeah.
Mate, he's good.
That's
He
what
makes
made
it.
Just dry sand.
He's good. Yeah.
This is where the system showed me it works, right there.
Still a bit,
that was
bit
so
wet under his
exciting.
feet there, Rab. It's not dry.
This is where it gets gnarly, right?
Okay, so this is Jamie Thompson, Narrabeen's third surfer. True Starling didn't even get the opportunity to get out there, and really they're way out of it. Have a look at the numbers, but now we'll wait and see what happens here. So Alistair Reginato dropped the 4.7. He's going to get that 3 point kicker, but it feels like Eminem's going to get enough here to jump up into second place.
They have right there.
6.43 for Darren Turner, and he got the bonus 3 points as well. And Mermaid Miami have done the job. Thanks to that man on screen. What an effort in the final stages there to hold your nerve and thread together a couple of big hits. But Noosa, look at the number there for Ben Lawrenson, 9.9. Here come the bonus 3-pointers, and Eminem do the job on the high-scoring club, North Shore. Bugsy, you all right?
This is Eminem's finest moment.
That was huge.
In their history. In their history.
You know, you're familiar with Darren Turner. He was a QS warrior back in the day. We don't see much of him now, but what a great return to competition.
Yeah, and he's still, he's still fit.
Fit as.
And that's, as you get older, that's the main thing, is to keep fit, and he still surfs a lot, so he hasn't lost anything.
A fine moment for the Noosa Club, and as Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew said, Eminem's finest moment, hanging on for a second place finish and moving through to the semi-finals. Stay with us, you're watching the Usher Cup.
I'm right here, I ain't going nowhere. Blood, sweat, and tears, whiskey, shining beers. Lot of travel miles in this rearview mirror. Watching my back, but never running from my fears. Made a few wrong turns over these years. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Keep it 100 till the day that I die. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Got me a band of brothers by my side. Got me a band of brothers by my side.
Well, the World Cup Challenge is a wrap for today. We've established our semi-finals. We just said goodbye to two of the highest scoring clubs from the earlier rounds in North Narrabeen and North Shore. Got to give props to Eminem and also Noosa. who stepped up in a big way and delivered just thrilling surfing and a great finish for us as we move now into round 3 of the men's stage, the individual performers. And we're going to have Connor Lyons out there for Noosa, Cooper Davies for Noosa too. So a couple of surfers from the same club heading straight back out there. And Tim Chalmers from Cabarita, he's up at the moment in the yellow. He's going to take a fall there. Zeb Stokes is in the green for Kawana. Here goes Connor Lyons for Noosa, Bugs.
Yeah, Connor's just, he's actually one of my favourite surfers. I really like this guy surfing. He's such a good kid.
Zeb Stokes on the outside has already let go of some decent turns on his ride.
I'm glad this heat just started with a flurry.
Oh man, Zeb is just hammering this one down the line. Another big turn to finish. That's going to feel good and set him up well. So moving into the men's division once again, the individual performances, you know, you're going to need your clubs to really deliver here. Huge opportunity for the Noosa club after progressing through to the semi-finals to get a couple of surfers into the quarters of this event as well.
Yeah, that's just that was just a huge boil over. I mean, M&M, you know, we talked about it, one of those salt of the earth clubs that never won anything. They just knocked out the 2 of the best clubs in Australia. See, in that heat there, okay, Noosa just pipped Snapper for the Kira Teams Challenge. This is in 2022, right? They won the Kira Teams Challenge at D-Bar. Snapper got second. North Shore pipped Snapper at the Stratty Assault. So they were the 2 winners of our annual classic, you know, big events up here, the big local events, you know. And then they fought it out. It was Noosa and gnarly, you know.
They are gnarly, yeah. We've got to say too, we were at one point in the heat for M&M, we were kind of saying, has Archer Curtis made the right time coming in now? Well, what he did when he accepted a 4.17 as his scoring ride is he gave time, and it ended up being just enough time. Ellie Brooks delivered 8.17, excellent score for her, but gave Darren Turner just enough time. I mean, he was running to the beach.
But you know what, the surfer I'm calling the difference in that, Ellie Brooks, because she did that in 2 turns and in really quick time.
Here goes Cooper Davies.
Yeah, this guy, another incredibly good surfer.
Yeah, and did really well in that last quarterfinal class, 6.87. He won a couple of those in this heat to give himself a chance at moving through to the quarters of this section of the Usher Cup.
Wow, Zeb Stokes comes in with a 7.93. What a good start.
Yeah, real talent. Zeb, like his surfing. Loved how much water he moved.
Yeah.
Cooper Davies makes the run around. It was a swift turnaround for those competitors from the Noosa club.
Well, they had to. This is where they had to manage their time. They had to put Cooper Davies and Connor Lyons as their first 2 surfers to give them a rest because they're in the next heat. It's just how it panned out.
Worked well. So Tim Chalmers yet to lock in a number just yet. We are waiting for scores to come through for Connor Lyons as well, but we are seeing the replay of that opening ride for Connor. And solid stuff as expected as this wave connected nicely through to the inside, Dino.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he picked a really nice wave there. And here's Zeb Stokes. This was the best wave of the heat so far.
Gosh, yeah, this wave just had beautiful pockets. Every time we went up there was just something really great to either smash or wrap.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I think it's just the shape of his head and his hair, but I see a little bit of Sebastian Zeitz in there.
Yeah.
And here goes Tim Chalmers out the back.
Tim Chalmers,
nice
yeah.
wave here if we can get around it.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, they did that well. This guy's an underrated surfer. One of those stay-home guys is just so solid.
That's got to feel good.
Yeah.
You know, when everyone's kind of dropping numbers around you to finally connect with a decent set wave and get a good score on the board is going to be a big confidence builder for him. So, you know, back to these quick heats, Bugs.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen surfers sometimes struggle to connect with a single ride in, say, a 30-minute window. So you got to be on it and really look for your opportunities. I think maybe even just get that backup score on something a little smaller on the inside.
Yeah.
Potentially before sitting out the back and getting in that order for priority.
Yeah, well, I mean, the one thing about this heat is everyone's posted one good one now, so that's a good start. Cooper was right at that last heat. There was there was quite a few dead sections in it. Could have been the ebb of the tide.
Zeb Stokes up again. So looking to pair something up with a 7.93. Wants to back it up early. Free himself up through the back half of this heat. Loading up with some speed. Looking for this one to connect and go again. Unfortunately, it just kind of split in half there and he kicks out. Dingo, talk to me. Obviously, you always enjoyed watching big events unfold here as we see the replay of Tim Chalmers visiting surfers who gave memorable performances for you as a grommet. Who were they? Who stood out as some of the foreigners who came here and really figured it out?
I mean, Kelly was always amazing. He like out-locals the locals at every spot in the world, pretty much. He's so in tune with the ocean. Then you got guys like the Hobgoods and Bobby Martinez. I really love watching them surf. I mean, who else? There's so many guys. Taj was always put on good results here. He won the contest.
Yeah, a couple of times as a CT and as a QS.
I remember the one time that Dane Reynolds came here.
Oh, man.
And there was this one heat, and it was kind of like this. It was kind of like today, maybe even a bit smaller. But, geez, he put on one of the best shows.
Yeah, he was awesome and still surfing incredibly well, but had that classic battle with Parko as well. It was a quarterfinal heat.
In fact, Dino, I remember you had a heat against Geordie Smith and Dane Reynolds. They were both in it and you won that heat.
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
And then Dane got me back pretty good at trestles, I think about 6 months later.
There you go.
He went absolutely bonkers and just started flying upside down in the air. I went, oh, well, I come up the beach licking my wounds after that one.
I mean, Geordie Smith's a classic. I mean, you just see these moments every tour, right? He has these moments where he looks like he's going to just take charge of the whole tour. And it's amazing. He just has these purple patches, a bit like Taj, there was these purple patches.
Yep.
But never quite putting the entire campaign together for the whole tour.
Yeah, love to see him get back up there. Love watching him surf. I think it's just certain surfers that if they don't capitalise on their key events, and for Geordie it's the right-hand point breaks, if he doesn't get it done at Sunset, Bells,
J-Bay,
Margaret's even, if he's not getting the big results on his forehand, not that he can't get barreled big time at some of those slapping waves. He had a wave at the last Billabong Pipe Pro that I thought should have been close to a 10, where he let go of the rail and just stood tall in it. But there's certain people that just need to win those events that they highlight on the schedule. Otherwise, they kind of will really struggle.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of one of them.
Yeah.
But Tim Chalmers has got himself the lead here, so he was kind of the last surfer to really get going. The motor took a while to turn over, but he's racked up a 6.77 and a 7.73. Zeb Stokes in second spot at the moment. He's got the 7.93, the single highest ride of this heat so far, but he wants to get rid of it. And Tim's not letting up. He's going to attack this one. Dingo, take us through it.
Yeah, he started out with really a nice turn there, Ron, and another one. And he just it was a little bit steep to actually kind of get the rail in where he could kind of carve on that one. So it definitely won't go into his two highest scores, but he's put on a 7.73 and a 6.77, so he was fourth in priority then. So I guess he's just kind of keeping busy, and there's still just under 9 minutes remaining.
I think I see some waves coming. The boys went over this one. Just sort of a little bit of a ripple of a wall behind this. Or am I seeing things? It's been a big day, Ronnie.
Mate, I've seen a lot of good waves. And quite often here, you don't see them coming.
Yeah.
They kind of come from so deep there, right around their froggies. And Oh, that's how Mitch Parkinson got his big 9.27.
It was a Mitch special. I mean, that's his favourite part of the world.
Yeah. When he came into view, he was actually kind of being spat out with his hands above his head. It was such a great moment for the Usher Cup this year.
He absolutely, with his body English, he absolutely made sure he went, hey, I just did something really special. I hope you saw it.
Yep. and the panel did. As we take in some water vision now of Timmy Chalmers ripping away at this one. Yeah, big crowd building.
He goes Zeb down the line here.
Yeah, he's trying to get rid of a 5.4. What he really wants out of this one is a 6.57 or better to get himself back in front.
It's got one of those ridges in it, Dino.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't know if that'll go. He'll do the run around on that one, will he, or will he paddle back out? No, he'll paddle back out.
Yeah.
The two Noosa boys out there, and they've
Here
just
comes
had
some sets here, Bugs.
They've just had a here they come. This one's coming from deep.
Yeah.
They're sitting wide. They're looking for the chip-ins, but there's a wave right here. Here's a wave.
Yeah.
One of them's got priority. There could be a few waves. There's not interested at all.
Oh, geez, that was a nice wave.
Yeah, guess what Tim Chalmers is?
Yeah, from deep, you might have got caught behind after the tube.
Yeah.
But far out, I'd take the barrel. Whatever. Timmy Chalmers can have the rest of it.
Oh, it's got a bit of a bog section for him.
Yeah, loading up. He'll have to make up for that mistake now with something big down the line.
Looks tired.
Hey, I'm with him.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is, again, we spoke about it earlier. I mean, they're pretty well positioned at the moment, the boys from Noosa, with decent scores. But they don't want to lose momentum. They're so well positioned to have a big run at the Usher Cup title this year, having already progressed through as a team into the semi-finals. These individual performances could make the difference. Cooper Davies, Connor Lyons back in third and fourth at the moment. And Tim Chalmers just seems to be kind of adding to his scores. And Zeb Stokes is in a good position too. So they've got to stay on it. They've got to stay on the attack and not take their foot off the gas here, because it could be the difference, losing some of those individual performances in this section of the contest.
Yeah, well, Zeb Stokes is going to lay down the gauntlet with that 7.93 start. And then Timmy Chalmers comes in with that 7.73. They're the two critical scores at this stage. Cooper Davies got a 6.27, and Connor Lyons has got a 7.4. So they're still well positioned. And we are down to
5.5 minutes.
Yeah, we're getting down there. The boys need a set, and they've been waiting for one. They've let a few go, but they haven't gone behind the rock, Dino. I know you've been critical of this.
Well, I just think it's a different tide, and it seems like the ones that are a little bit wider are better, because the ones that are behind the rock, they're kind of the ones that are behind the rock, they're actually they're hitting too much on the inside, and you can't actually get a rail in. So I think they opted down the line, which is really good.
Okay.
Well, 5 minutes to go here. The pressure's starting to build on those competitors from Noosa who maybe they've got the benefit of priority out here at the moment, but you know, they're going to have to really deliver. It's kind of winding down to the point where they're only going to get one more opportunity to get themselves into a qualifying position for the quarters here at the Usher Cup. Bugs, we've been talking about great visiting surfers, Dino's favourites, who came here and kind of figured out the location. But for you, who are the surfers when you were a Grom that read the points here on the Gold Coast so beautifully and continue to do so? Because Mitch Parkinson, we spoke about his performance in the contest, but I saw his dad up there on the point, and he was one of the greats out here.
Oh, he was one of the greats. I thought you said when I was a Grom.
Yeah, when you're a Grommy.
And you said who's still doing it? When I was a Gromming on that.
Just who are the local legends of yesteryear, and still some of the locals that are ruling it today.
Oh, well, look, the locals of yesteryear, when I was a kid, when I was 11, I lived right across the road at Rainbow Bay, and Wayne and Robbie Dean, the Dean brothers. Robbie Dean, I mean, we all know Wayne and love Wayne, and he's an insane surfer. His brother Robbie, I tell you what Robbie used to be able to do. Now, this is really cool to be able to do this. He used to paddle out be able to knee paddle out, with a Craven A in his mouth. Right? I mean, I thought that was the coolest thing in the world.
I love it. Speaking of cool, look at this one for Connor Lyons. Has to make it count. It's stretching out. Big turn and does so well to get his board back up there. But he's after a pretty decent score, Connor Lyons, because...
Yeah, he kind of went for the 2 for 1 there. I reckon he should have just committed to one massive one.
6.21 is what he's after. I mean, it was squeaked in. He just got back up there on top of that lip.
Kind of be just around that, I think, with the way they've been judging today. I reckon.
Now, what kind of merits in this turn?
There wasn't much. Yeah, sure.
Impressive that he was able to kind of swing it. But we're waiting on that number to come through as we go back to live action. It's Zeb Stokes just trying to add to his score. He goes down on the end section.
It's one of the things I actually recognise with the younger guys coming up, that they try to fit too much in. Like, I reckon that they should just commit to one big turn.
Zeb Stokes did pretty good work on the outside.
Mate, I don't think it's just the hair and the shape of his head that's got me thinking Seabass. He's got some of that upper body torque.
It's a great angle, but I don't know if that will improve his score, the 5, 6, 7. He only got that one good hit on the outside.
So Zeb Stokes is hanging on to that second spot at the moment. We are still waiting on that number to come through for Connor Lyons.
Yeah.
Who had the desperate combination. Time ticking by, and as we mentioned, it was a big opportunity going into this third round heat for the boys from Noosa, who've just really staked their claim on the Usher Cup title with a great performance in the World Club Challenge.
Yeah, well, it's so close. Look at Connor Lyons. He got a 5.97. He's right there. 13.93 to 13.37.
So Cooper Davies after a 7.67. Connor Lyons still looking for the 6.54.
And Zeb Stokes did improve his position. He's got a 6.
Yeah, so that's why those requirements have grown.
Yes.
And with just over a minute to go, let's hope for some set waves. We love to see people get that opportunity. Tim Chalmers, though, he just kind of chipped away at surfed really well, just surfed solid, but great wave selection. His patience at the start of the heat really paid off.
Talk about Mr. Underground consistent. Just didn't even notice him, but he's just always so solid, and he lives for this event. Every year he puts in a good performance.
Well, this one's going to go right down to the wire. Of course, you don't have to get back to that dry sand now. You can finish these heats in the water.
Yeah,
it's just about amassing a solid 2-wave total to give yourself a top 2 finish and get yourself into those quarterfinals.
Will Cooper Davies get one more crack at this? He's in the oranges out there. He needs a wave to come right now. He needs a wave to be right here. And there is one. There is something there. I see it. He's going it for sure. Yep.
So let's see what he can do after a 7.67 out of this one. Strong first turn, up into the pocket again, trying to stay really close to the power source here. He's going to run out of room.
Yeah.
Hanging on desperately. He's not going to ride clear of that whitewater. And as a result, it's unlikely that he's going to get the score. So that's going to be a bit of seaweed in the leg rope of the Noosa team's chances.
Everyone's had ups and
first
downs
to the finish line.
I mean, everyone, look at Narrabeen, just had it down. I mean, Snapper lost 2 yesterday. The ones the one now left standing is Torquay. Torquay is the danger because North Shore just got eliminated too in the World Club Challenge.
So Tim Chalmers and Zeb Stokes making it on through to the quarterfinals of the Open Men's here at the Usher Cup. Heat 2 just around the corner. Stay with us. Welcome back to the show. Ronnie Blakey here with Mark Occhilupo. Occhi, we've called heats at the Pipe Masters. We've called heats at Mundaka. We've called heats in Brazil. We've called heats in Tahiti. We've called heats just about all over the place. But this is a special treat. You know, kicking off the sort of Australian calendar, surfing calendar, with a huge World Club Challenge. The Usher Cup this year is a lot of fun, mate. Great to be sitting here with you.
Oh, I'm stoked, Ronnie, and fully this contest has got legs. Like, seriously, it's just such a good idea. The international, World Cup Challenge, and, to have it here at Snapper Rocks, it's special. And I just want to see it grow every year. I really do, and I really think it can. That team's event was just so sick. And now we're back to individuals. These guys are surfing still for their team, but they're themselves, right?
Well, they're collecting points still for their clubs.
They are still. But there's a big prestige of winning this just on your own, because it's a very big
it's a
cap
hard
to have.
And hard-fought title for sure. As Cooper Chapman gets back out there and gets the opportunity now to rip into a couple of waves and potentially get himself a long way through the draw here as he loads up and goes the layback jam again and again. And this wave has been solid from start to finish for Cooper.
Nice finish.
Great start. We've been touching on just the performance of some of our competitors in the open field so far. It was Tim Chalmers and Zeb Stokes winning through in that last heat. That's good news for the Cabarita board riders and also Kawana. It's going to make Noosa's chances of fighting hard for the victory here at the Usher Cup a little more difficult, but they're going to have a chance, being that they made it through to the semi-finals of the World Club Challenge earlier today.
Yeah, well, very important, that one.
Or the quarterfinals, I should say, as we see the replay of Cooper's opening ride. It's going to be a big one.
Oh, yeah, they made it to the quarters.
Yep.
Yeah. So gaining good points.
Gaining great points. Sheldon Simkus out there at the moment for Snapper Rocks in the pink. Willis Drummer is out there in the orange for Torquay. Dane Henry for Kingscliff in the yellow. Cooper Chapman, we just saw him in the green, and he's got a number on the way. A couple of competitors do, actually, but I think Cooper's going to probably get the best of it to kick things off here. And he really wants to make up for, his part in I think, North Narrabeen not making it through that last heat. He got himself a good score, but it wasn't necessarily his fault, just not a lot of waves came through, and he was positioned where he wanted to be, but, while he was sitting there, there was surfers sitting wide, picking off, scoring waves. So we'll see how he fares in this one.
Here's Sheldon on a little inside runner here, wanting to get some kind of score just to start the heat there. But yeah, I know, I watched it, and they got iced, didn't they? Back there, it was hard to watch. Good for Snapper, but the boys had a really good previous heat before that quarter, and maybe they peaked too early.
Yeah, we lost two of the high scoring
Yeah, they
teams.
both. North Shore too, eh?
North Shore, North Narrabeen. So really their hopes hedge on the individuals, just a couple of individuals that are still alive in the open men's event. Because we know True Starling and I believe also Jamie Thompson maybe fell out of the mix of the Opens event.
Some sandy looking barrels out there, Ronnie, just kind of that tinges the sand right there, and coming around the point, more sand. Here we go, Dane Henry. Some nice snaps there. Now it gets really hollow and really hard to kind of fit moves there as a natural footer.
Yeah, just
not easy backhand either, I tell you.
You don't have like a whole lot of space to kind of get your board moving through a weave to pump and generate that speed, and you're still trying to, work your board into these tricky cupped out transitions. And you can see there, there was a moment where he got hung up. That meant that he didn't have the speed to sort of get back down the face.
I mean, if you'd be really critical, like those last few turns for me don't count. You know what I mean? Like, because, I don't know if the judges are judging them. It's, at the top tier, I don't think they really do. But we'll see how the judges do like that wave. Tide's coming in, Ronnie. Should get some more swell come through. I was surprised today that when that tide went out, the swell didn't go away. I thought it had peaked this morning when I went from my early surf, but just like the Gold Coast has been doing it for years, it just seems to repulse and should get another push with the tide.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Just watching that wave reel through the screen there. You know, it was probably a waist, chest high sized little runner. Just a little dream wave, though. Not necessarily what these competitors are looking for out here at the moment. As we just have a quick look at the scores, we'll update you here. 6.1 for Dane Henry's, also hanging on to a 3.33. Cooper Chapman kicked off with a bang, 7.73. Sheldon's got a 7.17. So Willis Droomer for Torquay, and another club that scored really well and is going great in the World Club Challenge, has an opportunity here to really set a cracking pace heading into finals day if Willis can keep the roll alive for the Victorians.
Yeah, well, he's new. I mean, I haven't, I watch a lot of events. I really haven't seen Willis Droomer's name in there, so I wonder how old he is. You must be...
I think he's about 16.
Yeah, young, that's why. He's
young teenager. He's just starting to collect the big titles and, I think rising to, another level in a high-pressure situation too. It's great to see.
It is. It's great to see. It really is. We'll have to grill Troy about Willis and find out a bit more about him. Probably know his parents.
Mate, great to see you down here with the fam earlier today, and it looks like they're enjoying it. Awesome to see Jay surfing in the event as well.
Yeah,
doing some great surfing and looking, man, he always looks pretty fit, but he is looking like he's ready for a big year.
Yeah, he really is. He's been boxing training early in the morning, like he's been waking up at 4:30 for Jay. That's rare. So he's definitely on a good program. He's been doing it for a few months now, getting ready for this year. And this event, he just looked a little nervous again. Oh, we're going to have to get rid of that with Jay. He's kind of lost it. I mean, he made the final of the Pro Junior there at Cabarita that coincided with the 5-star. And that was a hard event, because a lot of those juniors were in the finals anyway, you know what I mean? So he knows what he can do. He's been surfing really good. DH has been making him some fantastic boards, Ronnie, and yeah, he's been ripping. So it's so hard watching your son, but I just really want to, be down there at Cabarita and probably go down a Boomerang too, and then he'll probably travel on his own. But he's going to give it a good dig.
Good on him. Yeah, fantastic to see, and I've been really enjoying watching the bloodlines come through from a lot of different sort of famous surfing names as Sheldon Simkus puts it together on the inside. Not a lot of room to move, but all quality turns. Reaching that 10-minute mark.
Oh, here we go. Free fall drop.
Good looking wall. Thinks about tucking into the barrel. Smart move not to. That thing clamped up big time, and Willis wouldn't have found his way through it, but he did utilise that priority and gave up that inside position. So, at this point in the heat, with only 10 minutes remaining, we're halfway through it. He's not going to have a decent score to speak of.
These guys are getting tired. Like, they've surfed twice in the teams. And now this heat here, they've been doing a fair bit of paddling because, that rip is coming, the current is coming consistently around behind the rock. So you have to paddle against it while you're waiting for waves. And they've had 3 heats. They'll be getting pretty tired by now, Ronnie.
Yeah, look at Willis just trying to make up for that last ride, the previous wave where he got a little caught behind. But yeah, definitely feeling it. I mean, you can speak to it, Doc, just the difference between, say, having a 20-minute surf session without a jersey on and
with a jersey on.
With the jersey on. What is it? What happens?
I've tried to master that art my whole professional career. Is why do I just max out in a singlet when I can, in a free surf put in 2 huge scores and not even have a breath, not even waste a breath. But in a event, I'm coming in and I'm totally buggered. I'm steamed up. I'm flustered. Well, that's if I lost. But even when you get through, I mean, yeah, it's all about breathing. I guess the guys are right into their breath technique now. But it's just incredible how much that jersey speeds up probably your heart rate and everything and your adrenaline, and it's and you use a lot of it.
Cooper Chapman just let go of some decent turns there. He's getting control of those feelings.
Sheldon, wow, teeing off right here.
Yeah, well, Sheldon won't be outdone at his home break, it seems.
No, he won't.
He's eager to hang on to this first position that he's found himself in. Tries to force the reverse.
Tried to fit something where it wouldn't fit at the end there, but you know, Sheldon, if anyone could pull that move, that's one of his moves right there. Let's see the replay. Wow, that was a nice drawn out arc there, Ronnie. Really was. That was a nice slide.
Wow, he gave it a lot, didn't he?
Yeah, he's pushing it. And here's Sheldon. I'm thinking this is a 9. Really, really committed, just rhythmical snaps.
Yeah, really impressive there from Sheldon. And he's got a pretty high strike rate with that move, so not surprised to see him put it out there. But Cooper bagged himself an 8-point ride to go with the 7.73 opener. And Sheldon's put up a solid score too, 8.53. And that's got him in second place. Yeah, but you know what? It's not imperative to win these heats. It might build your confidence, but as long as you're progressing and shoring up your place in that progressing position with each ride, you're probably happy, right? I mean, Dane Henry needs a 9.6 now, and Willis Druma needs a 2-wave total of 15.71 with just under 7 minutes to go.
Wow, that's hard yards right there.
Talk to me, Ock, about the most nerve-wracking heat of your professional career. What was the one that just rattled you? Because I've got one that I think was pretty nerve-wracking for you.
I remember it was Tahiti. Yeah, like it was a year that all our boards didn't come. And the swell already was big in the morning. I remember going out to the tower, and every time, like there was 2 different trucks came, so that whoever's boards were in the first truck, the heats ran accordingly, and my boards weren't in the first truck. Anyway, that morning I watched free surfing at Bruce Irons, Andy, because they didn't come obviously from Australia. They'd been there for a while already.
CJ too, we got that big one.
Yeah, and Mark Healy I think was out there, and Bruce was just unbelievable, and Andy too. But you know, Bruce that morning was just had that session dialed. You know, 10 foot, just I was freaking out. I got to compete. But the worst thing was it was coming up all day. Anyway, so my heat was late in the day. I had Poto. He got through the trials because I was a high seed at the stage. I had the wild card Poto, and he came out with a vest, a buoyancy vest, like with padding and that, and which back then we hadn't hardly seen him. That's when they first come out, and I'm like, is he serious? Like, where's mine? And it was like, it was 10 to 12 feet, all of as big as you can, you know, paddle into it. And I remember I picked a couple medium ones off, and they were 7s, and I was in the lead. I was feeling all right, but I was freaking out, and then a huge one came. And me and Poto were good friends because we hung out a lot on tour, you know, and even Nicky Wood back in the day, you know, you know, and Poto's like, oh, keep going, and I just had to, you know, I did have a bit of a sore back, but I had to say no, like, and because I think I had priority, you know, to tell you the sad truth. And Poto got completely spat out, and I remember talking to Mike Parsons. He's like, "Oh, you could have had that. You're in the spot," and I'm like, "Oh, I felt so bad. I felt so bad," and it took ages. You know, and even Kelly, I've had a couple of heats. One time on the ledge at Fiji, Kelly got right up me because I was in the perfect spot and didn't go. Sometimes I just freak out and I think it's not me, and everyone's like, but you can do it. You've done it. Like, just do it, you know. Like, I get a little mental block sometimes, but yeah, that was one of the heats. I was freaking out.
I appreciate your honesty, and I'm sure a lot of surfers do. There's no shame in that. These are horrifying waves, and
they are.
Just a daunting task. But you know, you had your moments in Big Surfer as well. So we're just getting word from Bugsy. We're 7 and 8 tomorrow morning, so we're running up to heat number 6. So 3.5 minutes to go here. Cooper Chapman in a great position. Sheldon Simkus, he's sitting in second spot at the moment. Willis Druma, he is looking like he's got a chance here, but he does need a pretty big number. Dane Henry's been a little left behind. Got a 6.1, and you know, both Willis and Dane are after something similar. They need a good score here at the moment, right up there in the 9-point range. But yeah, love getting those stories from you, Och. I remember seeing you looking pretty nervous too.
At Pipeline?
Funnily enough. Well, no, in the Heritage Heat that you had a couple, but with Tom Curran at J-Bay. I mean, pumping Jeffries and...
no, don't
just
talk about that, because I was really unfit. And I was a bit overweight, not a bit, a lot.
Well,
and
it wasn't even that,
it was
though,
like I
but,
couldn't get out the
nerves.
back, and I was nervous because I wasn't in shape, because it was big, and it was pumping, and I was big. Yeah,
But you
and-
even the ledger up, didn't you? You got him at Bell's.
Yeah, no, it was an even. Yeah, after that, I won that one at Bell's, but we've gone. I think we're even. You know, like I think actually the one at Bell's, Kelly said I might have broke the tie, but that one at J-Bay, it was really big, man. It was big, and I was going, am I going to get out the back first of all? And I think I kind of got cleaned up by a set. I eventually got out, so the embarrassing part was over. But, you know, it was hard for me to surf like that. Curran ripped, and I was nervous in that heat for sure.
Oh, I just can't imagine anything more nerve-wracking than having a big break from competition where you know, nothing is going to change the fact that, you know, you're a surfing legend and you've got that world title. That doesn't change. But when you haven't sort of been in that situation in front of the crowd and the expectation to perform, it must have been huge.
Oh, it was massive. I mean, I was commentating at the same time, so I was a bit anxious kind of the whole kind of event, really. But, you know, you go through your times.
But
you
you'd
know.
love another heat now because you're
right
in
now.
the best condition I've seen you in.
Thank you. It's back to like when I was a teenager, it feels like. You know, I would love to, you know, and like kind of Hog said, you know, it'd be great if WSL had a Masters event. I think there's a lot of guys, not just me, that are really fit, surfing really well around my age group. You know, Kelly's in there too, you know, it'd be great to go against Kelly again. He's in the age group, you know, it's over 50s. I reckon just make it something, you know, like, it's, I don't know what class you'd call this. I mean, it's definitely Masters, right? But from 50,
legends, I think.
50 to 60, you know, I reckon is probably a good bracket.
Love it.
And just pick out all those guys in that age group, and that'd be a great event.
Oh, it'd be awesome. So, so many fantastic stories.
At a great location.
Loving to hear them. As we cut back to the lineup, and for Torquay, we got Willis Drummer up, and he's chasing a big score. Doesn't have a whole lot of time. He needs a high-range 9-pointer to get himself into the top two. This heat's just been absolutely dominated by Sheldon Simkus and Cooper Chapman. And, yeah, it doesn't feel like anyone's going to knock them out of those top two spots.
No, it really doesn't, Ronnie. But one more question for you. If
Yes.
I talked about location, just where do you think I'd want that event to be at?
Oh, mate, I mean, for me personally, I just love watching your backhand surfing as we see Cooper making his way in here. Just getting a little tangled up with Dane Henry there for a moment.
You're on Millionaire Hot Seat right now, and you haven't got 4 choices though. You've only got one.
Look, I love Cloud Break.
Wow.
I just love what it presents. It's good for turns. You get big barrels. You get big conditions. It's a high quality
Good
wave when it's 4 foot, even 3 foot. It doesn't lose much.
Yeah, good
so
call.
I'd love to see that.
Sweet.
Yeah, are you cool with that?
I'm cool with that.
All right, let's make it happen. All right, Cooper Chapman strong here in Heat 2 of round 3 in the Open Men's, getting the victory and powering through to the next round, along with Sheldon Simkus, the local boy for Snapper Rocks. We're going to take a quick break. More to come from the Usher Cup in just a moment. What a Saturday it's been, and we've got more coming your way this afternoon, including a performance from this guy, Morgan Siblick, who just a couple of years back gave himself a world title shot. And he's been spending a lot of time up here on the points hawk, and he's just a very popular character, and you know, always a welcome addition to any lineup. As looks like Chris Zapp's getting
Chris
things
Zappis.
started. Man,
He's got
just
such
ripping into it.
You just really know his style. Hey, like it's a real kind of style that you just can tell who it is straight away.
Big time. Yeah, surfing for North End and doing a great job to kick off this heat. But Morgan's out there, and really there is a few big name clubs that are basically looking to just salvage some pride and get themselves up the order of the club rankings before we get to the finals of this event. Morgan's one of them because the Merriweather Club bombed out.
Yeah.
Russell Maloney for North Shelley. He, you know, put in a solid effort to give his club a chance, but fell short of progressing through to the quarterfinals as well. So Russell Maloney wants to rack up some points and potentially get some prize money for the North Shelley club.
Morgan's out there catching everything. We're going to give you a replay of a wave he got up the top there, hopefully, and he was sitting on this foam ball. He actually wasn't in this barrel, but he was like on this magic carpet foam ball that we get here at Snapper. Hopefully we'll be able to show you that. And then he caught another little insider. But yeah, see Morgan up here a lot now. He's actually serves a bit with Jay Boy, and he's a good kid, Morgan, and love to see him back on tour.
Okay, I've got a report. I'm going to wait for the official word, but from that last heat, that little tangle up for the Dane Henry and Cooper Chapman at the end of the heat, Cooper suffered an interference, and he easily won that heat. And because it was a priority interference, he lost his second scoring ride, which was a 7.83. That knocked him all the way down to 4th position, and means that Willis Droomer for Torquay is going to hang on to 2nd spot and get Torquay a surfer into the next round, the quarterfinals of the Open Men's. Sheldon Simkus gets the victory, so a shocker for Cooper there, who put together 2 amazing rides.
He really did, and
he didn't even need that last one.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, there was just a little bit of a tangle up on the outside.
Okay.
And like I said, you know, I'm just seeing that on live heats, but I believe that is the case, as Russell Maloney now just climbs the roof, rides that roof for an eternity, but doesn't find much open face down the line. That's a huge blow.
Yeah, for Narrabeen especially.
And to Cooper.
And
I
to
mean, he'll
Cooper.
be
I
devastated.
know. It looked like he wanted to win this one.
So,
Morgan is just on, like, I don't know, he's like had too many coffees or something, but he's just catching so many waves that aren't necessary.
So here's the interference situation.
Oh, no way, that's it. Yep. Okay.
Wow.
I wonder if Cooper looked at the disc right there. He's looking at the disc now.
Oh, he's had a shocker. Have a look at this. And, you know, you can kind of get away with it if you fade away, but once you, generally speaking, we've seen it, once you cross the line or the surfer with priority crosses over your track and they're on their feet, you're in big trouble. And, yeah, that's such a bummer for Cooper. He'll be devastated.
Yeah.
Just
yeah,
a rough day for him altogether.
Yeah.
He kind of...
Yes.
He chewed out the clock for North Narrabeen, and then he's got an interference when he had the heat win.
Sewn up. Oh, that is a bad day. I mean, they happen in surfing and in all sports. But, you know, he's a positive guy, that one.
Oh, he's going to have to call on that positivity to get himself right to call some heats tomorrow. But
look,
here we go.
this is the wave
Morgan.
I'm talking about. Yeah, so Morgan free falls out of the lip.
Where is he?
He's going to be here on the foam ball. Doesn't quite get in the barrel. He check stalls, really nice check stall. And that angle just probably is erupting too much, so we can't see him on the foam ball, and he's not quite in the barrel. It does look like it from this angle, but it won't be a big score that way.
Nah, looked great from the in the slow-mo. Kind of the opposite to watching your NRL team put a ball over the line when they're looking for some separation, and you're just going, stop slowing it down. And Morgan's saying, keep playing it in slow motion because it looks way better.
No, it's worse than the Big Bash when the ball half hits the rope and they replay it like 20 times to see if it's a 4 or a 6.
Yeah, or if you know, the ball hits the stumps and doesn't knock the bails off or light up the stumps. But Morgan's got a couple of rides.
He's going again.
Nothing really big.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, he's just busy. He's eager.
I guess he hasn't got priority and he's down there and he's waiting to get it. But if he keeps catching those waves, he won't go up the order.
Chris Zaffis is the surfer in the driver's seat for North End at the moment. 6.5 opener. Strong start. Russell Maloney's had a couple of rides. Throwaway numbers really for him.
Saw a huge Manoré jump then.
Oh, I love that. So we're going to wrap it up at after heat number 6, but I can let you know that you've got some big
Who's in that
names
heat 6?
to watch unfold. Let's go through them. Heat 4, the next one, Troy Brooks, Xavier Huxtable, so a couple of surfers for Torquay in the mix there. Matty Job from Burleigh Heads and Oscar Berry for Currumbinally.
Wow.
Great lineup there. Heat number 5, Ben Lawrenson, who dropped a near perfect 9.9 earlier on for Noosa, up against Dexter Muskins, who's the Snapper Rocks wild card, Harry O'Brien of Labar, and Eric Robertson from Maui.
Wow.
And then, yeah, we've got in the last heat of the day, Jagger Bartholomew, Snapper Rocks, Archer Curtis, Eminem, Nick Vasicek, D-Bar,
wow,
and Caleb Cutmore doing it for the Kiwis for
That's
point
a
board riders.
good heat to finish it up.
So stick around. Got a feeling we're going to have a fun afternoon, and as Oki said, with the incoming tide should be a return of energy and frequency in the set waves. We'll see some big exchanges going down.
We sure will.
Diego Cordera, the surfer from Palm Beach, he's been impressive, the big goofy footer. I like the power. He's yet to take a wave. He's out there likely with priority at this stage. And we'll see how Diego goes, but you know, he's certainly given us some big moments already in the event.
Yeah, I've been impressed with him for sure. He's waiting it out, 8 minutes gone.
Yeah, kind of, you know, one of those, I'm guessing, Brazilian heritage. But
He must be, yeah.
Yeah, reminds me of Guilherme Hurdy, who had that kind of power. He was a big guy. Renan Rocha.
Renan Rocha, yeah. I really like the way Renan surfed, actually.
Went on a...
I liked his hands always down. Hey?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, he had his own style too. He even with his surf attire that he chose to wear. I went to the Mentawais on a boat trip one time, and he was on a different boat. He wore Speedos.
He was the Speedos.
Quicksilver
man,
Speedos the entire time we were in the Ments. Here we go. Chris Zavis in a position to strike for the lead here. Had a 6.5 earlier on. That was a tight first turn. And he is really digging in. Some great photo moments on this ride as he unleashed that board. Behind him in the orange is Russell Maloney. Wants to start getting some bigger numbers up. Has had a couple of throwaway scores so far. Gets up over that foam. And this is a guy that's won multiple Indigenous titles here in Australia. And certainly helped North Shelley to some big finishes in board riders events in the past. And he is just an absolute club man through and through, and just a lovely guy to boot.
Yeah, lovely guy, and his backhand's as good as his forehand. I actually really like his backhand. But he's been surfing snapper well too, so I'd love to see him get through this heat and hopefully take this out.
Seen him around for a long, long time. He's a veteran competitor.
How old is he, you think, now?
Oh, I think he's probably... maybe a little bit older than me, just mid-40s.
Okay.
Mid-40s, but yeah, just surfing at a very high level for a long, long time.
Big setup behind the rock there. You can see that on screen. Didn't
Love
have
it
a
when
whole lot of wall that wave.
When
so
there's that bit of southerly wind and the waves spit, and it just carries that.
Oh, you should see it when it's 8-10 foot. It's just that spit carries all the way through to Surfer's Paradise.
There
like
he
a
goes.
cloud.
Diego making his move now, so he's waited more than half the heat for this ride. We'll see if he can make it count.
Yeah, he's got to. Waited a long time for it. This wave hasn't got a lot of wall though. So we'll have to replay it because nice little finish. Did he get much done up top, Ronnie?
Yeah, he got some big power moves that we expected on the outside. So
So
Look,
he's going to bank a good score.
He could get himself into the top 2 because
Here we
Morgan's
go.
got a
Thank
couple
you for
of
that.
decent rides. He only needs a 7.66 to get to number 2 with just a single ride.
Yeah. Yeah, he just kind of, I don't know,
Bang.
those that turn was pretty good, but the floater was not so good, I thought, and the turn there was a bit safe. I don't think this is going to be real high score, Ronnie.
I think it's going to be better, though, than what Russell Maloney and Morgan are hanging on to at the moment as their best single ride. So he'll set himself up pretty well here to make a run at second position if he doesn't go there already.
I'm critical. I always have been, and
I like it. Here we
we'll
go,
see
Russ
how
Maloney.
The judges go there.
Good looking wall. Just transitioning through this first section. The wave stretching out a little bit. Just waiting to find this open face. Couple of hits. He's going to go down on that final move, though. Right behind him, Morgan Siblick from Merriweather. Building some speed. Big section here. Big drawn out layback. And Chris Zaffis just in the fast lane on the outside.
Oh, nice turn there. And one last one. Boom.
Oh, wow. How strong was that finish? Getting the fins free and sort of having the control to ride through that high impacting cupped out water on the inside is pretty difficult. Zaffis did well there. That was a powerful finish.
It was. Chris done well in the Challenger Series, right?
Really well, yeah.
He only just missed out, or?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, he had a big run. He's had a couple of big runs
Yeah,
these last couple of seasons.
Yeah. Knows how to compete.
Yeah, really strong.
Russell got a little caught behind there, and there was a kind of a fair bit of downtime there. So tries to make up for it. Just goes down, pokes the nose.
38th position Chris Zaffis was on the Challenger Series.
Oh, is that where he ended up?
That's where he ended
up.
up.
Okay. Well, he missed out by a fair way. It must have been maybe the year before. But as we see the drone angle of Morgan doing a layback, we can see some runarounds. We can see a lot of energy in the ocean. It's just starting to really come in with the tide here, Ronnie. Morgan's jumping up on that rock. Sees a set kind of grinding through, thinking, oh, I wish I was out there. Someone's off wide too. Someone's taking off wide, and it looks like it is Diego. This wave won't be real steep, though, because he got it wide. So it's going to be pretty flat before he hits an oncoming left here.
Boom.
And a pretty nice last turn there. He likes it.
Oh, he loves it.
He got a 6.67 for that one, Ronnie. So I reckon the judges were pretty spot on, maybe a little generous, but they have been the whole event. So let's see what he gets for this.
Yeah, it was a nicer transition turn at the start. Getting that section a little flatter, but he got the timing right on this one. And that always makes for, there's a good chance that this is going to be a similar score to
Yeah,
last.
I was going to say a twin score right there. Let's,
might be a little bit better.
Can you bet on that? It's going to be a 6.67?
Yeah. Not with me.
Not with me.
But, 6.67, I'm guessing he's going to get a little bit more just because it was a bit more dynamic at the end of the ride. And I think he even felt like it was going to be a better score. So back in fourth, only needs a 2.4 to jump in a second. Morgan Siblick's in third. He's still struggled to really connect with a quality wave. Chris Zaffis is kind of taking control of this heat. 7-point ride, 6.5. Russ Maloney's just hanging on to that second position at the moment, but I think he's going to get bumped out of the qualifying position in a second.
Yep. Just with the priority situation, it's like you so want to, after every wave, is run out and jump off that rock so much quicker than paddling, but the only one problem is you haven't got priority, so it doesn't do you a whole lot of favours.
We know what to expect this afternoon, kind of similar conditions with the wind. Fingers crossed for a bit more energy as the tide pushes back in, but what's the forecast for tomorrow?
I don't know. I don't. Today they said it was going to drop a little, which it kind of did, I guess, but it's been holding good. So there's a low out up there that's in the Coral Sea that is predicted to turn into a cyclone. They've already named it Freddie, but it hasn't turned into a cyclone yet. But if it does, and it's in our zone, we could be getting a Curacao here real soon. So I don't know. It could be bigger tomorrow, you know, if that gets in that window quick enough.
Well, Morgan's had a fantastic ride just now. Finishing that one off on the inside. He's just that little compact physique. He's able to really stuff that board into the pocket and use that power to draw that board through these turns.
Just jumped straight off the rock into this wave, right?
Yeah, so he needs a 6.77 to get himself up in the second. A little bit more than that. Might even see him jump up in the lead.
What do you think?
Oh, I think he gets to second place with this one. Diego Cordera, he had himself a 6.6, so it was just a little under his previous ride, but really similar.
Close.
We were pretty good. Only 0.07 off.
Wow.
But I think Morgan gets the nod here.
You get paid out from Sportsbet for that. Little bonus bet.
I think Morgan gets the number that he needs here. That was solid surfing. 6.5, so not quite enough. I would have thought he'd get it on the quality of those first two moves.
I asked you because I was wondering. That's why I asked you.
I thought it was going to be better than Diego's best ride.
Yeah, no, I was thinking maybe not. It was a bit flat. You know, it was a bit lateral. It's hard to not be out here when it's kind of these size waves and running off so quick. But that's what I thought. So he's going to give it another go.
He needs a 6.77 now to get himself up. Oh, well, here it is. 8.33 was actually the score, which I thought was the case. So he had a 6.5 in his previous wave. 8.33. I like the first two turns. I think that's where the points came from.
I'm watching the wrong replay.
Yeah. You had kind of mentioned that Diego's first couple of turns, he was almost in transition, whereas Morgan got the opportunity to kind of really open up the wingspan and whip that board through a couple of quality turns. So 8.33 sees him up in the second spot. Diego now after an 8.17. Russell Maloney, by his standards, has had a bit of a shocker in this heat. And I think you can put it down to wave selection more than anything.
Yeah, I think so too. He hunts the barrel, right? And it's funny because the tide's actually come in and it's still pretty shallow. We haven't seen many barrels lately, and I just do not know why. Maybe the tide has kind of voided that out, but it still looks like it's low enough to barrel. Maybe that kind of bit more easterly in the wind now. It's kind of flapping the lip down maybe, but something's going on. But these guys are going to turns right now, and we haven't seen a barrel lately. But here goes Russell.
Yeah, can he make a late charge here? He does need a high 9. Wow, he's giving it everything. He knows that he has to, throw all he's got at these sections. He's after a 9.66 if he's going to turn this heat with a single ride. But that's not going to help his chances. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Diego Cordera is the danger man for Morgan because he's out there ahead of Morgan in the priority order. Chris Zavas seems pretty safe here at the moment.
He does. Time winding down. It's been a good heat. It's been a little slow, I guess. But the guys have surfed good. Looking forward to that last heat today, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's going to be
Nick
fun.
Vasicek, Jagger, Bartholomew. Will the waves come to the party for him this time? Because I think they had a heat yesterday, and we were talking a heat right up and the waves kind of slowed down. But
I think it's going to come on.
I think it's going to come on too. It's got that
forward to
feel.
it. All right, Yellow having a look at this one. Diego Cordera of Palm Beach making his move, and he is after a big number, 8.17. The first turn, he really dug in. I mean, if he had attacked the opening sections of his earlier rides,
like that,
might have got himself into that kind of excellent range.
Yeah, the first turn.
But I just don't think he had enough room there on that ride.
No. The first turn, was his best turn, I thought, of the whole heat. And then the waves just went really fast at the end, and it was small. So there was no 8.67 there.
30 seconds to go. Morgan would be kind of looking over his shoulder, wondering if he should dart down to Diego, who's actually way down the line. So he's not going to worry about it. This one's going to come to a close in a moment. Just on 18 seconds to go. Chris Zaffis, he's just been handed the team flag for North End, and he's on his victory lap right here, waving to the crowd. Probably do a burnout when he gets to the beach.
Well served, Heat.
Yeah, really solid. 8.67. He built too, didn't he? 6.5, 7-point ride, 8.67. An easy victory. And he is moving through to quarterfinal action. We're going to take a quick break here at the Usher Cup. Got a few more heats to come. Stay with us. Welcome back to the show. We want to send a big shout out to our sponsors. We love the support of Tourism and Events Queensland, the Gold Coast City Council, and there is a long list of others, the Usher Group, and also Hutchison's. And yeah, it's just great to have the community support as well. And yeah, we're just very thankful for it, as are the charities involved with the Usher Cup, and there's a long list of them. We've been talking up the great work that they've been doing in the area. And there's really no need to talk it up, but we just want to put it right there in the spotlight and celebrate it. And things like the village school, the sanctuary, the wildlife hospital up there at Currumbin that's, you know, tending to over 14,000 animals a year. It's nice to know that that's there as a service to the public if you find an injured animal. But yeah, it's great stuff. You know what else is great? Sitting next to Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, the co-founder of the Usher Cup, world champion, as we look out and still see quality waves rolling here at Snapperbugs. Thank you for having me, mate.
Oh, mate, it's so good to have you here, Ronnie. And the thing is that, you know, the tide's turned now and the afternoons have been, you know, still turning it on.
Xavier Huxtable getting things started in this heat for Torquay.
Wow, how's that slow-mo on the bottom turn?
Oh, man, some guys you just see them take off, and when you slow it down, you just think, he's got it.
Yeah,
he actually has what it takes.
Yeah, he's got it. Yeah, this kid's got it.
Yeah, sent a replay of Russell Maloney just looking to just push it on his last rides. But yeah, Russ didn't get through that last heat, but always love watching him in board riders events. Just, as we said, classic club man, lovely guy, and just represents his Indigenous heritage so beautifully as well, and you know, spreads a really positive message. I love it.
Such an awesome human being. Yeah, it's so good to see Russ get, you know,
giving it a red hot dig. But out here at the moment, we got heat number 4, Troy Brooks for Torquay, Xavier Huxtable for Torquay as well, and we've seen that a couple of times already in this third round. Surfers from the same club up against one another in this individual stage of the event. They can kind of work together. They tactically can play a smart game and maybe improve their chances of getting through as a club.
Well, they can if one of them gets off to a really good start and actually dominates the heat. There's no doubt about it.
Waiting on scores to drop from the early stages. Xavier unloads. Love the release in the first turn. Keeps the fins engaged through the second and does well to regather some momentum and finish this one off in style.
Yeah, well, the other two, Matty Jobs has been unbelievable in this tournament. He's been putting in some sensational performances. Oscar Berry, again, just came back from getting 5th in the WSL World Junior. A big result over there in San Diego.
Yeah, he's on. He's a really progressive surfer as well, Oscar. I think the big results have been coming for him because his rail turns and his power's increased tenfold in the last couple of years.
Yes.
But a great skateboarder as well. But I think he'll look to keep the rail engaged in this heat with this wind blowing, and he'll just look to unload some power. Big hunk of backwash rolling through in this one as Oscar tucks in, gets a little bit of cover, has to get going, speeding down the line. Again, just a brief cover, just over the right shoulder. There's a nice carve, though, as behind him, unbelievable. Guess who's back at it?
Oh, no, that's so good.
The tube pig himself,
And
Troy
his dad,
Brooks.
and his dad, Rod's even made his presence felt. Rod Brooks is in the VIP
house.
area. He's in the house.
Wow.
Been watching the boys, and he suddenly got he said there's a bit of a buzz about Torquay.
There sure is, and, you know, having Troy get honoured as a life member just, I think, a week ago, and then turning up on his first effort here at the Usher Cup and locking in a 10-point ride, also getting himself a great score today for the club, and also kicking off his campaign here in the third round with probably a very big number, probably another one in the excellent range. He's had a handful of them.
He sure has, and the gnarly thing is that, you know, both Troy and Xavier have started this heat on fire. Will Droomer, the other third member, just got through the heat based on it.
Can you believe that?
No, it's just unbelievable. It's falling Torquay's way.
Yeah, that was a massive, just, you know, ticket into the quarters, courtesy of an interference to Cooper Chapman. But, yeah, Troy Brooks just, again, getting off to that classic start. Love the way he ripped into that final turn, waiting on the scores to come through.
Gosh.
And Xavier and Troy are really going to get off to a flying start here.
They are. See, Oscar, he outraces that, doesn't get the barrel there, and then goes to town here. But Brooko got the big double section there.
Yeah, he did well with that, you know, tapering wall that was so cupped out here. Brooko's heading off the front of the rocks. Oh, it's like walking on nails.
Look at Xavier's opening waves.
Troy's just got himself a 9.93. Mr. Perfect.
Oh, this is unbelievable what he's doing out here. It is insane. And I saw him bobbing up out there before. He said he's right behind the rock, and he just waited for that. It was the second wave of that set with the draw off the bottom.
How inspiring for his son Charlie, who's about to attack some Pro Junior events here in Australia. He's watching the old man just drop excellent scores. You know, like,
and there's the granddad. Well,
with ease.
Charlie's granddad's in the VIP, checking this whole thing out.
What's going on here?
Oh, that's a bodyboarder.
Ooh.
Gee, that's a good-looking wave.
Isn't it? What? Wow. The crowd's just having a field day on the outside, though. Matty Job waited for this one. He's going to come screaming out of the pit. Drives up into the open face. Just a speed check to set up this steeper approach to the lip as he now goes to the rail and digs right in and combos it up beautifully with all the style in the world. He's been good at that, and he's also been great at holding his nerve when his rivals have been putting scores up early on. That was a good size wave. Matty knew what he wanted, and he has laid down a beauty here. We're about to see things get interesting. Everyone in the heat is going to have a solid score to their name.
God, it's just got a little bit of a pulse happening, hasn't it? It's got that little bit of thickness about it again.
Look at this thing. Look at the positioning and just the tempo of the paddle to set up this first section. He wanted to take it late. Take us through the replay here, Bugs.
Yeah, look at that. He holds on, just stalls himself, slows it down. Just does a little bit of a pump there to get this next section. It's got a little bit of a crumble, but it's still hollow. There's a high line, and it comes out clean as a whistle.
Yeah, and here he goes. Just a big rip to finish. The fact that he was able to had the speed and could actually rip that final turn in as well. Yeah, and it looked like Troy Brooks there just on the hunt for the backup, but 9.93. What a way to start. Xavier Huxtable, though, still out in front. Matty Job has just bagged an excellent score. Perfect, if you will. Check it out.
Oh, my gosh, a 10.
10-point ride. We might see more in this heat because there's still plenty of time on the clock. 10.5 minutes to go as Oscar Berry. Oh, I think he's going to improve on his first ride too.
Yeah, he will. He's going to need some big scores, though, because these guys are dropping 10s, 9.93s. Even Xavier's not safe now, and he looked like he was home and hosed.
Yeah, he had a dreamy start. He's going to be out there with priority, though, Xavier. He's going to bide his time and wait for an opportunity. He won't look at a wave unless it's got more than a 7.27 on it. He knows that's going to be the key to put the pressure back on Matty Job and Troy Brooks. But, you know, I think we got 4 surfers out here primed for big numbers. So, yeah, watching the replay here of Oscar Berry. Got a lot of work done through to the inside. And this is, I think, going to be probably a little better than his opening ride. Let's see Matty Jobs on the replay again here, Bugs. He's back in 4th place. He's only got 1 ride. It's a 10. Here it is. Late drop.
It's an absolute sensational ride. He holds himself into it. The first part, not too deep. Just pumps a bit there. Let's go. Draws a bit higher. And it's a solid, it's a bigger wave than Troy Brooks's wave. And he does it in one go. So he gets one clean barrel and then he comes out and just surfs it so brilliantly.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, there's a few different surfers you kind of see in his approach. It's like a little bit of maybe Ethan Ewing, a little bit of a Taj Burrow at times. But you know what? It's just a whole lot of Matty Job. It's just a beautiful approach. It's so fun to watch. Yeah. And yeah, love that. And the fact that he was able to get that combo there.
And you know, we never see Matty out here. Matty's says Burley every time it breaks. You never see Matty out here. It's incredible. He's just, every heat he's gone out there and got some absolute superb, just pearlers.
He's pretty young, but I'd say he's solidified his place in the pecking order up there at Burley Heads. Pretty hard to come down here to Snapper and,
oh gosh, yeah,
you know, take up, I don't know, spot number 100 in the pecking order.
I know. Yeah, no, Matty's definitely one of the top in the top rung at Burley. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and he's you know, as a Grom, he won the single fin event,
yes,
which tells you that he has like a very kind of mature approach that, you know, that I think people can see, and that's a huge feather in the cap for a Grom to have, and he's starting to rack up the big results now as Troy Brooks locks in. He's deep in this one, and he's going to find his way through again.
This is incredible what he's doing. This is absolutely incredible. This is nearly one of the best performances of a tournament in his life. He's just unbelievable.
He's just gorging himself on vision. You can't get enough.
I mean, it was a small wave, but he was mega deep. I had my doubts.
He's had more barrel time in this event alone, maybe even this heat, than I've had in the last year. It's not fair, Bugs. It's just not fair.
He's just, but he's, you know, he's against these young guns out here, and he's blitzing.
No way. No way. 9.47 for Troy Brooks.
How do you better that?
This is the best heat score total of his life.
Is it
19.4.
Oh, wow.
So Xavier Huxtable is comboed in second place, and he's got an 8.33. Oscar Berry's been really solid. He's got a couple of 6-point rides, and Matty Job's got a 10-point ride. He's in fourth place.
Oh, this is so incredible.
Nathan Hedge is he's done for the moment, and he's running down to cheer Troy Brooks on, who he spent some years on the championship tour with. He's loving it. The boys are high-fiving there.
Oh, this is a great moment for Troy Brooks. It just makes it, here's Oscar, he's deep.
A little too deep.
Yeah, he's too deep on that. It pinched him very early on. Matty Jobs is the one, though, that could really throw a spanner in the works for Xavier, really.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. You know, Matty's got just over 5.5 minutes to go here, and
yeah, he needs a 5.6.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs a 5.6, so you'd back him to get it just with the numbers that he's been dropping. And even though Troy Brooks has been the master of the barrel in the contest so far, I think Matty Jobs has been one of the best open face surfers that we've seen in the contest. So whether he gets tubed or not, I'd back him to track down that number.
Oh,
so Xavier's got to step things up again. He wants to get rid of that 7.27.
Yeah, well, Xavier came, just firing out of the gates, and looked for all intents and purposes that he was going to take this heat by the scruff of the neck, and he has been, well, relegated to the danger zone, you'd say. He's still in second, though, and there's 5 minutes, just under 5 minutes. So Matty Jobs, it's that whole pressure of getting that perfect 10, the pressure of getting the backup.
Well, Troy Brooks' eyes were hanging out of his head in disbelief yesterday, Bugs, after the 10-point ride. I mean, he's going to have to put him in his pockets to carry him home. And after this afternoon, he's just going to be beaming.
Gosh.
He's got to be careful not to go out tonight and celebrate these big numbers.
Yeah, I know.
Torquay's got a incredibly good chance at taking the victory here at the Usher Cup.
They're in the right now. They're in the box seat. Everything's going their way. Will Droomer, if Matty Jobs doesn't get a perfect 10, I mean another backup
5.6,
here,
Xavier's got a good
I'm
chance.
Just handing the trophy to him. It's
Really?
over. Yeah.
You wrapping it up?
I'm wrapping. Oh, hang on.
Go easy.
Stay alive.
We got a couple of big heats coming up to finish off the day, but we saw Nathan Hedge running down there to congratulate his old tour buddy Troy Brooks on a couple of big 9-point rides. But Hedgie's also alive in the Opens event, even though Narrabeen's fallen out of the World Club Challenge.
But then the drama, the tragic thing from an event point of view with Cooper Chapman, he was on his way to a big result.
Yeah, he was. He was surfing great.
And here we go.
He would have won the heat. Troy Brooks is in there again. Enough!
How do they not go these waves?
Enough, I say. As he goes now to the roundhouse, how did he wrestle this wave away? And you could hear everyone, and why not?
But they didn't even go for it.
Why not have a go at it?
He wasn't even challenged. He was fourth priority. This is unbelievable. That he's just dialing it in unbelievably.
It's actually selfish.
Oh, okay.
It's selfish. He should have said to Xavier, you go, mate.
Yeah.
Look at that, though. Mate, that is classic style.
This is actually a cleaner barrel than Matty Jobs. This is a cleaner barrel.
Mate, that was really cool. I loved it. The roundhouse was cool too.
Yeah.
He's at the moment just going for another 10. That's why he went for the little carving 360.
Yeah, well, Matty's shown him up here with a 10, and Troy's not happy about it. He's going, hang on, that's my space. Only got a 993. What a great roundhouse cutback. This is just a clinic, a tube riding clinic, and he got out there off the rock. They didn't even see it. This is just actually baffling me.
Yeah, have a look at that. I just love the way he styled his way into this thing. And, stood back on that tail, sort of adjusted that weight so that he could get a little bit more time behind the curtain here. So it's going to be another good score. It doesn't go into the top two, but a 9.17. No biggie, 3 9-point rides.
It's just a beautiful moment, though, isn't it?
That's in the Usher Cup highlight reel forever, that one.
Oh, I think he's actually, a couple of the ones from yesterday might be out.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, he's just had the knack for tapping into these special little nuggets out here.
Here's the drama. Is everything going to go Torquay's way, or is Matty Jobs going to get a second wave? Getting a 10 and not getting another wave for like 12 minutes is kind of unforgivable.
Oh, man, there's a minute and 20 seconds to go here.
Especially when he was there and Troy Brooks just got a 9.1. And now
look out. We got movement here.
Oh, okay.
Troy's pulling in switch, and on the outside, Matty Job makes his move. Needs a 5.6. Nice start. As we said, this guy doesn't even need the barrel to turn in excellent scores.
Yeah, no, he doesn't.
He is so sharp, Bugs. Already done quite a bit of work on the outside. He almost might be there already.
Can Xavier get it? Can he get another
Bang.
wave?
Oh, wow.
He's definitely got
Matty
a 5.6.
Job. That is, absolute style under pressure as Troy Brooks comes flying down the line, dealing with free surfers and the like, but it doesn't matter. Troy's not going to improve his situation with that one.
But what about Xavier?
Well, he is on the outside. There's 30 seconds to go. He's likely going to need a wave here. Matty Jobs only needs that 5.6 to jump from 4th up into 2nd. Xavier needs, I think, to get rid of this 7.27. 20 seconds to go.
There is something, there's a wave behind this, I feel. Yes, there it is. Here it comes.
Oh, is he there? 10 seconds remaining. He's not into this one. It doesn't have a wall.
No, I don't have a wall.
Oscar Berry's having a little look. He might have just a slight chance of squeaking into one. They're counting it down on site. It's come to a close. He doesn't get that opportunity.
Here he is.
Matty Job's score comes through. It's a 6. And 6.73. He makes that jump up in the 2nd spot. Torquay lose a competitor here in the open men's. But Matty Job held his nerve beautifully. Troy Brooks owns the day, though. 3 9-point rides and a heat score total of 19.4. The Tricky Chalk still got it, and he's on to the quarterfinals of the Open Men's event. We're going to take a quick break. More to come from the Usher Cup in just a moment.
Welcome back to a sensational afternoon at the Usher Cup, and we just have another wet couch because Troy Brooks is coming in from the surf. I think he eclipsed his performance yesterday. He didn't get the 10, but he got the 9.93. He got a 9.67 or something, and then another. How did that last one you get? They didn't even look at it, Troy.
Yeah, that was a funny one. I jumped off the rock. They both had priority. And Zay was a fraction too far out, and I looked at Oscar and I go, "You going, mate?" And he goes, "No." And I'm like looking at myself twice going, "Are you kidding me?" And then Matty was a fraction too far down, and I just fell into it. And,
and to me, that one tube section was nearly your best. I just thought that was the cleanest barrel of all, nearly, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the tide's perfect, the wind's perfect, and you know, I fight cat and dog out here every week to get them, and when there's only 3 guys out, it's a bit of a dream.
You're really making the most of it, mate. I mean, this is a sensational, you know, you're giving us a real thrill up here.
Oh, no, it's awesome. And then, you know, my good mate here, Hoggy, come running down after the second 9 and threw the sport in. I nearly turned around with him. I was a bit puffed. But
just say, it is a replay. Look at this style. Are you kidding me?
This is your lowest scoring wave. I'm nearly thinking this is your best one. I love this one. The way you went into it, see?
Yeah, I thought I'd just mix it up a fraction.
Yeah.
Instead of like bulldogging, throw a bit of style in with it.
A bit of panache on this one, mate. And even your dad came down. He's in the VIP area, and he said, "Yep, there's a bit of a buzz about Torquay." And then you even got a break with Will Droomer. You know, things fell your way that way.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lucky one.
Yeah, that was a lucky one because
I sort of said to him, "You're going to have 20 years of things not go your way, so take these ones when they come, mate."
There you go. But
another one here, Brooko. Where's this big roundo? Ha! Big figure of 8. How sick was that?
We love that wave.
Oh, cheers.
Oh, yeah, that was a great. That was just the tube master, like
Torquay time tunnel. Hey, he's giving $1,000 for every second you're in the pit. Imagine how much coin you get today.
There's my little mate dropping on me down
there. That was a classic. So good to see you, Brooko. You know,
thanks,
what are you now, 43?
43.
43, and to do the surfing like that, I mean, it could have been the Quickie Pro 2003. I mean, in all honesty, that was sick. Thank you so much for the inspiration, what you put together there. And it wasn't just a one-off sort of thing. You've been doing it all day.
and all yesterday. You know,
all of it.
You're having a great tournament.
No, it is. It's good fun.
Yeah, unreal,
Thanks
Troy. Yeah, good on you, mate. Well, you know, you've had a big day. You've had world world challenge surfing. You've had Usher Cup surfing. Wow, you've earned a feed.
Yeah, no, that's for sure.
You go and join Tom Peterson up on the balcony.
Oh, I might give that one a miss. Enjoy, guys. Thanks.
Wow, that's just sensational.
Yeah, I mean, and he's got team riders here at the event from Quicksilver. He's got, you know, in his stables the young up and coming best surfers from Victoria, and you know, to go out there and set the example. You know, there's some lip service and some mentoring is one aspect to it, but when you go out and actually do it, it's so powerful, and you know, just by leading by example like that is just insane.
It gives him a lot of kudos within the, you know, as you said, within his group.
Yeah.
Because he's the mentor, he's the elder.
That's right.
And the team leader. And of course his sons are here watching too, so this is all round, you know, both sides of the family, the sons, the father.
So much inspiration in there, hey?
Yeah.
What do we got, Rabs? Bring us up to speed, mate.
Yep.
Benny Laurenson's got a 7.33, I see.
Well, Benny is just sensational. Last year, you surfed the final with him. He came from nowhere. We'd never heard of the kid.
Yep.
Kid from Noosa. And he just appeared on radar and just nearly went all the way. I mean, you know, he was unbelievable. I think he might have ran out of gas in the final, but he was so stoked to be there, you know?
Yeah.
And this year he's come back, and you know what? He's surfing with a lot of intent. That familiarity, he's going, this wave, I know it. I've done well here. He's back in a bit of a comfort zone, and his backhand attack, it's incredible.
What I love about Benny's surfing, he really coils up and gets low off the bottom.
Yeah.
And then he squares up the top too and compresses again. So he's generating speed in and out of his turns. And I think that's a bit of a point of difference.
Yeah, and it's a real corkscrew, isn't it? He just really gets low and just jams it up then. And he's really worked on those snaps under the lip though.
He's a real fit young kid too, and coming on. He's got a lot of passion and fire too. He's had a couple of claims down here, probably rival some of mine. He's going good. There's a lot of passion in there, so I see it in him, and it comes out in his surfing. So it's insane to have him here at this year's event, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's just sensational. It's all time.
And Harry O has just sort of got his feet in the wax on a couple. Hasn't quite connected yet. Dexter's posted up to getting the best priority situation, and Eric Robson too. He's been putting on some good performances too. Got a lot of time for him. He's a young kid from Maui. He's done a lot of good backside surfing, and he's just loving being here in Australia, and his whole posse. They're just putting out the good vibes.
So good to see Eric and getting through to this round, and the Maui guys have just had such a good vibe about them,
haven't they?
Yeah, they're stoked to be here, and they're taking a break from surfing 50-foot waves.
Yeah, that's it. I think because you grow up watching so many of the events at Snapper, and to actually get a chance to have a crack here and put the rashi on and paddle out, it's almost like a bucket list kind of thing. When it all comes together and the waves turn up and you get an opportunity, it's a really special thing.
Yeah, well, their dad was saying that it's been so gnarly. These big swells and gnarly, a lot of injuries at Pipeline and Jaws and all over the place. And he said it was good to get them out of there just for a break. I mean, they're on a plane early Monday morning because massive swells coming again, but he was kind of saying this is just a nice little break for them to come and surf a sand bottom point break, and they've never surfed in a team event before, so it's pretty cool.
So many positives and takeaways coming to get on a plane and come to Australia to be here on the Gold Coast, and you speak to a lot of the top professionals, and they'll say if you can surf small waves really well, you can surf the large waves, the crazy huge waves really well too. So there's a lot to be taken away from your timing and your technique that can transfer into the big wave surfing too. So I'm sure they're getting a lot out of this trip.
They are. Well, Ben Lawrenson, just made a real name for himself last year. You remember this well, this day, this tournament.
Absolutely.
Fog, and you're on track again, and so is Ben, and this is just great to see. Look how, you can tell from last year to this year, there's a bit more power in the surfing. Last year he still had that corkscrew, that low center of gravity, jamming off the bottom. Yeah, look at that. He's got the passion. He's got the passion. He's got the hog passion.
That's it. I think he's looking a little more polished this year, though.
Yeah,
so we're going to get a replay on Harry O's wave here at the corner mile. It looked like a good ride. So let's see what happened there. Hey, here we go, Rabs. little grower.
Yeah, a little grower for Harry. Yeah, he's a nice little snap there. Sends a bit of spray. Not a big car, but he's just sort of. Yeah, well, it might be a backup wave.
I guess with the 20-minute heats, he's kind of, you know, it's almost 10 minutes gone, so it's good to get something on the board.
It's pretty quick.
There's a square up from Eric. And again.
Yeah, on his backhand. So we've got a good balance here of backhand surfing. Actually got 3 goofies in this one.
Yeah, such a great backside wave snapper.
Yeah.
I guess, Eric, there's time to build a house because we're almost halfway through the heat.
Yes.
So, you know, if you break it down, they do score your best 2. There's 10 minutes of wave, so it's good to just get something going and now, you know, try to get something to knock it out of the park. So probably a good call at this point of the heat, given that there's only 10 minutes to go.
Well, Harry got a 6-4 there. That's a good little, that could be a very good backup. And here we go. And this is Eric, yeah?
This is Eric, yep.
A little slow-mo action for the kid from Maui.
I like how he went mid-face there to get his speed up to then drop down to then square up to this section. It was a really good read there.
That's a great turn.
The iconic Gold Coast Surface Paradise in the background, big
Yeah.
spray.
Yeah, it's a good look.
Shimmering lip. It's just insane, isn't it?
Yep. And
front angle.
bang.
Nice. That was vertical, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. And then he just keeps that speed going to make sure he gets around that section. Thinking down the line, point break. Sort of seeing the...
3 snaps?
You compare that to Harry's wave, you know?
Could be around about the same deal, hey?
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
bit under?
let's see.
5.33. Well, Dexter's, how are we going for time? We're down, we're past the halfway mark. I think Dexter will be having a real good look to see if we can find something going here. And, oh, he paddled for that one, missed it. And here's Harry.
Whoosh. Nice.
Oh, this is a
tail
good
right
one.
round.
Oh, this is a good wave. Is he going to get in front of it again, though? No. Got a bit of work done.
Got some damage done, didn't he?
Yeah, he sure did.
It's a little more explosive and a bit more firepower than the 6.4.
Yeah, there was a couple of vertical little pockets there for him.
I loved how he got the nose right round on that first turn too.
Yeah.
They got the tail slide.
Okay, here we go. Bang. Ben Lawrenson. This kid is unbelievable. Well, Dexter's still sitting out there in the spot, but the guys are surfing a bit wider and nothing's coming his way.
Nice.
Yeah, that was
little
nice.
variation.
Yep. I think here's the money turn here. Yeah, that was really good.
It's a shame he couldn't have
Yeah, he
put a
probably
little...
need to really get up there in the score. He need a bit more as a finisher.
Would have been good to bookend that one, hey?
Yes.
Whack. That was nice,
Well,
Benny.
Ben, yeah. Well, Dex is sitting out there, and Dexter loves snapper. God, he surfed here all his life.
Yeah, there's a bit of that pressure, hey, Rabs, because once you wait, you sort of like, it's a lot of pressure to pull the trigger. You don't want to pull the trigger now on a 4 or a 5, so you sort of start getting, I've got to wait for an 8 or 9 now. I've waited 12 minutes. I've got to open up, and then that becomes an issue in itself. So it's about knowing when to go to plan B and go, okay, I need to sort of come in, readjust, adapt to what's going on. This was my plan. It hasn't worked. How much time do I have given? I've got to get back out and get 2 waves.
That's right.
7 minutes. So you break it down to 3.5 minutes. You kind of got to get into the next mode, don't you?
You do, yeah.
Shift. Or you just go the Hail Mary, just live by the sword, die by the sword.
That's right.
Hope you can get your 8 or 9 and then get something halfway on the way back out.
And then get your 4.
So it's not done and dusted, but it's getting harder and harder.
Yeah, it's getting harder now. I mean, he's had a bit of a lull, and there's been a couple of those little wide ones that the boys have picked up, especially Ben. And he did that a lot last year. He went to that wide bank. There was a more defined wide bank last year, and he cleaned up on that thing.
I think backside too, speaking from experience, the ones that we look for at the backhand is that tapered, the better pace.
Here you go. I reckon Dex is going this one. He'll definitely go this one, but it's got a big wall, He's got a massive wall.
Get going, Dexter. Here we go, buddy.
Nah, he's not going to make this. No, that's right. That was a heavy one. I could just see that standing up on that bit of east swell standing up on it, and he was too deep, and that's put him in a really difficult position. Even though it's kind of been a low, not a massive scoring heat, but even that Harry O'Brien with the 6.77 on that one, the 6.4 just adds to the pressure a bit. But Ben has just nailed it.
Yeah, the other guys have sort of built a house and got in a little bit better rhythm. So yeah, shame for Dexter to wait that long and not capitalise. But you never know, if he gets busy now and things go his way, he might still have a push for the.
Yeah, well here he goes. He's always been a good hunter. So here goes Dexter now. Kid from Coolangatta kid. And it's a pretty...
Well, very surfed, well surfed wave for what it was, but I'm a little concerned of the height of the wave.
Oh yeah, it was just a small wave. He really just needed to get something on the board. And now we go back to your situation where you're talking about, you know, he's got the 4 or thereabouts. He might get a bit more, maybe a 4-5, maybe a bit less. I'm not sure how they'll judge that. He surfed it very well. Let's see it now. As you said, it's a smaller wave. It's a nice turn there, not too big.
He surfed it great for what it was,
I
but
know.
Just he got every little inch out
yeah.
of that ride.
And he's really good at doing that. He can improvise, and as I said, he's always been a very good hunter. You know, he hunts waves down. He's always had that ability.
5.27 come through for Dexter. So
it's put him in there.
It's put him back in the game.
He's got a shot now. I'd say they're surfing for second.
Tide coming in, Rabs. Sort of a little bit more push on the bank. Likes a little incoming tide snapper, hey?
Yeah, it does. It just likes a little bit
after.
of the incoming, bit of a push on the bank, and sometimes you get that little afternoon surge. It's a pretty fun tide now. It's a fun tide if you're getting them.
That's it, hey? Exactly.
So Eric's dropped down to 4th, but he's only got the one wave. It's a 5.33. He's still in the frame. You know, he's going to need, pretty much an excellent ride. Both Dexter and Eric will need, close to an 8-point ride here, and they're both capable of getting it. And here we go. No taker. Dexter will go this. No.
I kind of didn't mind the look of that one, Rabbit.
No.
That's from the couch here. I guess on the end it didn't have too much meat on the bone down the end there. So.
No. This will be interesting to see who can pull it out of the fire with 3 minutes remaining. I'd just like to see. I like to see them all at least get 2 waves in that 2 counters.
Yeah, it's great to see a few more opportunities and everybody in the mix. Hey.
Yeah, I just don't like it when one or two guys get skunked and only get that 1.5 waves.
Yeah, it can be a cruel sport in that regard sometimes. But when we look at it and we strip it back, 2 of the competitors have put the pieces of the puzzle together, and
right.
they've got a handful of good rides each. So
yeah, they have.
It's not like there hasn't been good waves out there. It's just you've got to be on the best ones. It all turns into strategy and putting it all together at the right time. Wow. That little runner on the back.
Yeah, there's a little runner from deep. And not a lot of action now. And the guys are all down a bit on that second little chip-in spot. I guess that tide just turning and coming in a bit is bringing that to life. But there's been a couple of deep ones too. Under 2 minutes now.
It's crunch time, Rab.
Yeah, Dexter and Eric need a wave. I don't think they're in the ideal. Eric's in a good priority situation as far as the rotation.
When you're surfing an event like this too, you just want to keep advancing so you can keep surfing snapper rocks with 3 other competitors.
Yeah, that's the bonus.
You just want to keep getting the opportunity to get out there. It's a new day tomorrow. It's such an incredible event to be a part of. finals
like a
day.
little bit of movement there. There might be a wave. I think there's a wave behind this.
Some lumps coming around behind the rock.
And here we see Dexter paddling for it, but no, it's Yellow Harry takes this wave off him. And yeah, it's coming from behind the rock, that one.
Won't better his score on that one, Harry O. So he's left the door a little open for Dexter and Eric, but they're going to need to. They're going to need to.
But here's Ben.
Turn it up.
And Ben's got priority. So the two guys that didn't need priority had priority, and Dexter and Eric have kind of got skunked.
Wow, a couple of lethal backhand snaps right there. Won't get the money section on the end there, but damage is done from Benny.
Yep.
Strong performance.
Here goes Dexter. He's going to get one. Can he get an 8 out of this wave? Will he need more? And here goes Eric. No, Eric's not going to get this one.
Wow. Dexter's put in a bit of variation there.
Yeah, but the waves
Reverse again.
He's really battling with the wave itself, though.
Surfed the wave for Eric and Scott, but it only ever had a 5 or 6 written on that potential of the wave. So onwards and upwards for Dexter and Eric.
Yep.
Thanks for coming down, boys, and congratulations to Harry O and Ben.
Okay, so we'll go to a break right now and get back with Heat 6.
Welcome back. Don't adjust your TVs right now. It's not Ronnie Blakey. It's Mark Occhilupo, and this is the weirdest thing I've ever done. I'm actually anchoring. I've made it to the top. I'm not the co-host anymore. Don't switch the channel. I've got a hot dog, and this is the weirdest thing ever. Like, how cool. Like, all of the years that we've done the tour together, and now we're commentating together at a beautiful afternoon at Snapper. How good's this?
It's insane, Ock. How good's this, mate? Last heat of the day. How much action have we seen today? What a day.
It's been incredible. You know, like, it started off slow in the morning and it just came on. Snappers delivering. The waves have been so good. Troy Brooks, 3 9s, my goodness. But the team's challenge, the whole day, has just been cooking. And hopefully we get another day like that tomorrow. This is the last heat of the day. We've got Jagger Bartholomew out there.
It's
Andrew
a cracker
Curtis,
this heat.
Nick Vazicek, and
Caleb Cutmore.
Caleb, sorry.
From across the ditch at New Zealand.
Across the ditch. Hog Dog, how you been? You know, this is our time to catch up right now.
Yeah, mate.
You know, you moved down to Merimbula. I talked to you earlier, and, you know, your daughter's down there now, and you're a really good dad. What's your plans this year? You going to do some more QSs?
Yeah, absolutely. The way that the tour's set up, you know, it really lends to staying here in Australia and doing the regional series, and it's just such a great opportunity. And while I can do it, you know, I'd love to. And it's so exciting surfing in Australia right now. So it's great to still be a part of it and hopefully mentor some of the other young Australians coming
while
through.
you're doing it.
Yeah,
yeah.
You know, it's good to give back, and it's been helpful for me too. And I hope that some of the younger athletes are getting, you know, some out of it, and some little bits of, you know, some of my experience that I can pass on. It's, you know, it was freely given to me by you guys, and it helped me out in my career. So it's nice to be able to give back and just be there for them. So hopefully, you know, things can pan out this year for a couple of young Aussies, and we get Australian surfing back up on the world stage where we should be.
You know, it has been a hiatus, you know, when it comes to world titles. There's no doubt about that. 10 years since Mick Fanning won the last Australian men's world title. The women obviously have been on fire. There's been a few go down there. You know, Steph just broke the record, and Tyler, and they've got a few. But the men, you know, really need to stand up. You know, it's a hard year. You know, the locations, you know, can suit you. Ethan Ewing had a great year last year, and hopefully he can go a few better. Hey.
Yeah, it's in that same conversation, Jack Robbo. I mean,
And Jack Robbo,
I've
sorry.
seen, yeah, no,
Yeah, no,
100%
Jack
seen.
had, will never forget Jack because he's one of my favourites.
Oh,
you know.
exactly. I know he's moved up here, so I'm sure
yeah.
he's seeing a lot of his surfing. I know
Yeah,
he's
no,
training
I
really
have.
hard.
I mean, since he's been young, you know, like since he's been really young. And I had a trip only a few years ago up to Nalu, and he came up with us, and it was just so good. He's just, I love his whole act, you know, like he's so zenned out, and he's just so in the now, and the yoga and the breathing, and he just gels into the world, like he gets it, and
like it's all come together
and
for him.
it's really working for him, and yeah, I you know, I love Jack, I love Ethan, you know, so one of the two maybe, but there's more, you know, we've got a few on tour.
You know who else we got back too?
Who?
People might be forgetting this, is Ryan Callanan's back.
Oh yeah.
Gnarly. And
Gnarly
Lobby.
guy.
Lobby's going to get his shot too.
Yeah.
How good's that?
Yep. So we got four. We got
yeah,
more
in
than
the men's,
that.
and we've got on the women's side as well.
Is that, we only got 4 men in there?
I think so. Here we go. Action straight out front. Boom. Archie Curtis. Rock and roll float there, and gets the finish.
Nice bottom turn there at the end of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so only 4. Wow, yeah, I wasn't counting, but
Oh,
there's Nick
Vasselhoff.
Vasacek.
Vassar.
What a beautiful
Bushka.
two-turn combo there from Vassar. Oh, when he slips off on the
I
third.
never see him fall off.
No, you don't. But the thing was, it didn't matter because that third turn was minor compared to those other 2 turns, and the judges will judge those 2 turns, right?
That was savage, wasn't
And,
it, those first two? The
it's
timing,
gotta
how
be-
the pace and how quick.
Yeah, I'm calling it's going to be in the 7s, so it's just 2 turns. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I reckon they're worth 4 each. Give him an 8.
Okay.
You know, pretty bad fall off though.
No, yeah,
you
yeah,
know what I mean. But
yeah.
it doesn't matter. This is kind of like the theme of this event's more like not
judges
too
have
many
been-
penalties, and it's a little bit of a different vibe. So like, maybe it's about just putting your surfing up and just going ham bone, and we're going to reward you.
Yeah, but they've been judging high. Like I'm calling a couple points high myself, but yeah, there's Nick falling off there. I really think they've been judging high, you know, this event. But if they keep that consistent, you know, that's all right.
As long as
Just
they
makes
keep
them
it-
look a bit. That makes them look.
Yeah, makes you
good.
feel a bit better.
Makes
at
them
the
look
surfer
good.
too. Oh yeah, I got a 9 and an 8. They're
Couple of
they're really
10s.
normally like 7s and 6s. But no, as you said, Ock, as long as they stay consistent and they get the end result right, you know, great. And you know, I feel like
that's all they got to do.
The quality of surfing and the quality of the waves, it's, you know, they're up there. They're excellent waves, excellent scores. We're all doing it.
We're all doing it. It's such a good vibe down here. You know, got to thank the Usher Group and Theo for putting on this event. You know, it's been a few years now, and I think I jumped on the commentary on the very first year. Was down there at Rainbow Bay, and then missed out last year. And you done well, made the final, but. You know, it's just there's a lot of sponsors, you know, the Romano Room back here and BAP, the Rainbow Bay Surf Club. There's a lot of others that are on Hutchison Builders have come in. They're a massive company that are building some huge high-rises around here at the moment.
CFN
They're right
are
up,
with us.
they're right, their offices are right in Coolangatta, right above the smoothie juice bar that I go to. So I see a lot of those Hutchinson guys in there coming in grabbing coffee and lunch.
Good dudes, eh?
They're nice guys.
Yeah, good guys,
Yeah,
huh?
really
Surfers
nice guys.
down to earth, good
Yeah,
guys. Yeah, I had a chat to quite a bunch of them at the President's Dinner.
Yeah, so, you know, it's great.
And what do you reckon, Ock? Like, how many events you've been to all over the world? How many years and decades? These feel-good events, these charity events that have just got, you know, what they stand for and what they bring, you know, the waves seem to turn up. Do you think there's a bit of good juju, some good energy going?
Oh,
you know?
there's no doubt that Mother Nature feels all this stuff. You know, like it totally happens. Yeah.
Jagger, here we go. I've been waiting to see Jags. He's that fired up. He's been going so well the last few months.
Jagger's just kind of picked a real tight little wave here, Hog. It's
tight
finding
wave
him
for a
hard. It's just
big
really
guy.
hard for him to. He's finally got some space there, but still didn't really kind of, you know, get an arc in there, and he didn't get a proper arc the whole wave. So, yeah, just wave selection. You know, nothing to do with Jagger's surfing because he's been ripping like full on. That big turn he's got, he really turns big, and I think that's going to be Jagger's, you know, weapon. Just because he's a big guy and he can go big and just surf powerful, but this wave didn't let him do it, Hog.
It was a little bit tight on the bank, just a little bit too small, just a waist-high wave. And, I mean, he surfed it really well for what it was, but didn't give him any room to get back on that inside rail. Like we got to see him, the surfing got to do this morning and put on an excellent show. It's just a little bit tight for him there. But, look, the feet on the wax, maybe put in a better rotation now. And, you know, possibly on the way back out even, he could get one of those wide ones. So I guess he had to sort of do something with getting down to 12 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite him. I really want to see Jagger get to the point end of this event.
Yeah, for
He's
sure.
been putting in a lot of work last few months.
He puts in so much work, man.
So
yeah, no, like he won't go down without a fight. There's no doubt about that. He's so fit. I just want to give a big shout out to the missus. Yeah, she wanted me to shout out yesterday, and she might be at home listening. Hopefully, she's worked today, and I had the kids. The girls actually minded the kids in between me commentating. I actually tried to commentate the first heat with the two little ones right here.
Oh, wow.
It was so hectic. If you're
it's
watching, babe,
it's a
she
team effort,
worked
isn't
so
it?
hard. I mean, how's that wave spinning?
we
See,
go.
the ocean agrees too, and she...
Caleb Cutmore.
It's Caleb doing a big,
how was that snap?
big snap.
Wow.
She works really hard, and she takes care of lots of kids, and she's just an epic mum. So love you, babe. And anyway, here we go on to the surfing.
Vass is up to his
Vassar.
third snap. This thing's going all the way down.
No,
the
Vass has
green.
picked a really good wave here. He just got caught there. But now he starts winding up.
He's good. This thing's
He's
gnarly.
good. Come on, Vassar.
Oh, the damage is done on that thing.
So
They're
what
going to
did
go
he
high on
get?
that. That was insane.
He got a 6.83 for the 2 turns.
Yeah,
so,
right.
we
Okay.
got a bit excited.
A little bit excited. Maybe
Just when
the
we
goof-
said they're judging high, they judged lower than we thought.
The
But
goofy
what is
foot
that
frog.
score? Because
that's a 9.
You think so?
I think so. I loved it.
I can hear D-Bar's whistles.
I love that.
They're coming from Rainbow Bay Surf Club. I know it. Yeah, some
And
big
I mean,
whistles there for Vasicek, D-Bar.
Caleb too put on a good show. He put 2 really strong turns on the outside section. He didn't get the end section. Here we go. Look, what's his first turn? Whack.
Nice and tight.
Heaps of spray to the heavens. Another nice tight snap. But then she doesn't have, it goes to a shoulder.
Yeah.
He gets the carve down, but not another really good snap. Little bookend sort of finish here, but nothing of any great sort of significance.
Yeah.
You know?
And
then
here's some local knowledge right here. Nick would not go, actually it's not
this
Nick.
is Caleb. The
Vasicek,
airdrop.
sorry.
Actually, slow-mo was sick when they slowed that right
Oh,
down. How
is-
good was
is
that?
this
It was
the
technical.
same wave?
Yeah, it's a little slow-mo
okay.
action off.
I
How
thought
good's
they were
this?
going to show Nick's
Look at
next
this.
wave.
Whack.
It is nice slow
That's
motion,
nice. A
isn't
little
it?
bit of a pivot. Not quite back on the inside rail, but that's what the section was. He dealt with that beautifully, really.
Feels like you got to talk slow when they're in slow motion.
Snap. Here's
And here's
Vass.
Vassar, yeah. This is local knowledge. This is where I was getting to.
Well, there was a
He
bit of
picks-
foam on that
yeah,
one.
I
didn't
don't know
see
about the
foam.
9, but that was a nice snap.
Here's the green wall. Back up and at it.
Got a little caught there. So, yeah, it's probably not the 9. That was nice, the way he timed that.
Still going off. Here we go.
Yeah,
Look
you
at
could
this.
be right.
I don't know. What have we got at the end here? Oh, no finish. Maybe.
Yeah,
It's still
but it's a
great
good
wave.
it's a good score for him with that 6, high 6.
I love
He's going to be in a very good position in this heat. Nick Vasicek is one of my favourites. Probably yours too. I mean, what he does behind the rock out there on really big days is just uncanny. The way
Yeah.
he can get himself under the ledge and get spat out of these huge barrels. I can watch it when I'm surfing, but also when I'm at home in the kitchen or on the balcony. Well, and I can tell his style, just getting blown out of barrels,
Here's the
he's
drone angle of
amazing.
it. Coming,
Yeah, the
just
drone angle's
coming at
tough.
it. It's sick, huh?
Yeah, but it's kind of makes the wave look a bit
Wow.
smaller.
Cool perspective. Yeah, I love seeing Nick put it together in heats because, it's undeniable he's, probably one of the top 2 surfers out here on the backside, 100%, for the barrel riding and the turn. So, I mean, it's cool to see it come together for him because a couple of the heats and the contests over the past few years just hasn't gelled. He hasn't been the right rhythm. So, it'd be good to see it come together for him this year.
I know,
and
yeah. You're so right.
He's got a young family and
he
it'd be
does.
cool to see it put together.
It'd be great.
Yeah.
And it's weird how it happens. He's doing really well already, and he's in the lead. But you think it'd happen on a big day behind the rock would be his day. You know what I mean? And today's
Yeah.
kind of not that. Well, this
Yeah.
event hasn't really been that. Even there has been barrels, but nothing you know, like radical that I like seeing Nick in, and that, you know, he's the best at that, but he's doing good on the turns. Like that board, he got that board a couple of weeks ago, and I noticed he had that. And it's surfing it good. It almost looks like epoxy. Like it's.
I think it is. I had a little sniff around when
ya?
he's riding too on the first day, trying to sort of get
looks
myself
really good and
across what people are riding. And here goes Caleb. Bit smaller ride, but he's getting pretty savage up in the lip there. Giving a few good belts. Again, just probably the wave size.
Yeah, picking a small wave.
Definitely
hard
steep.
to ride. Steep.
I mean, Jagger got a 5.93 for that tight small. Imagine if we see him on an open canvas.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be shut the gate, isn't it?
I know.
So
he's back
hopefully
there. We can't see him. He's got to be hunting barrel right now, I reckon, if I know Jagger. Oh, actually, he's not. There he is. He's sitting kind of wide. So he wants to make sure of it. Doesn't want to take the risk and get back there and get in a deep barrel that doesn't let him out. He wants to open up on a big face, doesn't he, Hog?
Yeah, Caleb here on the little replay. 3 savage hooks, but I just think the wave size is going to be the tricky thing for him. But nice finish. He's got his second good ride now. So, I mean, he's managed to get a 7.63 for that one. I think the surfing, regardless of the wave height, was there.
Yeah.
The timing and the speed of it, I guess, was probably what was the point of difference, and really pleasing on the eye for the judges.
Yeah, I didn't see that. No, I mean, there was a couple of turns there were nice and spicy, threw a lot of spray. Wave was small, but yeah, we're just commentating here.
Yeah,
puts himself in a good spot in second. Jagger's needing a pretty solid score right now, and halfway through the heat, or no, actually 5 minutes now, so 3/4 of the way through. Jagger, I can see a set coming. He must have priority. We haven't seen him ride for a while. Can he manage to get a wave out of this, Hog? I'm a Jagger fan.
Oh,
yeah.
100%. Let's see a big
Here
finish to this
comes
last heat of the day.
something. Is it
Provide
for Jagger?
Huey, bring him
He
some
paddles
waves.
over it. Paddles over it. Yeah, that wave was no good. Looked all right for a second, but no wall and small.
This is where you got to really hold your nerves
You
too,
do.
eh? You know, like
You do.
you don't want to pull the trigger on something average or subpar or something that's not going to better your score just because the clock pressure's getting to you.
But far out with he's had 2 high 7s. Jagger must need a massive score, like in the 9s, right?
He's going to need a big one.
Oh, tough times. We're going to be back tomorrow. Hopefully there'll be swell for everyone. You know, Snapper will do what it wants to do. Didn't drop off today too much. It actually kind of came back up a little, and we've got a really active system out there in the Coral Sea that they're predicting to turn into a cyclone. I don't know if it has today, but I heard on the news last night it was going to be called Freddie, and it's starting to come into the zone.
That's very interesting, isn't it? I guess the mornings have been a little lackluster with the high tide. A lot of the swell's been hiding under the high tide. So,
so you never know. I mean, hopefully it's not small. You know the surfing's going to be amazing.
I want it to be sick tomorrow morning because I'm in heat 8 and they've called it off at heat 6 at Savo, so we're really hoping that still sticks around. Hope for good waves in the morning.
Why did they do that?
Wow, it's been a big day.
Try to maybe let the local surf. That's what it is. I saw a local boy, the local lifeguard, Blackie on the bodyboard, sneak one in a
He got a good one,
He got a good one.
I think he went in after that.
He's the man. No, he's still around there. I saw drone angles before, and he's still back there. I think he's the local lifeguard
If
here.
anyone can do it. Look at this.
Oh,
backside pit.
Deep.
Archer
Backside
Curtis
barrel.
has just sent it. He's just gone for the Hail Mary. He needed to punch out of that one, though. So this will mean Jagger's got his opportunity with first priority now. So we've got 3 minutes on the clock. Jagger Bartholomew, the local kid, son of Rabbit, incredible surfer. This is his chance.
Hear a lot of cheers. Don't know what's going on, but there is a pretty big set coming.
Maybe they're getting all excited for Jagger on this last bomb.
On the inside.
Caleb.
Caleb will just
up
take
into
it.
the hook real early on that
Takes
one.
some
Caught
attention
behind
away.
and off.
Take some attention away from the judges. It's always good to do that, hey? Like, you know, in the big league, you always see like Kelly split a peat with someone to take.
Trying to steal a bit of the thunder, eh?
Steal a bit of that.
The drama.
You know that, yeah.
Look at this, it's a big
pretty
one.
big wave.
Big
Here goes
pit.
Jagger.
Here he goes, go Jagger.
We need a
Let's
score.
get a
He's
barrel.
pulling in the barrel. He's back
Coming
doing
out.
that. He's
Yes,
coming
here we
out,
go.
no
It's got a
problem.
huge wall too. Big carve there.
Go Hog.
Nice big drop the wallet there too. Look at this wall for Jagger. Big fan of spray on this one. Big round. He's got the high intense energy too. He's come through the inside. Floated off that section. Oh, spray to the heavens. That was sick. And the fist pump. That was great surfing by Jagger. Left it all out in the water. Got his opportunity and did not disappoint. That was insane. I'm not aware of exactly the score that he needed, but in comparison to the other small waves in the variety, getting barreled at the start, bunch of different turns, ton of spray.
Variety.
Ooh, Jagger. Proud of you, mate, regardless. Look at this.
Wow, that was a nice hack right there. It was looking good from the drone angle. It's looking
Gotta
good.
be a high 9. What's this last snap down here off?
Yeah, the last finish was good.
Whack that
too.
one through heaps of spray.
I like that.
That's a full bookend
I think
statement.
I would go into the 9s. This is exciting. Wow, he waited. Slow-mo, double hand drag. Actually won. It's pretty deep here, eh? You can see that pink shirt in the lip. He comes out not exactly clean, but it didn't matter. He was deep. And then just the series of turns that he done was in the excellent range also. So let's see if he gets through this heat. This is crucial. His dad, Rab, right now would be freaking out. In a good way, hopefully, if he gets the score.
He just needed so much, though, so let's see. I really hope it comes together for him.
He doesn't get it.
He got an 8.83.
8.83, yeah. We were right. He needed a 9-something, didn't he?
Yeah, he needed a mid-9 to really, you know, put some other heat on Caleb up the top there. What a shame. Just needed one little bit bigger wave. But
yeah, that little wave at the start.
Yeah,
that
probably
curled
cost him a bit, didn't it?
Anyway.
Massive congrats to Nick and Caleb.
What a day, what a day. Everyone, thanks for watching. All around the world. International teams, so we must have a good international audience out there. And we'll be out of here, Hog. Thanks for, you know, joining me. You know, Ronnie Blakey, Glenn Rawlings, Rabbit, on behalf of them and the crew. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Chris. We'll be back, though. 7:30 in the morning. Switch it on. It's on YouTube. It's on everywhere. The Usher Cup 2023. Thanks for joining us.
Let's go. Finals day, baby.